last 3 years. There have been more than 30.
But my only point is my limited. I started by saying that Dr.
Complete is not.
No, I started by saying no. You can complete. I just want to make a short rebuttal. I said you can complete your point, but I started my point by saying they're making it the number one issue, which it should not be. But my point to you also is you're not playing any less. Your party is not any less. Your party is also playing along.
We are not. See, they are indulging into this, but we are not going to indulge. My president has made it very clear last week when he addressed the media that we are not going to involve in these things. Good luck to them. Good luck to them. I have one word of caution for all my BJP friends and cadres of BJP. Be careful. As the elections are closing by, your own party men are going to get you involved in this even more and watch the fun from behind. Be careful. Don't fall prey to these things. Be careful.
But the fact that Yeddiyurappa is going to lead this in Mysore, right? Do you think this is going to be the number one issue?
No. This is not. This is just going to be a one-day news. You will see that Yeddiyurappa ji, by cutting across party lines, is the tallest leader, one of the tallest leaders in Karnataka that we have today. They have, sidelined him as much as possible. They insulted him. In spite of that, owing to his loyalty, he has been put there, and like a compensation or something, they put him into the parliamentary board. Just a one-day news, and this is also a similar act. They can do it. Yeddiyurappa ji can flag it. Bommai ji can flag it. Anybody can flag it. This news is not going to have any effect on us.
Let's see where the story goes. Dr. Guha. Thank you. We'll catch up. We'll talk once again. Back to you for now, Nupur. Story is going to be very interesting.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Niranjan. So that's the latest that we are getting. The Savarkar Yatra, of course, flags off at Mysore. The BJP wanting to make as much political capital as it can of it.
ಇವತ್ತು ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ರಥಯಾತ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ರಥಯಾತ್ರೆಯನ್ನು ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮಾಜಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು, ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ನಾಯಕರಾದಂತಹ ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪನವರು ಈ ಒಂದು ರಥಯಾತ್ರೆಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಚಾಲನೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ರಥಯಾತ್ರೆ 8 ದಿನಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಮೈಸೂರು ಗ್ರಾಮಾಂತರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಂಡ್ಯ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ, ಚಾಮರಾಜನಗರ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ರಥಯಾತ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು
the Rath Yatra flagging off from Mysore, and it will pass through Mandya, Chamarajanagar.
ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪನವರು ಈ ಒಂದು ರಥಯಾತ್ರೆಗೆ
the Honorable Yeddiyurappa, the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, will be flagging off the Rath Yatra. So that's the limited point that they're making, and I think the soundbite is repeating now. It's on a loop. Back to you for now, Nupur.
All right, so that's the route of the Yatra that's being chalked out right now. Of course, senior leadership of the BJP is likely to be present at this Yatra, will be flagged off by Yeddiyurappa, the former Chief Minister. So pictures on your screen, of course, are of the massive preparations that have been made for this Yatra. It flags off at about 11 o'clock this morning, another hour and 15 minutes or so. What we are given to understand is that Yeddiyurappa will be flagging off this Yatra today, and the senior leadership, of course, of the BJP will be present, the state leadership that is. Now this, of course, comes after the Congress insult to Veer Savarkar, and the BJP, of course, wanting to make it the number one poll issue as Karnataka heads into elections. All right, we are now cutting across to visuals that we are getting from the National War Memorial in the national capital. Pictures on your screens, and those will be there shortly, are of the South African Army Chief Lawrence Kuklekani Mabatha attending a wreath-laying ceremony. It is now traditional for visiting chiefs of armies to pay their respects at the National War Memorial. So the South African Army Chief over there paying his respects at the National War Memorial in the national capital. The wreath-laying ceremony taking place at the War Memorial over there, paying respects to India's battle heroes who have lost their lives over the years in various battles.
elections will be held, and the Supreme Court has appointed a returning officer who will oversee a fair election. All associations across India will have a representation, which means it is as democratic as it can get in Indian football. The Supreme Court has said the decisions taken to dissolve the COA of the AIFF has been done keeping the interest of India and Indian football in mind, which means they want the World Cup to be held in India at any cost.
एबीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने रोड पर अभी जाम लगा दिया है। इन पर लाठीचार्ज हुआ था और लाठीचार्ज करने के बाद यहाँ पे अब लगातार गहलोत सरकार के खिलाफ नारेबाजी जो है वो यूनिवर्सिटी के छात्र कर रहे हैं।
Sensational assassination plot involving an ISIS terrorist, a native of a Central Asian country, was hired in Turkey, was tasked with bombing an Indian leadership elite, was headed to India, arrested by Russia.
Was coming to India after having been indoctrinated, trained to carry out a suicide bombing. It's perhaps for the first time that an international operation of this kind has unraveled.
Why is it becoming about enforcement director?
How did 50 lakh rupees became 2,000 crores with the Congress party answer? Because you raised the issue of ED in the press conference. That's why it's being asked. Your party is raising the issue of ED only when the Gandhis are under scanner. This kind of protest never happened when you were under scanner, Kartik. You should be able to speak about it, Kartik.
जी आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया, भाजपा से क्या दिक्कत हो गई?
सब लोगों की इच्छा यही हुई है कि हम लोगों को एनडीए छोड़ देना चाहिए।
मनीष सिसोदिया के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है, केजरीवाल के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है और अब तीसरा पुतला सत्येंद्र जैन के रूप में उसको भी आग के हवाले कर दिया गया है। ये बैरिकेड तोड़ने की कोशिश कार्यकर्ताओं की तरफ से आदेश गुप्ता जो बैरिकेड के ऊपर चढ़ गए हैं और बैरिकेड को क्रॉस करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल इस्तीफा दो के नारे, लगातार पोस्टर और यही मांग की जा रही है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल मनीष सिसोदिया को बर्खास्त करें, सत्येंद्र जैन को बर्खास्त कर दें। कैबिनेट में दोनों बने हुए हैं।
We are right now showing you the pictures of this flag march which is right now underway in Shimoga. A message is being sent out.
मनीष सिसोदिया के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है, केजरीवाल के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है।
CBI raids in the rice mills of Onubrata Mondal and his close aides.
Teachers staged protest holding the tricolor seeking jobs and were instead brutally thrashed.
The pictures on your screen are of an assault on a school teacher that has been caught on camera. This assault took place in Goa. The incident took place on the 18th of August, we are told. An FIR has been filed against the PWD engineer Altaf Sheikh for allegedly assaulting a school teacher at Valpoi. The reason is yet not known. Alicia is on the phone line with us. Alicia, can you give us more details of what happened?
Nupur, the information that has been provided by Goa police is that the case has already been registered against the PWD engineer Altaf Sheikh for assaulting the school teacher in a Valpoi, that is school teacher in a Valpoi, that is in Goa. The reason is not known yet, but after the complaint that was made by the victim, the police has already registered a case and yet to be known why it is a reason why we can see in the CCTV footage as well, which has been accessed by the public, which clearly sees that a person has been assaulting a school teacher in Valpoi. The reason is not yet known, where the police is already investigating into the matter.
All right. So as Alicia is pointing out, of course, the reason for this assault is not known. But Alicia, if you look at these visuals, they do appear to be quite brutal, where this teacher is being assaulted by this engineer.
Well, yes, Nupur, it's an incident of 18th of August where the PWD engineer entered the school, and in the CCTV itself we can see that he was right outside some school, classroom where the teacher came, the school teacher came out, and he started assaulting the school teacher in Valpoi in Goa as well. After which there are several people who actually reached to the location and they were trying to resolve, but the complaint had already been filed. The FIR has already been registered against the PWD engineer Altaf Sheikh. Investigation is still underway. Well, this is the story of the CCTV that has been accessed on 18th of August, where a PWD engineer who assaulted a school teacher in Valpoi, where police is investigating into the case. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
जी आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया, भाजपा से क्या दिक्कत हो गई?
सब लोगों की इच्छा यही हुई है कि हम लोगों को एनडीए छोड़ देना चाहिए।
मनीष सिसोदिया के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है, केजरीवाल के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है, और अब तीसरा पुतला सत्येंद्र जैन के रूप में उसको भी आग के हवाले कर दिया गया है। ये बैरिकेड तोड़ने की कोशिश कार्यकर्ताओं की तरफ से आदेश गुप्ता जो बैरिकेड के ऊपर चढ़ गए हैं और बैरिकेड को क्रॉस करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल इस्तीफा दो के नारे, लगातार पोस्टर, और यही मांग की जा रही है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल मनीष सिसोदिया को बर्खास्त करें, सत्येंद्र जैन को बर्खास्त करें। कैबिनेट में दोनों बने हुए हैं।
We are right now showing you the pictures of this flag march which is right now underway in Shimoga. A message is being sent out clearly to all the people who are breaking the law. They should be scared of the strong actions those are being taken.
Elections will be held and the Supreme Court has appointed a returning officer who will oversee a fair election. All associations across India will have a representation, which means it is as democratic as it can get in Indian football. The Supreme Court has said the decisions taken to dissolve the COA of the AIFF has been done keeping the interest of India and Indian football in mind, which means they want the World Cup to be held in India at any cost.
Now, the BJP has hit out at Arvind Kejriwal for wanting the Bharat Ratna for Manish Sisodia. In a tweet, Amit Malviya has said that if Arvind Kejriwal is done nominating Satyendra Jain for the Padma Vibhushan, Sisodia for the Bharat Ratna and himself for the Oscars, he should explain why the new liquor excise policy was reversed immediately after an inquiry was ordered, how much bribe was received, the total loss to the Delhi government. So that on your screens is the tweet. And the BJP, of course, has hit out at Arvind Kejriwal in that tweet. We'll get you more in just a bit. Stay with us.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. India #1 is not equal to making liquor mafia #1. The nation is talking tonight about #LiquorGate. The LiquorGate scam, which helped the liquor mafia under Kejriwal's watch make a huge windfall in Delhi. Kejriwal and Sisodia want to change the subject. They went to Gujarat hoping to change the agenda, with Kejriwal formally declaring himself as a challenger to Narendra Modi in 2024. But there in Gujarat too, his press conference was besieged with questions about #LiquorGate. And he called off the press conference with many reporters still asking questions on #LiquorGate. Fact is, Kejriwal is not going to be able, Sisodia is not going to be able to avoid the questions on LiquorGate. And I have questions too, 5 to start with tonight. 1. Kejriwal said today that he still believes in his liquor policy. In that case, why did he say that the liquor policy was leading to huge windfalls for the liquor mafia? Does Kejriwal support that too? Question number 2 on Liquorgate. Kejriwal said today in his press conference, shockingly, that he actually was very keen to open 550 more liquor shops across Delhi. Now, if each liquor shop sells 500 liquor bottles at the least, Mr. Kejriwal, that means that every 3 or 4 days, 1 million bottles of liquor extra would be sold in Delhi. 1 million bottles of liquor every 3 days. Mr. Kejriwal, why do you support these liquor sales? What's your interest? Question number 3. Extra liquor of 2.5 to 3 lakh bottles of liquor a day, as per Kejriwal's desire, via 550 more liquor shops that he wants to open, would mean a minimum of sales of 10 to 15 crores every day more in liquor sales in Delhi. Mr. Kejriwal, how does that help the people of Delhi? Question number 4, and this is elementary. Was this the
After the Congress party Savarkar insult, the BJP makes Savarkar the number 1 issue. Mega Savarkar Rath Yatra to be held today. A huge row with the Ganesh celebration at Eidgah Maidan. Pramod Mutalik launches controversial signature campaign. Tamil Nadu Minister sparks a row, compares the Modi government to the British rule at Oxford. 10 ancient idols allegedly stolen from Jalna temple. Massive uproar over theft. A UK academic moves the Delhi High Court, challenges deportation from the Kerala airport. Uproar as the BJP leader insults the Tiranga. An FIR is slapped against the BJP leader. Well, BJP leaders in Karnataka are targeting senior Congress leader Siddaramaiah for reportedly going to a temple during his visit to Kodagu district after eating non-vegetarian food, and have accused him of hurting religious sentiments. Now, this came even as the former chief minister had tried to downplay the issue and assert his right to choice of food while questioning as to whether God had prescribed any food while visiting temples. Let's listen into reactions.
ನಾನು ಅವತ್ತು ಯಾವತ್ತು ಊಟ ಮಾಡೋದು ನಾವು ಊಟ ಮಾಡೋದು ಸುದರ್ಶನ್ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಹೌಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೊನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 2:30 ಊಟ ಮಾಡೋದು ಸುದರ್ಶನ್ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಹೌಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡೋದು? ಸುದರ್ಶನ್ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಹೌಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ.
ಆದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಅದೇ ಫೋಟೋನ ಅವ್ರು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೀವು ಊಟ ತಿಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ.
ಯಾವ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ?
ಬಸವಣ್ಣ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ.
ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ರೈಟ್ ಪಾಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಮಂಗಳಾರತಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ದೇವರು ಇಂಥದ್ದೇ ತಿನ್ಕಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾರ? ದೇವರು ಇಂಥದ್ದೇ ತಿನ್ನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾರೇನೆ? ಹಿಂದಿನ ದಿನ ತಿನ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋದ್ರೆ ರಾತ್ರಿ ತಿಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು, ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ತಿಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಹೋಗಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ವಾ? ಅವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಈ BJP ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮೊಸರು ಕಲ್ಲು ಹುಡ್ಕ ಕೆಲಸ. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡೋದು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಷ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡೋದು, ಇದು ಅವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ.
ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಟ್ಟ ಹೊಡೆದಿದ್ದು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ನಿಜನೇ ಸರ್ ಅದು? ಸರ್ ಅವನೇ ಕ್ಲೈಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಮಟ್ಟ ಹೊಡೆದಿದ್ದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತ ಅಂತ ಅವನೇ ಕ್ಲೈಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಸರ್.
ಯಾರು?
ಸಂಪತ್ತನ್ನ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರ ಹಿಂದೂ ವಿರೋಧಿ ಹೇಳಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಸಿಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಹೊಡೆದೆ ಅಂತ ಅವನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾನೆ.
ಯಾರು? ಅವನ ಕೈಲಿ ಹೇಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ RSS ಶಾಖಾ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾವ?
ಆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಯಾವ ಒಂದೊಂದು ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಧರ್ಮ ಪರಿಪಾಲನೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಇದು ಇದೆ, ನಿಯಮ ಇದೆ. ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಕಡೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಂಸಾಹಾರಿ ಸೇವನೆ ಮಾಡಲೇ ಹೋಗಬಾರ್ದು, ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಕಡೆ ನಾವು ಮೈ ಮೇಲೆ ಅರಿವಿ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬಾರ್ದು, ಕೇವಲ ಬನಿಯನ್ ಸಹಿತ ತೆಗೆದು ಹೋಗೋಂಥದ್ದು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಇದೆ. ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಪಾಲನೆಗಳಿದಾವೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನೀವು ನಿಜವಾಗಿಯೂ ಆ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ದರೆ, ಆ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಪಾವಿತ್ರ ಉಳಿಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ದರೆ, ಆ ದೇವರಿಂದ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಏನು ಕಟ್ಟುಪಾಡುಗಳದಾವು ನಿಯಮಗಳನ್ನು ನೀವು ಪಾಲಿಸೋದು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ನಾಗರಿಕನ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ. ಇದೇ ರೀತಿ ನೀವು ಉದ್ದಟತನ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಏನದಾರ ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಒಂದು ದೇವಿ ಇದನ್ನು ನಂಬುವಂಥ ಆಸ್ತಿಕರಿಗೆ ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ನೋವು ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾರೇ ಆಗಲಿ, ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಆಗಲಿ ಯಾರೇ ಆಗಲಿ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಾಕತ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವ್ರಿಗೆ ನೀವು ಹಂದಿ ತಿಂದು ಮಸೂತಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ರಿ ನೋಡೋಣ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಾಕತ್ತು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ.
Well, that is the comment that's coming in from the BJP, where the BJP leader over there was saying that essentially Siddaramaiah is trying to hurt the religious sentiments of the faithful. Also, Siddaramaiah tackling that head-on, saying that God does not prescribe what one must eat and go to a temple. So, the BJP, of course, trying to make this one of the core issues as well. I'm going to try and go across to Niranjan for more on this, and in terms of how do we see the controversy really going forward. So, this is another scandal that seems to have hit the Congress party in Karnataka. Siddaramaiah over there, of course, seems to have said that this is just a controversy that's being created by the BJP unnecessarily. However, the BJP says that this is hurting of religious sentiments of the faithful, and therefore he needs to apologize for this. Just to tell our viewers what's happened now, BJP leaders in Karnataka, of course, are targeting the senior Congress leader Siddaramaiah for reportedly going to a temple during a recent visit to the Kodagu district after eating non-vegetarian food, and have accused him of hurting religious sentiments. This came even as the former chief minister has tried to downplay the issue and assert his right to choice of food, while questioning as to whether gods had prescribed any food while visiting temples. The BJP, of course, suggests that local temple traditions should be followed if one were to visit these shrines, and thereby respect the feelings of the faithful. And we're cutting across to news that we're getting from Mumbai right now. The Uddhav Thackeray has expelled his minister Uday Samant and senior leader Yashwant Yadav from the Shiv Sena. Both had joined the CM Shinde camp. Yashwant Yadav, of course, had earlier was the standing committee chairman of the BMC. Uday Samant was a minister in Uddhav's government and is now also a minister in the current dispensation. Alisha is bringing us the details on what has happened. Alisha, if you're there with us, give us more details in terms of what Uddhav Thackeray has said while he expelled Uday Samant.
Well, yes, Uddhav Thackeray has taken an action against Minister Uday Samant and a senior leader Yashwant Yadav over their anti-party activities. So he has expelled Uday Samant and Yashwant Yadav from his party, that is from the Shiv Sena, is what we have been told. And importantly, we know that Yashwant Yadav's wife, Yamini Yadav, who was a MLA from Baikala in Mumbai, she has already joined CM Eknath Shinde camp, and even Uday Samant, who was a minister, who was an education minister in Uddhav Thackeray MVA government, but even now he is a minister in Eknath Shinde BJP government. But the action that has been initiated by Uddhav Thackeray, clearly mentioning that there is an anti-party activity that has been done by many of the MLAs. Even earlier Uddhav Thackeray has taken this, has initiated such action, but now Uday Samant and Yashwant Yadav, who was the BMC chairman committee, he was a BMC chairman committee, he has also been expelled from his party, that is the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena party.
All right, Alisha, of course, bringing us the details of Uddhav Thackeray expelling Uday Samant for anti-party activities. Thank you, Alisha. Now moving on to the other big story that we are tracking this morning, of course, the Tamil Nadu Finance Minister Thiagarajan has sparked a massive row after he compared the Modi government to the British Raj. He was speaking at the Oxford Union address.
is that the new version, the resurrection, has happened. If you look at it two ways, in the UK, the once colonized have now taken over the kingdom. If you look at the cabinet today, whether it's the Treasury Secretary, the Home Secretary, Junior Minister in the Foreign Office, my good friend now, Lord Billy Moria, you look at people like this, the once colonized have now taken over the kingdom. The kingdom doesn't exert its power anymore. And if you look in India, we are well on our way to a Raj 2.0, run out of Delhi instead of run out of London. That one of the surest signs that the ghost is dead is that the new version, the resurrection, has happened. If you look at it two ways, in the UK, the once colonized have now taken over the kingdom. If you look at the cabinet today, whether it's the Treasury Secretary, the Home Secretary, Junior Minister in the Foreign Office, my good friend now, Lord Billy Moria, you look at people like this, the once colonized have now taken over the kingdom. The kingdom doesn't exert its power anymore. And if you look in India, we are well on our way to a Raj 2.0, run out of Delhi instead of run out of London.
And Varshini now joins us live from Chennai. Varshini, any reactions that we are getting right now to this from the BJP?
Well, as of now, the BJP has not yet, taken this issue in their hands, but it is very obvious that the BJP will be definitely upset with the kind of statements, remarks that the finance minister has made. And it is not the first time that the finance minister is, putting out statements like this about the BJP, attacking the BJP government. And the BJP in Tamil Nadu particularly has been condemning this statement time and again, every other time, even recently during the freebie issue. But now again he's come up with another statement like this, which will definitely not go well with the BJP in the state. And it is expected that there could be some kind of reaction from the BJP that could be very severe against the remarks that the finance minister has made. But as of now, the BJP is yet to come up with a counter to this or a reaction to this. So, all eyes are on the BJP to come up with a proper, reaction to the statement that he has made on a global level, not just here. But this is a statement that he's made, which will definitely be heard by a lot of people at an international stage. So that is exactly the biggest, reason that the BJP would be agitated with this kind of statement made by the finance minister.
All right, Varshini, do stay with us. Also joining us on the phone line is S.G. Surya from the BJP. S.G. Surya, good morning. Thank you for joining us. What do you make of these comments that the Finance Minister of Tamil Nadu made at the Oxford Union address? He essentially compared the Modi government to Raj 2.0.
No, the verbal diarrhea of the finance minister, Mr. Balnivel Tyagarajan, is very bad, not only for the opposition parties, but his own party. So every party member and every DMK minister, including the chief minister, is very embarrassed with the way this alleged finance minister is behaving. This is not the first time. Previously, 2-3 years back, when a Tamil actor went to an Australian soil and commented about India's internal policy, this person was the first to come and defend and support his views. Today, he himself has done the same thing, going to a foreign soil and criticizing his own mother country. This essentially shows that he lacks maturity. He doesn't understand about the functioning of India and etc. That is because he is new to India. He has come only 4 years back. Prior to that, he was a US citizen living in some different culture, different everything and etc. Today, his own chief minister is extremely embarrassed. So BJP is not taking any of his seriously, and we don't see him as a serious person who is authorized to comment on behalf of DMK.
But Mr. Surya, interestingly, he's also a product of the democracy that we see in the country. He holds that position because there's a democracy in place, and so does the Prime Minister.
Of course, he is a product of democracy, but the way he behaves in an arrogant way, taking on the opposition parties, disrespecting the opposition politicians, going on bragging about his own credentials. Recently, he is questioning the credentials of the Prime Minister. So if we start by questioning the credentials of his own chief minister, he will have nowhere to go. So this arrogance drunk with power, criticizing on its own country in foreign soil is extremely uncalled for from an elected representative in India. I
Absolutely.
think the DMK should teach him basic manners.
Absolutely, and in a sense, this is questioning Indian democracy at a global stage, because the point is that, the government in Tamil Nadu is also there because there is a democracy in this country. Mr. Surya, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us. Varshini, if I could come back to you on this. Varshini, any comments that are coming in from his own political party on this? Because at the end of the day, Varshini, this government in Tamil Nadu is also there because there is democracy, and in that sense, it's very similar to what's there at the center. People have voted for these governments.
Well, absolutely, yes. The DMK government has also at times mentioned about how, at different stages,
All right, I think we seem to be running into some audio trouble with Varshini over there. We're going to fix that and go back to her. But the Finance Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiagarajan, over there, sparking a massive row with his comments at the Oxford Union address that he made last week. All right, we're going to try and get more comments to this. Of course, the BJP dismissing these comments essentially as we were speaking to the BJP leader, Mr. Surya, over there. He seemed to suggest that Mr. Thiagarajan does make these sort of remarks and the BJP does not give them too much importance. Just to tell our viewers that he was speaking at the Oxford Union address, where he essentially compared the Modi government to Raj 2.0. He was speaking against the motion at the Oxford Union address. Of course, comments coming in from the BJP seem to suggest that they are not taking this extremely seriously. They say the Tamil Nadu Finance Minister, of course, has come back from the US to remember that he was working in the United States for a long time. Mr. Varakan on the phone line with me. Mr. Varakan, good morning. Mr. Varakan, what do you make of these comments that have been made by the Finance Minister Thiagarajan? At the end of the day, one would wonder why he's questioning democracy in India, because the fact that he's the Finance Minister of Tamil Nadu today is also because there is a democracy, that is at play in this country. And that's the very reason that we have the BJP dispensation at the center as well.
Well, this gentleman is a serial offender. He has made many statements earlier too, which are, I think, extremely abnormal. Now, as to the statement he has made in London, I think he has lost it. India is a democracy. We are led by one of the most dynamic prime ministers India has seen. And by a DMK finance minister going and speaking that it's like the British Raj, I think he has no idea what the British Raj was all about. So let him go and study history first, then make a comment on the government of India, which is one of the best governments we have seen over the years in terms of development, in terms of inclusiveness, and I think there's no match to it. So
Mr. Varakan, just one quick question. Do you think it behoves a finance minister of one of the states to go and make a statement like this at an international stage? Because the Oxford Union address is often heard in various educational institutions around the world as well.
First of all, if you're looking at protocol, this gentleman should not have been sent out of India, because I think his place is somewhere else, where sanity prevails. And if he's making statements like that, that's a reflection on the DMK government of what kind of a minister he is. And he's sworn by the Constitution. And if this is the kind of statements that he makes, it wouldn't be civil to call him a supporter of the Indian Constitution. Governments come and governments go, but you do not indulge in this kind of activities.
All right, Tom Varakan of the BJP, thank you very much for joining us. So massive controversy over there over remarks that were made by the Tamil Nadu Finance Minister at the Oxford Union address. News just coming in. The former Congress minister has been arrested by the Vigilance Department. The Vigilance Department is also to produce the former Congress minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu before the Ludhiana court. Now, the Punjab police has also heightened security near the Vigilance office in Ludhiana. The minister was arrested yesterday in a food grain transportation scam. Let's go across to Amandeep. He's reporting from Ludhiana on this. Amandeep, you're given to understand that security has been heightened even as he's produced before court.
Well, absolutely, Nupur. So far, former Minister of Congress Party Bharat Bhushan Anshu is inside the Vigilance Bureau. I can give you the visuals as well, just because the security has been beefed up nearby the area. As yesterday during the arrest, the Congress has done a high voltage drama. And in fact, you can see the visuals. The road has completely been restricted. The traffic has been diverted from this place just because the situation is apprehended that Congress may protest against the arrest. As yesterday, there was a visible protest, a visible high voltage drama by the Congress party during the arrest of Bharat Bhushan Anshu, and in fact they are claiming this is a complete political move and Bharat Bhushan Anshu is completely innocent into this food grain transportation scam. And even the vigilance officials were being confronted by Lok Sabha MP Ravneet Singh Bittu during the time of arrest, asking them to show the I-cards and the warrants also. But now the Vigilance Bureau has taken the custody of former Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu, and in fact on the other side Congress is planning a massive protest here in Ludhiana, and Vigilance Bureau is all set to produce him before the court to take his custody, just because, Nupur,
All right, I think pictures on your screen. All right, I'm going to go across to Aneri to explain what's happening in these pictures. This is the BJP MLA T. Raja who has been booked. Aneri, tell us more.
Well, now we have been seeing that after the BJP MLA T. Raja made a derogatory remark against Prophet Muhammad, there was a massive protest which took place in Hyderabad at various locations in Hyderabad, and by various communities, by many people had gathered at the various police stations.
Sort of audio trouble with an area over there. These pictures on your screen are of the Hyderabad police arresting the BJP MLA T. Raja ahead of a comedy show on the 20th of August. Now, tensions, of course, are on the rise when the police whisked away the BJP MLA. Let's listen into comments that we are getting to this. All right, so the Hyderabad police over there booking the BJP MLA. We are given to understand that there were some controversial comments that he made, and thereafter there were late night protests over his remarks as well. So the BJP MLA now being arrested over these controversial comments that he has made. Aneri is back with us on the phone line. Aneri, give us a sense of the security situation, because things did get quite out of hand yesterday.
Well, that's right, Nupur. There was massive protest which took place at various police stations in the Hyderabad City Police Center. And also, this comes after the BJP MLA had made derogatory remarks. And also at the same time, now we have been seeing that there was a case which was registered under various sections. And now we see that the Hyderabad City Police has arrested the BJP MLA T. Raja. But there was a case which was registered under section 295A, 153A and 505(1)B and C. So we have been seeing a lot of cases being registered after there was a massive protest which has broken out in various parts of the city last in the midnight. And now we see that the Hyderabad City Police has arrested the BJP MLA T. Raja Singh into this matter.
Right, as you're pointing out, of course, there were large-scale protests that took place in front of the City Police Commissioner C.V. Anand's office yesterday as well. Now, give us a sense of whether security has been heightened across these sensitive areas.
Well, yes, Nupur, we have been seeing that there were protests in Old City area and also at various police stations. So definitely now the security has been beefed up at various places, and now also at the same time there have been put up arrested, and BJP MLA has arrested. Now we also see that as the protesters had been demanding that there should be an immediate arrest. Last night there was a massive protest which had broken out after there was the regulatory remark. There was a video which was released by the BJP MLA making derogatory remarks, and so we see that there was a protest which had taken place at police stations, at DCP office and various places in Hyderabad, and so now there's a security which is being beefed up by the police officials.
Any comments that we are getting from the BJP over why this MLA made these controversial remarks?
Well, Nupur, this remark has come, this statement of the BJP MLA has come at the time when just 2 days back we had seen the stand-up comedian Munawar Farooqi had done his show here in Hyderabad, and that time also the BJP MLA had stated that they will not allow him to do any sort of show here in Hyderabad, and that time also the BJP MLA was put under house arrest. And now after the event had taken place, now 2 days after that, we see that the BJP MLA has come up with a controversial statement for which we see that there was a massive protest which broke out, and this video which has been put up by the BJP MLA has definitely broke a lot of controversy now on the road among the people in Hyderabad.
All right, Aneri bringing us those details. You are watching Republic TV, and we are bringing you pictures of the arrest of the BJP MLA Raja Singh, who has been arrested for making a controversial remark. We will get you more details in just a bit. Stay with us on Republic.
We are right now showing you the pictures of this flag march which is right now underway in Shimoga. A message is being sent out clearly to all the people who are breaking the law. They should be scared of the strong actions those are being taken.
Elections will be held, and the Supreme Court has appointed a returning officer who will oversee a fair election. All associations across India will have a representation, which means it is as democratic as it can get in Indian football. The Supreme Court has said the decisions taken to dissolve the COA of the AIFF has been done keeping the interest of India and Indian football in mind, which means they want the World Cup to be held in India at any cost.
एबीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने रोड पर अभी जाम लगा दिया है। इन पर लाठीचार्ज हुआ था और लाठीचार्ज करने के बाद यहाँ पे अब लगातार गहलोत सरकार के खिलाफ नारेबाजी जो है वो यूनिवर्सिटी के छात्र कर रहे हैं।
Sensational assassination plot involving an ISIS terrorist, a native of a Central Asian country, was hired in Turkey, was tasked with bombing an Indian leadership elite, was headed to India, arrested by Russia.
Was coming to India after having been indoctrinated, trained to carry out a suicide bombing. It's perhaps for the first time that an international operation of this kind has unraveled.
Why is it becoming about enforcement director?
How did
50 lakh rupees became 2,000 crores with the Congress party answer? Because you raised the issue of ED in the press conference. That's why it's being asked. Your party is raising the issue of ED only when the Gandhis are under scanner. This kind of protest never happened when you were under scanner, Kartik. You should be able to speak about it, Kartik.
जी आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया, भाजपा से क्या दिक्कत हो गई?
सब लोगों की इच्छा यही हुई है कि हम लोगों को एनडीए छोड़ देना चाहिए।
headlines at 10:30 after Congress Savarkar insult. BJP makes Savarkar number one issue. Mega Savarkar Rath Yatra today. BJP MLA Raja Singh booked for controversial remarks for after late night protest. Row over Ganesh Chaturthi at Eidgah Maidan. Pramod Mutalik launches controversial signature campaign. And straight away starting with breaking news coming in, the JNU Vice Chancellor, we are told, has sparked a row with her controversial remarks saying that no God is a Brahmin. That's a controversial remark that is coming in from the JNU Vice Chancellor. She was speaking on the topic, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's thought on gender justice, and these remarks were made while she was delivering this lecture, decoding the Uniform Civil Code as well. In fact, the JNU Vice Chancellor sparked a row with these controversial remarks. Let's listen into that soundbite of the JNU VC.
Most of you should know, anthropologically signed, please look at the origins of our gods. No god is a Brahmin. The highest is a Kshatriya. Lord Shiva must be a scheduled caste or a scheduled tribe. Because he sits in a cemetery with a snake and has very little, poor thing, we have given him very little clothes also to wear. I don't think Brahmins can sit in the cemetery. So if you see clearly, the gods, anthropologically, do not come from the upper caste. Including Lakshmi, Shakti, all the gods. Or if you take Jagannath, very much a tribal this. So why are we still continuing with this discrimination, which is very, very unhuman? Most of you should know, anthropologically signed, please look at the origins of our gods. No god is a Brahmin. The highest is a Kshatriya. Lord Shiva must be a scheduled caste or a scheduled tribe. Because he sits in a cemetery with a snake and has very little, poor thing, we have given him very little clothes also to wear. I don't think Brahmins can sit in the cemetery. So if you see clearly, the gods, anthropologically, do not come from the upper caste. Including Lakshmi, Shakti, all the gods. Or if you take Jagannath, very much a tribal this. So why are we still continuing with this discrimination, which is very, very unhuman?
And Madhurima is reporting live. Madhurima, of course, we just heard that soundbite of the JNU VC who sparked a row, facing a lot of flack as well. If you could once again take us through these controversial remarks that have been made by the JNU VC.
Well, the Vice Chancellor of Jawaharlal Nehru University has made this comment which has raised multiple eyebrows all across the platform, specifically politically speaking, because she made an opinionated statement where she said that, quoting it to the anthropological evidences, she asserted that none of the gods, Hindu gods, are of upper caste as it is suggested of our Brahmins. She said that none of them are Brahmins. Then she moves on to categorize Lord Shiva, Goddess Durga. At the maximum, she says that the highest caste that any god, goddesses, according to the mythology or anthropological evidences, is that of a Kshatriya. Now, such statement where she is fabricating, I beg your pardon, where she is categorizing gods and goddesses into different castes, a lot of the followers and of these deities have expressed their apprehension and in fact a little dismay regarding the statement made by the Jawaharlal Nehru Vice Chancellor. Now what we'll have to wait and watch is that will the VC come out and contextualize the entire text that she really, that she spoke on that dais while addressing that particular event, because where she was talking about disparity, her categorizing god and goddesses into several castes and asserting that none of them were Brahmins and were of the lower class has not got down well in multiple sections of the society and politically speaking. A lot of wrath coming in, a lot of flack coming in her way. We'll have to wait and watch if she comes out and explains as to why did she make that comment and that she didn't mean to hurt any sentiments.
Yes, Madhurima, stay with us. In fact, we're also getting to know that she said that anthropologically gods including Lakshmi, Shakti or even Jagannath do not come from the upper caste, so clearly sparking a row there and hurting the sentiments of the people as well. If you can talk to us more about the reactions coming in so far, as she faces a lot of backlash is what we understand.
Well, the kind of reactions that are pouring in post this particular comment of the JNU Vice Chancellor, a lot of people are questioning her that why has she categorized the god and goddesses as tribals and of lower caste, because as far as mythology goes, people are subjective to have their own opinion, but a vice chancellor of a leading university coming and speaking does substantiate a fact to a certain extent, and which is why the flag that she's been receiving is that of that it is not just to categorize god and goddesses as lower caste, because as we know that India is very famous for its religious investments across different planets. There are many god and goddesses that are deeply and sincerely worshipped around the corner of our country, and she making this statement, she being the vice chancellor of one of the top universities, this statement has not gone down well, where people are seeking an explanation from her.
All right, Madhurima, we'll have to leave it at that. Yes. We'll keep coming back to you as you track reactions as well coming in on this big story that we're tracking. For now, moving on to more breaking news coming in. And breaking news coming in from JNK, where we are told that the ITBP Jawan who was injured during the road accident in the Chandanwadi area of Pahalgam has succumbed to his injuries. And with this, the death toll has risen to 8. So the Pahalgam tragedy incident update, the death toll has risen to 8 with another Jawan who's now succumbed to the injuries. Remember earlier, 7 ITBP personnel lost their lives, whereas at least 9 were critically injured after the bus carrying them fell into a gorge in Pahalgam on Tuesday. So the latest what we understand is that the ITBP Jawan who was undergoing the treatment has succumbed to his injuries, and with this the death toll has now risen to 8. So 8 martyrs who lost their lives in this tragic Pahalgam incident. Well, we'll go across to Zeenat as well to get us more details, but what we understand is the death toll has now risen to 8. The ITBP Jawan has succumbed to his injury. Zeenat is also joining us. Zeenat, if you could give us more details. Of course, very unfortunate that another Jawan has lost his life, who was battling for his life. If you could tell us how many Jawans are still critically injured who are undergoing treatment?
See, many of the Jawans have been shifted to Delhi AIIMS for the further treatment, but today in the morning an ITBP personnel who was injured during a road accident in the Chandanwadi area of Pahalgam in South Kashmir succumbed to the injuries at Sikkim Sher-e-Kashmir Institute of Medical Sciences, Dora, here in Srinagar. He has been identified as Nandan Singh, and he got injured in Pahalgam in an accident on 16th of August. The Jawans come to the injuries during treatment at the skins, and notably there are almost 8 now Jawans that have been killed, while 32 other, including the 2 JNK police personnel, were injured when a bus carrying them fell into a gorge near Chandanwadi area of Pahalgam in South Kashmir.
Yes. Well, thank you, Zeenat, for getting us those details. So the death toll has now risen to 8, as Zeenat was telling us, with the ITBP Jawan who's also lost his life, who is undergoing the treatment. And a roundup of all that's making news. Om Birla, who arrived in Toronto for the 65th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference, is leading an Indian parliamentary delegation that is to hold bilateral discussions with the presiding officers of world legislatures and parliamentarians in order to strengthen democracy. Tamil Nadu's Finance Minister Thiagarajan was seen comparing the BJP-led government at the centre with the British Raj and calling it Raj 2.0, further stating that the British Raj survives in India as a result. The SDRF and the NDRF have rescued at least 400 people from floods and excess rainfall that continues to lash several parts in Madhya Pradesh. Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan reviewed the situation in rain-affected areas in the state, adding that assistance would be given by sending helicopters wherever needed. At least 10 ancient idols have allegedly been stolen by unidentified persons from a temple in Maharashtra's Jalna. District SP who also arrived at the spot, stating that the police is investigating and going through the CCTV footage from the temple to identify the miscreants. And Britain's Prime Ministerial candidate Rishi Sunak said he wants to change the UK-India relationship to make it a more two-way exchange that opens up easy access to UK students and companies in the country.
ಇವತ್ತು ಯಾವ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯವರು ಮಡಿಕೇರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆಯಷ್ಟು ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರಲ್ಲ, ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ತೆಗೆದ ಬಡ ಗುಂಪು, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಅಲ್ಲ.
Why is it becoming about enforcement directive? How did 50 lakh rupees became 2,000 crores with the Congress party answer? Because you raised the issue of ED in the press conference. That's why it's being asked. Your party is raising the issue of ED only when the Gandhis are under scandal. This kind of protest never happened when you were under scandal, Kartik. You should be able to speak about it, Kartik.
जी आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया, भाजपा से क्या दिक्कत हो गई?
सब लोगों की इच्छा यही हुई है कि हम लोगों को एनडीए छोड़ देना चाहिए।
मनीष सिसोदिया के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है, केजरीवाल के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है और अब तीसरा पुतला सत्येंद्र जैन के रूप में उसको भी आग के हवाले कर दिया गया है। ये बैरिकेड तोड़ने की कोशिश कार्यकर्ताओं की तरफ से आदेश गुप्ता जो बैरिकेड के ऊपर चढ़ गए हैं और बैरिकेड को क्रॉस करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल इस्तीफा दो के नारे, लगातार पोस्टर और यही मांग की जा रही है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल मनीष सिसोदिया को बर्खास्त करे, सत्येंद्र जैन को बर्खास्त कर दे। कैबिनेट में दोनों बने हुए हैं।
We are right now showing you the pictures of this flag march which is right now underway in Shimoga. A message is being sent out clearly to all the people who are breaking the law. They should be scared of the strong actions those are being taken.
Elections will be held and the Supreme Court has appointed a returning officer who will oversee a fair election. All associations across India will have a representation, which means it is as democratic as it can get in Indian football. The Supreme Court has said the decisions taken to dissolve the COA of the AIFF has been done keeping the interest of India and Indian football in mind, which means they want the World Cup to be held in India at any cost.
एबीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने रोड पर अभी जाम लगा दिया है। इन पर लाठीचार्ज हुआ था और लाठीचार्ज करने के बाद यहाँ पे अब लगातार गहलोत सरकार के खिलाफ नारेबाजी जो है वो यूनिवर्सिटी के छात्र कर रहे हैं।
Sensational assassination plot involving an ISIS terrorist, a native of a Central Asian country, was hired in Turkey, was tasked with bombing an Indian leadership elite, was headed to India, arrested by Russia.
Was coming to India after having been indoctrinated.
There you can see a large number of Congress workers are being detained. They are outside the Congress headquarters. There is a large number of protest workers who are being denied over here. They are saying that they will fight till the very end.
to more news break coming in. We are told that BJP leader and actress Sonali Phogat has died. She died last night of heart attack in Goa. She, along with some of her staff members, had gone to Goa. Now, remember, Sonali Phogat has also participated in Big Boss in the past and is also an actress. She's also a BJP leader. She's passed away and she's died of heart attack, is what we are given to understand. So, tragic news coming in, unfortunate that BJP leader Sonali Phogat is no more. We are told that she died of heart attack late last night in Goa, where she had gone along with her staff members. We have Amandeep as well tracking more details on that. Amandeep, very unfortunate indeed. BJP leader and actress Sonali Phogat no more.
Well, absolutely, Samiksha. That's very unfortunate. And in fact, Sonali Phogat was in Goa with her crew members, and all of a sudden in the morning the news is coming out that she has passed away due to the heart attack. And in fact, Sonali Phogat, who's a BJP leader who contested the elections from Haryana Assembly in 2019 from Adampur seat, but she have lost to then Congress leader Kuldeep Bishnoi. But meanwhile, she has a huge fan following on the social media as well, just because she was known as a TikTok star earlier, and later she joined the politics as well. And in fact, she was also a part of the Bollywood world as well. She was an actor, renowned personality, and in fact a huge fan following. The social media is completely flooded with this news, and everybody is consoling, wanting to know the reason. And in fact, Samiksha, we are also trying to contact with the family members that what have happened, but they are not responding the call. They might be busy, and then they are into a deep shock as well. But this is very unfortunate. A young girl who was a star and later turned as a politician and now has just passed away due to heart attack in Goa. And in fact, her staff members have informed and confirmed this, that she has passed away due to heart attack. No other reason has came to fore. But for so far, this is a very unfortunate incident, and in fact unfortunate news that we have received this morning. And even we are trying to fetch the more information regarding this. Yes, Samiksha.
Well, Amandeep, stay with us. Talk to us more about the political journey of Sonali Phogat, as well as the condolences that are pouring in for Sonali Phogat.
Well, Samiksha, though she was a social media star, the entire social media platforms has been flooded with the condolences to Sonali Phogat. And in fact, the BJP has also lost a big face, a young leader, enthusiastic leader from Haryana as well. Just because before 2019, she joined the BJP and decided to contest the elections of assembly from Adampur seat. She was so energetic. She remained active in the people of her constituency. She keep on meeting. She resolves the problem. She is just in her mid-30s and she was so active, having a huge fan following, and in fact politically very much active. So this is a big loss to the society as well as for the BJP party in the Haryana as well. They have lost a young leader, an enthusiastic leader, and in fact on the other side, the people who actually follow Sonali Phogat as a social media star or as an actress, even they are into a deep shock. They keep on posting on the social media and
continue tracking all that, all the details on that. But moving on to more breaking news coming in for now. And on to more breaking news coming in, where we are told that Bandi Sanjay, BJP leader, has been arrested. In fact, BJP, they are claiming that there's been an attempt to arrest Bandi Sanjay. So, just to correct myself there, that the BJP has claimed that there has been an attempt to arrest Bandi Sanjay, and that there was an attempt to force him into the vehicle. We have Aniri also breaking that story. Aniri, if you could give us more details with what the BJP is now claiming, that there's been an attempt to arrest Bandi Sanjay.
Well, that's right. We have been seeing that the BJP state president Bandi Sanjay, who was all set to stage a protest over the arrest of the BJP leaders who were arrested yesterday from K. Kavita's residence over the liquor scam. Well, K. Kavita had given out a statement that she is not involved in this, though she is ready for any sort of investigation. And in the evening, we had seen, on a Monday evening, we had seen that there was a massive protest which had broken out at K. Kavita's residence, and then the police officials had registered a case and arrested all all these BJP workers. And now, after the arrest of these BJP workers, Bandi Sanjay had announced that he will be staging protest in the Kanpur station. And so we see that during the Padyatra, there was a heavy police deployment which had taken place, and that time Bandi Sanjay was also arrested by the police officials. And now the BJP workers there are also trying to restore to the police, where we have been seeing, as you can see, the dramatic visuals which have been coming in from Kanpur, where we have been seeing that the BJP workers, the BJP leaders along with Bandi Sanjay have been arrested. And also at the same time there was a massive protest which had broken out at K. Kavita's residence yesterday over the liquor scam, where K. Kavita had for the first time given out that statement that she is not involved in it. And though the BJP is trying to malign the reputation of the KCR's family, she will not give up and she will continue to fight. And also she's ready for any sort of investigation, is what K. Kavita had stated. But also at the same time, we had seen there was a massive tussle between the TRS and the BJP. The TRS workers also had staged a protest. And now, after the BJP workers who were arrested from K. Kavita's residence, the BJP leaders, including Bandi Sanjay, had decided that they would stage protest against the TRS government and Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao. But just ahead of the protest, now the police officials have arrested Bandi Sanjay.
Yes. Aneri, if you could just once again confirm it for us, has Bandi Sanjay been arrested? And also the fact that you're telling us that he's been arrested just ahead of that planned protest that the BJP planned to carry out.
Yes, Samiksha, according to the statement which has been released from the BJP, we have been saying that the BJP state president Bandi Sanjay has been arrested, is what the BJP has released. Now we are waiting for sections and what cases would be booked. What cases would be booked is the statement which has been given by the BJP says that police arrested Karimnagar parliamentary member and the BJP state president Bandi Sanjay. A clear statement which has been coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party, where they say that the BJP state president has been arrested.
Those details, and also confirming for us that Bandi Sanjay has been arrested as per the BJP. More details are awaited and we are yet to know under which sections has Bandi Sanjay been booked.
Elections will be held and the Supreme Court has appointed a returning officer who will oversee a fair election. All associations across India will have a representation, which means it is as democratic as it can get in Indian football. The Supreme Court has said the decisions taken to dissolve the COA of the AIFF has been done keeping the interest of India and Indian football in mind, which means they want the World Cup to be held in India at any cost.
एबीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने रोड पर अभी जाम लगा दिया है। इन पर लाठीचार्ज हुआ था और लाठीचार्ज करने के बाद यहाँ पे अब लगातार गहलोत सरकार के खिलाफ नारेबाजी जो है वो यूनिवर्सिटी के छात्र कर रहे हैं।
Sensational assassination plot involving an ISIS terrorist, a native of a Central Asian country, was hired in Turkey, was tasked with bombing an Indian leadership elite, was headed to India, arrested by Russia.
Was coming to India after having been indoctrinated, trained to carry out a suicide bombing. It's perhaps for the first time that an international operation of this kind has unraveled. Why is it becoming about enforcement director? How did 50 lakh rupees became 2,000 crores with the Congress party answer? Because you raised the issue of ED in the press conference. That's why it's being asked. Your party is raising the issue of ED only when the Gandhis are under scandal. This kind of protest never happened when you were under scandal, Kartik. You should be able to speak about it, Kartik.
जी आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया, भाजपा से क्या दिक्कत हो गई?
सब लोगों की इच्छा यही हुई है कि हम लोगों को एनडीए छोड़ देना चाहिए।
मनीष सिसोदिया के पुतले पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है, केजरीवाल के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है और अब तीसरा पुतला सत्येंद्र जैन के रूप में उसको भी आग के हवाले कर दिया गया है। ये बैरिकेड तोड़ने की कोशिश कार्यकर्ताओं की तरफ स्वदेश गुप्ता जो बैरिकेड के ऊपर चढ़ गए हैं और बैरिकेड को क्रॉस करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल इस्तीफा दो के नारे, लगातार पोस्टर और यही मांग की जा रही है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल मनीष सिसोदिया को बर्खास्त करें, सत्येंद्र जैन को बर्खास्त करें।
And a roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky in his address lauded the European politicians for imposing an 8th round of sanctions against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. This comes amid US President Joe Biden's request to Russia to end military operations close to Europe's largest Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met with Serbian Minister of Internal Affairs Alexander Vulin in Moscow. Both the leaders discussed the situation in Kosovo. Lavrov also assured Vulin that Russia's position on the sanctions remains same. This comes after the collapse of political talks between Serbian and Kosovo leaders earlier this week in Brussels. Egyptian President Abdel Fattah met with leaders of Iraq, Jordan, the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain as world powers and Iran seek to end 16 months of negotiations over the revival of Tehran's landmark nuclear deal. The five-party talks focused on joining ties and cooperation among the countries. In US, a body found in Northern California reservoir is believed to be that of a 16-year-old Kelly Rodney who went missing weeks ago after attending a party at a Sierra Nevada campground in the United States.
Still an active investigation, and I understand there will be, and we will continue to receive lots of questions regarding our investigation, and we will release what we can. But at this time, our commitment is to this family, and that is where we will consistently reach for making decisions on what we release. And again, it is still a very active investigation.
Slipping into a very short break, lots on the other side. BJP MLA Raja Singh booked for controversial remarks after late-night protest. And Rao Ganesh celebration at Eidgah Maidan, Pramod Muthalik launches controversial signature campaign.
जी आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया, भाजपा से क्या दिक्कत हो गई?
सब लोगों की इच्छा यही हुई है कि हम लोगों को एनडीए छोड़ देना चाहिए।
मनीष सिसोदिया के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है, केजरीवाल के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है और अब ये तीसरा पुतला सत्येंद्र जैन के रूप में उसको भी आग के हवाले कर दिया गया है। ये बैरिकेड तोड़ने की कोशिश कार्यकर्ताओं की तरफ स्वदेश गुप्ता जो बैरिकेड के ऊपर चढ़ गए हैं और बैरिकेड को क्रॉस करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल इस्तीफा दो के नारे, लगातार पोस्टर और यही मांग की जा रही है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल मनीष सिसोदिया को बर्खास्त करें, सत्येंद्र जैन को बर्खास्त करें। कैबिनेट में दोनों बने हुए हैं।
We are right now showing you the pictures of this flag march which is right now underway in Shimoga. A message is being sent out clearly to all the people who are breaking the law. They should be scared of the strong actions those are being taken.
Elections will be held and the Supreme Court has appointed a returning officer who will oversee a fair election. All associations across India will have a representation, which means it is as democratic as it can get in Indian football. The Supreme Court has said the decisions taken to dissolve the COA of the AIFF has been done keeping the interest of India and Indian football in mind, which means they want the World Cup to be held in India at any cost.
एबीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने रोड पर अभी जाम लगा दिया है। इन पर लाठीचार्ज हुआ था और लाठीचार्ज करने के बाद यहां पे अब लगातार कह लो
Indian Army never leaves behind any one of them. When the Operation Meghdoot started, there were several of the soldiers which went missing in action because of the avalanche. 38 years later, during a patrol party at Ashankar Top, they essentially came across the mortal remains of Lance Naik Chandrasekhar of 19 Kumaon.
After Congress Savarkar insult, BJP makes Savarkar #1 issue. Mega Savarkar Rath Yatra today. BJP MLA Raja Singh booked for controversial remark after late night protest. Row over Ganesh celebration at Eidgah Maidan. Pramod Muthalek launches controversial signature campaign. JNU VC Stokes. Major Rao says no Hindu god was a Brahmin. And Tamil Nadu Minister Sparks Rao compares Modi government to British rule at Oxford. Massive anger over Liquorgate. Sisodia's posters painted with black paint in national capital. Ten ancient idols allegedly stolen from Jalnath temple. Massive uproar over theft. And breaking news coming in now from Telangana. The BJP state president Bandi Sanjay has been arrested by police. The arrest of Bandi Sanjay comes at a time when he was on his way to sit in a protest against the arrest of BJP workers yesterday. The BJP workers yesterday had tried to stage a protest at K. Kavitha's residence. BJP chief Bandi Sanjay had also raised questions on the role of the TRS in the liquor scam and demanded a reply from Chief Minister KCR. Aneri to tell us what's happening there in this story. Aneri, BJP chief of Telangana, Bandi Sanjay, arrested by police. What is the latest?
Well, that's right. The BJP chief, Bandi Sanjay, has now been arrested by the police officials when he was all set to stage a Diksha against Diksha or a protest against the BJP workers who were arrested yesterday and who were protesting against K. Kavitha, the daughter of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, over the liquor scam. And now we see that as the police officials had arrested the BJP workers
Aneri, will be coming back to you, but right now we have with us Krishna Sagar Rao to tell us about, well, what he thinks about this entire series of events that have taken place back to back in Telangana. After the protests, Bandi Sanjay now taken into police custody, we believe. Your response, Mr. Rao?
There seems to be no democracy, the framework and the freedom of expression in Telangana state anymore. We have a right to protest, and the president of the party was protesting against, illegal arrests of our Karyakartas yesterday, and he has been arrested too. And the Karyakartas all around have been lathi charged, and some of them have grievous injuries. We strongly condemn this kind of a brutal police action on a peaceful protest.
Well, the role of K. Kavitha, that has raised a lot of questions. Even as she has claimed innocence, she has said that, she will be filing a defamation suit. What is the BJP stand, and what confirmation do you have, clear indication of your stand regarding K. Kavitha? Because there were reports that you would be protesting against her.
See, basically, when there are allegations, the burden of proof is on the individual who has been alleged that she has or he has committed some crime or some illegality. So it is up to Kavitha to actually come and justify as to what happened and how it happened and what transpired in her interactions with people in Delhi. Now, instead, she is going on an offensive against Bharatiya Janata Party leaders, which will backfire, as I see. So we demand clarity. We demand, an explanation to the people of Telangana as to how she is involved in this case.
And well, Krishna Sagar Rao, many thanks for joining us there and for sharing your thoughts with us. So the Telangana BJP chief Bandi Sanjay has been arrested, and Aneri was telling us about the entire sequence of events as they happen. Aneri, we were speaking with the BJP leader Krishna Sagar Rao, and well, he was telling us about how the BJP's demand is that K. Kavitha, who has already denounced all the allegations against her, that K. Kavitha should come out with a clarification and speak to the public and speak regarding the allegations against her. Meanwhile, while he was on his way to participate in the protest outside K. Kavitha's residence, Bandi Sanjay was arrested by the police. That's what we hear. Aneri was telling us about those details. We have with us and joining us now is Arvind Dharmapuri, BJP MP. Mr. Dharmapuri, we were just speaking with Mr. Krishna Sagar Rao. He spoke to us about the BJP's stand on this particular matter, that you would like a clarification from K. Kavitha. Meanwhile, even as we are looking at, as we are speaking, we are getting visuals of the kind of pandemonium outside outside K. Kavitha's residence. How Mr. Bandi Sanjay was accosted by the police and then taken into custody. Your response?
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Ji.
Yes.
Please continue.
So in Telangana, first of all, as we all know, and we were discussing about, there is high corruption because of KCR and his family rule here. And Miss Kavitha has got disgraced womankind of Telangana with her involvement in this huge liquor scam, wherein almost a dozen of officers have lost their jobs, including IAS. Instead of giving clarifications to the people, they are using high-handedness. They are using police force on BJP Karyakartas, which absolutely is not acceptable. Such incidents, attacks on myself, attacks on Bandi Sanjay, attacks on other Bharatiya Janata Party Karyakartas and MLAs have been very common of late in Telangana because of the losing ground. TRS party is losing ground, and KCR is a frustrated man today.
Right, Mr. Dharmapuri. Many thanks for joining us there and for sharing your thoughts with us. And going back once again to Aneri, our correspondent, who's there on the ground covering this event. Aneri, even as we speak, we're seeing those visuals of, the kind of pandemonium, the ruckus outside, the chaos outside K. Kavitha's residence, if I'm not wrong. And now Bandi Sanjay arrested. Bandi Sanjay having to face a lot of problems from the state administration, in fact, in the past few months, we believe.
Well, that's right, Rukma. We have been seeing that Bandi Sanjay, the BJP state president, is on a Padyatra, and at that time he was, the BJP had planned a protest against the arrest of the BJP workers who were arrested yesterday by the police officials when they were trying to stage protest at K. Kavitha's residence, when she had come out with a statement that she is not involved in the liquor scam, in the Delhi liquor scam, and she had given out a statement that she is ready for any sort of investigation investigation is what the K. Kavita had stated, but the BJP workers yesterday had staged protest outside K. Kavita's residence in Hyderabad, and after which we see that the police officials had booked them under a non-bailable warrant, which has been opposed by the BJP workers, and also the state BJP state president Bandi Sanjay had also come out with a statement that this is not right, and so they had decided, they had planned to go on a diksha that against the arrest of all these BJP workers.
Right. Right, Aneri, many thanks. So you keep your eyes on that story. So, well, the BJP protesting over TRS links to the liquor row. And moving on to other news stories you're watching live.
बताते हैं, मगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने सबसे जरूरी और सबसे क्रिटिकल ऑपरेशन के बारे में लाल किले से चर्चा नहीं करते हैं, मगर वो चर्चा देश की जनता रोज करती है। और वो कार्यक्रम भारतीय जनता पार्टी का है ऑपरेशन लोटस। और ये ऑपरेशन लोटस क्या है? ऑपरेशन लोटस भारतीय जनता पार्टी का अपना इजाद किया हुआ शब्द है, जो शब्दकोश के अंदर आया, भारतीय राजनीति के शब्दकोश के अंदर इसकी उत्पत्ति भारतीय जनता पार्टी द्वारा हुई है। ऑपरेशन लोटस। ये ऑपरेशन क्या है? ये ऑपरेशन ये है कि जब जब राज्य सरकारों को चुनाव में जनता चुनकर भेजती है, उसमें खूब समय मिलता है भारतीय जनता पार्टी को उस राज्य सरकार के खिलाफ, उस पार्टी के खिलाफ प्रचार करने के लिए। प्रधानमंत्री स्वयं प्रचार करने हर राज्य में जाते हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी केंद्रीय मंत्री प्रचार में हर राज्य में जाते हैं, चाहे दिल्ली जैसा छोटा शहर हो, चाहे वेस्ट बंगाल जैसा बड़ा जो है राज्य हो, प्रधानमंत्री स्वयं उतरते हैं। चाहे महाराष्ट्र हो, प्रधानमंत्री और गृह मंत्री स्वयं उतरते हैं मैदान में और प्रचार करते हैं। और जब प्रचार के बाद उस राज्य की जनता भारतीय जनता पार्टी को रिजेक्ट करती है और किसी दूसरी पार्टी को चुनती है, तब जनता के फैसले के खिलाफ एक षड्यंत्र शुरू होता है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के केंद्रीय मुख्यालय से वो षड्यंत्र शुरू होता है और उस षड्यंत्र का नाम है ऑपरेशन लोटस। ये ऑपरेशन लोटस हमने मध्य प्रदेश में देखा, जहां कांग्रेस के विधायकों को तोड़कर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने अपनी सरकार बनाई, जनता को धोखा दिया। जनता की चुनी हुई सरकार को गोवा में गिराया गया और भारतीय जनता
News coming in now. The remission of Bilkis Bano's convicts is being challenged now in the top court. The Bilkis Bano case has now reached the apex court. A plea has been filed against the remission of the convicts in her case. The remission is being challenged. The Supreme Court has assured that it will look into the matter. So the Bilkis Bano case in the top court now, it reaches the Supreme Court. Even as we speak, the remission of Bilkis Bano case convicts is being challenged in the Supreme Court. Advocate Aparna Bhatt has said the Supreme Court has given a discretion to the state to consider it. And senior advocate Kapil Sibal says we are challenging the remission order. Bilkis Bano was pregnant when 14 members of her family were killed in front of her eyes, and she and another family member were also raped. And Chief Justice of India N.V. Ramana has said we will see. Joining us now is Priyanka. Priyanka, when we talk about this particular case, Bilkis Bano, the entire country was outraged, even as, in Gujarat, we saw those visuals of the convicts in her case. being granted remission of their sentences from life imprisonment after 15 years. A huge shock for the entire nation. Now the case reaches the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court says it will look into the matter. Over to you.
Well, Rukma, this is a huge development that we are seeing in the case of Bilkis Bano and the remission that has been given to these 11 convicts who had brutally gang raped her in 2002 in Godhra itself. And now we are seeing that in the Supreme Court it has been challenged over the basis of which this remission has been given to these 11 convicts. And we had seen that earlier as well in Godhra. The lawyers of Bilkis Bano earlier as well had stated that they are looking into the legalities of it, and then they will be taking the appropriate steps in the apex court, and they will be challenging it. In fact, there has been a lot of support for Bilkis Bano, and there have been several letters that have been written to the president itself, appealing to Draupadi Murmu, stating that she should also take some action of overturning the government of Gujarat's decision. Now, the challenge will be made with respect to the government of Gujarat's decision of allowing this remission, challenging the authenticity and the legality of the panel as well, and the panel in which there were more of the BJP MLAs as well and BJP leaders who had given their go-ahead of giving the remission to these 11 convicts as well. So all of those parts will be challenged in the Supreme Court. And of course, we will have to wait and watch for the legal arguments as to what is the basis of the arguments that will be presented before the Supreme Court. But as of now, from what I have been able to gather from the lawyer and the legal teams of Bilkis Bano, they have stated that they are going through the entire recommendations of the panel. They're going through the entire minutes of those meetings of those panel as well. They're going through the government of Gujarat's earlier policy as well, under which the remission has been granted to these 11 convicts. And they will, of course, appeal to them with respect to the kind of nature of the crime that it had been committed by these 11 convicts against Bilkis Bano in 2002, and how and why this kind of a remission has been given to these 11 convicts as well. So all of that will be under the purview of this. We will, in fact, get these details in these legal arguments that will be presented before the Supreme Court.
Right. And well, as of now, news is that the case is in the top court. Priyanka, the top court has assured that it will look into the matter. Meanwhile, when we talk about the Gujarat government, when we talk about, the panel that it has justified the remission of the convicts after 15 years.
Well, absolutely, Rukma. They are sticking to this. They have, in fact, we have been on the ground reporting in Godhra as well, trying to get in a word from the Supreme Court, from the convicts, from the legal teams, and of course the panel members, the BJP leaders who were part of the panel that gave the recommendation of this remission to these 11 convicts. And they have said that they will stay on with this and that there was absolutely nothing wrong. There were several statements that had been made, but after a point they had completely stonewalled the media. They were not speaking to them. But the government of Gujarat was staying by this decision of the remission that has been granted to these 11 convicts, and they're saying that this is as per the law and that there is nothing wrong with the law. And of course they have said, and they've said that the legal team of Bilkis Bano has the option to approach the Supreme Court if they want to challenge the legalities. But as of now, there is no legal loophole that they will have to rescind the remission of these 11 convicts as well. So all of that has been said in the public domain. And after a point, the BJP leaders and the BJP government, at least in the government of Gujarat, has gone completely silent on this issue, and they have said that this is something that will have to be taken via the legal recourse, and the legal teams of Bilkis Bano will have to approach the Supreme Court. So of course, some relief can be expected now that there has been some steps taken by the legal teams of Bilkis Bano, and that they have approached the Supreme Court. They have challenged the remission that had been granted to these 11 convicts. So of course, we will have to wait and watch as to what kind of arguments have been presented and what really the bench decides, and how they really, analyze the entire law over the remission that has been granted to these 11 convicts.
Right. Well, it's been a case, it's been a 20-year battle already for her. Swapnil Kothari, senior advocate, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Kothari, when we look at, what Bilkis has gone through, 20 years later, we find that her convicts are remitted. They are granted remission, as it's said. The 11 of those convicts, and they're garlanded. The entire nation is outraged. Now the case is in the Supreme Court. How do you see this battle for her panning out?
Well, I think let's hope that the Supreme Court hears both the sides properly, which I'm sure it will, and arrives at the conclusion that gives justice to Bilkis Bano. I do not know and I do not understand why these convicts were let off free. What was the great hurry for a remission? And if that is the case, then I think the Supreme Court needs to view it and review it from all aspects and give the appropriate order, maybe send them back to incarceration, or give any reasons for confirming the remission order, which I'm sure the Supreme Court will do that. Give reasons if it decides to confirm that remission order, which I'm not so sure, looking at the outrage in the public eye, and also with the possible evidence that is there before, where Bilkis Bano can surely say that these were the rapists and she had undergone the trauma. Then I think the Supreme Court can obviously do justice, which it is empowered to do as the highest court of the land.
And how do we understand, sir, the remission granted to convicts who are accused of rape and murder, and who have been convicted to life terms? And we'll be talking about this more, but joining us is our legal expert, Ridhim Bharadwaj. Ridhim, it's over to you. We also have with us senior advocate Swapnil Kothari. Bilkis Bano's case in the Supreme Court now.
That's right. We just heard this particular mentioning happening in the Supreme Court, viewers, where in the Bilkis Bano case, the advocate Aparna Bhatt came to the Supreme Court and said, we want a discretion to the state to consider it. Supreme Court gave a discretion to the state to consider it. Now we want to know what further can happen. Senior advocate Kapil Sibal, who appeared in the case, said, we are challenging the remission order. Now the biggest news that's coming from the Supreme Court in a mentioning that took place today of the PIL is the Supreme Court has agreed to hear the PIL challenging the remission of Bilkis Bano killers, and the bench has also asked a very important question before I go across to Swapnil, where the bench asks whether the release was on the basis of a Supreme Court order. Sibal then said the petitioner is not questioning the Supreme Court order, but the basis on which the remission was granted to the 11 convicts, and they also told the Supreme Court that the bench that had been headed by Justice Rastogi had permitted the Gujarat government to apply the remission rules prevailing at the time of the conviction of the 11 accused. The Chief Justice said that we will list the matter before the appropriate bench. I want to go across to Swapnil, who continues to be with us. Swapnil, this is a case in which there was huge criticism after the remission given to the 11 convicts. The way forward would really be to ensure that these people who are convicted continue to be behind bars.
Well, absolutely, Rhythm. There is no question about it. I do not know why the remission order was given, and a very pertinent question there asked by the Supreme Court, that whether it is on the basis of any Supreme Court judgment. Now, that obviously, will possibly come in the way because you have the rule of precedence. But then, obviously there are distinguishing features also, as you are you are very much aware, being a lawyer yourself. So this case can be distinguished from the cases where the Supreme Court has agreed or has given the remission order. But in this case, obviously, given the gravity of the crime and given the fact that these people were supposed to have faced some 2 decades of imprisonment and have been let off earlier, or whatever the sentencing was, and have been let off earlier and freed, then obviously the rules need to be re-examined, and more so the applicability of the rules to these people, as to why the rules were applied to these convicts and they were granted remission order. So the Supreme Court, having agreed to hear the PIL, I hope the Supreme Court reviews it appropriately and comes to a conclusion that is favorable to Bilkis Bano, because I believe that these people need to be behind bars and complete their sentence, even if it's good behavior or anything of that sort, because, as far as the parole and the furlough is concerned, all of those things are different as opposed to remission. Remission is completely, for the benefit of the viewers, completely where a person's sentence has been reduced and he's been let off free, which is what has happened here. So this is possibly a grave miscarriage of justice. And, the rules, as I said, the applicability of the rules has to be re-examined, and more so I hope that there is no Supreme Court precedent, because then it becomes a tad difficult for the Supreme Court to then go into the distinguishing aspect and say that, well, this case is different and we cancel the remission order.
So for that, obviously all aspects the Supreme Court will examine, and I'm glad that the Supreme Court has decided to list this plea of Aparna Bhatt.
Yes, I also want to ask you here, even as we're trying to get a sense of what happened, Swapnil, this is a case that caused national outrage. Today, when the Supreme Court agrees to hear it, there is a ray of hope that justice will be done.
Well, absolutely. The Supreme Court always comes as the final arbiter of the Constitution and as a constitutional sentinel, as what we use the phrase, the sentinel qui vive. So, that being the case, and the Supreme Court has done ample times, has sort of walked into these cases and done justice where it, there was grave injustice done, has come to the rescue of the petitioners or rescue of the applicants, whose fundamental rights have been trampled. Here, obviously, the fundamental right of bodily integrity was trampled upon because she underwent rape. And obviously, the sentencing which was given has not been, carried out to the fullest. So that, again, on the principles of equality, where somebody else, some other convict tomorrow come and say that, hey, I'm suffering this same amount of sentencing. Why am I not being given remission? What is so great about these people that they've been given remission? So obviously that will open up another Pandora's box. And you will have application after application from convicts. So this is something which the Supreme Court will have to put, sort of nip it in the bud and say that, look, this is, grave miscarriage of justice. This convict should not have been given remission. And that ray of hope will obviously, I hope,
absolutely
prevails. I believe so.
Absolutely. Swapnil, thank you for being with us. Viewers, the top focus coming. Supreme Court mentioning on the Bilkis Bano case. And finally, the Supreme Court says we will list it before the appropriate bench. Let's also tell you the Supreme Court, as it's come out with this order, has said that this was has questioned whether the bench headed by Justice Rastogi had permitted the Gujarat government and whether the release was on the basis of the Supreme Court order, to which the councils replied that it's not the Supreme Court order that's being questioned, but the basis on which the remission was granted. All this possibly going to come up in a short time. Let me go across to other news coming from the Supreme Court as we are speaking, viewers. Supreme Court now orders to shift Suresh Chandrasekhar to Mandoli jail from the Tihar jail. His wife Leena Polose will also be shifted, and this is coming after several questions were being done with the Supreme Court, asking and being told in a letter what had to be done in this case. Now, as they were hearing this case, because Suresh Chandrasekhar had said that there is a threat to his life, the bench of Justice Lalit, Justice Ravindra Bhatt and Sudhanshu Dhulia heard the matter, and the Supreme Court said, they went through what he said in a short hearing. Finally, they said, all right, we'll hear you, Mr. Basant, the lawyer who appeared for Sukesh Chandrasekhar, and they have now said that he shall be allowed to shift his jail, which is the plea that is there before them. And the ASG had opposed it and said that what he's saying is not correct. However, the Supreme Court has given out an order where in an order has now said jail officials were being used for passing documents and other illicit business. Having considered these materials on record, it is the opinion in terms of the statement that the petitioner be shifted to Mandoli jail. It's ordered, and whether the action against officials is going to be taking place or not is going to be seen. But viewers, coming up after a short break, we stay with the top focus as Sukesh Chandrasekhar is now being shifted out of Tihar.
एबीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने रोड पर अभी जाम लगा दिया है। इन पर लाठीचार्ज हुआ था और लाठीचार्ज करने के बाद यहाँ पे अब लगातार गहलोत सरकार के खिलाफ नारेबाजी जो है वो यूनिवर्सिटी के छात्र कर रहे हैं।
Sensational assassination plot involving an ISIS terrorist, a native of a Central Asian country, was hired in Turkey, was tasked with bombing an Indian leadership elite, was headed to India, arrested by Russia.
Was coming to India after having been indoctrinated, trained to carry out a suicide bombing. It's perhaps for the first time that an international operation of this kind has unraveled. Karti, why is it becoming about enforcement directive? How did 50 lakh rupees became 2,000 crores with the Congress party answer? Because you raised the issue of ED in the press conference. That's why it's being asked. Your party is raising the issue of ED only when the Gandhis are under scandal. This kind of protest never happened when you were under scandal, Karti. You should be able to speak about it, Karti.
जी आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया, भाजपा से क्या दिक्कत हो गई?
सब लोगों की इच्छा यही हुई है कि हम लोगों को एनडीए छोड़ देना चाहिए।
मनीष सिसोदिया के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है, केजरीवाल के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है और अब ये तीसरा पुतला सत्येंद्र जैन के रूप में उसको भी आग के हवाले कर दिया गया है।
After the Congress party Savarkar insult, the BJP makes Savarkar the #1 issue. Mega Savarkar Rath Yatra today. The BJP MLA Raja Singh is booked for a controversial remark after late-night protests. Row over Ganesh celebration at the Eidgah Maidan. Pramod Muthalik launches a controversial signature campaign. The JNU VC stokes another row, says no Hindu god was a Brahmin. Tamil Nadu minister sparks a row, compares the Modi government to British rule at the Oxford Union debate. Massive anger over Liquorgate. Sisodia posters painted with black are found in the national capital. Ten ancient idols are allegedly stolen from the Jalna temple in Maharashtra. A massive uproar after the theft. Good morning and welcome. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. First up, going across some news that's just coming in from the Supreme Court this morning. The Supreme Court has ordered the shifting of conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar, his wife Leena, to the Mandoli jail within the next 1 week. So that's the latest that we are getting right now. We are given to understand that the Supreme Court had asked for Sukesh Chandrasekhar to be shifted to Mandoli jail within 1 week. Rhythm is on the phone line with us. Rhythm, all right, Rhythm in fact is joining us live this morning now. Rhythm, good morning. Give us more details of what's happening. The Supreme Court, of course, has said that 1 week is the time that's being granted to shift the conman.
Yes, absolutely. Very good morning, Nupur, and viewers who are joining in. An extremely interesting hearing that takes place in the Supreme Court when the Supreme Court finally orders that they should be shifted. Suresh Chandrasekhar and his wife are now going to be shifted to Mandoli from Tihar, and this is on a petition filed by him that there's a threat to his life. It's a petition that was heard for very long in the Supreme Court, where the additional Solicitor General S.V. Raju actually opposed it and said he should not be moved. However, the Supreme Court was told there is a threat perception, and they've already offered you one. They also asked a question as to how many people had already been impinged after those allegations had been made of him under various offences of extortion. So at that time, the Supreme Court is told 105 have already been proceeded against. The ASG said he's been calling up jail officials as law minister, home secretary for bail, for donations. The Supreme Court said the court had earlier also said, after hearing the petition, that they will be looking at this application that he want and the conduct of the petitioner in the jail. So keeping everything in mind, and after hearing all sides, the Supreme Court has now stated that they are going to be shifting him as his demand to Mandoli jail. In fact, when this order was coming out, Nupur, the ASG also said his letter reads like a crime novel. So allegations have been made of life threats by Suresh Chandrasekhar, after which he and his wife are shifted out of Tihar. This happens in the back heels of several officials in Tihar having been convicted, because remember in the last hearing he had been asked to furnish details of those jail officials he had paid bribes to.
Now, Rhythm, earlier on, of course, when he filed this plea, he and his wife had both asked to be shifted outside of Delhi. But the government council has been arguing that if he has to be shifted, he has to be shifted to Mandoli, which has paramilitary forces guarding it. So it does seem that the Supreme Court agrees with that, because it has ordered the shifting to Mandoli.
Yes, absolutely. The Supreme Court has as of now not passed any words on the merits of the case, because they are looking at other cases. In fact, they wanted this to be quickly over so that they could get on with the work that they had. The ASG SV Raju in the case said he was running an extortion racket. Several officials were suspended. Now he wants to continue his activities elsewhere. It is shocking. So do not have him released from Tihar and go to Mandoli. The Supreme Court said we've seen all that. We know he's wanted in a number of cases. In this very jail, some 80 officials were complicit. Have you taken action? The ASG said yes. Now he's finding it difficult to continue his racket. The shift has now happened within a week to Mandoli jail for him and his wife.
All right, Rhythm, thank you for joining us on that. So that's the latest that we are getting. Conman Sukesh will now be shifted to Mandoli prison. A news just coming in, we are told that there has been an emergency landing of an army helicopter in Hanumangarh in Rajasthan. The 9 MMK helicopter landed at a field in the village of Dholipal. We are still trying to get more details of what really happened. All we know for now is that there was an army chopper that had to make an emergency landing in Hanumangarh. This emergency landing took place a short while ago. Those are pictures on your screen of the army chopper landing in Dholipal village in Hanumangarh. So that is an emergency landing that took place. Amardeep is on the phone line, is joining us live. In fact, Amardeep, please share more details with us. Is the pilot safe?
देखिए बिल्कुल हनुमानगढ़ में सेना के चॉपर की आपात लैंडिंग है, इमरजेंसी लैंडिंग है। धोलीपाल की करावली वाली गांव में इसकी लैंडिंग हुई है। इस चॉपर में 5 वायुसेना के सैनिक जो थे वो मौजूद थे। इमरजेंसी हालात में इस चॉपर की लैंडिंग खेत में कराई गई थी। चूंकि सूरतगढ़ एयरबेस जो है वो हनुमानगढ़ से बेहद नज़दीक है, ऐसे में तमाम जो वायुसेना के अधिकारी और सेना के जवान जो हैं वो इस लोकेशन पे पहुँच रहे हैं और पहुँचने के बाद ये जानने की कोशिश करेंगे कि आखिर कौन सी खामी रही जिसकी वजह से इस सेना के चॉपर की इमरजेंसी लैंडिंग खेत में करनी पड़ी। अभी चूंकि उसमें 5 जो वायुसेना के जवान मौजूद थे और जिस हालात में इमरजेंसी लैंडिंग हुई है ये बिल्कुल सेफ लैंडिंग हुई है, कोई हताहत की बात नहीं है। क्योंकि बहुत सेफली इस लैंडिंग को किया गया है तो इसमें समझ में आ सकती है कि आसपास के ग्रामीण और लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन जो भी था वो भी इस लोकेशन पे अब हेल्प के लिए पहुंच चुका है।
All right, so pictures on your screen are of that emergency chopper landing that took place in Dholipal, and Amardeep, of course, is bringing us details in terms of what really happened. Amardeep, as we can see, a large number of people, of course, are there, and we are learning that senior officials have also gone there to ascertain the cause of this emergency landing.
देखिए बिल्कुल जिस तरीके से मैंने बताया कि हनुमानगढ़ से सूरतगढ़ एयरबेस की दूरी बहुत कम है, बहुत नज़दीक एयरबेस वहाँ पे है। जिस जगह लैंडिंग हुई है, इमरजेंसी लैंडिंग हुई है, वहाँ से करीब 50 से 60 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर ही सूरतगढ़ एयरबेस रह जाता है। ऐसे में सूरतगढ़ एयरबेस से वायुसेना के अधिकारी और वायुसेना के अधिकारियों के साथ साथ में जो चीफ इंजीनियर्स हैं वो वहाँ पे पहुँच करके इस चॉपर की खामी को जानने की कोशिश करेंगे कि आखिर क्या वजह रही और कौन सी वो इशू थे जिसकी वजह से इसकी आपातकालीन लैंडिंग खेत में करानी पड़ी। सबसे बड़ी चीज़ ये है और सुखद चीज़ ये है कि ये आपातकालीन लैंडिंग सुरक्षित रही, इसमें किसी भी तरीके की कोई हताहत नहीं हुई और ना ही किसी तरीके का जान माल का नुकसान हुआ है। जिस तरीके से पायलट ने अपनी सूझबूझ दिखाते हुए इसकी आपात लैंडिंग खेत में कराई है, क्योंकि मौसम अभी रेनी सीजन चल रहा है, उस सिचुएशन में लैंडिंग कराना कहीं ना कहीं दिक्कत और परेशानी भरा होता है।
Absolutely, absolutely. As you're pointing out, a tragedy over there averted. There was an emergency landing which carried out. All personnel on board are safe. Thank you, Amardeep. And here's a look at some other news. The BJP has hit out at the Congress leader Siddaramaiah for allegedly visiting a temple after eating non-vegetarian food. In response to the scandal, Siddaramaiah has said that the BJP is an expert at lighting fires when there is peace. Former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray expelled Minister Uday Samant and senior leader Yashwant Yadav from the Sena party today. Now both the ministers have joined the Chief Minister Shinde's camp. Shocking visuals on your screen show an assault on a school teacher in Goa. A complaint has been registered against the PWD engineer Altaf Sheikh for allegedly assaulting a school teacher. Meanwhile, the police is investigating the matter. The JNU Vice Chancellor Sanjay Raut saying anthropologically gods do not belong to the upper caste and that gods could be from the scheduled caste or tribe. She also said an I quote, status of Shudras given to women in Manu Smriti makes it extraordinarily regressive.
No god is a Brahmin. The highest is a Kshatriya. Lord Shiva must be a scheduled caste or a scheduled tribe. Because he sits in a cemetery with a snake and has very little, poor thing, we have given him very little clothes also to wear.
In the latest development in Pahalgam accident, an ITBP Jawan has succumbed to his injuries, taking the total death toll to 8. Meanwhile, more than 30 Jawans are being treated in different hospitals in Jammu and Kashmir. Reacting to yesterday's protest in Bihar, where police were seen charging with lathis on protesters, the BJP leader Naval Kishore Yadav has said that the entire incident is unfortunate. He further added that our national flag was also insulted.
आंख के सामने स्क्रीन पर जिस तरह से उस बच्चे को मारा जा रहा है, और लोकतंत्र में मारने का कहाँ जगह है। लंबी लंबी बात करते हैं, कभी चाचा कहते हैं, 20 लाख भतीजा कहते हैं, 10 लाख नौकरी देंगे, अदला अदली बोल रहे हैं।
In another reaction from the RJD leader Shivanand Tiwari on Bihar's protest, he said that the incident was brutal. He further urged the Bihar government to suspend the officer.
हम तो अनुरोध करेंगे सरकार से, नीतीश जी से भी अनुरोध करेंगे, तेजस्वी जी से भी अनुरोध करेंगे, उस पदाधिकारी को तत्काल सस्पेंड किया जाना चाहिए और इस बात की जांच करानी चाहिए।
Unidentified persons allegedly stole 10 ancient idols from a temple in Maharashtra's Jalna district. 700 years old ancient idols remain missing from Jamb Samarth temple. Meanwhile, NCP leader Rajesh Tope urged the management to inquire about the matter.
आज पहाटे जे रामदास स्वामी त्या ठिकाणी रामाचं, लक्ष्मणाचं, हनुमानाच्या ज्या पूजा करायच्या ॲक्च्युअली मूर्तींच्या, पंचधातूच्या मूर्ती, ते पहाटे 3 वाजता काही अज्ञात चोरट्यांनी कंप्लीटली या सगळ्या 700 वर्ष पूर्वीच्या ह्या सगळ्या मूर्त्या चोरलेल्या आहेत. म्हणून मला एवढंच म्हणायचं, महाराष्ट्रभरातून लोक तिथे दर्शनाला येतात, मुंबईतून जातात, सगळीकडून जातात आणि त्यामुळे या संदर्भातलं आपण गांभीर्याने नोंद घेऊन कळवावं असं मला वाटतं.
Following a missing complaint, police has been examining CCTV footage from the temple to identify the suspects. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
You are watching Republic TV. We slip into a very short break. On the other side, we get you more news, including the JNU VC stokes a row, says no Hindu god was a Brahmin. And the Tamil Nadu finance minister sparks another controversy, compares the Modi government to the British rule at the Oxford Union debate.
We are right now showing you the pictures of this flag march which is right now underway in Shimoga. A message is being sent out clearly to all the people who are breaking the law. They should be scared of the strong actions those are being taken.
Elections will be held and the Supreme Court has appointed a returning officer who will oversee a fair election. All associations across India will have a representation, which means it is as democratic as it can get in Indian football. The Supreme Court has said the decisions taken to dissolve the COA of the AIFF has been done keeping the interest of India and Indian football in mind, which means they want the World Cup to be held in India at any cost.
एबीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने रोड पर अभी जाम लगा दिया है। इन पर लाठीचार्ज हुआ था और लाठीचार्ज करने के बाद यहाँ पे अब लगातार गहलोत सरकार के खिलाफ नारेबाजी जो है वो यूनिवर्सिटी के छात्र कर रहे हैं।
Sensational assassination plot involving an ISIS terrorist, a native of a Central Asian country, was hired in Turkey, was tasked with bombing an Indian leadership elite, was headed to India, arrested by Russia.
Was coming to India after having been indoctrinated.
If you look in India, we are well on our way to a Raj 2.0, run out of Delhi instead of run out of London.
Tamil Nadu Finance Minister Thiagarajan has sparked a massive roar, compared the Modi government to the British Raj. He was speaking at the Oxford Union address. Welcome back. Now, a Tata court that's hearing the Yasin Malik case in Jammu over the abduction of Rubaiyah Syed has in fact issued a non-bailable warrant against Rubaiyah Syed. This is over the fact that she did not appear today. The next date of hearing has been set for the 21st of September 2022. We are given to understand that the bailable warrant has been issued against Rubaiyah Syed. She is the sister of Mehbooba Mufti. The warrant has been issued for not appearing today. So that's the latest that we are getting. Gursimran on joining us live right now from Jammu. Gursimran, give us more details of what happened in court. Rubaiyah Syed, of course, had been summoned by the court to appear today.
Yes, Rubaiyah Syed was issued a summon by the Tata court, which is hearing the case of abduction of Rubaiyah Syed. Then in last hearing, she appeared and she has identified Yasin Malik as one of her abductors. But during today's hearing, she was not present, after which the court has taken the cognizance, because last time she was also asked to appear before the court for the proceedings so that this case can be taken forward at an earliest. But this time she wasn't in the courtroom. She didn't appear and the court has taken the cognizance and a bailable warrant has been issued against Rubaiyah Syed. She has been asked to appear on the next date of hearing, that is scheduled on 21st of September 2022. That is on the next month. After 30 days, she has been asked to appear before the special Tata court. See, this holds a relevance because the court is very keen to ensure that the speedy trial is done and also the cross-examination of the witness is done at a rapid speed, so that the perpetrators who were behind the abduction of Rubaiyah Syed and also in the other case, that is the killing of 4 Indian Air Force personnel, they can be brought to justice. But Rubaiyah Syed's delay tactics, the court has seen that and the court has now issued a bailable warrant against the Mehbooba Mufti's sister, Rubaiyah Syed. Yes.
Right, absolutely. This, of course, is a case that pertains to her kidnapping. Now, what is the reason that's been given for her not appearing?
See, from her side, no one appeared in the court and no reason was given. There was nothing such that was conveyed to the CBI counsel or to the court by the Rubaiyah Syed side, and that's why the court has issued a straight bailable warrant against Rubaiyah Syed, and clear directions have been passed that she has to appear in the next hearing. And we are getting to know that for 5 to 6 consecutive hearings related to her cross-examination as the witness of the case and also as victim, she has to be here. Otherwise, more summons and warrants will be issued against her if she skips these hearings of the court.
Right, any observations that were made by the court, because we are given to understand that they have asked for her to be present in the courtroom physically?
No, when she was not present, the judge has simply gone through the various things that were involved in the case, including the Yasin Malik was also present during via physical virtual appearance, and he has demanded something else, but that.
All right. Thank you for joining us on that. Now, news just coming in. We are just learning that India team's head coach Rahul Dravid has tested positive for COVID-19 and is not travelling for the Asia Cup to Dubai. BCCI sources have told Republic TV that the India head coach Rahul Dravid has tested positive for COVID-19 and will not be travelling for the Asia Cup to Dubai. Rahul Dravid, of course, has tested positive for COVID-19. This is what we are learning from the BCCI sources. Do remember that the Asia Cup takes place in Dubai. Unfortunately, Rahul Dravid will not be able to travel to Dubai for the Asia Cup since he has tested positive for COVID-19. Well, the Indian team, of course, is all set to leave for Dubai for participating in the Asia Cup. News coming in with regards to the fact that the Indian coach Rahul Dravid has unfortunately tested positive for COVID-19 and will not be travelling to Dubai for the Asia Cup that takes place shortly. However, the Indian team, of course, has begun its preparations and is leaving for Dubai to participate in the Asia Cup. There is, of course, a lot of excitement over India taking on top teams at the Asia Cup in Dubai. Rahul Dravid unfortunately has tested positive for COVID-19 and he will not be travelling to Dubai. The men in blue, of course, have left for Dubai to play the Asia Cup T20 cricket event Rahul Dravid was also supposed to make his way. Do remember that he's the head coach. However, because of testing positive for COVID-19, he has had to skip the Asia Cup. He will not be travelling at the moment, at least. We have Srijani joining us. Srijani is reporting from the newsroom on this. Srijani, unfortunate piece of news coming in. Rahul Dravid testing positive and he will not be able to travel to Dubai with the team.
Well, yeah, Nupur, as we wait for the official confirmation by the BCCI, there are reports, several reports, doing rounds that Rahul Dravid, India head coach, he has tested COVID positive, and it remains to be seen, whether he will be traveling with Team India for the Asia Cup 2022 tournament. And right now, we already have lost Bumrah and the senior pacer Jasprit Bumrah and Harshal Patel, who are not traveling with the team. And right now, the absence of Rahul Dravid in the team will surely affect Team India's preparations ahead of Asia Cup.
Absolutely. Srijani bringing us those details about Rahul Dravid testing positive. He will unfortunately have to miss it for now. He will not be travelling to Dubai. That's what we're learning from our sources within the BCCI. And here's a shocker that's coming in from Pune. A woman was forced to bathe naked publicly by her in-laws in Pune. This case has been reported from Pune in Maharashtra, where she was forced by her husband and her in-laws to bathe publicly in front of them as part of a ritual advised by the local Maulana to have a male child. Now, the woman in her complaint alleged that her in-laws had been harassing her mentally and physically since 2013 for dowry and for also not being able to give birth to a male child, following which she was going through she was asked to go through several black magic rituals on many occasions. Now, following the complaint by the woman, the Pune police on Sunday registered a FIR against 4 people, including her husband, her in-laws, as well as the occultist who is involved in this particular case. He goes by the name of Maulana Baba Jamadar. So, shocker coming in there from Pune, where a woman was forced to take her bath publicly by her in-laws. The woman in her complaint, of course, has said that she's being harassed since 2013 for dowry and for not being able to give birth to a male child, following which, of course, she was asked by her in-laws and her husband to go undergo several black magic rituals. This one being one of them. The Pune police have registered an FIR against 4 people, including her husband, her in-laws, and an occultist. Joining me on the phone line is Alicia. Alicia, give us more details, please.
Well, this is an incident in Pune where a woman was forced by her husband and in-laws to take a bath naked in front of the people is what the Pune police has informed, and this is something a ritual, and that is something has been asked by a Maulana to have a male child. Even the complaint that has been given by a woman to the police officials clearly mentioning that she's been harassed by her husband and in-laws since 2013, whether it is for the dowry and also for not giving a birth to a male child, after which several times she was harassed by her in-laws and husband, after which she was even asked to take a bath naked in front of the people after which she will give a birth to a male child, is what been said by a Maulana, after which Pune police has registered an FIR against her husband, in-laws and also against Maulana, where the police has been investigating into the matter.
Also, in her complaint, Alicia, she seems to suggest that she has been facing physical harassment for dowry since 2013. What are the police saying?
Police has already started the initial investigation, and importantly they have registered a case because in the complaint that was filed by a victim who clearly mentioned that she's been harassed for dowry, she's been harassed for not giving a birth to a male child, and it's been 2013 where she's been harassed by her husband and her in-laws. And the mostly important where now the matter where she has registered a complaint only after when her in-laws and husband asked her to take a bath in a naked, which has been asked by a Maulana. Pune police has already registered a case against her husband and her in-laws, and also against a Maulana. Minute-to-minute update only on Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Karti, why is it becoming about enforcement director? How did 50 lakh rupees became 2,000 crores with the Congress party answer? Because you raised the issue of ED in the press conference. That's why it's being asked. Your party is raising the issue of ED only when the Gandhis are under scanner. This kind of protest never happened when you were under scanner, Karti. You should be able to speak about it, Karti.
जी आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया, भाजपा से क्या दिक्कत हो गई?
सब लोगों की इच्छा यही हुई है कि हम लोगों को एनडीए छोड़ देना चाहिए।
के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है, केजरीवाल के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है, और अब ये तीसरा पुतला सत्येंद्र जैन के रूप में उसको भी आग के हवाले कर दिया गया है। ये बैरिकेड तोड़ने की कोशिश कार्यकर्ताओं की तरफ स्वदेश गुप्ता जो बैरिकेड के ऊपर चढ़ गए हैं और बैरिकेड को क्रॉस करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल इस्तीफा दो के नारे, लगातार पोस्टर, और यही मांग की जा रही है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल मनीष सिसोदिया को बर्खास्त करें, सत्येंद्र जैन को बर्खास्त कर दें। कैबिनेट में दोनों बने हुए हैं।
We are right now showing you the pictures of this flag march which is right now underway in Shimoga. A message is being sent out clearly to all the people who are breaking the law. They should be scared of the strong actions those are being taken.
Elections will be held in the Supreme.
Well, the Supreme Court will be hearing a plea seeking directions to the Election Commission of India to not permit political parties to promise freebies during election campaign. Now, in the last hearing, the Supreme Court had orally opined that the issues raised in the matter were getting increasingly complicated, and the Supreme Court, of course, has now decided to hear a plea seeking directions to the Election Commission of India to not permit political parties to promise freebies during an election campaign. The plea was filed by the former BJP spokesperson Ashwini Upadhyay. Political parties like the Aam Aadmi Party and the DMK, of course, have sought to intervene in the matter. We are now learning the Supreme Court's bench of the Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramanna, Justices J.K. Maheshwari and Hema Kohli will be hearing this matter. So the freebie case will now be heard in the Supreme Court. You're watching Republic TV. When we return, we get you more details of the Supreme Court hearing the case on freebies. So the freebie face-off is now in the Supreme Court.
एबीपी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने रोड पर अभी जाम लगा दिया है। इन पर लाठीचार्ज हुआ था और लाठीचार्ज करने के बाद यहाँ पे अब लगातार गहलोत सरकार के खिलाफ नारेबाजी जो है वो यूनिवर्सिटी के छात्र कर रहे हैं।
Sensational assassination plot involving an ISIS terrorist, a native of a Central Asian country, was hired in Turkey, was tasked with bombing an Indian leadership elite, was headed to India, arrested by Russia.
Was coming to India after having been indoctrinated, trained to carry out a suicide bombing. It's perhaps for the first time that an international operation of this kind has unraveled.
Why is it becoming about enforcement director?
How did 50 lakh rupees became 2,000 crores with the Congress party answer? Because you raised the issue of ED in the press conference. That's why it's being asked. Your party is raising the issue of ED only when the Gandhis are under scanner. This kind of protest never happened when you were under scanner, Kartik. You should be able to speak about it, Kartik.
जी आपने इस्तीफा दे दिया, भाजपा से क्या दिक्कत हो गई?
सब लोगों की इच्छा यही हुई है कि हम लोगों को एनडीए छोड़ देना चाहिए।
मनीष सिसोदिया के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है, केजरीवाल के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है और अब तीसरा पुतला सत्येंद्र जैन के रूप में उसको भी आग के हवाले कर दिया गया है।
The freebies case now being heard in the Supreme Court of India, where the court was also hearing what happens. The Supreme Court bench led by the Chief Justice is hearing this matter. And this matter, when the Chief Justice of India starts off by talking about how he's read over the submissions that had been submitted by Mr. Kapil Sibal, he says the question is no one can deny this is an issue. He also says tomorrow, suppose a particular state, one of the freebies, we are the beneficiaries of the scheme. Can we say it's the prerogative if we are not against any policies of the government, but we also question that the debate has to take place. So he's trying to tell everyone why this freebies that are given out by political parties is an extremely important discussion to have. The Solicitor General of India also comes up and says nobody can question the responsibility of any party. The difficulty arises when some party distributes saris, some gives TV sets, some voters complained, petition filed in the Delhi High Court, Chief Minister made a promise and then he directed to be fulfilled. Tushar Mehta, the top law officer of the government, the SG, says in such circumstances, will the court remain a mere spectator? He says the voter has a right to have an informed choice. If you're giving him false promises with which your finances do not permit, or you're destroying the economy, would that be permitted? Very, very detailed words coming in right now from the Solicitor General and the Supreme Court making an observation. We are not looking at the issue of freebies only at the time of election. The Supreme Court says we are not against anything. With good intentions for the people and economy of the country, we started this discussion. So the top bench hearing the freebies case continues to hear it, and the Solicitor General making it very clear that giving freebies by political parties is not going to solve the issue. The voters should have an informed choice, the Solicitor General says. If false promises are given, it does not permit anyone to move forward. It should not be permitted. The Solicitor General has also informed the Supreme Court about the choices ahead. Kapil Sibal appears in the matter and he also gives out a different viewpoint. He says a body which is non-political has to handle this. Someone needs to have a mechanism because like the Election Commission of India, like the Finance Commission, the details of the deficit should be there. Finance Commission should deal with the deficits of the state and see what has to happen. But the Supreme Court also raises another very important question on the policies of the governments that are giving out freebies. They say, can we say it's the prerogative? If we are not against policies of the government, we are not against schemes. Tomorrow the government makes a law that states should not make freebies. Can we say the government can say whatever we cannot look into? In the interest of the welfare of the people and the economy, we started looking into the issue. A committee needs to be made. So I think, viewers, as the hearing progresses, we've heard three viewpoints coming in. One, the observations of the top court of the country and the Chief Justice of India. One is the details that are coming from Kapil Sibal, and of course, more importantly, what is also being stated by the Solicitor General. Senior Advocate Vikas Singh is also there. He says the question is, the government is going on in a state and the other person says we will provide this as extra. Where is this money coming from? Where are you getting the money? Should be a part of the manifesto. All these things coming when last time we had heard in a welfare state freebie should not be allowed because it's a serious issue. And now Vikas Singh, who's the senior advocate in the case, also saying possibly what the Solicitor General said, that this has an effect on the exchequer, which is something the Solicitor General had said earlier also. The question is, the government is going on in a state and the other person says we will provide this as extra. Where is the money coming from should also be a part of the manifesto. Very, very crucial details that are coming in from the top court, and this hearing continues in the Supreme Court as we are trying to get a sense of what the Chief Justice is saying. He's saying tomorrow a particular state gives a scheme and we're all beneficiaries of the scheme. Can it be said it's the prerogative of the government, so you cannot look into this? A debate is needed. There should be a committee. He reads out the submissions by Kapil Sibal. Tushar Mehta replies. Now we're hearing the arguments by Vikas Singh. He says just during election, as it creates an unlevel field, no one is saying don't give free water. We are saying that there is already governance in the state. You are contesting and saying I will provide additional benefits. This will require fiscal support. Where will you get the money from? Voter has a right to know, taxpayer should know. Election manifesto must provide where the money is coming from.
Rhythm is pointing out, of course, this is an issue that's reached the top court. And Rhythm, as we were pointing out earlier, of course, the Supreme Court extremely keen on hearing this issue because the SG in the Supreme Court has said that, the freebie culture, in a sense, needs to be tackled.
Yes. So, in a sense, what is happening right now is Vikas Singh reading out Subramaniam Bajaj judgment is now trying to point out the reality of what freebies in an economy is all about and what the political parties are trying to derive from it, Nupur. He says the reality cannot be ruled out. Distribution on freebies disrupts the level playing field. And at the end of the day, freebies are not being given for anyone but the political parties to be able to get some access to votes. And that is exactly what is being pointed out in the Supreme Court, that this impacts the exchequer and this is a serious issue for which there needs to be a mechanism.
All right, Rhythm, thank you for that. But do stay with us. I think we are getting more news with regards to the Supreme Court. Now, we are now learning that the Supreme Court has in fact given a mouthful to Swami Ramdev for deriding other medicine systems, especially allopathy, and claiming through misleading advertisements that the Ayurveda system practiced by him can cure incurable diseases. The Supreme Court has said that he should be retained. Rhythm Anand Bhardwaj, our legal editor, still with us on this. Rhythm, the Supreme Court mincing no words in its observations, saying that we respect Ramdev popularizing yoga, but he has no business to deride other systems.
Absolutely. The Supreme Court therefore giving out and issuing a notice in this case to get a sense of what's been happening, because this notice is Nupur on a plea that's filed by the Indian Medical Association. They moved the court, they alleged running of a smear campaign against vaccination drive and modern allopathic medicines across the country, to which the Supreme Court, when they spoke about Swami Ram, they said that why is he deriding other medical systems, especially allopathy, claiming through misleading advertisements that Ayurveda system practiced by him can cure incurable diseases. The bench heard the advocate Prabhas Bajaj, who appeared for the IMA before them, and the Chief Justice said, we respect Ramdev popularizing yoga, but he should not be deriding other systems. They've asked the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta to take instructions on actions against them. Let me also go across to Dr. J.A. Jailal, former IMA president, joining us on the phone line. Dr. Jailal, we've done several programs with you, especially I remember during the COVID crisis that had taken on the country. Today this plea has been moved, a notice has been issued on it. What is it that really is trying to be said about the vaccination drive and medicines that are allopathic in nature?
Yeah, well, the Indian Medical Association is always, we are in favor of multiple systems is available in our country. Especially we respect Ayurveda and we want that Ayurveda system to grow. But people with a business mind and people with a self-interest are now proclaiming that they are be able to give a miracle treatment, and without giving any treatment also they are able to cure the disease, which we, by every sense, by all the good-minded people should know that the diseases are incurable. But giving an advertisement, giving a false hope to the people that whatever the situation you will be able to cure the disease is definitely misleading the people, and it is the great insult they are going to the medical profession, whether it is Ayurveda or modern medicine. Every system has its own way of treating a disease, the way of giving a cure to the disease. So I think that this is the right time the government of India, where our Honorable Prime Minister is always interested in scientific output, should interfere and stop such a fallacious claims or such a comments which is made by people of respectable people. I'm sure Baba Ramdev must have been respected by the many people. There's nothing wrong in that. Let him give a right way of information to the people. We always accept that. But misleading the people, it is dangerous to the country. That is why Indian Medical Association is going to the court and seeking the intervention of the court to stop such misleading comments being made in the public.
Absolutely. And as the Supreme Court listens to all this, they've also questioned the motives behind accusing doctors in allopathy. There's a notice issued to the Union of India. It shall be coming up, Nupur, soon in the top court of the country.
All right, of course, as Rhythm is pointing out, the top court, Rhythm, also, in a statement saying it is better that the centre restrains him. And you were speaking to Dr. Jailal over there. There has been a considerable outrage amongst the medical community in the country over the kind of advertisements that he has put out in newspapers. Essentially, what they feel is targeting of all other medicine systems.
Oh yes, absolutely. So the Supreme Court, when they were hearing the case, were told by the IMA, and we just spoke to former IMA Dr. Jailal, the kind of disparaging statements made, Nupur, and the public was being misguided. The IMA said, they say doctors were taking allopathy but still succumbing to during the COVID wave. If this happens, then it will cause a serious prejudice to doctors. Justice Ravi Kumar, hearing this case, says that it appears allopathy is being mocked at, and the Chief Justice of India had given this observation as to why Baba Ramdev is accusing doctors in allopathy. He popularized yoga, which is good, but he should not criticize other systems, not abuse the system, stating that the notice has been issued to the Union of India to answer in this case.
So, as Rhythm is pointing out, the government has been asked to answer in this case. Rhythm, thank you for joining us with those details. And in Patna, we are learning that there has been a firing incident that has been reported in Digha. A person has been shot at over there. The incident is said to be near the Nirala traders. After the incident, the name of the injured, we are trying to still get details of what has happened in this particular case, but we're going to try and get you visuals of what really happened. We are now learning that there has been an incident of firing that has been reported near Digha. The person, a man has been shot at in Patna. Well, we are still trying to get more details as to what really happened, but what we know so far is that there was an incident of firing that has been reported from Digha in Bihar. Prakash joining us live from Patna for more on this. Prakash, give us more details of what really happened.
Well, if you are talking about the incident that took place in Digha, then a firing has taken place in which one person was shot dead and one injured as well. And we've got CCTV footage of the concerned incident. And day in and day out, incidences like this are occurring in different parts of Bihar. There have been reports, several reports, and in this particular incident, the onlookers and the eyewitness said that they heard gun firing late last night, and after that, people assembled there and tried to salvage the situation, save the person concerned, rushed him to the nearby hospital. The concerned person who can be seen in the CCTV footage with a pistol in his hand is on the run. The police is trying to identify the person concerned, and in order to nab the culprits, raids are being conducted at different places.
Right now, Prakash, as you're pointing out, we have seen reports of such incidents come in from Bihar, and the Nitish Kumar government with its new partners is receiving considerable flack for not being able to rein in criminals.
Well, ever since the formation of the Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar, we have been witnessing the rise in the crime graph, and that's what we have been witnessing. But yesterday what happened with the students, the teachers who are yet to be recruited and they had passed the eligibility test, the way they were assaulted, it seems that the administration is blindfolded to all these incidences, and it seems that certain sections of the society are emboldened, and that is why these incidences are taking place after the formation of the RJD-JDU government.
All right, so Prakash Singh, of course, is bringing us the latest on this. Now, Prakash, we were earlier asking you about this particular incident that's been reported from Digha, where one person was shot at. What are the police saying in terms of who could be behind this? We are given to understand that CCTV footage is also being looked upon. प्रकाश
आइए आप लोग स्टूडेंट हैं ना yes
well Prakash I was asking
yes
Prakash I was speaking to you about this particular incident that has been reported from Digha. In these visuals we can see a person running away after firing at a local over there. What are the police telling you in terms of the investigation that is taking place?
Well, I'm joined by the students here, and they were assaulted yesterday by one of the ADM, and they are yet to be recruited. You can see the back of this student, how he was assaulted yesterday. ये क्या हुआ? कौन मारा आपको?
हम लोग आंदोलन कर रहे थे सर, विगत 22 दिन से हम लोग गर्दनी
नीतिगत बात, कोई व्यक्तिगत नहीं, कोई राजनीतिक बात नहीं। जो दिल्ली की एक्साइज पॉलिसी थी, एक नीतिगत निर्णय था। मैं पहले उसकी 4 लाइनें अंग्रेजी में आपके सामने बोलता हूं, उससे आपको स्पष्ट हो जाएगा कि इस नीति का मंतव्य क्या था। द दिल्ली एक्साइज पॉलिसी फॉर द ईयर 21-22 says that no manufacturer or retail licensee shall be allowed to apply for wholesale license or vice versa. If wholesaler and manufacturers / retailers are common entities, there is a possibility of formation of syndicate leading to overcharging, brand influencing and pushing by entry into arrangement with certain brands at the cost of the exclusion of others. Also, the L1 licensee cannot own any of the retail vends, ध्यान दीजिएगा, either directly or through any sister concern. For this purpose, sister concern / related entities shall mean that the entities should not have common proprietors, common partners, or directors, or majority ownership, that is 51%, of the proprietorship or the partnership of the company. They shall not lie with the same person in all the entities. The entities shall not have holding, subsidiary, relationship or not subsidiary of the same holding company. कहने का तात्पर्य यह है कि आबकारी नीति का सबसे बड़ा नीतिगत विषय यह था कि उत्पादक वितरक एक समान नहीं होने चाहिए, क्योंकि इससे यह संभावना रहती है कि वो बाजार में अपना एकाधिपत्य बनाकर आगे जाकर मनचाहे तरीके से दामों को प्रभावित कर सकते हैं। और जब यह कहा गया कि प्रोड्यूसर, रिटेलर एंड डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर, यानी कि उत्पादक, वितरक अगर एक नहीं होने चाहिए तो वो कंपनियां किसी भी प्रकार से एक दूसरे से संबद्ध नहीं होनी चाहिए। और संबद्धता की विधिवत परिभाषा भी की गई है, अर्थात एक दूसरे के कॉमन डायरेक्टर नहीं होने चाहिए, एक दूसरे की शेयर होल्डिंग नहीं होनी चाहिए, व्यक्ति भी एक दूसरे में कॉमन नहीं होने चाहिए, और किसी भी एक कंपनी की दूसरी कंपनी में मेजॉरिटी ओनरशिप नहीं होनी चाहिए। यानी प्रत्यक्ष या परोक्ष, यहां तक कि दूसरे या तीसरे टियर से भी परोक्ष रूप से आप प्रकारांतर से भी उत्पादन और वितरण को एक साथ नियंत्रित नहीं कर सकते। परंतु अब यह प्रश्न आता है, यह हम नहीं पूछ रहे हैं, एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट ने नोटिस देकर पूछा 25 अक्टूबर 2021, आज 10 महीने हो चुके हैं। उन्होंने कंपनी का नाम लिया कि एनरिच हैज अप्लाइड फॉर L1 डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर लाइसेंस यूजिंग द क्रीडेंशियल ऑफ ए लिकर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंपनी एनरिका एंटरप्राइज हैविंग इट्स डिस्टिलरी एट चेन्नई। यानी ये हो गई उत्पादक कंपनी, मैन्युफैक्चरर। अब वो कह रहे हैं एनरिच इज ऑल्सो अप्लाइड फॉर L1 डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन लाइसेंस डिस्पाइट बीइंग रिलेटेड टू Magunta Agro and Pixie, which have won retail zone licensing for zone number 4, 23 and 22 with a malicious intent for forming a cartel. आप बताइए, one company is manufacturer, it is also a partner in the distributor, और 3 zones का distribution उसको मिल जाता है। अब इसमें किसी प्रकार का कोई किंतु परंतु का की संभावना नहीं रह जाती है कि जो नीति तय की गई थी पारदर्शिता को लाने के लिए वो पूरी तरीके से प्रभावित दिखाई पड़ती है। दूसरा एक उदाहरण है, इन और 3 जोन्स का डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन उसको मिल जाता है। अब इसमें किसी प्रकार का कोई किंतु परंतु का की संभावना नहीं रह जाती है कि जो नीति तय की गई थी पारदर्शिता को लाने के लिए वो पूरी तरीके से प्रभावित दिखाई पड़ती है। दूसरा एक उदाहरण है, इंडो स्प्रिट बेवरेजेस प्राइवेट लिमिटेड है, इंडो स्प्रिट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन प्राइवेट लिमिटेड है, और इंडो स्प्रिट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन प्राइवेट लिमिटेड मेसर्स खाओ गली रेस्टोरेंट प्राइवेट लिमिटेड के साथ संबंधित है। यहां पर भी वही कंपनी उत्पादक है और वही शेयर होल्डर है। मैं उसमें बहुत डिटेल्स में नहीं जा रहा हूं, आप चाहें तो जाके चेक कर सकते हैं। और यह भारतीय जनता पार्टी का आरोप नहीं है, यह एक तथ्य है जो आबकारी विभाग ने 10 महीने पहले दिल्ली सरकार से पूछा, तो अब दिल्ली सरकार यह कह के बचाव नहीं कर सकती कि हमारी जानकारी में नहीं था, हम जांच कराएंगे। इससे बिल्कुल साफ हो जाता है कि इन लोगों ने आबकारी नीति में जानकारी में आने के बाद पूरी तरीके से उद्देश्य के साथ बात की है। इसलिए हम उनसे कहना चाहेंगे कि जवाब हमें आबकारी पे चाहिए, ना ईमानदारी की बात करिए, ना बिरादरी की बात करिए। दिल्ली की जनता यह जानना चाहती है कि आप आबकारी की बात करिए, और जब एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट ने आपको इस प्रकार का नोटिस दिया तो आपने संबंधित कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं की? क्योंकि यह नोटिस तथ्यों के आधार के ऊपर है, जिसमें जो पॉलिसी मैंने आपको बताई उसको सीधे सीधे तरीके से ध्वस्त किया गया है। तो मैं सिर्फ यह कहना चाहूंगा, एक्साइज पॉलिसी तो यह कहती है कि मैन्युफैक्चरर, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर एंड रिटेलर एक नहीं होना चाहिए, परंतु यहां ये मिथ्या भ्रम और झूठ के मैन्युफैक्चरर भी यही हैं, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर भी यही हैं और रिटेलर भी वही हैं, और उसके बाद पूरी निर्लज्जता के साथ जनता के सामने आकर यह दावा करने वाले कि सबसे बड़े ईमानदार वो हैं, इस असत्य के परपिट्रेटर भी वही हैं। अब मैं अनुरोध करूंगा हमारे दिल्ली के सांसद प्रवेश साहिब सिंह वर्मा जी से कि वो आगे का विषय आपके समक्ष रखेंगे।
धन्यवाद सुधांशु जी। सभी मेरे पत्रकार मित्रों, अभी सुधांशु जी ने जिस कमेटी की रिपोर्ट का जिक्र किया वो कमेटी पॉलिसी से पहले बनाई गई थी दिल्ली सरकार द्वारा और उनको अपने रिकमेंडेशन देने के लिए कहा था। कुछ बातों की जानकारी सुधांशु जी ने दी है, कुछ बातों की जानकारी मैं देता हूं कमेटी के बारे में। कि कमेटी ने एक रिकमेंडेशन करी कि अवॉइडिंग ऑफ माल प्रैक्टिस लाइक ब्रांड पुशिंग, कि आप कोई प्रचार नहीं कर सकते कि शराब ज्यादा बिके, मगर आपने छूट दे दी कि एक पेटी के बदले में एक पेटी फ्री दीजिए। पूरे दिल्ली में नहीं, पूरे देश में यह प्रचार था कि दिल्ली में एक पेटी के साथ में एक पेटी फ्री मिल रही है और दिल्ली से बाहर से लोग आकर दिल्ली से खरीद रहे थे। तो उस चीज का प्रचार ये अकॉर्डिंग टू कमेटी रिपोर्ट ये नहीं कर सकते थे। एक इन्होंने जो कमेटी की रिकमेंडेशन थी कि होल सेल ऑपरेशन अंडर वन गवर्नमेंट एंटिटी, इस बात को नोट कीजिएगा, बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है कि होल सेल ऑपरेशन अंडर वन गवर्नमेंट एंटिटी, द मॉडल टू बी फॉलोड शुड बी सिमिलर टू द वन एज फॉलोड इन द स्टेट ऑफ कर्नाटका where KSBCL, कर्नाटका स्टेट बेवरेज कॉरपोरेशन लिमिटेड, तो कर्नाटक में जो वहां पर मॉडल चल रहा था कि जो होलसेल है, होलसेल का जो काम है वो सरकार को ही करना चाहिए। जो हम बार बार एक आरोप लगाते हैं जिसका आम आदमी पार्टी अभी तक कोई जवाब नहीं दे पाई, ना उनके पास में जवाब है, कि जो L1 का कमीशन इन्होंने, L1 मतलब है होलसेलर, L1 का कमीशन इन्होंने 2% से 12% क्यों किया, इसका कभी ये लोग जवाब नहीं देते। तो कमेटी ने कहा कि जैसे कर्नाटक में होता है कि वहां पे सरकार ही होलसेल का काम करती है, तो यहां पर भी सरकार होलसेल का काम करे ताकि हम उसको कंट्रोल कर सकें और सरकार को मुनाफा आए। फिर ये कमेटी की रिपोर्ट में कहा कि नॉन कंफर्मिंग एरियाज जैसे कि गांव हैं, जैसे कि कॉलोनीज हैं, जहां पर कोई कमर्शियल मार्केट नहीं है, जहां पर कोई डीडीए की, कोई एमसीडी की मार्केट नहीं है, वहां पर नहीं खुल सकती दुकानें। मगर इन्होंने जब ऑक्शन किया जोन्स का तो इन्होंने नॉन कंफर्मिंग एरिया को भी बेच दिया। उसके बाद में कमेटी कहती है कि ओनली इंडिविजुअल कैन अप्लाई फॉर लाइसेंस, यानी कि इनका टारगेट था कि 800 दुकान खोलेंगे तो 800 लोगों को एक एक दुकान एक एक आदमी को देंगे। कभी कमेटी ने नहीं कहा कि आप पूरा कार्टेल बनाकर एक एक आदमी को 100 दुकान दे दीजिए, एक एक आदमी को 2 जोन दे दीजिए, कभी कमेटी ने ऐसा नहीं कहा। उसके बाद में कमेटी ने जो भी सुधांशु जी ने जिसका जिक्र किया, नो मैन्युफैक्चरर और होलसेल लाइसेंस होल्डर इज अलाउड टू बिड फॉर जोनल लाइस, कि जो होलसेलर होगा वो मैन्युफैक्चरर नहीं हो सकता, जो मैन्युफैक्चरर होगा वो रिटेलर नहीं हो सकता, जो रिटेलर होगा वो मैन्युफैक्चरर नहीं हो सकता। मगर 2 कंपनियों की मैं यहां पर अपना जिक्र करना चाहता हूं। एक है महादेव, वो तीनों ही है जो कि मिसेस चड्डा चलाते हैं। उसके बाद में एक है बड़ी पंजाब। तो ये 2 कंपनियां ऐसी हैं जो तीनों का काम करती हैं। ये शराब बनाती भी हैं, इनके पास में L1 का लाइसेंस भी है और इनके पास में दिल्ली में जोन्स भी हैं। फिर एक है महादेव, एक है बड़ी पंजाब। फिर इसमें एक इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है कि इफ द एप्लीकेंट डज नॉट एक्सेप्ट द लाइसेंस आफ्टर विनिंग द बिड विद इन द स्टिपुलेटेड टाइम फ्रेम, EMD अमाउंट शेल स्टैंड फॉरफिटेड। जो इन्होंने 144 करोड़ रुपए वापस कर दिया लोगों का, ये बोल के कि कोविड चल रहा था, किसी छोटे व्यापारियों का 1 रुपया नहीं वापस। कंपनियां जिन्होंने बिड की थी और जिनको बिड में जोन मिल गए थे, जब वो नीचे से जाकर एनओसी नहीं लेके आए तो उनको पैसा वापस कर दिया गया। देश में दिल्ली में एक ऐसा ही राज्य है जहां शराब मंत्री भी वही है जो शिक्षा मंत्री है। तो एक तरफ एक शिक्षा की बात करते हैं और दूसरी तरफ ये बच्चों की उम्र को घटा देते हैं, उनको छूट देते हैं कॉलेज के बच्चों को कि आप जाके शराब पीजिए। हम, बहुत अजीब सी बात है कि शिक्षा मंत्री हैं और हम इनसे केमिस्ट्री का सवाल पूछते हैं और ये हिस्ट्री का जवाब देते हैं। क्योंकि ये केमिस्ट्री का सवाल इसलिए नहीं उसका जवाब दे सकते क्योंकि 60% दिल्ली सरकार के स्कूल में साइंस नहीं पढ़ाई जाती है। इसलिए शिक्षा मंत्री से जब भी पूछो कि 2% से 12% क्यों किया, तो वो जवाब देते हैं कि हमारे घर में एक आज अपना डॉग को बच्चा हो गया, कुत्ते को बच्चा पैदा हो गया। हम उनसे जो है सवाल पूछते हैं कि आपने क्रेडिट नोट 18 करोड़ रुपए का एक एक, तो ये जो 2% से 12% की कमीशन कैसे ट्रांसफर होती थी कि क्रेडिट नोट ये देते थे। आप सभी कभी दुकान पर जाते होंगे, कोई जूता खरीदते होंगे, आपको जूता पसंद नहीं आता होगा, तो जब आप उसको वापस कराने जाते हैं तो आपको क्रेडिट नोट दे देते हैं कि ये 1 साल तक वैलिड रहेगा, इसके बदले में कभी भी जूता ले लेना या कभी भी उतने अमाउंट का कोई भी चीज ले लेना। तो ये रिटेलर्स को जो L1 होते थे वो सारे रिटेलर्स को क्रेडिट नोट इशू करते थे और वो क्रेडिट नोट के बदले में उनसे कैश लेकर वो आम आदमी पार्टी को ट्रांसफर किया करते थे। तो ये इनका सारा अपना मॉडल्स ऑपरेंडी था। ना ये क्रेडिट नोट का जवाब दे सकते हैं और ना ये 2% से 12% का जवाब देते हैं। ये सीधा पहुंच जाते हैं कि केजरीवाल तो प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार हैं। तो एक कोई गांव में अपना हड्डी सा पहलवान था, तो एक हमारे देश में गामा पहलवान हुए, बहुत जो है उनको रुस्तमे हिंद भी बोलते थे। तो एक हड्डी सा पहलवान था राघव चड्ढा जैसा, तो वो बार बार जो है चुनौती देता था कि गामा पहलवान को मेरे सामने लाओ, मैं उसको हरा दूंगा। तो ना गामा पहलवान ने उससे लड़ना था और जब अगर कभी वो आ भी जाता तो उसका हड्डी पहलवान का क्या होता, तो वो भाग जाता। तो ऐसे ये खुद ही 4 लोग कहीं पर भी जाके चैनल पर या किसी दूसरे राज्य में जाकर खुद ही एक दूसरे की पीठ जो है थपथपा रहे हैं कि इसको भारत रत्न मिलना चाहिए, इसको प्रधानमंत्री मिलना चाहिए, इसको ये मिलना चाहिए, इसको ये मिलना चाहिए। मैं आपको बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग फिगर एक जो है बताने वाला हूं और जब आप इनकी आम आदमी पार्टी की पीसी में जाएं तो जरूर उनसे ये वाला सवाल पूछें, इसका भी जवाब उनके पास नहीं होगा। कि आपने मनीष सिसोदिया को बार बार ये कहते सुना होगा कि हमारी दुकानें ज्यादा नहीं खुली इसलिए जो हमारा रेवेन्यू है वो कम आया। अब आप ये जो मैं आपको फिगर दे रहा हूं इसके बारे में जरा सुन लीजिए कि 2020 और 2021 में, अगर मैं 19 और 20 की बात करूं तो दिल्ली में 10,000 करोड़ की शराब बिकी 2019 और 2020 में। 2020 और 21 में दिल्ली में 7,860 करोड़ की शराब बिकी। और जब ये पॉलिसी आई तो केवल 7 महीने के अंदर में जो दिल्ली में शराब बिकी है वो अमाउंट है 10,000 करोड़ रुपया। तो जो पुरानी पॉलिसी में एक साल में 7,800 करोड़ की शराब एक साल में बिकती थी, इन्होंने 7 महीने में 10,000 करोड़ की शराब बिकी है दिल्ली में 7 महीने में। तो ये बात को नहीं कह सकते कि हमारी दुकानें कम खुली हैं इसलिए हमारी शराब जो है कम बिकी है। इनकी शराब 1.5 गुना ज्यादा बिकी है। और एक्साइज की ड्यूटी इन्होंने कर दी 1%। अब मैं आपको एक्साइज के ऊपर में भी आपको उनसे सवाल पूछना चाहिए कि 19-20 में आपको एक्साइज ड्यूटी 4,200 करोड़ रुपया सरकार को मिली। 20-21 में एक्साइज आपको 3,300 करोड़ रुपया मिला। मगर जब आप नई पॉलिसी लेके आए तो केवल 158 करोड़ रुपया एक्साइज मिला। एक्साइज 158 करोड़ रुपया, यानी कि एक्साइज में भी लॉस है और आपके रेवेन्यू में भी लॉस है। तो मैं मनीष सिसोदिया जी से पूछना चाहता हूं कि आप इस बात का जवाब दें कि आपकी सरकार को एक्साइज में 3000 करोड़ का लॉस हुआ है और आपके रेवेन्यू में 3500 करोड़ का लॉस हुआ है। ये सरकारी लॉस है, ये आपको हुआ है या नहीं हुआ है, इस बात का जवाब दे दें। ये तो सारे डाटा होंगे एक्साइज के पास में, एक्साइज विभाग के पास में, आपके पास में। तो सरकार को पिछले साल की तुलना से एक्साइज में कितना लॉस हुआ है और आपको रेवेन्यू में कितना लॉस हुआ है, इस बात का मनीष सिसोदिया उत्तर दे दें कि आपको 3500 करोड़ रुपए का लॉस हुआ है या नहीं हुआ है रेवेन्यू में, और 3000 करोड़ रुपए का एक्साइज में लॉस हुआ है या नहीं हुआ है, इस बात का जवाब दे दे। और जो 6500 करोड़ रुपया सरकार को लॉस होता है, देखिए ये अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा क्राइम है कि सरकार जिस पॉलिसी में उसको 6500 करोड़ रुपया ज्यादा मिल रहे हैं, अगर सरकार एक नई पॉलिसी लेकर आती है और उसमें ऐसे चेंजेस करती है कि जिसमें सरकार को 6500 करोड़ रुपया कम आता है, तो ये अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा क्राइम है। तो वो 6500 करोड़ रुपया कहां जाता है जो सरकार को लॉस हो रहा है? क्योंकि शराब तो ज्यादा बिक रही है, शराब कम नहीं बिक रही, मगर सरकार को जितना रेवेन्यू आना चाहिए था, जितना पैसा आना चाहिए था, वो नहीं आ रहा। तो वो पैसा कहां जा रहा है, इस बात का जवाब दें। तो ये कई ऐसे बिंदु हैं जिनसे जब आप उनसे केमिस्ट्री का सवाल पूछेंगे तो आपको हिस्ट्री बताएंगे। तो इसीलिए यही हाल है कि जो है इनके बच्चे ये बार बार अपने स्कूल में जाकर बोलते हैं कि आप पेपर में कुछ भी लिख कर आ जाना, उसको खाली मत छोड़ना। ऐसे भी हमने वीडियो देखे कि कुछ भी कोई कहानी लिख के आ जाना, पिक्चर की, शोले पिक्चर की कहानी लिख के आ जाना, खाली मत छोड़ के आना, आपको पास कर देंगे। तो वैसे ही ये दिल्ली की जनता को, देश की जनता को गुमराह कर रहे हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
ಮೂಲಕವಾಗಿ ಯಾವ ಸಂದೇಶವನ್ನು ಸಾರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ರಥಯಾತ್ರೆ ಮೂಲಕವಾಗಿ ಯಾವ ಸಂದೇಶ?
ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ರಥಯಾತ್ರೆ ಮೂಲಕ ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಜಾಗೃತಿ ಮೂಡಿಸುವಂಥ, ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ವಿಚಾರಧಾರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಜನರಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸುವಂಥ, ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಗೃತಿ ಮೂಡಿಸಿ ದೇಶಭಕ್ತಿ ಮೂಡಿಸುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇದು. ಆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸೋಕ್ಕೆ ಮೈಸೂರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಆದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಜನ ಸೇರಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಭಾಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ರಥಯಾತ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಡೋಕೆ ಸಿದ್ಧ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹಕರಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ವಿನಂತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರ ಹೋರಾಟಗಾರರೇ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವರು.
ಯಾವ ಮನುಷ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಧರ್ಮ, ದೇಶ ಯಾವುದು ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಒಬ್ಬ ಬೇಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯಿಂದ ಮಾತನಾಡುವಂಥ ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷದ ನಾಯಕ, ಒಬ್ಬ ಮಾಜಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಮರೆತು ಈಗ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಹಗುರವಾಗಿ ಮಾತನಾಡುವಂಥವ್ರು ಶೋಭೆ ತರುವಂಥದ್ದಲ್ಲ. ಇದೇ ರೀತಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಜನ ತಕ್ಕ ಪಾಠವನ್ನು ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ಕಾಲ ಬಹಳ ದೂರ ಇಲ್ಲ.
So BJP's mega Savarkar campaign in Karnataka, and there you see B.S. Yeddiyurappa leading the campaign for lauding and says Savarkar was our nation's pride and he was a hero loved across parties, that even Indira Gandhi had hailed Veer Savarkar. So this is the Savarkar Rath Yatra that B.S. Yeddiyurappa is flagging off, and he initiates it with a loud statement for the greatness of Veer Savarkar, one of India's greatest freedom struggle heroes, and says Niranjan joining us there. Niranjan, we are seeing the flagging off of the Savarkar Rath Yatra of the BJP mega campaign being launched here for Savarkar, one of our greatest freedom struggle heroes.
Yes, we're looking at the pictures coming in from Mysore right now, and it's going to be one big campaign that the BJP is going to flag off. In fact, it's not being organized by the BJP, Rukma, but I can tell you that, Yeddiyurappa right now in Mysore, flagging off the Savarkar Rath Yatra, and we've been, bringing you stories. It all started on the 15th of August. In fact, much before that, with many groups opposing a poster of Veer Savarkar in the Independence Day celebrations. It started off with that, and then it snowballed into a political controversy with the right asking the Congress Party why they were questioning Savarkar, also asking the Congress Party why they were insulting Savarkar and giving ideological support to some of these parties that were backing Tipu Sultan posters instead of Veer Savarkar. And it's turned into a full-blown war now, because this poster war started as a poster war and then, snowballed into a political fight. We're looking at Veer Savarkar posters also being targeted in different parts of Karnataka. We have pictures from Vijaypura, earlier called Bijapur, where posters of Veer Savarkar were also burnt reportedly by some of these Congress workers. And it's turned out into a full-blown war, with the BJP now carrying out Veer Savarkar Yatra. Rather, it's not the BJP holding the Veer Savarkar Yatra. We'll just make a small correction. It's a group that's holding the Veer Savarkar Yatra, and Yeddiyurappa is just flagging off the Yatra. Yeddiyurappa is flagging off the Yatra, and these are the first pictures coming in. I'm handing it back to you for now. As we keep a close track on that story.
So a Savarkar Rath Yatra begins, flagged off by BJP stalwart BS Yeddiyurappa there. And we are getting you those visuals. Niranjan with us. We also have with us Nivedna from the Republic Studios here in New Delhi. Niranjan, Nivedna, it's over to you to take us through the significance of this. The BJP making a strong statement there through Yeddiyurappa for Veer Savarkar.
That's right. Now, the Savarkar poster standoff we have been seeing in Karnataka for the past couple of days. The development now in terms of this is that the Veer Savarkar Foundation president had earlier stated that the reason that they're going to be doing this Rath Yatra, which is flagged off from Mysore, is to ensure that people know about Savarkar, number one. They also said that the Rath Yatra would be flagged off in different places, including Mandya district, Chamarajnagar, as well as Hubli. He also stated that the final day of the Rath Yatra will conclude in Mysore. However, he went on to give a few more details about the Rath Yatra, stating that on one hand, the Rath Yatra will include different elements like an LED display which will showcase Savarkar's pictures, important information about him, and videos pertaining to his life, in a way to kind of bring more information about Savarkar's life to the public. On the other hand, he also said that important speakers will be a part of this Rath Yatra who will be addressing the public as well, and there will also be books on the life of Savarkar, so that people can access it in case that they want to. This is the information about the Rath Yatra that the founder of this particular organization had earlier given a bite about. And on the other hand, of course, former Karnataka Chief Minister Yeddiyurappa flagging off this Rath Yatra in Mysore. Rukma.
Right. And when we talk about the statements he's made, many telling statements there, Nivedana. He's spoken about how Veer Savarkar was loved across parties, parties with different ideologies. He was loved across parties. He says about how Indira Gandhi had also hailed Veer Savarkar. Take us through some of the statements that he made, even as BSY flagged off that yatra.
Right. In that particular bite, Yeddiyurappa was stating that this is, of course, important. Like you just mentioned, that Savarkar was appreciated by people across all political parties. But on the other hand, he stated that there is no scope for this issue that has been, created into a political fiasco. That should not be happening. And the Rath Yatra will only ensure that.
75वीं साल की सालगिरह मना रहे हैं और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी खुद लाल किले पे खड़े होकर कहते हैं कि हमें गर्व होना चाहिए कि भारत दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी लाल किले पे खड़े होकर ये कहते हैं कि भारत का संविधान बनाने वालों ने भारत को लोकतंत्र बनाया, हर नागरिक को लोकतांत्रिक अधिकार दिया। मैं आज प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को याद दिलाना चाहूंगी कि ये लोकतंत्र क्या होता है। लोकतंत्र में भारत की जनता को वोट देने का अधिकार मिला। लोकतंत्र में भारत की जनता को चुनने का अधिकार मिला कि वो किस पार्टी की सरकार, किस वादों की सरकार बनाना चाहती है। लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी का लोकतंत्र में भरोसा नहीं है, या भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कह सकते हैं कि लोकतंत्र पर एक सिलेक्टिव भरोसा है। जब चुनाव होते हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी और सारी पार्टियां चुनाव के मैदान में उतरती हैं, कैंपेन करती हैं। जहां जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी चुनाव जीत जाती है, वहां पर तो लोकतंत्र का फैसला, जनता का फैसला सरमाथे पर जहां जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी चुनाव हार जाती है और किसी दूसरी पार्टी की सरकार बन जाती है, फिर वहां पे लोकतंत्र नहीं चलता। फिर वहां पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी का ऑपरेशन लोटस चलता है। क्या है भारतीय जनता पार्टी का ऑपरेशन लोटस? कि जिन जिन राज्यों में अगर किसी और पार्टी की सरकार बन जाए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ना बने, तो साम दाम दंड भेद से उस पार्टी की सरकार को गिरा दिया जाए। फिर चाहे उसमें केंद्रीय जांच एजेंसीज को लगाना हो, चाहे सीबीआई और ईडी को लगाना हो, उनके द्वारा केस करवाने हो, चाहे दूसरी तरफ पैसे के ऑफर देने हो, बड़े बड़े पदों के ऑफर देने हो, मुख्यमंत्री के पद का ऑफर देना हो, किसी भी साम दाम दंड भेद से दूसरी किसी भी पार्टी की सरकार बन जाए, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये चक्रव्यूह बनाना शुरू कर देती है कि किस तरह से ऑपरेशन लोटस करके उस सरकार को गिराया जाए। और ये ऑपरेशन लोटस शब्द हमारा नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी गर्व करती है अपने ऑपरेशन लोटस पर कि चुनाव से क्या फर्क पड़ता है, लोकतंत्र से क्या फर्क पड़ता है। कोई भी पार्टी चुनाव जीत कर आए, हम तो आखिरकार उस पार्टी की सरकार को गिराकर अपनी सरकार बना ही लेंगे। ये सिलसिला कब से शुरू हुआ? ये सिलसिला 2014 से ही भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने शुरू कर दिया। अरुणाचल प्रदेश से कांग्रेस के पेमा खांडू से शुरुआत हुई, जिन पे बड़े बड़े केस थे 2014 में। और जैसे ही उन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी ज्वाइन की, सारे मुकदमे खत्म। 32 एमएलए को लेकर आए वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी में, और अरुणाचल प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बन गई। गोवा में 2017 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मेजॉरिटी नहीं थी। 40 में से सिर्फ और सिर्फ 13 सीटें आई थी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की। कांग्रेस सबसे बड़ी पार्टी थी, लेकिन फिर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने फिर से साम दाम दंड भेद से कांग्रेस के दूसरी पार्टियों के विधायकों को डरा के, धमका के, खरीद के अपनी सरकार बना ली। मणिपुर में 2017 में सिर्फ 60 में से 21 सीटें आई थी। वहां पर भी मणिपुर में ऑपरेशन लोटस किया गया और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बन गई। मेघालय में 2018 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की 60 में से केवल 2 सीटें थी जब ऑपरेशन लोटस शुरू हुआ, और ऑपरेशन लोटस का नतीजा कि 60 में से 2 सीटें लाने वाली भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने अपनी सरकार बना दी। ये लिस्ट चलती जाती है, इसमें मध्य प्रदेश, कर्नाटका, महाराष्ट्र, कई राज्य हैं जहां पर इसी प्रकार से ऑपरेशन लोटस किया गया। दिल्ली में भी इसी ऑपरेशन लोटस की कोशिश पिछले कुछ महीनों से चल रही है। इसी ऑपरेशन लोटस के तहत दिल्ली के डिप्टी सीएम मनीष सिसोदिया जी पे तरह तरह की शिकायतें, कभी स्कूल को लेके, कभी क्लासरूम को लेके, कभी एक्साइज पॉलिसी को लेके, कभी सीबीआई में दी जाती है, कभी एसीबी में दी जाती है, कभी दिल्ली पुलिस में दी जाती है। इन सब शिकायतों का कोई आधार नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी उस पर दिल्ली पुलिस की जांच बैठाई जाती है, सीबीआई की जांच बैठाई जाती है, इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट की जांच बैठाई जाती है। 14 घंटे तक दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया जी के घर पर रेड होती है, कुछ नहीं मिलता। ना पैसे मिलते हैं, ना सोने के बिस्किट मिलते हैं, ना जेवर मिलते हैं, ना बेनामी संपत्ति के कागजात मिलते हैं। लेकिन फिर भी अगले दिन ये खबर चल जाती है कि अब सीबीआई के बाद ईडी की रेड होने वाली है। इसी दौरान उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया जी को भारतीय जनता पार्टी से मैसेज आता है कि अगर सीबीआई और ईडी से बचना चाहते हो तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आ जाओ, सारे मुकदमे खत्म हो जाएंगे। उन्हें बोला जाता है कि आप पार्टी के नंबर 2 के नेता हो, आप अपने साथ अन्य विधायकों को लेके आ जाइए। क्या फर्क पड़ता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के केवल 7 विधायक हैं? उन्होंने तो मेघालय में ऑपरेशन लोटस में सिर्फ 2 विधायकों के साथ सरकार बना ली थी। तो वो मनीष सिसोदिया जी को कहते, आप पार्टी के नंबर 2 के नेता हो, आपकी भी इच्छा होती होगी कि मैं भी मुख्यमंत्री बनूं, तो आप अपने साथ विधायकों को लेकर आओ, आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी का मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा बनो, हम आपको मुख्यमंत्री बनाएं। तो उन्होंने यह ऑफर दिया कि एक तरफ हम आपके सारे केसेस खत्म कर देंगे और दूसरा आपको दिल्ली का मुख्यमंत्री बना देंगे। अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी का ये जो ऑपरेशन लोटस है, ये अलग अलग राज्यों में क्यों सफल हो पाता है? क्योंकि वहां के भी जो नेता हैं, जो विधायक हैं, जो मंत्री हैं, उन सब ने अलग अलग तरीके से भ्रष्टाचार किया हुआ है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्रीय एजेंसियों से डरते हैं। उन्हें पता है कि सिर्फ एकमात्र तरीका है उन सब केसेस से बचने का, वो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी में चले जाना। इसकी तो पूरी पोल हर्षवर्धन पाटिल ने ही खोल दी थी, जो महाराष्ट्र के एमएलए हैं, जो कांग्रेस से भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आए, जिन्होंने कहा कि जब से कांग्रेस से भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आया हूं, चैन की नींद सोता हूं, क्योंकि मुझे पता है कि अब मेरे पे कोई इंक्वायरी नहीं होने वाली, कोई जांच नहीं होने वाली। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के विधायक ने खुद कहा। तो क्यों अलग अलग पार्टियों को भारतीय जनता पार्टी तोड़ पाती है? क्योंकि उनके नेताओं ने भी भ्रष्टाचार किया है और वो सीबीआई से, ईडी से, पुलिस से, इंटेलिजेंस सर्विसेज से, इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट से डरते हैं। लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पता नहीं है कि जब वो मनीष सिसोदिया को ऑफर देने आते हैं तो मनीष सिसोदिया जी जैसा कट्टर ईमानदार नेता उन्हें किसी पार्टी में नहीं मिलेगा। ना सिर्फ वो कट्टर ईमानदार हैं, वो कट्टर देशभक्त हैं। और उन्होंने खुद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं को कहा कि मैं तुम्हारी धमकियों से डरने वाला नहीं हूं। आज तो तुमने सीबीआई भेजी है, कल ईडी भेज दो, इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट भेज दो, दिल्ली पुलिस भेज दो, तुम्हें एक पैसे का भ्रष्टाचार नहीं मिलेगा। और मैं आखिरी सांस तक अरविंद केजरीवाल के साथ खड़ा हूं और खड़ा रहूंगा, क्योंकि मेरा मकसद मुख्यमंत्री बनना नहीं है। मेरा मकसद इस देश को नंबर 1 बनाना है और इसलिए मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल के साथ खड़ा हूं। आज ये हमारे देश के लिए कितने दुख की बात है कि आज दुनिया की हर इंटरनेशनल रैंकिंग में भारत हर चीज में पीछे रहता जा रहा है। एक ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट इंडेक्स की रिपोर्ट आती है जिसमें पूरे दुनिया भर के देशों की रैंकिंग होती है। 160 देशों में से भारत 131वें नंबर पे आता है।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
In US, a body found in Northern California reservoir is believed to be that of a 16-year-old Kelly Rodney who went missing weeks ago after attending a party at a Sierra Nevada campground in the United States.
Still an active investigation, and I understand there will be, and we will continue to receive lots of questions regarding our investigation, and we will release what we can. But at this time, our commitment is to this family, and that is where we will consistently reach for making decisions on what we release. And again, it is still a very active investigation.
And a roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky in his address lauded the European politicians for imposing an 8th round of sanctions against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. This comes amid US President Joe Biden's request to Russia to end military operations close to Europe's largest Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met with Serbian Minister of Internal Affairs Alexander
प्रधानमंत्री जी इस देश के युवाओं के बारे में सोचिए, इस देश की महिलाओं के बारे में सोचिए, इस देश के बच्चों के बारे में सोचिए, इस देश के नागरिकों के बारे में सोचिए। आज वो आपसे समाधान की उम्मीद कर रहे हैं और आप बैठ के दूसरी सरकारों के खिलाफ षड्यंत्र रच रहे हैं। क्या आपको लगता है कि जिस राज्य में आपकी सरकार नहीं जीती वहां पे हमें ऑपरेशन लोटस करके सरकार को गिराना है? कि जैसे मध्य प्रदेश में गिरा दी, अरुणाचल में गिरा दी, गोवा में गिरा दी, मेघालय में गिरा दी, कर्नाटका में गिरा दी, मध्य प्रदेश में गिरा दी, अब हम दिल्ली में भी गिराना चाहते हैं? मेरा प्रधानमंत्री जी से आग्रह है, ये देश हम सबका है। आज दिल्ली में हम अच्छे सरकारी स्कूल, अच्छे सरकारी अस्पताल, युवाओं को रोजगार, महिलाओं को बस की यात्रा, पूरी दिल्ली में सीसीटीवी कैमरा दे पा रहे हैं। तो आप दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री, उप मुख्यमंत्री को बुलाइए, उनके साथ बैठिए कि जैसे आपने दिल्ली में समस्याओं का समाधान किया है, वो भी सरकार को मुनाफे में रखते हुए तो हम और राज्यों में कैसे कर सकते हैं? हम पूरे देश में कैसे कर सकते हैं?
Unidentified persons allegedly stole 10 ancient idols from a temple in Maharashtra's Jalna district. 700 years old ancient idols remain missing from Jamb Samarth temple. Meanwhile, NCP leader Rajesh Tope urged the management to inquire about the matter.
आज पहाटे जे रामदास स्वामी त्या ठिकाणी रामाचं, लक्ष्मणाचं, हनुमानाच्या ज्या पूजा करायच्या ॲक्च्युली मूर्तींच्या, पंचधातूच्या मूर्ती, ते पहाटे 3 वाजता काही अज्ञात चोरट्यांनी कंप्लीटली या सगळ्या 700 वर्ष पूर्वीच्या ह्या सगळ्या मूर्त्या चोरलेल्या आहेत. म्हणून मला एवढंच म्हणायचं, महाराष्ट्रभरातून लोक तिथे दर्शनाला येतात, मुंबईतून जातात, सगळीकडून जातात आणि त्यामुळे या संदर्भातलं आपण गांभीर्याने नोंद घेऊन कळवावं असं मला वाटतं.
Following a missing complaint, police has been examining CCTV footage from the temple to identify the suspects. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And here's a look at some other news. The BJP has hit out at the Congress leader Siddaramaiah for allegedly visiting a temple after eating non-vegetarian food. In response to the scandal, Siddaramaiah has said that the BJP is an expert at lighting fires when there is peace. Former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray expelled Minister Uday Samant and senior leader Yashwant Yadav from the Sena party today. Now both the ministers have joined the Chief Minister Shinde's camp. Shocking visuals on your screens show an assault on a school teacher in Goa. A complaint has been registered against the PWD engineer Altaf Sheikh for allegedly assaulting a school teacher. Meanwhile, the police is investigating the matter.
In US, a body found in Northern California reservoir is believed to be that of a 16-year-old Kelly Rodney, who went missing weeks ago after attending a party at a Sierra Nevada campground in the United States.
Still an active investigation, and I understand there will be, and we will continue to receive lots of questions regarding our investigation, and we will release what we can. But at this time, our commitment is to this family, and that is where we will consistently reach for making decisions on what we release. Again, it is still a very active investigation.
And a roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky in his address lauded the European politicians for imposing an 8th round of sanctions against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. This comes amid US President Joe Biden's request to Russia to end military operations close to Europe's largest Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met with Serbian Minister of Internal Affairs Alexander Vulin in Moscow. Both the leaders discussed the situation in Kosovo. Lavrov also assured Vulin that Russia's position on the sanctions. Top headlines at 1 p.m. after Congress Savarkar insult, BJP makes Savarkar #1 issue. Mega Savarkar Rath Yatra today. Bilkis Bano case in the top court. Supreme Court agrees to hear PIL challenging remission of killers. Freebies face-off hearing in the top court. SG says in Supreme Court it has serious impacts on exchequer. BJP MLA Raja Singh booked for controversial remarks after late-night protest. JNU VC Stokes Rao says no Hindu god was a Brahmin. Liquor Gate showdown now in Telangana. BJP chief Bandi Sanjay arrested. Tamil Nadu Minister Sparks Rao compares Modi government to British rule at the Oxford. Thank you for tuning in this afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Lots lined up for you in this edition of our broadcast as well. Straight away, starting with breaking news coming in. This one from the house. And news coming in of the protests which are taking place, the protest which is being staged by the students in Patna. This of course comes a day after we saw the incident which came to light where a protester was thrashed brutally, and in fact an inquiry that has also been ordered by the Deputy Chief Minister himself. Prakash is joining us live from Patna. Prakash, if you could get us the latest details that you're picking up.
हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं शिक्षक अभ्यर्थी। इन्होंने मांगी थी नौकरी लेकिन इन्हें मिली लाठियां, और कई लड़कों को तो यहां लाठी से इतना मारा गया कि देखिए जख्म के निशान हैं। और एडीएम के सिंह ने जिस बर्बरतापूर्ण काम किया, अब उन पर कार्रवाई की मांग कर रहे हैं ये लोग। और ये सारे अभ्यर्थी जो हैं पिछले 4 साल से सारे एलिजिबिलिटी टेस्ट पास कर चुके हैं। सरकार जो है वैकेंसी नहीं निकाल रही है, लगातार इन्हें आश्वासन दिया जा रहा है सरकार की तरफ से भी, और विपक्ष ने भी। तेजस्वी यादव, तमाम आरजेडी के नेता इनके पास आए। अब तो तेजस्वी यादव सरकार में आ गए। हम जानना चाहेंगे इनसे कि क्या इन लोग की मांगे हैं। ये बताइए कि कल क्या क्या घटना हुई, आपके पीठ पे देख रहे हैं निशान।
हम लोग विगत 22 दिन से आंदोलन कर रहे थे। कल हम लोग 22वां दिन था, आज 23वां दिन है। 22 दिन से आंदोलन कर रहे थे। हम लोग आंदोलन करते हुए सर गांधी मैदान से डाक बंगला चौराहा जा रहे थे। हम लोग ज्ञापन देना चाह रहे थे राज्यपाल महोदय के, लेकिन हम लोग को डाक बंगला पे रोक दिया गया और ऐसा लाठीचार्ज किया गया एडीएम के द्वारा। सर देखिए सर, फोड़ दिया गया, पूरा शरीर फोड़ दिया गया सर। हम लोग को ऐसे मारा गया है, लग रहा है आतंकवादी है सर। हम लोग भावी शिक्षक हैं सर, हम लोग रोड पर आंदोलन कर रहे हैं।
के सिंह के खिलाफ
राजद्रोह का मामला बनता है, क्योंकि झंडा पे वार किया जा रहा था। उनको इतना भी
सरकार क्या आश्वासन दे रही थी?
हम लोग को कोई आश्वासन मिला था सर, लिखित रूप में आश्वासन मिलकर विगत 4 सालों से सिर्फ आश्वासन मिला सर। एक बार हम लोग का अपर मुख्य सचिव ये लिखित रूप से आश्वासन पिछले बार 25 दिनों के आंदोलन के बाद दिए थे, मगर वो आश्वासन भी वो फिर मुकर गए और आज तक हम लोग का शेड्यूल जारी नहीं हुआ है सर। और इस बार भी फिर अभी माननीय तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव जी भी कल आश्वासन नहीं दे रहे सर। हम लोग को आश्वासन नहीं चाहिए, अविलंब प्राथमिक विज्ञप्ति 7वीं चरण प्राथमिक विज्ञप्ति अविलंब शेड्यूल जारी किया जाए और के सिंह को बर्खास्त किया जाए। यही 2 मांग हम लोग का है सर।
तेजस्वी यादव के पार्टी के जो नेता हैं वो तो अब शिक्षा मंत्री बन गए। तेजस्वी यादव आप लोग से मिलने आए थे, क्या आश्वासन दिया?
मिलने नहीं आए थे सर। हम लोग लगातार 22 दिन से आंदोलन कर रहे हैं। जब सत्ता में नहीं थी तेजस्वी यादव जी, नहीं थे, उनके पार्टी थी, उनके प्रवक्ता आते थे, उनके नेता आते थे, बोलते थे कि हम यदि सत्ता में रहते तो हम कल का नोटिफिकेशन दे देते। अब सत्ता में आ गए हैं, वो बोल रहे हैं कि 6 महीना तो लगेगा, 6 महीना लगेगा, आपको इंतजार 6 महीना करना चाहिए। सर 4 साल से हम लोग इंतजार कर रहे हैं और नियुक्ति के लिए विज्ञप्ति के लिए जो सबसे बड़ी बात होती है रिक्ति का रोस्टर और नियमावली, ये तीनों बन के तैयार है सर। रिक्ति भी तैयार है, रोस्टर भी तैयार है और नियमावली भी बन के तैयार है, लेकिन विज्ञप्ति नहीं दे रहे हैं। इसलिए नहीं,
कितना वैकेंसी खाली है? कितना
वैकेंसी खाली है प्राइमरी में सर, 6 to 8 में सर।
सब कुछ फाइनल है, सब कुछ फाइनल है। नीतीश कुमार की ये चाल है कि सरकार जब बदली तो जानबूझकर शिक्षा मंत्री को चेंज किया गया है, ये बताने के लिए कि सरकार मेरी अभी अभी बनी है।
भाई तो अब तेजस्वी यादव उप मुख्यमंत्री हैं तो और शिक्षा मंत्री उन्हीं के पार्टी के हैं, तो उनसे क्या मांग कर रहे हैं आप?
उनसे मांग यही है कि अविलंब हम लोग का नोटिफिकेशन जारी किया जाए।
भरोसा है तेजस्वी पे?
भरोसा नहीं है, इसलिए तो हम लोग सड़क पर उतर रहे हैं।
भरोसा नहीं हो तो अभी नई सरकार आई है, आपको क्यों भरोसा नहीं?
भरोसा इसलिए नहीं है कि लिखित
भरोसा चाहिए सर, मुंह से आश्वासन नहीं चाहिए।
वो तो बोल रहे हैं कि अभी धैर्य रखिए, हम लोग करेंगे।
धैर्य रखने की एक सीमा होती है सर। 4 साल से हम लोग धैर्य रख रहे हैं। 2019 में उसी की सरकार थी, उसी के कारण छठा चरण अभी तक लेट और फिर उसी का सरकार बना।
धैर्य का फल यही मिलता है।
माननीय तेजस्वी जी बोल रहे थे कि हमारी सरकार रहती तो हम 2 दिन में नोटिफिकेशन देते, लेकिन उनकी सरकार बनी 10 दिन हो गए। 4 साल में नोटिफिकेशन नहीं आ सकता है
सर, लिखित आश्वासन मिलना चाहिए।
हम लोग को नोट करती है कि तुम लोग रोड पे आओ, ये सरकार की नाकामी है, वो हम लोग को जबरदस्ती बोलता है तुम लोग रोड पे आओ।
आज में क्या करेंगे हम लोग?
सर लाठीचार्ज की हम लोग बर्बरता के एडीएम जी ने मारी है। पुलिस ने
चाहिए सर
5 सितंबर तक अल्टीमेटम दिया जाता है। सरकार को 5 सितंबर तक अल्टीमेटम है कि अगर हम लोग का प्राइमरी का अगर 7वीं चरण का वैकेंसी नहीं निकलेगा तो हम पूरे बिहार में हम लोग उग्र प्रदर्शन करेंगे। इसलिए 5 सितंबर तक अल्टीमेटम सरकार।
कल तो तेजस्वी यादव ने डीएम से बात किया और उन्होंने कहा कि धैर्य रखिए आप लोग।
हम लोगों का धैर्य 4 साल हो गया, हम लोगों का नोटिफिकेशन और विलंब चाहिए और कोई हम कुछ हम धैर्य नहीं रख सकते हैं।
तेजस्वी यादव जी तो अपने आप बोले थे पहले कलम से हम नौकरी देंगे, नौकरी देने का काम करेंगे, लेकिन अभी तक नौकरी कलम कहाँ पता नहीं है।
सबसे पहले शिक्षक नौकरी देने की बात कही थी।
Well, on to more breaking news coming in. This one in relation to the Rampur Haat case, where we understand that the CBI has arrested 7 people in connection with the Rampur Haat case. We are told that the CBI team, remember, is probing into the death of 8 villagers who were the victims of the alleged reprisals that followed the murder of TMC Panchayat level leader. We have a senior editor, Shravan, also joining us. Shravan, if you could give us more details. We understand CBI has made fresh arrests, 7 people who've been arrested in connection with the Rampur Haat case.
Well, in fact, the latest details that we are picking up is that these are fresh arrests that have been made by the investigation in the Rampur Haat violence case. In fact, we've also got the list of 7 people who have been arrested and they are being migrated to Pothole and now will be produced before the court. We've been told that Nur Ali, Sher Ali, Ahmed, Bikir Ali, Khairul Sheikh, Jamirul Sheikh and
Sheikh Joseph. These are the 7 people who have been arrested in the Pothole murder case. They are going to be produced in the court. The court in Bengal is what we are being saying right now. In fact, there have been multiple eyewitnesses in this particular case. These statements have also been recorded, the massive violence that actually took place. And one of the eyewitnesses has essentially said, that they were peacefully behind it. This was deliberately done by a section. That is exactly what the Country Bureau of Investigation is looking at. Whether at all this is a case of a criminal conspiracy, something that the CBI is essentially looking at.
Shravan, just a follow-up question before we let you go. We understand that some TMC netas were also under scanner when we talk about this whole Birbhum violence case. If you could put this into context for us and give us some backdrop as well into this case.
Well, in fact, it was on the evening of 21st of March around 8:30 evening when Badi Sanjay, who is the Deputy Chairman of Dakshal Gram Panchayat and is also considered to be an influential leader of the ruling Trinamool Congress, was killed in a bomb attack at Patna, more in the village in Rampurhat region. Now, within just about an hour of the murder, followers and associates have basically rampaged through the area, setting fire to the several houses. Now, in the FIR that has been registered, the CBI has basically said that as a retaliation of the incident of murder of Badi Sanjay, a mob of about 70 to 80 people led by 20 persons set fire to the houses with a view to kill the persons inside and their family inmates. At that very speech, remember the West Bengal BJP has said the violence and death were due to a deep-rooted personal enmity and were definitely not political murders. Now that's what the West Bengal police had essentially indicated. But the CBI in its FIR that is registered has basically indicated that this was a retaliation of the incident of the murder of Badi Sanjay. A mob of 70 to 80 people led by 22 persons set fire to the houses with a view to kill the persons. Now that's what the CBI has indicated. Now it remains to be seen the 7 people who have been arrested, whether at all there is any connection with any particular political party. That is something that we do not have a confirmation as yet.
Okay. All right, Shravan, we leave it at that. Thank you for getting us all those details. On to more breaking news coming in now. This one with regard to the Shinde versus Uddhav matter, which is in the Supreme Court. More details that are now coming in. The breaking news that the SC has referred to a 5-judge bench for constitutional questions arising from the rebellion in Shiv Sena leading to the fall of the Mahavikas Aghadi government on application of 10th schedule, powers and duties of Speaker on dealing with disqualification petitions, power of the Governor. We understand that the matter has been listed for Thursday. Well, we'll go across to our reporters as well to get us more details, but what we understand is that the Supreme Court has referred to 5-judge bench the constitutional questions arising from the rebellion within the Shiv Sena, which led to the fall of the Mahavikas Aghadi government. And we have our executive editor Rhythm also joining us. Rhythm, if you could give us more details. We understand that the matter has now been listed for Thursday.
Yes, absolutely. This case is now coming before a constitution bench, which means a 5-judge bench is now going to hear this matter. It's been referred by the Chief Justice's bench. What are they going to hear is extremely crucial. This is going to be regarding all the matters that the Maharashtra crisis has brought about. But most importantly, it is deciding whether the election commission should go on with Shinde's faction claim to be the original party to control the bow and arrow symbol, or is it now going to be controlled by the Eknath Shinde camp. So this is the Supreme Court has asked the Election Commission not to pass any orders till Thursday. On Thursday, they're going to decide not only on the symbol and who's going to use it, but also the application of the 10th schedule, the powers and duties of the Speaker on dealing with disqualification, the powers of the Governor. So all the disputes between the actions, so as to say, are now going to be looked at before a 5-judge constitution bench. Why this is done? The constitution bench is of 5 Supreme Court judges. Bench of the Supreme Court. Being due notes to this, the Supreme Court has said that these petitions and whether the EP symbol shall go to the Buddhist camp or the Eknath Shinde camp will be decided very soon, but the hearing to begin on Thursday in the Supreme Court.
All right, Rhythm, thank you for getting us all those details. So all eyes on the SC hearing, which will take place on Thursday. The Supreme Court, remember, as Rhythm was telling us, has referred to a 5-judge bench the constitutional questions that are arising with regard to the rebellion, which led to the fall of the Mahavikas Aghadi government in the state of Maharashtra, which led to the formation of a new government with Shinde as the Chief Minister and Fadnavis as the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. So the case that is now listed for Thursday, the Supreme Court will be hearing the matter on Thursday. SC has said that the constitutional bench will decide whether the EC should go on with Shinde faction's claim to be the original party to control the bow and arrow symbol. So it's a battle for legacy as well as we speak that has erupted between the two factions, between Shinde-led faction and the Uddhav-led faction. Well, back-to-back breaking news coming in. This one from Telangana, where we are told that the IT raids are underway in Hyderabad. This is the Phoenix group, which is now under the radar of the IT officials. What we understand right now is the raids are being conducted by the IT officials at 20 places. Now, this is related to the Phoenix group in Hyderabad. We'll go across to Anedi to get us more details, who's reporting live from the city will tell us more about these IT raids which are underway as we speak. The raids which are underway at 20 locations in Hyderabad, which is linked to the Phoenix group. So the Phoenix group that is now under the scanner of the IT sleuths. And Aneri, who's getting us these details right now, the IT raids which are underway at 20 locations in Hyderabad. It's the Phoenix group in Hyderabad which is under the scanner of the IT officials. More details are awaited, but these are some of the details trickling in at this point with regard to the raids which are underway in Hyderabad. Aneri is joining us live. Aneri, if you could give us more details. Well, we seem to have lost that connection with Aneri, but those are in fact the visuals as well coming in right now. The first visuals of the IT raids which are underway at around at least 20 locations in Hyderabad. Now these raids are in connection with a case that is linked to the Phoenix group. And Shravan is also joining us for more details. Shravan, if you could give us more details on these raids which are underway.
Well, in fact, the latest details found that we are picking up is that the Income Tax Department is carrying out searches on the prominent real estate group Phoenix Infrastructure in Hyderabad. In fact, Sukapalli, Avinash and others who run the group are into top real estate projects in the city. What the Income Tax Department is currently looking at is the suspected income tax evasion by the real estate firm. They have basically carried out the searches of the offices of Phoenix groups and the residences of the directors. They were carried out at multiple locations like Jubilee Hill, Musapet, Madhapur and other offices and residences. They've also taken the help of paramilitary forces when they were carrying out the searches. In fact, the Phoenix Ventures, we are being told, is located at Gachibowli, Jubilee Hills, Nagar and Shamsa. That's the latest that we're getting in right now. My colleague Aniri is also reporting, suggesting that raids are being carried out at around 20 locations. Samiksha, at this point in time, that's all information that we have. We'll be tracking the story very closely.
All right. Well, Shravan, thank you for getting us those details. So, Shravan getting us those details with regard to the IT raids, which are underway as we speak at 20 locations, beg your pardon. And the Phoenix group, we are told, in Hyderabad, which is under the scanner. And let's get you a quick wrap of all that's making news from across the country. Amid mega face-off between the BJP and the TRS, BJP Telangana chief Bandi Sanjay has now been arrested. The arrest of Bandi Sanjay comes at the time when he was about to protest against the arrest of BJP workers who tried to stage protest at Chief Minister KCR's residence. of his daughter, K. Kavita, BJP chief, had also raised questions pertaining to the role of TRS in the liquor scam and demanded question answers from the Telangana chief minister. After Congress insulted Savarkar, BJP has now made Savarkar number one issue. BJP MLA Renuka Charya has started Savarkar Portraits campaign in Karnataka's Hunal district. Row over Ganesh celebration at Eidgah Maidan, Pramod Muthalek has launched controversial signature campaign. Meanwhile, reacting over the row, KPCC President DK Shivakumar said that the government will act accordingly and take appropriate action. And a news coming in from Kerala, where a young man and a woman were arrested in the case of selling drugs at a lodge. The two have been identified as Akshay Saji and Yunus, who hail from Kerala. The police has seized 6.6 grams of MDMA. The Supreme Court has agreed to hear PIL challenging the remission of Bilkis Bano case. A bench asked the council whether the release of Bilkis Bano's convicts was on the basis of an SC order. Meanwhile, SC said that it will register the matter on an appropriate bench. SC hearing a plea of conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar and his wife has ordered to shift Sukesh from the Tihar jail to the Mandoli jail. In its order, SC has stated that the jail officials were being used for passing documents and other illicit business. An army chopper had to make an emergency landing in Rajasthan's Hanumangarh district. The helicopter landed at a field in a village Dholipal. 5 army personnel were present in the chopper when it made the emergency landing. Breaking news coming in, this one in relation to the protest which is being staged by the Congress workers in Ludhiana. Amandeep is reporting live from that very spot where the protest is taking place. Amandeep, over to you. Give us more details on these protests which are being staged by the Congress workers.
Well, Samiksha, large number of Congress workers have gathered here outside the Vigilance Office in Ludhiana after the arrest of former Congress Minister Bharat Bhushan Ashu, and in fact all the Congress workers are claiming it is a political vendetta and quoting that Minister Ashu has no role in the corruption case of food grain scam. And in fact, slowly, gradually, all the Congress senior leadership are also visiting at this spot just because almost around 2 p.m. Bharat Bhushan Ashu will be produced before the court and vigilance will seek the remand. It is the case of food grain transportation scam, and in fact the role of former Minister Bharat Bhushan Ashu has been cropped up after the interrogation of personal assistants of Bharat Bhushan Ashu. And in fact, after that, the Congress came out on the roads, hitting out on the roads against the Aam Aadmi Party government, claiming it as a political vendetta, and in fact they are continuously protesting. Since yesterday, a high voltage drama was being witnessed during the arrest of Bharat Bhushan Ashu when Congress MP Ravneet Singh Bittu questioned the vigilance officials. From then till now, the Congress party is hitting out on the roads against the Aam Aadmi Party government after the arrest of former minister, and in fact they are demanding that justice should be delivered. No political vendetta is being deserved or tolerated by the Congress party. You can see these are the visuals outside the vigilance office in Ludhiana, where also the heavy security has also been deployed by the Punjab police to maintain the law and order situation. The road has been completely closed and traffic has been diverted just because one after another Congress workers are gathering since morning, and in fact they have protested here since morning against the arrest of former Minister Bharat Bhushan Ashu, and even now the senior Congress leadership has also started visiting here to gather the protesters and to address the protesters, just because since tomorrow Congress is continuously protesting against the cases that has been registered by the Aam Aadmi Party against the Congress leaders through Vigilance Department. They are saying that Aam Aadmi Party is completely doing a political vendetta and targeting their former ministers, and that is the reason the Congress is now coming out on the roads, speaking all open against the Aam Aadmi Party government and also questioning the investigation done by the Vigilance Department. And Samiksha, this is not the first minister. This is the fourth or fifth Congress leader that was being questioned or arrested by the Vigilance Department after Aam Aadmi Party government came into the power in Punjab. And in fact, that is the reason Congress is continuously alleging that Aam Aadmi Party is doing a complete political vendetta. This is a political vengeance that they are coming up, and in fact, unnecessarily they're dragging their ministers and the leaders into the certain corruption cases just to erode the political line of the Congress party in Punjab, and even that is the reason. But Vigilance Department claiming that the investigation is being done in a very fair manner, and in fact Bharat Bhushan Ashu's name was cropped up in the interrogation of his personal assistant Meenu Malhotra, and he quoted his name, and in fact it was a clear-cut allegation that on the behest of Bharat Bhushan Ashu, PA demanded the bribe of 20 lakhs in the scam of...
Amandeep, we'll have to leave it at there. The AIMIM chief OVC is addressing the press conference. Let's listen into what he has to say.
इस पर अब आप क्या कहेंगे? आपकी ऑफिशियल पॉलिसी बन चुकी है मुसलमानों को और भारत की प्लूरलिज्म को, भारत की डाइवर्सिटी को बर्बाद करना। भाजपा को कोई फिक्र नहीं है भारत की सोशल फैब्रिक की, तो उसको चुकनाचूर और तार-तार करना चाहते हैं। तो ये सिलसिला चल रहा है। मैं शुक्रगुजार हूं कि तेलंगाना की सरकार ने फौरन केस रजिस्टर करके उस विधायक की गिरफ्तारी अमल में आई। मैं ये चाहता हूं कि उनका वॉइस रिकॉर्डिंग भी किए जाए और एफएसएल को उनका वॉइस रिकॉर्डिंग भिजाना चाहिए और किस क्रिमिनल केस को मजबूत बनाना चाहिए। सिर्फ ऐसा नहीं कि सिर्फ खानापुरी करने के लिए उनको अरेस्ट कर लिया जाए, बल्कि ये जो अनाप शनाप गंदगी उन्होंने प्रॉफिट मोहम्मद सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम के बारे में अब बोली है, ये हैदराबाद नहीं बल्कि पूरे तेलंगाना का हर सेक्शन ऑफ सोसाइटी इसका कंडेम कर रहा है। पॉलिटिकल आपको अगर आप जंग लड़ना है लड़िए, मगर ये आप नफरत मुसलमानों से प्रॉफिट मोहम्मद सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम के बारे में क्यों ये बक रहे हैं? आज़ादी का अमृत उत्सव हम सब मना रहे हैं। देश के प्रधानमंत्री लाल किले से खड़े होकर बड़ी बड़ी बातें करते हैं और उन्हीं का विधायक इस तरह की गंदगी बकता है। हम पूछना चाहते हैं देश के प्रधानमंत्री से कि क्या आप इनकी इस गंदगी, इनकी वाहियात बयान से आप एग्री करते हैं? अगर आप एग्री नहीं करते तो देश के प्रधानमंत्री उनकी पार्टी को रिएक्ट करना चाहिए, रिएक्ट करना चाहिए उनको। क्या मैंने कोई चीज़ बाकी नहीं रखी? जो नुपुर शर्मा ने जो गंदगी बकी थी ऑन लाइव, उससे और बढ़कर एक विधायक ने इस तरह की बकवास कर दी। तो मैं इसका कंडेम करता हूं और मैं तेलंगाना की आवाम को ये पैगाम देना चाह रहा हूं कि भाजपा तेलंगाना में अमन को ख़राब करना चाहती है। भाजपा हैदराबाद के अमन को ख़राब करना चाहती है। यहाँ पर भाजपा कम्युनल राइट कराना चाहती है। यहाँ पर भाजपा तेलंगाना की तरक्की, हैदराबाद का जो इन्वेस्टमेंट ग्रोथ है उसको रोकना चाहती है और अपनी सियासी रोटी सेकने के लिए वो मुसलमानों को और प्रॉफिट मोहम्मद सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम के बारे में अपने विधायक से इस तरह की गंदगी और बकवास बकवा रहे हैं। इनको रोकना चाहिए। ये देश सबका है और आप इसको खराब करना चाह रहे हैं, हम इसको कंडेम करते हैं। मैं जो नारे लगे मैं उसका कंडेम करता हूं। आपकी लड़ाई, हमारी लड़ाई कानून के दायरे में रहकर होगी। जो नारे लगा रहे हैं मैं उससे मुत्तफिक नहीं हूं, मैं उसको कंडेम करता हूं। और जो नारे लगा रहे हैं मैं उनको भी कहना चाह रहा हूं आप कानून को अपने हाथ में नहीं ले सकते। कानून के हाथ में कैसा लेंगे आप अपने हाथ में? हमने कंप्लेन की रात में, कल सुबह में 2:30 बजे हमारे एमएलए अहमद बलाला जाकर कंप्लेन किए, और जब बलाला साहब कंप्लेन किए तो उनके साथ हिंदू भाई भी थे, दलित भाई भी थे। कंप्लेन किए, एफआईआर रजिस्टर हुआ। इस तरह की बकवास नारे अरे मत करिए, इस तरह क्यों लगा रहे हैं आप?
सर, आप हैदराबाद शहर के सांसद हैं, यहाँ की आवाम गुस्से में है, वो रात को दिखा कि आवाम गुस्से में है। आप सांसद हैं, आप क्या अपील करते हैं? क्या ये एश्योर करते हैं बतौर सांसद की कोई मिसहैपनिंग?
देखिए, मैं शहर का सांसद भी हूँ और इस शहर का शहरी भी हूँ। सिर्फ मेरी अकेले की जिम्मेदारी नहीं है, बल्कि हर नागरिक की, हर राजनेता की, हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की जिम्मेदारी है कि वो तेलंगाना और हैदराबाद के अमन को ख़राब ना करें। और कौन ख़राब कर रहा है? भाजपा ख़राब कर रही है। क्या ये ऑफिशियल पॉलिसी बन चुकी है कि नुपुर शर्मा से उनका दिल नहीं भरा तो अभी अपने विधायक से बोलने लगा रहे हैं? हम जानते हैं कि रात भर कितना मुश्किलात का सामना हमारे पूरे पार्टी के जिम्मेदारों को करना पड़ा, कितना गम और गुस्सा लोगों में है। हर आदमी आज उसके आंख में आंसू है कि भाई आखिर भाजपा को अगर अपनी सियासी रोटी सेकना था तो प्रॉफेट मोहम्मद सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम के बारे में ये गंदगी क्यों बक रहे हैं? और आप लोगों को दिल आज़ारी कर रहे हैं, लोगों को तकलीफ पहुंचा रहे हैं। ये भाजपा, भारतीय जनता पार्टी और आरएसएस क्यों कर रही है ये? आप पॉलिटिकल फाइट लड़िए, हमसे लड़िए, टीआरएस से लड़िए, कांग्रेस से करिए, मगर तेलंगाना में और हैदराबाद को बर्बाद क्यों करना चाहते हैं आप? क्यों आप रोकना चाह रहे हैं? आप देख रहे हैं कि पूरे भारत में बेरोजगारी नौजवानों को मुखद्दर बन गया, महंगाई आसमानों को छू रही है, और आप इन तमाम हरकतों को कर रहे हैं। अमन को बिगाड़ना चाहते हैं, आप कम्युनल राइट कराना चाहते हैं हैदराबाद में, लोगों के दिलों को तोड़ना चाहते हैं आप, तकलीफ देकर। आप
क्या डिमांड करते हैं सर? आप कौन सी डिमांड?
नहीं, हमारा डिमांड एक ही है कि भाजपा इस तरह की हरकतें करना छोड़ दें। देश की जनता देख रही है कि आप कैसे एक समुदाय के खिलाफ और प्रॉफेट मोहम्मद सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम के खिलाफ आप कितनी नफरत करते हैं। वहां पर गल्फ कंट्रीज में जब ये बात उठी तो भाजपा हरकत में, अब इस पर क्या करेंगे आप? भारतीय जनता पार्टी की ऑफिशियल पॉलिसी बन चुकी है कि प्रॉफेट मोहम्मद सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम के बारे में बकवास बकी जाए, गंदगी बकी जाए, माने गंदी जबान, और फिर अमन को बिगाड़ दिया जाए। तेलंगाना की आवाम, देश की आवाम देख रही है और जनता इनको जमहूरी तरीके से एक मुंह तोड़ जवाब देगी। आप देखना, हैदराबाद में कोई इस चीज को पसंद नहीं कर।
And a roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky in his address lauded the European politicians for imposing an 8th round of sanctions against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. This comes amid US President Joe Biden's request to Russia to end military operations close to Europe's largest Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met with Serbian Minister of Internal Affairs Alexander Vulin in Moscow. Both the leaders discussed the situation in Kosovo. Lavrov also assured Vulin that Russia's position on the sanctions remains same. This comes after the collapse of political talks between Serbian and Kosovo leaders earlier this week in Brussels.
In the latest development in Pahalgam accident, an ITBP Jawan has succumbed to his injuries, taking the total death toll to 8. Meanwhile, more than 30 Jawans are being treated in different hospitals in Jammu and Kashmir. Reacting to yesterday's protest in Bihar, where police were seen charging with lathis on protesters, the BJP leader Naval Kishore Yadav has said that the entire incident is unfortunate. He further added that our national flag was also insulted.
आंख के सामने स्क्रीन पर जिस तरह से उस बच्चे को मारा जा रहा है, और लोकतंत्र में मारने का कहाँ जगह है। लंबी लंबी बात करते हैं, कभी चाचा कहते हैं, 20 लाख भतीजा कहते हैं, 10 लाख नौकरी देंगे, अदला आदमी बोल रहे हैं।
The JNU Vice Chancellor Sanjay Raut saying anthropologically gods do not belong to the upper caste and that gods could be from the scheduled caste or tribe. She also said, and I quote, status of Shudras given to women in Manu Smriti makes it extraordinarily regressive.
No god is a Brahmin. The highest is a Kshatriya. Lord Shiva must be a scheduled caste or...
दिल्ली में है, आपके पास 300 एमपी, तो इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि आप प्रॉफेट मोहम्मद सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम के बारे में इस तरह के आपका विधायक अनाप शनाप बके। आप तो नुपुर शर्मा से आप तो सबक ही हासिल नहीं किए। आप जो इसका मतलब है कि आपने ड्रामा किया। उस वक्त भी कहा था आपसे।
Sir, this looks like more an ego issue between the BJP.
No, it is not. It is not.
And also, sir, he has been arrested. What is your final demand? Matlab, he should be given. Matlab, he should be arrested, and he has been sent to the. Might be happened.
One
thing, sir. Will you demand anything from the BJP? That, or else will you are you going to fight legally? What are you going to do?
See, to tell you what I have just said in English. The statement made by a BJP MLA from Hyderabad, wherein I cannot even repeat the nonsense and the derogatory language he has used against Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. This is the official policy of Bharatiya Janata Party to ensure that Muslims are always tortured emotionally, mentally, by allowing their party members to talk in such low language, which we call a sadak chhap language, about Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. This is a deliberate attempt by BJP, and they have allowed their MLA to speak in this language. They have not learned a lesson from what Nupur Sharma had said. This is continuation of what Nupur Sharma had said. This is continuation of hatred for Muslims. This is a continuation of hatred for Islam and to ensure that minorities are always threatened. Muslim minorities are made to feel insecure. I have repeatedly said, let us fight politically, but please do not go down to the level of using such low language, such derogatory language against our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. What is the message BJP is sending to the whole country, to the people of Telangana, to the people of Hyderabad, to the people of the world? Why hasn't BJP learned from what Nupur Sharma said? Because it is now it has become an official policy of Bharatiya Janata Party to hurt Muslims, to ensure that they always, come out on street and do something. Why isn't the BJP able to feel pride in the peace which is prevailing in Hyderabad and in Telangana? Why is BJP jealous of Hyderabad becoming the major investment destination center? Why is BJP threatened and feel jealous when Hyderabad grows, when Telangana grows? Why doesn't BJP accept that there is no power problem in Telangana? You fight your political war. Your leaders have started a Padyatra, but this is not the way to create differences among the people. This is not the way to hurt people. If you have the guts, take us on politically. We are ready to take on politically. You take on KCR, you take on OVC, we are ready for it. But you have allowed your spokesperson and your MLA to ensure that they keep on using derogatory language against Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Can BJP understand the message which has been gone? From 12:30 in the morning to morning 6:30, every MI member was on the road trying to control people, trying to ensure that no untoward incident takes place. Why? Because we are interested in peace. I am thankful that the Telangana government has taken a timely action of arresting that MLA, but I demand that the Telangana government must take the voice sample of that MLA, make that case legally tight, because this cannot go on. In this day and age, when someone utters this sort of derogatory and this sort of what we call, sadak chhap language. Though government has asked the youth, they have tried to remove it, but it has gone. This is an official policy of BJP because they know that politically success is not coming in Telangana, and that is why they have decided to come on the original policy of hurting the sentiments of using derogatory language against Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Please remember that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, for Muslims, he is the only person for us. I am a Muslim because of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. You cannot use such language. This is not on. This is not acceptable.
सर क्या पर्सन इनका जो
Well, on to more breaking news coming in. This one from JNK, where a terror hideout has been busted by the security forces. The hideout that has been busted in Baramulla, we are told. Well, these are the first visuals also that we are getting to you right now of the terror hideout that has been busted in JNK's Baramulla. The first visuals coming in right now, the hideout that was used by these terrorists. More information is awaited. We'll go across to Zenat as well to get us more details of this hideout that has been busted and all the incriminating materials as well that have been recovered from this hideout site. But the first visuals coming in right now of the hideout that has been busted in JNK's Baramulla. So a big crackdown on terror by the security personnel there as a terror hideout that has been busted in Baramulla. In fact, these are the first visuals also that we are putting on our screens. You can see this was the hideout that was being used by these terrorists in Baramulla, and that has now been busted by the forces. We have Shravan, our senior editor, also joining us. Shravan, if you could give us more details on this terror hideout that has been busted.
Well, in fact, this was a joint operation that was basically carried out, is what we are being told. In fact, this hideout has been busted in North Kashmir in Baramulla district is what we are picking up at this point in time. With regards to whether at all there have been any recovery of arms and ammunition, as of now, the preliminary assessment that has been done and the information that we have, there is an indication that no arms and ammunition that have been recovered from these places. But it's important to point out here is the fact that this was a joint operation that was basically carried out in Mukam area of North Kashmir's Baramulla district. Remember, these are some of these hideouts in various parts of North Kashmir which are essentially used by the terrorists to ensure that they recuperate and also perhaps store some of their ammunition, in fact food items also. There have been hideouts that have been busted in the past, and especially in these forested areas in which most of these terrorists actually hide out. One of these hideout has now been busted in Baramulla. We'll be waiting for some more information to come in, or also perhaps bring in our colleague Zenat on this entire matter to get us more details with regards to whether at all there has been any recovery. The information that I have is that no such recovery of arms and ammunition as of now, but all that has been confirmed is the fact that this hideout has now been busted by the joint operation that was basically carried out. On your screens right now, that's the latest image coming in of the hideout that has been busted.
Yes. Well, Shravan, thank you for getting us all those details. Like Shravan was telling us, it was a joint operation that was carried out by the forces with respect to this hideout that has been busted by the personnel. You can see the first visuals also, that images that we are putting on our screens. As of now, more information is awaited with regard to incriminating materials that could have been recovered from this hideout site. We'll go across to Zenat as well to get us more details, but that's a big crackdown on terror in JNK's Baramulla. In fact, those are the visuals, the hideout that was being used by these terrorists in Baramulla. It's a forested area, like Shravan was telling us. More details are awaited with respect to any arms or ammunition that were recovered from this hideout site. But that's a joint team operation that was carried out with regard to busting of this hideout that was used by these terrorists. So the first images of busted hideout on Republic. More details are awaited, but what we know so far is that this hideout that was being used by the terrorists. And Zenat is also joining us live. Zenat, if you could give us more details on this hideout that has been busted, any incriminating materials that have been recovered from this site with regard to any ammunition or arms from this hideout that has been busted?
hideout that has been busted by the joint forces that include Jammu Kashmir Police along with Indian Army in Muqam area of North Kashmir's Baramulla district, where the hideout has been busted. Although this hideout, nothing was found, only some clothes and some blankets were found. As of now, no arms and ammunition have been recovered. But since the forces were carrying search in the orchards of Muqam area of Baramulla, so they were able to bust this hideout that was used by the terrorists. And now the hideout has been busted, because this is not the only hideout that has been busted. If you go just 2 days before, there was a hideout that was busted by the forces in Shopin as well, where the arms and ammunition, a tunnel was busted by the security forces there in the Shopin district. So this is a routine crackdown on that terror network by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the army, because nowadays we are seeing that.
All right, Zinat, leaving it here. So Zinat there getting us details on the first images of the terror hideout that we are putting on our screens, that the hideout that has been busted.
मोदिया ने फेल कर दिया, इसलिए पूरी की पूरी भारतीय जनता पार्टी मैं एज ए मेंबर सरकार बनाने का तोड़ने का प्रयोग सफल हो गया था। मेघालय में तो सरकार बनाने का प्रयोग सफल हो गया था। हेमंत विश्व शर्मा को कांग्रेस तोड़कर अपनी पार्टी में लाने का तो प्रयोग सफल हो गया था। अरे ईडी की जांच मुकुल राय पर कराकर उनको तोड़ने में तो सफलता मिल गई थी, उसको भाजपा का राष्ट्रीय उपाध्यक्ष भी बना दिया गया।
In US, a body found in Northern California reservoir is believed to be that of a 16-year-old Kelly Rodney, who went missing weeks ago after attending a party at a Sierra Nevada campground in the United States.
Still an active investigation, and I understand there will be, and we will continue to receive lots of questions regarding our investigation, and we will release what we can. But at this time, our commitment is to this family, and that is where we will consistently reach for making decisions on what we release. Again, it is still a very active investigation.
And a roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky in his address lauded the European politicians for imposing an 8th round of sanctions against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. This comes amid US President Joe Biden's request to Russia to end military operations close to Europe's largest Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met with Serbian Minister of Internal Affairs Alexander Vulin in Moscow. Both the leaders discussed the situation in Kosovo. Lavrov also assured Vulin that Russia's position on the sanctions remains same. This comes after the collapse of political talks between Serbian and Kosovo leaders earlier this week in Brussels.
In the latest development in Pahalgam accident, an ITBP Jawan has succumbed to his injuries, taking the total death toll to 8. Meanwhile, more than 30 Jawans are being treated in different hospitals in Jammu and Kashmir. Reacting to yesterday's protest in Bihar, where police were seen charging with lathis on protesters, the BJP leader Naval Kishore Yadav has said that the
सरकार तोड़ने के लिए क्यों मनीष सिसोदिया पे दबाव बना रहे थे बीजेपी में शामिल होने के लिए, क्यों मनीष सिसोदिया के ऊपर दबाव बना रहे थे ईडी सीबीआई के जरिए कि दिल्ली की सरकार गिरा दी जाए। आप पूरे देश में यही करना चाहते हो, यही ड्रामे चलाना चाहते हो, यही तानाशाही चलाना चाहते हो। अब तुम्हारी तानाशाही दिल्ली के अंदर हम नहीं चलने देंगे, और पहले भी कहा था, अब भी कह रहे हैं, मुद्दा शराब नीति नहीं है, मुद्दा है केजरीवाल की बढ़ती हुई लोकप्रियता। कैसे 3 बार दिल्ली जीत गए, कैसे पंजाब में प्रचंड बहुमत आ गया, कैसे गुजरात में लोकप्रियता बढ़ रही है, कैसे पूरे देश में भारत को दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश बनाने का मिशन सफलतापूर्वक चल रहा है। इस केजरीवाल को रोको, मोदी जी की कोशिश ये है। आम आदमी पार्टी को रोको, मोदी जी की कोशिश ये है। इनके मिशन को रोको, मोदी जी की कोशिश ये है, इनकी तमाम जनता को दी जाने वाली निःशुल्क सुविधाओं को रोको। मोदी जी की कोशिश ये है। लेकिन मैं नरेंद्र मोदी जी आपसे कहना चाहता हूं, मैं बीजेपी के लोगों से कहना चाहता हूं, ना अब आपसे अरविंद केजरीवाल रुकने वाले हैं, ना शिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य का मॉडल रुकने वाला है। तो मुझे इतनी बात कहनी थी और मैंने पहले भी कहा था, आज भी दोहरा रहा हूं, न दूर दूर तक कोई भ्रष्टाचार हुआ था, ना है, ना होगा। बहुत सारी जांचें पहले भी करा चुके और इस बार का जो प्रयोग ऑपरेशन लोटस, ऑपरेशन बोगस बना, उसके ऊपर बीजेपी को जवाब देना चाहिए।
संजय जी, एक सवाल है, पार्टी जब आई थी तो पार्टी में डिफरेंस की बात की जा रही थी और कहा था कि किसी पे आरोप भी लगे तो इस्तीफा दे देना चाहिए, कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। तो क्या अभी भी वही चीजें हैं पार्टी के अंदर, अगर किसी पे आरोप लग रहे हैं तो?
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको इस सवाल को पूछने के लिए धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। इसका मतलब आप ये मानते हैं कि कुलदीप सेंगर की पार्टी विद द डिफरेंस नहीं है। आप ये मानते हैं कि चिन्मयानंद की पार्टी विद द डिफरेंस नहीं है। आप ये मानते हैं कि येदियुरप्पा की पार्टी से ईमानदारी की उम्मीद नहीं की जा सकती। आप ये मानते हैं कि व्यापम घोटाले वालों से ईमानदारी की उम्मीद नहीं की जा सकती। आप ये मानते हैं कि बंगारू लक्ष्मण की पार्टी से ईमानदारी की उम्मीद नहीं की जा सकती। अरे, शहीदों के ताबूत में घोटाला करने वालों से ईमानदारी की उम्मीद नहीं की जा सकती। ये सवाल आपका यही बताता है कि आपको उम्मीद है, देश को उम्मीद है, तो एक ही पार्टी से उम्मीद है, आम आदमी पार्टी से ईमानदारी की उम्मीद है। और इसके 2 उदाहरण दूंगा। भारत की आजादी के बाद एकमात्र पार्टी आम आदमी पार्टी है जिसके नेता अरविंद केजरीवाल के पास कोई सीबीआई की शिकायत नहीं आई थी, कोई ईडी की शिकायत नहीं आई थी, कोई एसीबी की शिकायत नहीं आई थी, कोई दिल्ली पुलिस की शिकायत नहीं आई थी। बावजूद इसके अपने मंत्री का जरा सी भी गलती पाने के बाद उन्होंने निकाल के बाहर किया। याद कर लीजिए, भगवंत मान जी की सरकार पंजाब में, कोई ईडी की जांच नहीं, कोई सीबीआई नहीं, कोई एसीबी की रिपोर्ट नहीं। जैसे ही उनको भ्रष्टाचार मिला अपने मंत्री का, उन्होंने निकाल के बाहर किया। लेकिन उत्पीड़न और भ्रष्टाचार में फर्क होता है। उत्पीड़न की कहानी मैं बता रहा हूं, 1 मिनट में सुनिएगा। 2015
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
The JNU Vice Chancellor Sanjay Raut saying anthropologically gods do not belong to the upper caste and that gods could be from the scheduled caste or tribe. She also said, and I quote, status of Shudras given to women in Manu Smriti makes it extraordinarily regressive.
No god is a Brahmin. The highest is a Kshatriya. Lord Shiva must be a scheduled caste or a scheduled tribe. Because he sits in a cemetery with a snake and has very little, poor thing, we have given him very little clothes also.
Unidentified persons allegedly stole 10 ancient idols from a temple in Maharashtra's Jalna district. 700 years old ancient idols remain missing from Jambasamarth temple. Meanwhile, NCP leader Rajesh Tope urged the management to inquire about the matter.
आज पहाटे जे रामदास स्वामी त्या ठिकाणी रामाचं, लक्ष्मणाचं, हनुमानाच्या ज्या पूजा करायच्या ॲक्च्युली मूर्तींच्या, पंचधातूच्या मूर्ती, ते पहाटे 3 वाजता काही अज्ञात चोरट्यांनी कम्प्लिटली या सगळ्या 700 वर्ष पूर्वीच्या ह्या सगळ्या मूर्त्या चोरलेल्या आहेत. म्हणून मला एवढंच म्हणायचं, महाराष्ट्रभरातून लोक तिथे दर्शनाला येतात, मुंबईतून जातात, सगळीकडून जातात आणि त्यामुळे या संदर्भातलं आपण गांभीर्याने नोंद घेऊन कळवावं असं मला वाटतं.
Following a missing complaint, police has been examining CCTV footage from the temple to identify the suspects. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And here's a look at some other news. The BJP has
बिलबिला रहे हैं भाजपाई, बिलबिला रहे हैं बेचारे कि अरे बाप रे बाप, हमारा तो ऑपरेशन लोटस, ऑपरेशन बोगस बन गया, फेल हो गए हम तो। तो जो प्रयोग सिंधे पे सफल हुआ वो प्रयोग सिसोदिया पर फेल हो गया।
आज बीजेपी ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके फ्रेश सेट ऑफ एलिगेशंस लगाया है, जिसमें दो प्रमुख बात निकल के आ रही है। एक, उन्होंने नाम लिया मैन्युफैक्चरर्स का जिनको L1 लाइसेंसेस दिए गए।
अब उनको जितना ड्रामा कर रहे हैं करने दीजिए, उनको जितनी नौटंकी कर रहे हैं करने दीजिए। अब उनका असली चेहरा देश के सामने आ गया। उनका मकसद था दिल्ली की सरकार को गिराना। पहला इसका जवाब दो कि जो प्रयोग तुमने हर राज्य के अंदर सरकारों को गिराने के लिए, विधायकों को खरीद फरोख्त करने के लिए किया, ये कुत्सित प्रयास, ये तानाशाही दिल्ली के अंदर क्यों कर रहे थे, इसका जवाब देना। अब बीजेपी बेईमानों की सरगना पार्टी, जिसके अंदर 5 लाख करोड़ रुपए अपने पूंजीपति मित्रों का ये लोग टैक्स माफ कर देते हैं, 10 लाख करोड़ रुपए बैंकों का राइट ऑफ कर देते हैं, वो हमसे सवाल पूछेंगे। वो हमसे सवाल पूछेंगे जिनका राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष रक्षा सौदे में दलाली खाते हुए कैमरे पे पकड़ा गया हो। उनके सवालों का रोज रोज अब जवाब देना हमारी कोई मजबूरी नहीं है। उनको पूरे देश को बताना चाहिए ये ऑपरेशन लोटस के जरिए दिल्ली की सरकार को गिराने और मनीष सिसोदिया को सीबीआई की धमकी देके तोड़ने की कोशिश क्यों कर रहे थे, इसका जवाब दो।
So the face-off continues between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP over the liquor scam case. Back-to-back press conference is what is happening at this point, even as AAP is seen ducking the specific questions that are being asked by the BJP, with the latter asking the AAP why it had to roll back the excise policy if it has done no wrong. In US, a body found in Northern California reservoir is believed to be that of a 16-year-old Kelly Rodney, who went missing weeks ago after attending a party at a Sierra Nevada campground in the United States.
Still an active investigation, and I understand there will be, and we will continue to receive lots of questions regarding our investigation, and we will release what we can. But at this time, our commitment is to this family, and that is where we will consistently reach for making decisions on what we release. And again, it is still a very active investigation.
And a roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky in his address lauded the European politicians for imposing an 8th round of sanctions against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. This comes amid US President Joe Biden's request to Russia to end military operations close to Europe's largest Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met with Serbian Minister of Internal Affairs Alexander Vulin in Moscow. Both the leaders discussed the situation in Kosovo. Lavrov also assured Vulin that Russia's position on the sanctions remains same. This comes after the collapse of political talks between Serbian and Kosovo leaders earlier this week in Brussels.
In the latest development in Pahalgam accident, an ITBP Jawan has succumbed to his injuries, taking the total death toll to 8. Meanwhile, more than 30 Jawans are being treated in different hospitals in Jammu and Kashmir. Reacting to yesterday's protest in Bihar, where police were seen charging with lathis on protesters, the BJP leader Naval Kishore Yadav has said that the entire incident is unfortunate. He further added that our national flag was also insulted.
आंख के सामने स्क्रीन पर जिस तरह से उस बच्चे को मारा जा रहा है, और लोकतंत्र में मारने का कहाँ जगह है। लंबी लंबी बात करते हैं, कभी चाचा करते हैं, 20 लाख भतीजा करते हैं, 10 लाख नौकरी देंगे, अदला अदली बोल रहे हैं।
And back to back-to-back news breaks coming in. This one, an update with respect to the arrest of Telangana BJP chief Bandi Sanjay. Now, JP Nadda has tweeted saying, and I quote, "I strongly condemn the illegal arrest of our BJP Telangana state president by the TRS government. KCR is worried seeing the massive support that BJP is receiving from all corners of the state against his corrupt and family-centric regime. We will fight democratically and ensure that in the coming elections, TRS and KCR will be wiped out."
Unidentified persons allegedly stole 10 ancient idols from a temple in Maharashtra's Jalna district. 700 years old ancient idols remain missing from Jamb Samarth temple. Meanwhile, NCP leader Rajesh Tope urged the management to inquire about the matter.
आज पहाटे जे रामदास स्वामी त्या ठिकाणी रामाचं, लक्ष्मणाचं, हनुमानाच्या ज्या पूजा करायच्या ॲक्च्युली मूर्तींच्या पंचधातूच्या मूर्ती, ते पहाटे 3 वाजता काही अज्ञात चोरट्यांनी कम्प्लिटली या सगळ्या 700 वर्ष पूर्वीच्या ह्या सगळ्या मूर्त्या चोरलेल्या आहेत. म्हणून मला एवढंच म्हणायचं, महाराष्ट्रभरातून लोक तिथे दर्शनाला येतात, मुंबईतून जातात, सगळीकडून जातात आणि त्यामुळे या संदर्भातलं आपण गांभीर्याने नोंद घेऊन कळवावं असं मला वाटतं.
Following a missing complaint, police has been examining CCTV footage from the temple to identify the suspects. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And here's a look at some other news. The BJP has hit out at the Congress leader Siddaramaiah for allegedly visiting a temple after eating non-vegetarian food. In response to the scandal, Siddaramaiah has said that the BJP is an expert at lighting fires when there is peace. Former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray expelled Minister Uday Samant and senior leader Yashwant Jadhav from the Sena party today. Now both the ministers have joined the Chief Minister Shinde's camp. Shocking visuals on your screen show an assault on a school teacher in Goa. A complaint has been registered against the PWD engineer Altaf Sheikh for allegedly assaulting a school teacher. Meanwhile, the police is investigating the matter.
In US, a body found in Northern California reservoir is believed to be that of a 16-year-old Kelly Rodney, who went missing weeks ago after attending a party at a Sierra Nevada campground in the United States.
Sodia, Deputy CM, has left for an event speaking to media.
Anubrata Mondal was given custody and CBI will be continuing the investigation.
बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जो सीएम आवास घेरने की कोशिश में है।
Thanks for tuning in this afternoon. We are live and breaking. Lots lined up for you in this edition. Let's get started with the top headlines this afternoon. After Congress Savarkar insult, BJP makes Savarkar #1 issue. Mega Savarkar Rath Yatra today. Bilkis Bano case in the top court. Supreme Court agrees to hear PIL challenging remission of killers. Freebies face off hearing in top court. SG says in Supreme Court it has serious impacts on exchequer. BJP MLA Raja Singh booked for controversial remarks after late night protest. JNU VC Stokes Rao says no Hindu god was a Brahmin. Liquorgate showdown in Telangana. BJP chief Bandi Sanjay now arrested. Tamil Nadu Minister Sparks Rao compares Modi government to British rule at Oxford. Well, starting with a big story this afternoon coming in from Tamil Nadu, where Tamil Nadu Minister Thiagarajan has sparked a row with regard to the controversial remarks that he had made at the Oxford where he compared the Modi government to the British Rule 2.0, saying that, saying that the Modi government is similar to British Raj 2.0. That's a remark that was made by the Tamil Nadu minister, Thiagarajan. Of course, he's drawn a lot of flack, a lot of backlash over these controversial remarks that he had made at the Oxford University. Let's listen into that controversial remark of Thiagarajan once again.
That the new version, the resurrection, has happened. If you look at it two ways, in the UK, the once colonized have now taken over the kingdom. If you look at the cabinet today, whether it's the Treasury Secretary, the Home Secretary, Junior Minister in the Foreign Office, my good friend now, Lord Billy Moria, you look at people like this, the once colonized have now taken over the kingdom. The kingdom doesn't exert its power anymore. And if you look in India, we are well on our way to a Raj 2.0, run out of Delhi instead of run out of London.
Was Tamil Nadu Minister Thiagarajan, who has sparked a row with his controversial remarks that he made at the Oxford University, where he compared the Modi government to British Raj, calling it British Raj 2.0. That's a remark coming in by the Tamil Nadu minister. A lot of reactions as well pouring in. We've been speaking to BJP leaders as well, who have come down heavily on the Tamil Nadu minister for his controversial remarks. We'll go across to Varshini as well to get the latest on the reactions coming in. Closely tracking this big story from Tamil Nadu, where Tamil Nadu is facing a lot of backlash. We have Niranjan, also our executive editor, also joining us. Niranjan, if you could help us read into this, the big story coming in from Tamil Nadu, where the minister has made a controversial remark.
Well, there was a time when our leaders, our political leaders would go on the Oxford debate and question the British and how they plundered India. But it's for the first time, perhaps, that someone has gone there, and a minister chosen by the people in his state, his government was voted into power in Tamil Nadu, questioning our own government and comparing Indian government to the British Raj. Let me get in a word from Varshini. Varshini, what are the different reactions coming in Tamil Nadu to this comment made by Thiagarajan?
Well, Niranjan, if you see, the BJP is definitely, agitated with the kind of remark that he's made on a global stage. The BJP reactions are that Palnivel Thiagarajan, the minister, Honorable Finance Minister, has been, taking a global stage to criticize an Indian government. Where, how does he even call himself an Indian citizen is what they are, questioning. They bring up questions like, is this an attempt by the Finance Minister to try and hide behind the fact that he is still, struggling to bring the financial situation of the Tamil Nadu government back up, and this is just a distraction that he's trying to put forth so that the conversations about the debts that Tamil Nadu is facing can be put under rest, and these kind of controversies can be put in the front, is what the BJP says. And the BJP still accuses Palnivel Thiagarajan for not concentrating on how to bring back or recover Tamil Nadu from the debt it's facing, rather than commenting and criticizing about the centre that is actually trying to help out Tamil Nadu from the financial debt that it is facing. The BJP does this kind of controversial statements that he's made at the Oxford debate has definitely not sitting well with the BJP. People here are definitely upset with the kind of remark that he's made, but at the same time they strongly believe that this is definitely a way that he's trying to hide behind the facts, the truth about the situation of Tamil Nadu's finances.
Okay, I think we're getting a response from America in Narayanan. America in Narayanan joining us on the phone line. America in Narayanan, what is your response to your ally comparing the government of India to Raj 2.0?
The first thing is that, let's get into the facts. Data has been like, the Modi Sarkar has been collecting money more as a cess, which is not shared with the state government, and they said they have increased the percentage of share of the tax revenue, but instead of collecting it as a shared tax, they are collecting it as a cess. This morning, data has been published in a major
No, 1 minute. No, these data and the debates, Mr. America, my question, I think I'll repeat my question. My question was, a minister from India, a minister voted to power in India, right? Like he's the minister in Tamil Nadu, he's the finance minister, he's an honorable finance minister, well educated, he's gone to the UK, right? Now the question is, why would you go to London and irrespective of your political differences in India, why would you speak badly about an elected leader in India?
Well, that's a great question. Maybe he is following Mr. Modi ji. Mr. Modi has gone to United States, New York, and talked ill of the Indian leaders there. Whereas Vajpayee.
So you're saying if they do it, it's fine. You can question them, but if your own does it, it's okay. It's
No,
pardon.
I never said it's okay. Please understand. I question Modi ji as well as Mr. P.T. Tyagarajan. I think sometimes he just shoots off his mouth. I don't have problems with that. I've criticized him in my tweets also. But the bottom line is, the Prime Minister of India has to set a role model. Unfortunately, the other ministers, local ministers, follow the Prime Minister in this particular thing.
So you're okay, but so you're condemning him. If I heard you correctly, you feel it's wrong.
Absolutely. I condemn as much as Mr. Modi as I condemn Mr. Pranil Tyagarajan. I don't think we should speak ill of India. We have our differences, but I think one thing we need to understand, condemning the Prime Minister's office does not mean you condemn India.
No, but he spoke about British. He said Raj 2.0. Obviously, the reference was to the government. I don't think that reference was lost on anyone, Mr. America.
No, the point is that I think you need to take it in the context. He is saying the Prime Minister of India is acting as if he's the British Raj is acting.
Yeah, exactly. So you're almost then in that case you're almost comparing what the British did and trying to draw an equivalence with the government of the day, which is obviously wrong, sir. They've plundered us for centuries.
Well, for example, I will say, it is in India I am saying that the Britishers divided us and ruled. As a matter of fact, in Tamil Nadu, they used Justice Party, which is a precursor of DMK, to divide Tamil Nadu, Congress and DK. Same thing the current Prime Minister is doing in India in terms of dividing our country. I don't think there's anything wrong in saying he's using the practice of DK and he's using the practice of British Raj.
Now, I don't think even for debating, even for the sake of debate, I think, Mr. America, I first of all appreciate partly the stand you took to say that it's wrong either way. But to draw, even for the sake of debating, to draw that comparison, I think would be wrong. So I'll let it go at this point because I want to get in Varshini and Varshini, some of the responses that are coming in fact, more responses coming in. But before that, let me just play out what he said. This is Tyagarajan, who's the finance minister in Tamil Nadu. His statement at the Oxford debate.
That one of the surest signs that the ghost is dead is that the new version, the resurrection, has happened. If you look at it two ways, in the UK, the once colonized have now taken over the kingdom. If you look at the cabinet today, whether it's the Treasury Secretary, the Home Secretary, Junior Minister in the Foreign Office, my good friend now, Lord Billy Moria, you look at people like this, the once colonized have now taken over the kingdom. The kingdom doesn't exert its power anymore. And if you look in India, we are well on our way to a Raj 2.0, run out of Delhi instead of run out of London.
Okay, one more. I think Varshini is getting in more responses. One question from Varshini. Varshini, what's the latest response you're getting? And then we have some more breaking news now coming in. Varshini.
Well, yes, the reactions from BJP is definitely that we can understand that the BJP is definitely upset with the kind of remarks that he has made on a global stage. First of all, they think that the BJP people that we spoke to today after listening into the speech of the finance minister, they say that it is a distraction that he's trying to put forth and, to hide behind the fact that Tamil Nadu is currently a debt burdened state and that he's struggling to bring back Tamil Nadu from the debts that it is facing right now, and these kind of remarks are just a way to distract the whole scenario and to keep try and criticizing the BJP government again and again, so that the issues that is really important in the state are not being discussed or debated in a bigger manner.
I'm getting into responses right now. Ashwini, stay with me. Stay with me. I have Sumant C. Raman and Kovai Satyan. Okay, why don't Sumant, you go first, and I'll get Kovai to respond to you. Sumant, you can have political differences in India, you can debate in India, you can speak about the government in India, you have political differences, you can fight it out. But to do it in London, to almost forgive how the British plundered us and to draw an equivalence to the British rule to the present government of the day voted by the people. Sumant, do you think that was right? Sumant, and then Kovai will respond.
No, I mean, we have to understand that the finance minister comes from a very, very privileged background, which he sort of points out almost at every opportunity. I think that, to be very fair, his ancestors, some of them wanted the British rule to continue. So his statement today is in some senses, inappropriate. And of course, the location in which it was said is also very, unfortunate. But I think that, he would be well advised. Perhaps the Chief Minister, who had already advised him once not to be so vocal with public statements, perhaps it's time for the Chief Minister to again advise him on, how to be circumspect with what he says. But the state is still waiting to see what exactly he has done with the economy. We don't know very, very much as to what he has actually achieved so far, except for all the tall talk and the statements that he keeps making at regular intervals.
Well, a strong comment even by Sumant there. Let me get in Kovai as well. Kovai, you heard Sumant? He's got a point there. He's got a very strong point. Kovai Satyan. Okay, I may have lost that line there. But Sumant, I'll take one quick question with you. Do you think it's going to stop somewhere? I mean, do you think it's because, he's seen as this, of course, he is well educated, he's qualified, he's a professional. And what's even more surprising is that someone like him making this statement, do you think there would be any repercussion of such statements being made? Because there's been a debate around Tyagarajan for quite some time. Sumant? Okay, lost that line there. Okay, fine. We're getting in some more breaking news right now. Tracking the story very, very closely. Many who even criticize, who criticize the Modi government, saying what this minister did in London was wrong. Let's move on and get you some more breaking news now coming in from Karnataka, where the Congress Party's stand on Savarkar has led to something much, much bigger. That's B.S. Yeddiyurappa, the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, who has just flagged off a Savarkar Rath Yatra in Mysore. Savarkar becoming the big talking point in Karnataka, with B.S. Yeddiyurappa flagging off that Rath Yatra. I'd like to go across also to what Yeddiyurappa said some time back. Savarkar Yatra, that's a Rath Yatra held by some of the groups there, not essentially by the BJP. That was Yeddiyurappa backing it, flagging it off, but not held by the BJP. It is flagged off, in fact, by one of the volunteers there. Let's play out what he said.
Rath Yatra ಮೂಲಕ ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಜಾಗೃತಿ ಮೂಡಿಸುವಂತ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ವಿಚಾರಧಾರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಜನರಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸುವಂತ ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಗೃತಿ ಮೂಡಿಸಿ ದೇಶಭಕ್ತಿ ಮೂಡಿಸುವಂತ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇದು. ಆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸೋಕೆ ಮೈಸೂರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಆದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಸಹ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಜನ ಸೇರಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಭಾಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ರಥಯಾತ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಡೋಕೆ ಸಿದ್ಧ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹಕರಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ವಿನಂತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
And that was B.S. Yeddiyurappa. Let's go across to Nivedana as well, and that was B.S. Yeddiyurappa, who is one of the tallest leaders, who's been appointed by the BJP to its parliamentary board. Many saying that he could be leading the BJP into the next elections in Karnataka. Yeddiyurappa giving his support. In fact, let's play out that soundbite. I'll translate over that once again. This is what B.S. Yeddiyurappa said while flagging off the Rath Yatra earlier today in Mysore. That Rath Yatra will go through different districts of Karnataka. Savarkar has become the biggest talking point. Number one issue. The BJP is also making it the big issue in Karnataka.
ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ರಥಯಾತ್ರೆ ಮೂಲಕ ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಜಾಗೃತಿ ಮೂಡಿಸುವಂಥ, ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ವಿಚಾರಧಾರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಜನರಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸುವಂಥ, ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಗೃತಿ
The whole idea is to speak about Savarkar's
ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಕ್ಕೆ
achievements and his contribution to India's freedom struggle.
ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಜನ ಸೇರಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಭಾಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ರಥಯಾತ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
And in different parts of the state, people will get to know about the contribution of Savarkar, and they should join this Rath Yatra, as what Yeddiyurappa was just saying. Let me go across to Nivedana. She's been tracking the developments as well. It's been ongoing, Nivedana, for over 2 weeks now. Savarkar issue, and it's spreading like wildfire in almost every district of Karnataka, and the BJP, of course, also latching onto it. Why don't you tell us about the different reactions that have been coming in? What are different people saying about the BJP making Savarkar the issue?
That's right, Niranjan. Like you just mentioned, the Savarkar poster face-off has been, a topic of discussion in Karnataka for the past 2 weeks now. Like the Rath Yatra has been flagged off by former Karnataka Chief Minister Yeddiyurappa, and in that bite that he was stating that through this Rath Yatra, they're hoping that they will talk about the achievements of Savarkar and bring to the attention of people as to what he has contributed. Now, we did see earlier reactions as to how, it all started from Siddaramaia's comment earlier about the fact that why was the Savarkar poster, put up in a Muslim area, which of course created a lot of backlash. And after that, we've been seeing continuous back and forth between the Congress and the BJP. But in terms of this particular Rath Yatra, which was flagged off today earlier at 11 a.m., will be going through different districts of Karnataka, right from Chamrajpet to Mysore, as well as Hubli as well. On the other hand, the organizer of the Yatra went on to state that the other part of actually organizing this Rath Yatra is to ensure that people will know the contribution of Savarkar, as well as if people would want to access information in terms of his life, would also be put on display in that LED display that will happen in the Rath Yatra.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs. Tracking the story very closely from Karnataka, tracking that Rath Yatra, in fact, as it moves from one district to another. Chamrajnagar, this is a small correction, they're not Chamrajpet but Chamrajnagar, and we'll also go through different districts including Mandya and Mysuru. Republic tracking the story. Thank you, Nivedana. Quick check of the other top stories on Republic this afternoon. Let's get you some more updates. Supreme Court hearing a petition that seeks directions to the Election Commission to not permit political parties to promise freebies during an election campaign. Representatives of the court hearing the case deliberated on the extent of the definition of freebies and what resources were to be considered a part of the same. The petition filed by former BJP spokesman Ashwini Upadhyay seeks intervention by the Aam Aadmi Party and the DMK. They've gone to the Supreme Court on that issue. A bailable warrant has been issued by a Terrorist and Disruptive Activities Prevention Act court against Rubaya Saeed, daughter of former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Mufti Mohammad Saeed, sister of Mehbooba Mufti, who had also been abducted by Yasin Malik in 1989. The warrant has been issued as she missed summons issued to her. Rubaya had earlier identified Yasin Malik as one of her abductors this year. Supreme Court took note of Baba Ramdev's alleged comments against other forms of medicines, particularly allopathy, and claimed that incurable diseases could be treated via misleading advertisements. The comments came about after advocate representing the Indian Medical Association, or the IMA, presented his arguments in the matter. Chief of the BJP in Telangana, Bandi Sanjay, was arrested by the police following protests held by the members of the TRS at a TRS leader K. Kavita's residence. Members of the BJP had earlier been booked by the Telangana police under attempt to murder charges following the protests over the TRS's alleged involvement in the Delhi liquor scam. Income Tax Department has conducted a raid at the KH Group in Chennai, a company involved in leather bag businesses and other accessories. Raids were in connection with the company and are further reported to have been held at least 50 locations across the state. Incident of gunfire reported from the neighborhood of Diga in Patna, with one individual killed in the process, in the attack rather, and the incident was also captured on CCTV. Getting in pictures of the Congress protest in Ludhiana. This is after one of their former leaders was arrested. Former minister was arrested. Let me go across to Amandeep live from the location where the Congress is protesting. Amandeep, over to you. Amandeep.
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. Since morning, in fact, since yesterday, Congress is confronting the Aam Aadmi party's this act. They arrested the former minister Bharat Bhushan Ashu in a food grain transportation scam. And in fact, now I can show you the visuals. The Congress president has also been arrived outside the vigilance department. And in fact, they are protesting, continuously protesting, and even questioning the act of the vigilance, the kind of investigation they have done regarding this scam. And in fact, they are quoting it as a complete political vendetta also, just because one after another, when the vigilance department has arrested first the PA of former minister Bharat Bhushan Singh Ashu, and in fact after that they have directly gone to arrest with the high drama yesterday evening. Now we will try to listen, Ranjan, what the Congress president Raja Vadenge is saying now.
यार अहीं पुछना चाहना सरकार दी कि एक कैबिनेट मंत्री दी जिम्मेदारी हैगी आ कि ਉਹ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਟਰੈਕਟਰ ਦਾ ਨੰਬਰ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰੇ। ਜੇ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਭਾਈ, ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਰੱਖੇ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਫੜ ਲਿਆ ਹੈ। ਵੜਿੰਗ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਇੱਕ ਮਿੰਟ ਮੈਡਮ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਗੱਲ ਪੂਰੀ ਕਰ ਲੈਣ ਦਿਓ। ਜੇ ਉਹਦੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਠੇਕੇਦਾਰ ਫੜਿਆ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਠੇਕੇਦਾਰ ਨੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਨਾਂ ਲੈਤੇ, पूरा कोई सबूत पैसे दिते दा, पैसे नगद दिते, कोई ट्रांजैक्शन है, फलां है। वैसे तो अक्सर ही कहा जाता कि फलां प्रॉपर्टी फलाने बंदे दी है, फलां प्रॉपर्टी फलाने बंदे दी है, फलां। जिन्ना चिकर कागजी पत्री कोई चीज नहीं है, तुसी कानून दे सामने किदां साबित करोगे कि ये फलाने नूं पैसे दिते, कारे चैक ना दिते, कारे नाल पैसे दिते। उस वेले दी कोई वीडियो है, कोई वॉइस नोट है भी मैं फला समझ दिया। जे ऐसा कोई सबूत नहीं है तो तुसी एक बंदे दे कहन ते लिया के तुसी एक मंत्री कैबिनेट रैंक दे मंत्री नूं फड़ लिया। इसे करके मैं कहना प्रक्रिया चंगी नहीं है, तो कल कोई भी व्यक्ति खड़ा होकर किसी के खिलाफ
सिंह साहब उस तो बाद जब बिट्टू जी को भी बिट्टू जी के ऊपर भी FIR करने जा रही है सरकार।
मैं आपको ये कहना चाहता हूँ, दिल्ली की बात भी, मैं किसी एजेंसी को ये नहीं कहना चाहता कि वो जायज काम कर रही है।
Okay, that's the Congress party. They're protesting after one of their own ministers, former ministers, has been arrested by the vigilance in Punjab.
In a robbery incident, 2 police constables were seen fighting 6 robbers in Andhra Pradesh's Krishna district. 6 robbers tried to break open the ATM's gate when the cops got hold of them. The robbers holding Bangladesh identity were caught by the police when they were on round in Gangavaram area on their vehicle. Cops suspected some action in the ATM when its shutter was half open and lights switched off. After hearing noise from inside, cops got hold 6 robbers with blades and intent to break open the ATM machine. However, 2 robbers have been caught by the police while others managed to escape, attacking on the constables. Police has seized mobile phones from the 2 accused. Meanwhile, search operations are underway. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And a roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky in his address lauded the European politicians for imposing an 8th round of sanctions against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. This comes amid US President Joe Biden's request to Russia to end military operations close to Europe's largest Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met with Serbian Minister of Internal Affairs Alexander Vulin in Moscow. Both the leaders discussed the situation in Kosovo. Lavrov also assured Vulin that Russia's position on the sanctions remains same. This comes after the collapse of political talks between Serbian and Kosovo leaders earlier this week in Brussels.
In the latest development in Pahalgam accident, an ITBP Jawan has succumbed to his injuries, taking the total death toll to 8. Meanwhile, more than 30 Jawans are being treated in different hospitals in Jammu and Kashmir. Reacting to yesterday's protest in Bihar, where police were seen charging with lathis on protesters, the BJP leader Naval Kishore Yadav has said that the entire incident is unfortunate. He further added that our national flag was also insulted.
आंख के सामने स्क्रीन पर जिस तरह से उस बच्चे को मारा जा रहा है, और लोकतंत्र में मारने का कहाँ जगह है। लंबी लंबी बात करते हैं, कभी चाचा कहते हैं, 20 लाख भतीजा कहते हैं, 10 लाख नौकरी देंगे, अदला अदली बोल रहे हैं।
The JNU Vice Chancellor Sanjay Raut saying anthropologically gods do not belong to the upper caste and that gods could be from the scheduled caste or tribe. She also said an I quote, status of Shudras given to women in Manu Smriti makes it extraordinarily regressive.
Biggest political debate on federalism versus nationalism.
If you look in India, we are well on our way to a Raj 2.0, run out of Delhi instead of run out of London.
Federalism cannot come at the cost of nationalism. Debating tonight at 10 p.m.
Viewers, we have breaking news coming in from Assam. The Kamrup CJM court has summoned Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia for appearance on September 29th in connection with the defamation case filed against him by Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. This is a fresh news coming in from Assam, where, I repeat, the Kamrup CJM court has issued summons to the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, based on the defamation case filed by Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. We have Anirudh joining us on the phone to tell us more about this. Anirudh, over to you. Tell us all the details.
Yes, Ankit, Manish Sisodia had addressed a press conference in Delhi a few months back, where he alleged scams under the aegis of Assam Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma, and refuting the allegations leveled by Manish Sisodia. Assam Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma and his wife Riniki Bhuiya Sarma separately lodged two defamation suits against the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister, on which the court had now issued summons to Manish Sisodia, and he will have to appear before the court on 29th of September at the Kamrup CJM court here in Guwahati, Ankit.
Anirudh, just seeking more information from you regarding this. It's been a couple of weeks since this defamation case was filed. Has there been any response so far from Manish Sisodia's side on this? Has his lawyers perhaps made any kind of submission to the court regarding this, or is this the first time that the summons have been issued?
Yes, Ankit, as far as the information available, which has Manish Sisodia or his lawyers have not yet responded to the defamation suit filed by the Assam Chief Minister and his wife Riniki Bhuiya Sarma in Guwahati. And yes, that is probably the reason why now the court has issued summons to Manish Sisodia to appear in person on 29th of September here at the Kamrup CJM court in Guwahati.
So there you have it. I thank Anirudh for sharing this information with us. I'm going to just repeat what he has told us, and then I'm going to go back across to him. So basically, the Kamrup Chief Judicial Magistrates Court has summoned Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia for personal appearance on September the 29th in connection with the defamation case that was filed against him by Assam's Chief Minister. Anirudh, if you could just take us through, not of course the specifics of the charges that were leveled, but what the response was at that time. I recall the allegations were leveled by the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, and very quickly there was action taken by the Assam Chief Minister in mounting this defense and filing this defamation case against him.
Delhi alleged that a company headed by the Assam Chief Minister's wife, Riniki Bhuiyan Sharma, was given contracts of supplying PPE.
Right.
At a time
right, Anirudh, stay with us. Anirudh, stay with us. We have Anuj also with us on the phone from Delhi. Anuj, trouble clearly mounting for Manish Sisodia. He's in the eye of a storm now on a second front. On September 29th, he'll have to appear in Assam in this defamation case filed by the Assam Chief Minister. What is the Aam Aadmi Party's response been to this entire matter so far? They've stopped talking about it, haven't they?
Well, as if till now there is no response from the Aam Aadmi Party on the same, but this is the latest what we are breaking at this point in time. This is going to be more trouble for Aam Aadmi Party, as we are seeing that Manish Sisodia is already going through and is under the radar of CBI, where we have seen how the premises have been raided, where we have seen the war of word, and now this is again more trouble for the Aam Aadmi Party, whether the Deputy Chief Minister is someone has to be there, and this is in the defamation case which was filed by him, Biswa Sharma, the Chief Minister of Assam. And let me remind you that this was the press conference which was done by Manish Sisodia in the national capital itself on 4th of June. This was the date when this particular press conference was done by Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, that's Manish Sisodia, and he has blamed and raised question on the company which is being owned by the wife of the Chief Minister, that's Hemant Biswa Sharma, and there were several allegations regarding the PPE kit, regarding the money of the same. So these were the allegations which was raised in by Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, that's Manish Sisodia, and now the court has given the order, and now Manish Sisodia has to be there, and the date is 29th of September. On 29th of September, in this particular defamation case, Manish Sisodia has to be there. We will see, we will wait, we will watch what exactly is going to happen. But this is not the first defamation case. If we are talking about the Aam Aadmi Party leadership, we have seen several cases of defamation against the Aam Aadmi Party leadership, and this is the fresh case. But when we are specifically talking about Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister of New Delhi, I beg your pardon, National Capital, then let me tell you that this is going to be more trouble for Aam Aadmi Party, because at this point in time what we are seeing is the war of word, the press conferences after press conferences in the liquor scam, and now this is more trouble for the Aam Aadmi Party, where Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has to be there, and he has been summoned, and this is the defamation case which has been filed by the Chief Minister of Assam, that's Hemant Biswa Sharma. And let me again remind you, this was the press conference which was done by the Deputy Chief Minister, that's Manish Sisodia, in the national capital, where he raised question against the company and against the working of the company, which is being owned by the wife
I
of
recall
Hemant
at that
Biswa
time when Hemanta Biswa Sharma had mounted a defense, and I'll go across to Anirudh for more details on it. He had said that what Manish Sisodia was alleging, in his words rather, they were humanity. What was engaged in was humanity, it was not corruption. Anirudh, if you could take us through at that time what Hemanta Biswa Sharma had said to defend himself against the allegations that had been made against him by Manish Sisodia.
Yes, Ankit, clearly defending the allegations made by Manish Sisodia at that point in time, Hemanta Biswa Sharma has led out a series of tweets in which he clearly mentioned, along with the documents and papers from the National Health Mission Assam, that in fact that contract which was awarded was cancelled immediately, and the company that is JCB, a company led by Hemanta Biswa Sharma's wife Riniki Bhuiyan Sharma, never supplied PPE kits or other equipments as per the order, but instead donated PPE kits to the state government as a CSR initiative. And he said that it was a humanitarian gesture by the company led by his wife, and that no contract was awarded to that particular company in question. And it was following that initially Riniki Bhuiyan Sharma filed a civil defamation suit of rupees 100 crore
against Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, and thereafter a criminal defamation suit was also filed by the Assam Chief Minister at the CJM court here in Kamrup district. And following this, now summons have been issued. So far, as Anuj was also pointing out, no response is coming out from the Aam Aadmi Party. But at that point in time, when the war of tweet was on between the Assam Chief Minister and the Aam Aadmi Party leadership, at that point in time, the Assam Chief Minister, who was at that point in time the Health Minister of State when this allegation came of this contract being awarded.
Anirudh, stay with us. We have Bhabesh Kalita, BJP Assam Chief, patched with us on the phone. Ms. Kalita, could you tell us your first reaction? Manish Sisodia has been summoned now to appear in Assam by the court in this defamation case. Your first response, please.
Yes. मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने जो झूठी बात आरोप लगाया, ये आपका ये कैरेक्टर ही है, इसीलिए आसाम का माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने उसका अगेंस्ट में ये केस फाइल किया, वो अच्छा किया। और मनीष सिसोदिया और आपने जो झूठी बात बोला ना, उसका परिणाम वो लोग भोगेगा।
कालिता जी, हमने देखा था कैसे ये मनीष सिसोदिया ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस बुला के कहा था कि हम एक बड़ा एक्सपोजे करेंगे बड़े बीजेपी नेता के अगेंस्ट, उसके बाद से ये बोलना बंद कर दिया है।
सुनिए, मेरा बात सुनिए। मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने जो झूठा आरोप लगाया ना, ये फैसला कोर्ट में होगा, मालूम?
हाँ जी, बोलिए।
वो आदरणीय सीएम ने जो कदम किया, अच्छा किया। उसका आरोप में वो झूठे आरोप लगाया,
राइट।
हमारा सीएम ने।
कालिता जी हमारे साथ बने रहिए। हमारे साथ ऑल्सो जुड़ रहे हैं रंजीत कुमार दास, असम मिनिस्टर। मिस्टर दास, कुड यू टेल अस योर फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्स? द कोर्ट हैज समन्ड मनीष सिसोदिया जी को कोर्ट ने समन किया है इस मामले में, डेफेमेशन केस में। आपका क्या कहना होगा?
As a being law minister, I have only one comment: the law will take its own course. और जो आईन है, कानून को हम लोग सम्मान करना पड़ेगा। और मेरा जो नजर है, so far my knowledge courts, law will take its own course. किसी ने लॉ का ऊपर नहीं है, वो मंत्री हो क्या, डिप्टी सीएम हो, जो भी ना हो, जो हम सभी लॉ का विषय है, law will take its own course.
Mr. Das, if you could just speak to us about the specifics of the defense of the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. An allegation was made. How do you term and how do you see what the defense has been and what the truth is? We'll get more responses from Assam, from the political circles there. Meanwhile, we have both Anuj and Anirudh with us, and I'd like to go across to Anuj first. Anuj, you were telling us earlier that this is not the first time that the Aam Aadmi Party has been the subject of defamation cases. They have very notably stopped speaking about this matter. We've seen they've been talking daily about the liquor scam case, but they've not spoken about this matter. So clearly, somewhere or the other, they've decided, haven't they, to not broach this topic anymore.
Oh, well, exactly. This is something which has been always a line which has been taken by Aam Aadmi Party, and that is why we have seen the defamation cases and the numbers of defamation cases which have been filed against the Aam Aadmi Party. But on the other hand, if we talk about this particular case, then let me remind you, Ankit, that this was the press conference which was done by the Deputy Chief Minister, that was Manish Sisodia, and the level of allegation was that there are PPE kit which has been bought in by the company which is being run by the wife of Himanta Biswa Sarma, and if we talk about the particular tenders, that is something which has been alleged by the Aam Aadmi Party and the Manish Sisodia there, that there were several tenders in which the cost of the PPE kit was up to 600 rupees for the other parties or for the other vendors. But for that particular company which is being owned by the wife of Himanta Biswa Sarma, it was 900 rupees. So that all was the kind of allegation and the irregularities which was blamed by Manish Sisodia, and he started the press conference that we are going to do a big expose on Bharatiya Janata Party and a sitting chief minister, how the company is being run by the wife of the sitting chief minister, that was the chief minister of Assam, that's Hemanta Biswa Sharma. So we do remember how this press conference was done in the national capital, and this happened on 4th of June in the national capital itself, and it was Manish Sisodia, the deputy chief minister, who raised all these kind of questions, and this has been alleged that this is a scam which has been done by the Bharatiya Janata Party chief minister, sitting chief minister, who then was the health minister. This is something which was stated for the time of the COVID, who was earlier
सब युवाओं के दिल में भावनगरनी टीम माननीय अरविंद जी और माननीय मनीष जी નું એક ફોટોગ્રાફ આપીને સન્માન કરવા માંગે છે, તો હું એમને નમ્ર અપીલ કરું કે તાત્કાલિક ધોરણે સ્ટેજ ઉપર આવે.
Arvind Kejriwal are on the second day of their visit to Gujarat. They are at a campaign event. Meanwhile, trouble is mounting for Manish Sisodia because he has just been summoned on September the 29th to appear personally in Assam by the Kamrup Chief Judicial Magistrate in the defamation case filed against him by Assam's Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sharma for the allegations he had made against him in June. And hence, in this way, apart from the liquor scam, also the defamation case is now also circling over Manish Sisodia.
In a robbery incident, 2 police constables were seen fighting 6 robbers in Andhra Pradesh's Krishna district. 6 robbers tried to break open the ATM's gate when the cops got hold of them. The robbers holding Bangladesh identity were caught by the police when they were on round in Gangavaram area on their vehicle. Cops suspected some action in the ATM when its shutter was half open and lights switched off. After hearing noise from inside, cops got hold 6 robbers with blades and intent to break open the ATM machine. However, 2 robbers have been caught by the police while others managed to escape, attacking on the constables. Police has seized mobile phones from the 2 accused. Meanwhile, search operations are underway. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Let's take a look at some of the top stories from the nation today. Amid a mega face-off between the BJP and the TRS, BJP Telangana chief Bandi Sanjay has been arrested. The arrest of Bandi Sanjay comes at a time when he was about to protest against the arrest of BJP workers who had tried to stage a protest at K. Kavita's residence. The BJP chief of the state also raised questions on the role of the TRS in the liquor scam and had demanded answers from the Telangana Chief Minister KCR. After the Congress insulted Veer Savarkar, the BJP has made Savarkar its #1 issue in the state. BJP MLA Renukacharya started Savarkar Portraits campaign in Karnataka's Honal district. There is a row over Ganesh Chaturthi celebrations at Aidgah Maidan. Pramod Muthalik has launched a signature campaign. Meanwhile, reacting to this, the KPCC president DK Shivkumar has said that the government will act accordingly and will take appropriate action. A young man and a woman have been arrested in the case of selling drugs at a lodge. The 2 of them have been identified as Akshaya Shaji and Yunus from Kerala. The police has seized 6.6 grams of MDMA as well. The Supreme Court has agreed to hear a PIL challenging the remission of the Bilkis Bano case convicts. A bench asked the council whether the release of Bilkis Bano's rape convicts was on the basis of a Supreme Court order. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court also said it will register the matter for an appropriate bench. The Supreme Court, while hearing a plea of conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar and his wife Leena Paulos, ordered to shift Sukesh from Tihar jail to Mandoli jail. In its order, the Supreme Court said that jail officials were being used for passing documents and for other illicit business. An army chopper made an emergency landing in Rajasthan's Hanumangarh district. The helicopter landed at a field in a village in Dholipal. 5 army personnel were present in the chopper, which made a safe landing. Viewers, a big development from Punjab now, where the border security force has recovered a cache of assault weapons at the India-Pakistan border. 3 AK-47 rifles with 6 magazines, 3 M3 rifles with 4 magazines, and 2 pistols with 2 magazines in the Firozpur sector have been found. It appears that the weapons have been smuggled from Pakistan. So this is a big breakthrough by the BSF. It has foiled a nefarious-looking plot. A cache of heavy assault weapons has been seized from Firozpur sector. I repeat once again, 3 AK-47s, 3 M3 rifles and 2 pistols. So 8 heavy weapons have been seized along with all their ammunition and cartridges, and this is from the India-Pakistan border. And once again, the BSF believes that these weapons were intended to be smuggled into India from Pakistan. Pakistan is once again the source of this cache of arms and ammunition that has been recovered from the Punjab border, this time by the border security force. A big success then, but clearly a nefarious plot that the BSF is likely to take forward and investigate. 3 AK-47 rifles, 3 heavy assault AK-47 rifles, 3 M3 rifles as well. So a total of 6 assault rifles have been recovered as part of this cache of arms. Along with that, 2 pistols also, 2 sidearms, and a total of 12 magazines for ammunition have been seized. We have Gursimran joining us on the phone. Gursimran, tell us more. A success of the BSF, but clearly questions over what Pakistan is doing and its intent to smuggle weapons into India.
See, these are the desperate attempts by the Pakistani side to push in weapons into the Indian territory. Now a big success for the border security force, especially in the Firozpur sector, where 3 M3 rifles, 3 AK rifles, 2 M3 rifles, 2 pistols, along with 14 magazines that include the magazines of M3, as well as AK and pistols have been recovered by the border security force. This is a major attempt of smuggling weapons into the Indian territory that stands foiled, and sources in the BSF are telling us that it was packed in 2 packets that was to be pushed inside Punjab so as to carry out a major terror strike in the region. But due to the timely intervention of the border security force, this attempt of the Pakistan stands foiled, and now the investigation is on to find out who was to pick this consignment, because see, this is a huge consignment: 3 AK rifle, 2 M3 rifles, along with the 2 pistols and 14 magazines. This clearly shows the extent to which the desperate attempts of Pakistan are being made so as to push weapons into the Indian territory, because you know that there are a number of incidents where we have seen that the Pakistan is now trying to use drones so as to push weapons into the Indian territory, and also to use the local terrorists to carry out terror strikes. So this could possibly be one of such attempts that now stands foiled by the BSF, and now Punjab police along with the BSF is carrying out the investigation so that those who were to pick this consignment of weapons from the Firozpur border area can be held at an earliest.
Right, Gursimran, we have right now the visuals of these weapons on our screens right now. The audiences can see that there are 3 assault rifles of the AK-47 variety, 2 M3s and 2 pistols there. I trust you'll be getting us more information from this. One question is that this is in Punjab now. We've seen this in Jammu and Kashmir, but is there a concerted effort by Pakistan to push it in Punjab? That is something that the BSF is likely to investigate further. Very clearly, Pakistan using its nefarious design to peddle drugs and guns into India. Viewers will be getting you more on this after a short break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
In US, a body found in Northern California reservoir is believed to be that of a 16-year-old Kelly Rodney who went missing weeks ago after attending a party at a Sierra Nevada campground in the United States.
Still an active investigation, and I understand there will be, and we will continue to receive lots of questions regarding our investigation, and we will release what we can. But at this time, our commitment is to this family, and that is where we will consistently reach for making decisions on what we release. Again, it is still a very active investigation.
And a roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky in his address lauded the European politicians for imposing an 8th round of sanctions against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. This comes amid US President Joe Biden's request to Russia to end military operations close to Europe's largest Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met with Serbian Minister of Internal Affairs Alexander Vulin in Moscow. Both the leaders discussed the situation in Kosovo. Lavrov also assured Vulin that Russia's position on the sanctions remains same. This comes after the collapse of political talks between Serbian and Kosovo leaders earlier this week in Brussels.
In the latest development in Pahalgam accident, an ITBP Jawan has succumbed to his injuries, taking the total death toll to 8. Meanwhile, more than 30 Jawans are being treated in different hospitals in Jammu and Kashmir. Reacting to yesterday's protest in Bihar, where police were seen charging with lathis on protesters, the BJP leader Naval Kishore Yadav has said that the entire incident is unfortunate. He further added that our national flag was also insulted.
आंख के सामने स्क्रीन पर जिस तरह से उस बच्चे को मारा जा रहा है, और लोकतंत्र में मारने का कहाँ जगह है। लंबी लंबी बात करते हैं, कभी चाचा करते हैं, 20 लाख भतीजा करते हैं।
Viewers, there has been a pothole death incident in Bengaluru. A 44-year-old male named Suprit, a biker, fell into a pothole in the Hirohalli neighborhood of Bengaluru. He died after sustaining injuries after his bike skidded. The scene of this pothole tragedy was caught on camera. You can see it on your screens right there. You can see Suprit having fallen after his bike had skidded. The locals there, they picked him up and they took him to a hospital, but he unfortunately succumbed to his injuries. Viewers, if you followed Republic, even in the last couple of weeks, we've taken up the cases of potholes in particularly Bengaluru multiple times during this monsoon season. And here you can see how the apathy in terms of these potholes on these streets has led to a tragedy. A 44-year-old has tragically died after having slipped. His bike skidded and fell into this pothole. There you see the pictures of this pothole. It's a large pothole. It's roughly, I would say, a couple of meters across, clearly large enough to skid a bike that is traveling unsuspectedly on what it believes is a road. And in this case, a 44-year-old Suprit, there you see he worked at a private company. He was riding his bike in Hirohalli in Bengaluru, and he has succumbed to the injuries sustained after his bike skidded on this pothole. A case regarding the death has been registered at the Badarahalli police station is what we are learning right now, but clearly an enormous tragedy there, an instance of a pothole having caused a completely avoidable death of a person who was riding a bike, a private individual, a 44-year-old person. He was picked up by the locals, you can see, but they were unable to save him. Viewers, we have news coming in with regards to the BJP has taken action against its MLA Raja Singh, and it has suspended him after he made remarks yesterday over which he was arrested. We have seen how a number of press conferences have been held by Assaduddin Owaisi and co over this, and the BJP very quickly jumping to action. It has suspended its Telangana MLA T. Raja Singh, and I quote the letter which says, "To Shri T. Raja Singh, you have expressed views contrary to the party's position on various matters, which is in clear violation of the constitution of the BJP. I have been directed to convey to you that pending further inquiry, you are suspended from the party." We have Niranjan joining us from the newsroom for more on this. Niranjan, the BJP has acted swiftly. Tell us more.
Well, this is a big controversy. In fact, the BJP has acted against Raja Singh. The BJP has acted against Raja. The controversial leader has been suspended, and they've just this is the second time that they've suspended a leader. The first time around they suspended Nupur Sharma, and now they've suspended Raja, this very controversial MLA, over a controversial remark that he made, and he was brazening this remark out as well, and the BJP has just suspended him. We've accessed the letter. The letter by the BJP's Central Disciplinary Committee says, Shri Raja Singh ji, you have expressed views contrary to the party's position on various matters, which is in clear violation of rule number 25 of the constitution of the BJP. I have been directed to convey to you that pending further inquiry, you are suspended from the party and from your responsibilities or assignments, if any, with immediate effect. So that's the breaking news update. He's just been suspended. Aneri is also live with me. In fact, we were just talking to Owaisi a few minutes back. I'm going to play out that interview. We questioned him on the action. And just when we were asking him also about the controversial statements that were made by this AIMIM leader, he sort of, just got up from the interview. But I'm going to go across to Aneri as well. The BJP has just taken action in the case of Raja. He's been suspended, and it's the second leader, in fact, the third leader who's faced action from the BJP. They've taken action against two more controversial leaders in the past, including Naveen Jindal, controversial comments. And then you had action against Naveen Jindal and then Nupur Sharma, and this is the third leader, H. Raja, who faces action from the BJP, disciplinary action for making a controversial comment. Krishna Sagar Rao of the BJP joining us on the phone line. Mr. Rao, your party colleague has been suspended by your own party. This is the third leader who's been suspended. Could he have avoided that comment? Was it needed?
See, as I've been saying from the morning, Bharatiya Janata Party is a national party with a clear-cut framework of what is admissible and what is not in a public discourse. We are a party which is much above the pettiness of communal abuse and hate. So if people who are within our party, they have to be abiding by the framework of the party, and the party will otherwise take due course to correct the course. So whatever has happened is unfortunate. T. Raja Singh is an elected representative. He should have been careful, but the party has taken the decision.
Now, but H. Raja is not new to controversial comments, Mr. Krishna Sagar Rao. Even you know that, right? Now, my limited point is you can question the AIMIM, you can question Owaisi's party, his leaders, etc., for the controversial comments that they made in return. But the moot question is, why make such controversial comments in the first place?
See, this is not whataboutery. It is about the framework in which a party operates. And as a national party, we have a clear framework of do's and don'ts. And, adults have to take decisions for which there will be consequences. So it is not about just one individual. It is about the overall party, and people have to be careful about what they say and how they say it.
Yes, okay, Krishna Sagar Rao. Now the question also arises: is there people are asking if there is an attempt to sort of polarize before the elections in Telangana? Whether this is a part of a deliberate strategy to sort of polarize and divide ahead of the elections?
It is deliberate ploy by TRS party and MIM together to ensure that you paint BJP with a communal color and paint BJP with a notion that we are socially charging and instigating communities, which is completely false. But they're trying to
Mr. Rao, Mr. Rao, be with me. Mr. Rao, be with me. Let me get the first response of the TRS. Bachu Srinivas of the TRS also joining us on the phone line. Bachu Srinivas, the BJP has suspended its leader, H. Raja.
Hello?
Mr. Bachu Srinivas, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, I was asking you, what have you, I mean, now that the BJP has responded this particular leader, H. Raja, will your party also ask for action against those raising Sartan Se Juda statements?
He is Mr. Raja Singh actually.
Yes, Raja Singh, whatever his name is, Raja, H. Raja, Raja Singh, yes.
No, recently you observe whoever the comment on particular religion from Bharatiya Janata Party, from the beginning, you take from Nupur Sharma onward, they provoke, they make them to speak, they try to do the controversial things throughout the nation and particular religion. They want to make the partition and they do such kind of things, and immediately they suspend their own people for tentatively, not permanently. They never suspend. For the sake of the people, they get for the opposing of the people. They, for the sake of the people, they temporarily they suspend from their party. Again, they take into their party. They'll continue as their legislature. If really Raja Singh is suspended from the party, he has to resign from his legislative. As the MLA also, he has to resign now. This is our demand.
Yeah, but you know, where is this going to end? Where is this going to end? Because you had one controversial comment being made. One controversial comment being made.
BJP is never.
No, but they've suspended, you can question them, but I also want to ask you about this AIMIM leaders who are making controversial comments, saying Sartan Se Juda and all of that. Will you arrest them as well?
No, at least...
Are such comments allowed?
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I'm able to hear you.
I'm asking you if Sartan Se Juda statements are allowed. Whether such statements are allowed, because nobody who's raised that comment under your watch has been arrested so far, if I'm not wrong.
No, I'm not getting exactly enough. See, if really whoever they comment in Hyderabad, especially in Telangana state, we never excuse. Whoever they try to do any kind of violence, such comments, they try to make any violence in this state, we never excuse. Either they may be MIM or BJP or whoever they may be. This is our stand.
Yes, but no action has been taken, Mr. Bachu Srinivas. No action has been taken so far against this AIMIM corporator whose videos come where he's heard chanting Sartan Se Juda slogan.
Definitely we'll take the action against whoever it may be. They are MIM or AIM, whoever. Any M we never leave. We definitely take the action against them. Now Raja Singh, the Honorable MLA is from BJP, is arrested. Then immediately they are also going to be arrested if they are trying to do any kind of violence in the state. We never excuse. Even Mr. Bandi Sanjay is also arrested because he is also protesting in Janagama, where he is also trying to do the violence in the state. All they are provoking to do the violence. Then we never excuse anybody else. Since last 8.5 years, there is a lot of peace and harmony. There is no violence in this state. That kind of measures are taken by the Telangana government. If really either MIM or any BJP are doing any communal disturbances, we don't leave anybody here.
Yes, and okay, Bachu Srinivas, thank you for joining us as a TRS spokesperson. But the breaking news now coming into our newsrooms. The BJP has been forced to take action against one of its own leaders again, H. Raja Singh. H. Raja. We've accessed the letter. T. Raja Singh, sorry. His name is T. Raja Singh. And you had the controversial video where this leader is heard making a speech against TRS, against some comments that were made also by Munawar Faruqi, a comedian who was being allowed into Hyderabad. And that story escalated and he made some controversial comments and he's been suspended. Aneri is also joining us. Aneri, overnight there were protests in Hyderabad, but in response to one controversial comment, more controversial comments were made. Were any of those people arrested?
Well, not yet, Niranjan. The controversial comments which were made by the protesters who were staging protests there, giving out slogans like Sartan se juda and such other statements which were made, slogans which were raised by these people who were staging protests last night. We had seen a massive protest which was taking place in various police stations, especially if we talk about the old city area. There also we had seen that black flag protests were taking place in the Charminar area, but no arrest has been made yet on that angle. But yes, as of now, what the breaking development is that the BJP MLA T. Raja Singh has been suspended from the party. Well, earlier in the morning, he was arrested by the police officials, by the Hyderabad City Police. Raja Singh was arrested, but also at the same time, let me tell you that before he was arrested, there was one more video which he had released stating that when people like Munawar Faruqi insults Lord Ram and Sita Ma, then why don't they take any sort of action? How do they comment on such things? And when we make such comments, why there's action on us is what Raja Singh had to state before he was arrested. There was a video which was released, and also now we see that the BJP has taken action against the BJP MLA from Goshamel, Raja Singh. He has been suspended from the party, and also at the same time we saw AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi condemning the statement which was made, and also at the same time he had hit it out.
I'm getting in more reactions right now. Rashid Alvi of the Congress party joining us on the phone line. Rashid Alvi, the BJP has suspended another leader, Raja Singh. There are more controversial comments made. Do you think all parties should crack down on people who make such hate comments?
It is all right. I appreciate this decision. I am told he has already been arrested also.
Yes.
But what is happening in this country? Why it is happening? It is happening only by BJP's rule. It has never happened earlier. How can you abuse, how can you insult any prophet, any Devi, any Devta? Why Nupur has not been arrested so far? Why legal action has not been taken against her? So, this is basically a strategy of Bharatiya Janata Party, but anyhow, at last, they have decided to suspend him. I appreciate this decision, but BJP and this government should be very strict as far as such happenings are concerned.
But do you think, last night, Mr. Rashid Alvi, there were some Sartan se juda statements, slogans that were raised by some political parties we are hearing, of which there was an AIMIM corporator as well. Do you think all these parties must now act?
No, what MIM is doing, I am not the spokesperson or leader of MIM. You should ask this question from MIM.
What is your view? No, I'm asking what is your view when such comments are made, calling for beheading?
My view is very clear. If anybody insults any Devi Devta, any religion, strict action should be taken. Such action should be taken. Nobody should dare to do in future. This is my view. Whether it is Nupur Sharma or any Muslim or any Hindu. And media should also support this view. Unfortunately,
is also joining us.
Most of
Asif, can you hear me? Asif, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Please go on.
No. Should all parties now start acting against leaders who make such comments? The BJP has suspended this controversial leader called Raja Singh. What about the AIMIM? Do you think they should also act on these leaders who raise these chants calling for beheading?
See, the people have like anger on that, you know, but they have like the sentiments and emotion has been hurt of the community. It's not only the Muslims, the Hindus were there part of the protest, because Hyderabad is a peaceful city. BJP, there is a by-election here in Telangana. There is a roadmap which BJP has decided to have a communal rights. You know, that's the reason this hate-monger statements are coming from the BJP.
Let me repeat my question. Asif, let me repeat my question. Asif, let me repeat my question. See, Asif, no comment against any religion is acceptable. There should be a zero tolerance to any such thing, any such comment, any such leader, any such party. There should be action across the board, right? There should be action. Action should be taken. I'm asking you specifically about AIMIM. Don't tell me about passions running high. You know, there is a rule of law in this country, right, Asif? You believe in the rule of law. Right. You have to follow the law, right? My question to you is, should AIMIM also act? Simple question.
They've already, the Barrister Assaduddin Owaisi has strongly condemned on the slogans in the just now the press conference is going. He clearly mentioned that he doesn't endorse this kind of slogans, and we believe in the democracy, we believe in judicial system, but the government should not work in hand in glove to save this.
Big breaking news now coming in. Big breaking news coming in from Bengal, where a CBI judge has got a threat letter. A judge has received a threat letter, and the letter says, give Anubrata Mondal bail or you will be framed in an NDPS case. Whole family will be framed. The judge has written to the district judge, and the letter has also been sent to the High Court. This is a big breaking news update from Bengal. Kishale is live with us. Kishale, a threat letter to a judge. Do we know who wrote that letter? When this mail was sent? Kishale.
Well, Niranjan, this is supposedly the biggest breaking of recent times, because Anubrata Mondal's case was looked upon by the whole country's media, and now the judge who was actually dealing with this case, he receives a threat letter from a person named Bappa Chatterjee, and that person writes that he is officer in charge of some district court in that area, and therefore the judge has now complained to the district judge and also complained to the High Court, sent a complaint letter to the High Court registrar that I have received a threat letter from this person called Bappa that I will be framed in a NDPS false case, in a drug case, if I do not give bail to Anubrata Mondal. I will remind you that Anubrata Mondal and all of the big shots who are allegedly linked with the coal and cow smuggling are produced in this judge's courtroom, and he has received this threat letter now, where it is clearly said in the letter that if you do not give bail to Anubrata Mondal, then your family will be framed in a false case of drug and NDPS. Therefore, we have seen previously how after Anubrata
Mondal... Kishale getting in a response now. Kishale getting in a response now. Shishir Bajoria of the BJP is joining us on the phone line. Shishir, a threat letter to a judge, threat letter to a CBI judge saying he would be framed, threatening him and his family of being framed in a false NDPS case. Can I get your response to that?
Yes, it's very unfortunate that we all belong to a state where such things happen. After all, who is Anubrata Mondal? Everybody in the state knows, the whole system knows. He is a crook. Okay, we can say that it's not been proven in the court of law, fine. But for everyone is out to bat. What did the Chief Minister say? If you arrest one Anubrata Mondal, we'll have lakhs of Anubrata Mondal. That means if the Chief Minister goes out in such a manner, bizarre manner to defend a crook, then this death threat is what? We are really, it's our misfortune that we are in the state where the state of affairs is this. That now today the judge is getting a death threat. Next is whom? Who will, basically the message is don't touch these people. They are the sacred cows because they are in cow smuggling.
Yeah, but we're getting in more, and all of this is happening at a time when more details are coming out. We are hearing that nearly 17 to 20 crore of his assets have been attached already, and more assets could be seized. His guard, there are details of his guard getting over 100 crore rupees, and being in touch with middlemen. Some very uncomfortable, ugly details. And yesterday we broke some details of how some of the policemen allegedly who are those who are attached to him were also beneficiaries, or rather were in touch with the middlemen.
A police constable owning property, cash, all worth 100 crores. Can you imagine what's the worth of the boss, that whose bodyguard that constable was? It just shows. And people even go out to defend and say, no, he's not 100 crores, he's only 4 crores. I asked a question, which constable is worth 4 crores? But it's 100 crores. Now, this is the situation. Now, there's more rice mill owners are coming up. They are getting caught with links to him. There's the case of his daughter, who has... the whole system is completely rotten because of people like Anubrata Mandal. And let me assure you that you will have more and more Anubrata Mandals coming up and getting caught in the net.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that, Shishir Bajoria. I'm going back to Kishore. Kishore joining us from the Republic Bangla newsroom as we get big breaking news updates. I'm getting in Priyanka Tibrewal on the phone line. Priyanka Tibrewal, lawyer and also BJP leader. Priyanka Tibrewal getting in news of a threat letter to a judge, a CBI judge getting a threat letter and escalating it to the High Court. This is very, very serious.
Right. See, what more can be expected from a party of goons and hooligans? This is nothing, because we have seen in the past the same Anubrata Mandal. Forget the threats. He's always said, he's told the police that whosoever is not working according to us, give them ganja cases, give ganja cases to BJP workers. So this is nothing new. This is the way he works. And he has been hurt many a times where he has said that, he'll kill the police if the police doesn't listen to him. So what more can we expect from him? This is the culture of Trinamool. We have been always seeing that in West Bengal from the last 10 years. There is complete vandalism, hooliganism which is going on.
Yes. And this is coming at a time when there is more details emerging. In fact, my colleague Shawan was just breaking a story a few minutes back, Priyanka. We have more details coming in of how large there's a mention of collection of money by several people, including those who are linked to Anubrata Mandal, and the whole scale of this entire cattle smuggling scam could be much bigger than we thought.
Yes, it is. It is. Like I said on the day one, that there are many other districts which are involved. There are many other leaders of Trinamool who are involved, because only Anubrata Mandal cannot run such a big racket. This is an entire racket where most of the leaders of Trinamool are involved. From each and every district, when this cars used to pass, it is the entire police administration which is involved. Otherwise, cars full of cattle, they cannot travel from one district to the other without the police having any knowledge of the same. So you see, initially also, the people who were arrested, some officers were also arrested because there were proof against them.
Yeah.
So this is an entire racket which has been run by the TMC, and there are many, many more big names which will come out now. That is the reason these threat letters are being issued.
Okay, thank you for that. Priyanka Tibrewal joining us on the phone line of the BJP, saying that they're not surprised by such threats given the political nature of this case. Let me go across to Kishore, back to Kishore as we get more details of the case. Kishore, in the last few days, and Republic Bangla has been leading the investigation into what's been happening in the cattle smuggling scam. Big names involved, hundreds of crores by conservative estimates, Kishore, and it's coming very, very close. In fact, the Trinamool Congress, have they distanced themselves from Anubrata Mandal yet? Kishore?
Well, Niranjan, Trinamool Congress Supremo Mamata Banerjee, when he was arrested, said that why Keshto, why Onubroto Mondol is arrested. He is innocent, that's what she said. After that, we did not receive any response from Trinamool Congress. But today what happened is one of the biggest breaking. I'll read out the threat letter which is with us. It says, "Dear sir, I would like to inform you that I am the head clerk of Executive Magistrate Court, Purbo Bardhaman." That's what this person, Bappa Chatterjee, says. And then he says, "You are hereby requested to release bail of TMC leader Onubroto Mondol. Otherwise, your family member will face NDPS case. This is for your information." So this Bappa Chatterjee is clearly saying that if you do not give bail to one Trinamool Congress leader, and he addresses himself as the head clerk of the Executive Magistrate Court of Purbo Bardhaman, and he's saying that I will be the one and we will frame you in this false NDPS case. A big threat to this judge Rajesh Chakraborty was leading this case, was dealing with this case of Onubroto Mondol, cow smuggling and coal smuggling. All these cases were being dealt by this judge Rajesh Chakraborty of Asansol CBI Special Court. Onubroto Mondol was produced in this court repeatedly, and tomorrow again, 24th August, Onubroto Mondol will be produced in his court. So this complaint has been now raised to High Court Register as well, and High Court has been informed. Also, District Judge has been informed by Rajesh Chakraborty, who is the judge himself of Asansol Special CBI Court. Questions are being raised by political personalities in West Bengal, especially from the opposition, that why in this case Trinamool Congress is still now they are not giving any reaction. And when Mamata Banerjee herself said that Onubroto Mondol is why Onubroto Mondol will be arrested, he is innocent. So now why won't she react when Onubroto Mondol's, the person who was dealing with this case, has received a threat letter saying that he and his family will be falsely framed in this case. This is a big breaking, and Republic Bangla has been leading this whole investigation. We broke it first when Saigal Hussain was arrested. We broke it first when Onubroto Mondol was arrested, about 1 hour before any other channel had any idea about his arrest. And then now we are breaking this first exclusively, that the judge who was dealing with the case of cow smuggling and Onubroto Mondol is now receiving a threat letter where it is said that he will be framed in a fake NDPS drug case if he does not give bail to Onubroto Mondol tomorrow when he will be produced in his court. Niranjan.
Let me go across to Shravan Sen joining us with details of the investigation. Has been breaking every detail on the case. Shravan.
Well, undoubtedly, this is a sensational matter, given the fact that you're talking about the very judge before whom Onubroto Mondol is likely to be produced once his custody gets over. This comes at a time when the Central Bureau of Investigation has made substantial progress in their investigation in terms of questioning him. Remember, he's already been confronted with his role as far as his connection with middleman Abdul Latif is concerned, or for that matter, his bodyguard, that is Saigal Hussain, who turns out to become the middleman who's basically in touch with the cattle traders, and he was the one who was basically responsible for collecting the money. In this particular case, what turns out is that, remember, some scathing remarks have already been made by the judge as far as this case goes. And now with this letter, which has basically emerged once again, Republic Bangla getting their hands on this letter, here you have the judge himself facing threats, and look at the language that has been used in it. They're categorically demanding that he should be granted bail. Who could really be behind it? This requires a thorough investigation. Remember, now with a higher court really stepping in, one will have to wait and watch what are the steps that would be taken. But this comes at a time when a lot of progress has already been made in terms of finding out the money trail. Because remember, not just Onubroto Mondol, there are several others who are basically involved in this, and it does turn out that with Onubroto Mondol's arrest, there are few who would be extremely worried. whether there are other people within the party who would be afraid, given the fact that he was handling this entire cattle trade or cattle smuggling in Birbhum, in Murshidabad. These are the areas from where the cattle smuggling was actually taking place. So who's really behind it? That's the that's the bigger question one needs to ask. And who would essentially benefit out of it? And is there anyone who's really scared with Onubroto Mondal actually being behind bars? Has Onubroto Mondal taken the names of few others? Because if you remember, what has essentially happened is that the entire money trail, roughly about 16 lakh rupees, they've already been able to establish. Assets have already been frozen. It turns out that it is his confidants who were basically responsible. They were the ones who were collecting the money. They were taking it from the cattle traders. As some sort of an assurance that was basically given, and the assurance essentially being that they would be protected, they would be given the patronage from the administration of West Bengal, and that is the reason why there are certain police officials who are also under the scanner. In fact, even as we speak right now, one of the IPS officers is already being examined by the Enforcement Directorate here in the national capital itself. So it becomes abundantly clear that there are more number of people, and there could be more number of people who would be extremely worried right now with Onubroto Mondal behind bars, because if he spills the beans, then there is going to be more trouble for other people who could be involved. And are we really looking at a full stop right now in the investigation? Not at all, Niranjan, because what's very, what's coming out very clearly from the investigation so far is that there is a possibility of more number of people who would be involved in this entire illegal cattle smuggling, and that is the reason why perhaps they would be extremely worried with Onubroto Mondal still being in the custody of the Central Bureau of Investigation.
Yes, stay with us, Shravan. In fact, Shravan, you also accessed some details of short while back talking about the extent of the money trail, the money collection, who all were involved, and the role of people who were close to Mondal who eventually got the money. Why don't you tell our viewers, when the case is on, for a judge to receive such a threat is a very, very serious issue. And what are the details that are emerging at this stage of the investigation?
Well, in fact, just late last evening, the information that we got after speaking to some of our sources within the agency was that the role of one middleman who goes by the name of Abdul Latif, his association with Onubroto Mondal, that is a key area, a key focus area for the Central Bureau of Investigation. He was actually asked about whether at all he knows Abdul Latif. While in custody, so far we are being told that Onubroto Mondal has essentially said that he does not know. He's also basically feigned ignorance about saying that he does not know where the money was really coming on, who was really handling the money, because it turns out from the investigation right now that this was very well crafted in the sense that he did not want the money to directly come in. So cattle traders were not basically sending in money directly to Onubroto Mondal. It was essentially being handled by a man called Inamul Haq, and also for that matter his bodyguard Saigul Hussain. And that's the reason why over 30 to 40 such immovable properties of Saigul Hussain is already under the scanner of the Central Bureau of Investigation, because they suspect that the money that they were getting because of this cattle smuggling was actually being used by Saigul Hussain for Onubroto Mondal in creating these properties or diverting those very funds. In fact, not just them, there are certain BSF as well as custom officials who've been under the scanner. In fact, I'm being told that family members of one of the BSF official who was basically making the money had diverted this entire fund through mutual funds. Now, the fact of the matter here is that this entire district, Birbhum district itself, where Onubroto Mondal is considered to be the strong man, he was the one who was responsible for ensuring that all of these cattle traders who were basically passing from this entire area would get some sort of a protection, or rather patronage, from the state administration. That's exactly what the Central Bureau of Investigation suspects at this point in time. Who are the people who could be involved? There are West Bengal police officials who are under the scanner, because it turns out that some of the police officials who are attached with Onubroto Mondal in his part of his security team, there are call recordings, there are call data records which have basically come under the scanner. They suspect that some of these cattle traders, they were allowed to basically move around in that district freely, because they were basically giving the protection money, and that protection money was basically going into some of the confidants of Onubroto Mondal. So here is the process. So the money that the cattle traders are giving, they're giving it to a man called Saigul Hussain as well as a few other confidants. Names of those have not been revealed as yet because the investigation is basically underway. The money from there basically goes to Anubrata Mondal's accounts. Anubrata Mondal then basically ensures that this is distributed among his family members. Some properties were actually bought in his daughter's name, and some was also in the name of his deceased wife. So there are plots of lands in Birbhum which is in the name of his daughter as well as his deceased wife, which has come under the scanner. There is a high possibility that the enforcement directorate perhaps may basically act on it, because as far as attachment is concerned, that's perhaps the purview of the enforcement directorate. What the Central Bureau of Investigation would be essentially looking at right now is that who was basically part of the criminal conspiracy, because with this letter coming out in the open, it becomes abundantly clear that there are few people who are extremely worried that if Anubrata Mondal stays behind bars for a few more days, there is a high possibility that more names would emerge, and that is only going to become far more embarrassing, not just for the party but also a few other people who are giving that shelter, the protection to Anubrata Mondal.
Yes, stay with me. In fact, Kishale is also joining us live from the Bangla newsroom. Kishale, are you getting any responses from the Trinamool Congress? The BJP, of course, saying they're not surprised, saying it's a tactic to ensure that there is pressure on the judicial system. What is the TMC saying? Have they responded to the story yet? What's the official party position on both Anubrata and this threat letter? Kishore.
Well, Niranjan, Republic Bangla has led this story from day one since Anubrata Mondal was arrested, and we are trying to take TMC reaction on this as well. However, it is very clear that Trinamool Congress from the very beginning, what they did in Partho Chatterjee's case, they were very openly saying that Partho Chatterjee has done something wrong and we have taken action against him. We have removed him from all party positions, and as well as he was removed from ministerial berths. But right now in Anubrata Mondal's case, Trinamool Congress is quite in embarrassment because it is not very clear whether Trinamool Congress is supporting Anubrata Mondal. Are they saying he is innocent or not? And Mamata Banerjee herself said that he is innocent, and why was he arrested? Right now on this threat letter, we are on it. We are trying to get Trinamool Congress official reaction. However, they did not respond yet. But it is a big news point in West Bengal right now, and all the political personalities right now are thinking and talking about this. It is the biggest talking point, and Republic Bangla has again broken this story first along with the threat letters that is in my hand right now. And Anubrata Mondal's case will be heard by the same judge, Rajesh Chakraborty, tomorrow again in CBI Asansol Special Court. And this judge, Rajesh Chakraborty, has received a threat letter which openly mentions that he will be framed in a false case of NDPS if Anubrata Mondal is not given bail as soon as possible, and his family will also be framed. So this is the biggest talking point, and as Shawan was very clearly pointing out, that it is a fear that has gripped the party. Allegedly, the party is many of the people in that party who are in positions in Birbhum districts were related in the cattle smuggling case, including Anubrata Mondal's bodyguard Saigul Hussain. Now, which bodyguard owns a property of crores, hundreds of crores rupees? Which bodyguard has so much power that in Birbhum district even one bird could not move without his instruction? Now, this powerful bodyguard is now under CBI arrest. CBI has arrested him, and Anubrata Mondal is also in custody. So there is a fear that the opposition is saying has gripped the party. So they are taking to these means where they are trying to threat the judge of this case in order to get bail for Anubrata Mondal. That's what the oppositions are saying. So we are keeping a track on that Niranjan.
Right, Kishalai there breaking down the details. Kishalai, so essentially a couple of things that are happening from what Shawan is telling us. There are a lot of headway that has been made in just the last few days. You've also been tracking the story, the raids on the granaries, the raids also on a bodyguard of Anubrata Mondal, and parallelly this threat letter surfacing to a judge, an Asansol CBI court judge who is hearing the case. to give bail to Anubrata Mandal or his family would be implicated in NDPS cases. So these are two very crucial developments that have come to light from the CBI investigation and this entire cattle smuggling case controversy. Kishalai keeping us ahead on all the details. Kishalai, if you can also now tell us, the letter that the Asansol CBI court judge has received has been sent, hasn't it, to the High Court, and the High Court has been charged, or the judge has rather requested the High Court to take a look at this threat letter that he has received, isn't it?
Exactly, Ankit. The letter right now, which is also with us exclusively, this letter has been sent to High Court registrar through the district judge, and the judge who is dealing with Onubroto Mondol's case, he is writing that I have received this threat letter now, and I was hearing this case all this while. So now I have noted, I have informed the High Court about this, so that if any action can be taken about this matter. And also today morning we saw that CBI was visiting the ADSR office, the office where all the registration of land and buildings are done. So the CBI team reached there trying to understand that all the properties in the name of Onubroto Mondol or Saigal Hussain or his close aides, whose name was all these properties registered, and how much amount of properties in the name of Onubroto Mondol. We also saw, as you rightly mentioned, the CBI was raiding back-to-back rice mills and granaries which are in Onubroto Mondol's name or his close aides or family members' names. So all these active involvement of CBI and how Onubroto Mondol was arrested and constant interrogation of Onubroto Mondol in a way freaked out. The opposition is saying freaked out the party, a section of the party, and there is all these things that are happening when the threat letter is sent to the judge who was dealing in this case. So whether any action will be taken, whether an investigation will be launched, whether some people who are related to the party also outside without still now not taken into CBI custody, more arrests will be made or not. All these are something that we are looking at. All these angles are being also looked at by CBI, and we are keeping a track on this case, Ankit. I'll remind you that in the case of Onubroto Mondol's arrest, we were the first one who broke the story. We were ahead from other channels by 1 hour. They broke it 1 hour later. They didn't have any idea about what was happening, and we already broke that Onubroto Mondol was arrested. In this case as well, we have broken this story first. This threat letter has been, we have shown this threat letter also exclusively first, and right now we are keeping a close track on Onubroto Mondol and all his updates, and we will see whether any action is taken and whether this person, Bappa Chatterjee, he also mentions that I would like to inform you that I am the head clerk of Executive Magistrate Court, Purba Bardhaman. So he has given his identity. So whether this person will be arrested, whether this person is at all, whether this person at all exists or not, or is this a fictional character and someone else sent the letter, all these things are being probed by CBI, and we are keeping a track. Ankit.
Kishalai, so given all of this, now we know that on Saturday, Anubrata Mandal was remanded to CBI's custody for 4 days. That means his custody is set to expire tomorrow. So there is probably a good likelihood that we are going to hear some of these issues being mentioned in that remand hearing as well. Kishalai, I thank you for joining us. We'll be keeping a very close track of this story, and we'll be moving on for now. Viewers, some top stories now. After Aam Aadmi Party's attack, the BJP sliced through the AAP's liquor policy. BJP leader and MP Sudhanshu Trivedi said that the excise department raised red flags to the AAP on the liquor scam. Further, he sought an answer from the Aam Aadmi Party on this matter.
इन लोगों ने आबकारी नीति में जानकारी में आने के बाद पूरी तरीके से उद्देश्य के साथ बात की है, इसलिए हम उनसे कहना चाहेंगे कि जवाब हमें आबकारी पे चाहिए, ना ईमानदारी की बात करिए, ना बिरादरी की बात करिए.
As the liquor face-off explodes between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, AAP spokesperson Saurabh Bharadwaj hit out at the BJP saying that the party has targeted Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia. Further, in his press conference, the AAP spokesperson attacked the BJP for accusing it of trying to break the Aam Aadmi Party.
जब जब राज्य सरकारों को
चुनाव में जनता चुनकर भेजती है, उसमें खूब समय मिलता है भारतीय जनता पार्टी को उस राज्य सरकार के खिलाफ, उस पार्टी के खिलाफ प्रचार करने के लिए। प्रधानमंत्री स्वयं प्रचार करने हर राज्य में जाते हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी केंद्रीय मंत्री प्रचार में हर राज्य में जाते हैं, चाहे दिल्ली जैसा छोटा शहर हो, चाहे वेस्ट बंगाल जैसा बड़ा जो है राज्य हो, प्रधानमंत्री स्वयं उतरते हैं।
In another press conference, Aam Aadmi Party leader Atishi took on the BJP, saying that it implements Operation Lotus, Operation Kamal in all the places where it is defeated. Further, she said the BJP does not believe in democracy.
लोकतंत्र में भारत की जनता को चुनने का अधिकार मिला।
Congress leader Pramod Tiwari reacted to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's statement on Sisodia being given the Bharat Ratna. He said that the statement is unfair for Bharat Ratna awardees. Viewers, we have breaking news coming in. There is no relief for Satyendra Jain, arrested in the PMLA case. However, his wife Poonam Jain has been granted regular bail in the money laundering case. This is the breaking news that is coming in for the other case in which an Aam Aadmi Party minister is under the scanner. Satyendra Jain has been under the arrest of the ED for almost 2.5 months now. He has failed to get bail from the court. This is a big blow to him. However, his wife Poonam Jain has been granted bail in the money laundering case on a personal bond of 1 lakh rupees. The hearing on the bail of Vaibhav Jain and Ankush Jain will also now be heard on August the 27th. The bail application of Satyendra Jain was not heard today. It will be held on the 27th of August along with Vaibhav and Ankush Jain. Today, the court has extended Satyendra Jain's judicial custody instead. So this is a breaking development coming in regarding the PMLA case being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate, in which Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain has been under the arrest of the agency for almost 2.5 months. His wife has been granted regular bail on a surety of 1 lakh rupees. However, his bail hearing will now be heard on August the 27th, along with the others who are arrested in this case, that is Vaibhav Jain and Ankush Jain. And the court has essentially extended the judicial custody of Satyendra Jain in this case. We've tracked all the developments in this story, viewers, ever since it broke, since he was raided, since he was arrested, the searches on his aids, which yielded a number of findings and a number of recoveries, and still Satyendra Jain languishes in jail. We'll be back with more developments regarding this after a short break. Viewers, stay with us.
In US, a body found in Northern California reservoir is believed to be that of a 16-year-old Kelly Rodney, who went missing weeks ago after attending a party at a Sierra Nevada campground in the United States.
Still an active investigation, and I understand there will be, and we will continue to receive lots of questions regarding our investigation, and we will release what we can. But at this time, our commitment is to this family, and that is where we will consistently reach for making decisions on what we release. Again, it is still a very active investigation.
And a roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky in his address lauded the European politicians for imposing an 8th round of sanctions against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. This comes amid US President Joe Biden's request to Russia to end military operations close to Europe's largest Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met with Serbian Minister of Internal Affairs Alexander Vulin in Moscow. Both the leaders discussed the situation in Kosovo. Lavrov also assured Vulin that Russia's position on the sanctions remains same. This comes after the collapse of political talks between Serbian and Kosovo leaders earlier this week in Brussels.
In the latest development in Pahalgam, accident, an ITBP Jawan has succumbed to his injuries, taking the total death toll to 8. Meanwhile, more than 30 Jawans are being treated in different hospitals in Jammu and Kashmir. Reacting to yesterday's protest in Bihar, where police were seen charging with lathis on protesters, the BJP leader Naval Kishore Yadav has said that the entire incident is unfortunate. He further added that our national flag was also insulted.
आंख के सामने स्क्रीन पर जिस तरह से उस बच्चे को मारा जा रहा है, और लोकतंत्र में मारने का कहाँ जगह है। लंबी लंबी बात करते हैं, कभी चाचा करते हैं, 20 लाख भतीजा करते हैं, 10
Viewers, we have breaking news with regards to the Patra Chawl scam case being probed by the ED. The latest is that Swapna Patkar has now reached the Enforcement Directorate's office. She had been summoned by the agency for questioning in the case. You'll remember that Shiv Sena Member of Parliament Sanjay Raut is under the arrest of the agency. His judicial custody has been extended just yesterday to September the 5th. And now Swapna Patkar, who was summoned by the ED, you see there she is on your screens, viewers, entering the Enforcement Directorate's office. She had been summoned by the agency for questioning in the case. You'll recall Republic has been covering this case in its entirety ever since Sanjay Raut was raided and then subsequently later that day taken to the ED and then put under arrest, and he has languished in jail since then. At least till September 5th is when his remand runs out as it stands at the moment. But certainly the ED is proceeding apace with its investigation in this case. We have Sandeep now joining us. Sandeep, tell us the line of questioning with regards to Swapna Patkar and why she has been called by the Enforcement Directorate. Over to you.
As far as Swapna Patkar is concerned, Swapna Patkar is one of the witnesses in the case of Patra Chawl land scam case. And apart from that, the land that is owned by Varsha Raut and Swapna Patkar collectively in Alibag. So definitely in the same sequence, Swapna Patkar was summoned by Enforcement Directorate for more details in regards to this. But yes, the questioning is underway and a statement will be taken by Enforcement Directorate. Apart from that, ED had also questioned several other witnesses in this matter, and hence now the Swapna Patkar, one of the main witnesses in Patra Chawl land scam case, has been summoned, and now the question is underway.
Right, Sandeep there sharing details, and we'll try and get him back on the phone. Essentially what he's telling us is that Swapna Patkar is a witness in this case, in the investigation in the Patra Chawl land scam case, and also that she is the named co-owner of a number of properties along with the wife of Sanjay Raut. I thank Sandeep for joining us. We'll be moving on for now, but we're keeping a close eye. And a lot more news coming up, viewers. A threat has been issued to the CBI court judge in Asansol ahead of Trinamool leader Anubrata Mandal's bail hearing in the cattle smuggling case. We'll get you all the details and more in just a few seconds. Stay with us on Republic.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Unidentified persons allegedly stole 10 ancient idols from a temple in Maharashtra's Jalna district. 700 years old ancient idols remain missing from Jamb Samarth temple. Meanwhile, NCP leader Rajesh Tope urged the management to inquire about the matter.
आज पहाटे जे रामदास स्वामी त्या ठिकाणी रामाचं, लक्ष्मणाचं, हनुमानाच्या ज्या पूजा करायच्या ॲक्च्युअली मूर्तींच्या पंचधातूच्या मूर्ती, ते पहाटे 3 वाजता काही अज्ञात चोरट्यांनी कम्प्लिटली या सगळ्या 700 वर्ष पूर्वीच्या ह्या सगळ्या मूर्त्या चोरलेल्या आहेत. म्हणून मला एवढंच म्हणायचं, महाराष्ट्रभरातून लोक तिथे दर्शनाला येतात, मुंबईतून जातात, सगळीकडून जातात, आणि त्यामुळे या संदर्भातलं आपण गांभीर्याने नोंद घेऊन कळवावं असं मला वाटतं.
Following a missing complaint, police has been examining CCTV footage from the temple to identify the suspects. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And here's a look at some other news. The BJP has hit out at the Congress leader Siddaramaiah for allegedly visiting a temple after eating non-vegetarian food. In response to the scandal, Siddaramaiah has said that the BJP is an expert at lighting fires when there is peace. Former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray expelled Minister Uday Samant and senior leader Yashwant Jadhav from the Sena party today. Now both the ministers have joined the Chief Minister Shinde's camp.
In a robbery incident, 2 police constables were seen fighting 6 robbers in Andhra Pradesh's Krishna district. 6 robbers tried to break open the ATM's gate when the cops got hold of them. The robbers holding Bangladesh identity were caught by the police when they were on round in Gangavaram area on their vehicle. Cops suspected some action in the ATM when its shutter was half open and lights switched off. After hearing noise from inside, cops got hold 6 robbers with blades and intent to break open the ATM machine. However, 2 robbers have been caught by the police while others managed to escape, attacking on the constables. Police has seized mobile phones from the 2 accused. Meanwhile, search operations are underway. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Viewers, a lot more news coming up. There is no relief for Satyendra Jain in the PMLA case. He remains in custody now till at least the 27th of August is the latest news. We'll get you all the details in just a few seconds. Stay with us.
And a roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky in his address lauded the European politicians for imposing an 8th round of sanctions against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. This comes amid US President Joe Biden's request to Russia to end military operations close to Europe's largest Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met with Serbian Minister of Internal Affairs Alexander Vulin in Moscow. Both the leaders discussed the situation in Kosovo. Lavrov also assured Vulin that Russia's position on the sanctions remains same. This comes after the collapse of political talks between Serbian and Kosovo leaders earlier this week in Brussels.
In the latest development in Pahalgam accident, an ITBP Jawan has succumbed to his injuries, taking the total death toll to 8. Meanwhile, more than 30 Jawans are being treated in different hospitals in Jammu and Kashmir. Reacting to yesterday's protest in Bihar, where police were seen charging with lathis on protesters, the BJP leader Naval Kishore Yadav has said that the entire incident is unfortunate. He further added that our national flag was also insulted.
आंख के सामने स्क्रीन पर जिस तरह से उस बच्चे को मारा जा रहा है, और लोकतंत्र में मारने का कहाँ जगह है। लंबी लंबी बात करते हैं, कभी चाचा कहते हैं, 20 लाख भतीजा कहते हैं, 10 लाख नौकरी देंगे, अदला अदली बोल रहे हैं।
The JNU Vice Chancellor Sanjay Raut saying anthropologically gods do not belong to the upper caste and that gods could be from the scheduled caste or tribe. She also said, and I quote, status of Shudras given to women in Manu Smriti makes it extraordinarily regressive.
No god is a Brahmin. The highest is a
आंख के सामने स्क्रीन पर जिस तरह से उस बच्चे को मारा जा रहा है, और लोकतंत्र में मारने का कहाँ जगह है।
हम तो अनुरोध करेंगे सरकार से, नीतीश जी से भी अनुरोध करेंगे, तेजस्वी जी से भी अनुरोध करेंगे, उस पदाधिकारी को तत्काल सस्पेंड किया जाना चाहिए और इस बात की जांच करानी चाहिए।
Viewers, a lot more coming up. A threat letter has been sent to the Asansol CBI court judge warning him to grant bail to Anubrata Mandal or his family would be implicated in cases. We'll get you all the details on this attempt to intimidate the courts in a short break. Stay with us. And these are visuals of Satyendra Jain, who has failed to get relief. He is likely to be in custody till at least the 27th of August. And viewers, these are the visuals coming in of Satyendra Jain, who has failed to get relief from the court. His bail plea was not heard. He is going to remain in custody till at least August the 27th in the PMLA case, in which he has been under arrest for almost 2.5 months now. His bail will be heard by along with 2 other people who have been arrested in the case, and so no relief yet for the Delhi minister, who has been under the agency's lens and in their custody for some time now.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 10th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education, whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
In US, a body found in Northern California reservoir is believed to be that of a 16-year-old Kelly Rodney, who went missing weeks ago after attending a party at a Sierra Nevada campground in the United States.
Still an active investigation, and I understand there will be, and we will continue to receive lots of questions regarding our investigation, and we will release what we can. But at this time, our commitment is to this family, and that is where we will consistently reach for making decisions on what we release. Again, it is still a very active investigation.
And a roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky in his address lauded the European politicians for imposing an 8th round of sanctions against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. This comes amid US President Joe Biden's request to Russia to end military operations close to Europe's largest Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met with Serbian Minister of Internal Affairs Alexander Vulin in Moscow. Both the leaders discussed the situation in Kosovo. Lavrov also assured Vulin that Russia's position on the sanctions remains same. This comes after the collapse of political talks between Serbian and Kosovo leaders earlier this week in Brussels.
In the latest development in Pahalgam accident, an ITBP Jawan has succumbed to his injuries, taking the total death toll to 8. Meanwhile, more than 30 Jawans are being treated in different hospitals in Jammu and Kashmir. Reacting to yesterday's protest in Bihar, where police were seen charging with lathis on protesters, the BJP leader Naval Kishore Yadav has said that the entire incident is unfortunate. He further added that our national flag was also insulted.
आंख के सामने स्क्रीन पर जिस तरह से उस बच्चे को मारा जा रहा है, और लोकतंत्र में मारने का कहाँ जगह है। लंबी लंबी बात करते हैं, कभी चाचा कहते हैं, 20 लाख भतीजा कहते हैं, 10 लाख नौकरी देंगे, अदला अदली बोल रहे हैं।
The JNU Vice Chancellor Dr. Raut saying anthropologically gods do not belong to the upper caste and that gods could be from the scheduled caste or tribe. She also said, and I quote, status of Shudras given to women in Manu Smriti makes it extraordinarily regressive.
No god is a Brahmin. The highest is a Kshatriya. Lord Shiva must be a scheduled caste or a scheduled tribe. Because he sits in a cemetery with a snake and has very little, poor thing, we have given him very little clothes also.
Unidentified persons allegedly stole 10 ancient idols from a temple in Maharashtra's Jalna district. 700 years old ancient idols remain missing from Jambasamarth temple. Meanwhile, NCP leader Rajesh Tope urged the management to inquire about the matter.
आज पहाटे जे रामदास स्वामी त्या ठिकाणी रामाचं, लक्ष्मणाचं, हनुमानाच्या ज्या पूजा करायच्या ॲक्च्युली मूर्तींच्या, पंचधातूच्या मूर्ती, ते पहाटे 3 वाजता काही अज्ञात चोरट्यांनी कंप्लीटली या सगळ्या
Threat issued to CBI court judge ahead of TMC leader Anubrata Mondal's bail plea in cattle smuggling case in Bengal. Threat letter wants the judge to give bail to Anubrato or get framed. Is it an attempt to intimidate the courts? BJP takes tough action on its MLA, says show cause or get expelled for controversial communal comments. Storm over Tamil Nadu minister's controversial comment, compares Modi government to British Raj. More trouble for Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, summoned by court in Assam in defamation suit. AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi has given his first interview to Republic TV after BJP's tough action on MLA T. Raja Singh for his controversial communal comments. He says even his party leaders should be restrained. Republic questions him on the Sartan Situda comments. Listen into this interview he gave to Niranjan Narayan Swami.
Mr. Owaisi, a very dangerous trend across India, in different states, different political parties, different leaders making controversial comments. I'll first talk about what's happening in Telangana and then we'll talk about the rest. Two controversial comments coming in. One from a very controversial BJP leader, and a response to that has also been controversial.
Yeah, so the BJP MLA has followed the official policy of BJP. They have BJP, people thought that what Nupur Sharma uttered on a TV channel was just a Freudian slip of tongue. But I had at that time said, and in fact when you had interviewed me, I had said that this is an official policy of BJP to keep on talking about Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, in a derogatory way. So this BJP MLA has continued with that same policy. And I'm sure that this will not be the end of it, because this is an official policy that BJP hates Muslims and in turn they despise Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him.
But one of your own party leaders has also made controversial comments. Some videos emerged last evening, Mr. Owaisi, of Sartan Se Juda comments, then these slogans being raised. Do you condemn that as well?
Yes, I condemn it, and if you are protesting, you must protest within the four walls of the Constitution. You cannot protest and give a call for violence. I condemn it, and there is no place for such slogans for anyone, irrespective of which political party or religion one belongs to.
Mr. Owaisi, there is this, I think this debate has begun around this comedian who was headed to Hyderabad, who is reportedly known for making controversial comments, especially about Hindu gods. I don't know, I'm just going by the reports. His name is Munawar Farooqi or something. Now, do you approve of such people making such comments? Because you can't speak about any god in such a tone.
Well, you see, you see, freedom of expression stops where my nose starts. So if anyone has hurted the sentiments or tried to speak in a derogatory language about any religion, then the full force of law should be used on them. And this comedian had been in jail for a very long time in Madhya Pradesh, and he happened to had a show in Hyderabad. If one has a grievance, then please go and give a complaint to the police station, hold a press conference, hold a protest. You have all the right to go to the court and ask for your complaint to be registered as an FIR. But you cannot use the language that has been used by a BJP MLA against Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And please understand that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is our heart. He's the heart of Islam. I am a Muslim because of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. That does not give you a carte blanche to speak in that derogatory and in that low-level language.
Nobody, irrespective of their religion, should make such comments. Now, I want to talk about what happened yesterday. Russia has arrested an ISIS bomber. He's an Uzbek national, was trained in Turkey, headed to Russia before he was supposed to transit into India. And he says in his confessional video, which was also accessed by Republic and was shared by Russian media agencies, he says he was headed to India to target leaders of the ruling circles over the controversial comment. Now you see, my question is, Mr. Owaisi, therefore, that such comments and the manner in which such comments are played up, yes, the law of the land must take course. You have a point when you say the BJP must perhaps take a stand and condemn, take action as per the law, like how action should also be taken against those who raise Sartan Se Juda slogans or make comments about Lord Ram or Lord Sita. Now my question to you is, can we let such issues escalate to a level where someone is getting radicalized and is heading to India to carry out an attack?
Well, my dear friend, you must have heard the statement of a Rajasthan BJP MLA. He justified the killing of people who have been killed in the name of cow smuggling. That video is also there. So, radicalization is happening everywhere. You have heard a statement coming from someone saying that if you remove the poster of Savarkar, we will cut your hands. So these are all people belonging to the same tribe who want to kill and maim people. Equally, everything has to be condemned. And yes, I have seen the news of a suicide bomber which the Russian intelligence have arrested. This information was shared when our NSA was in Russia, and now it has come to light. But you see, why is the BJP not stopping these people?
Can I ask you one last question? Will you also stop your people? Because I remember the last time when your parliamentarian, Imtiaz Jalil, made a controversial comment, you held a news conference, you made your stand clear. Today, you have said, your own party leaders should be restrained in their speech. Now, would you then, like how you're asking the BJP, also ask your party to also step back, your leaders to be more restrained in their speeches and slogans?
Please, do not equate Imtiaz Jalil with a suicide bomber.
No, I didn't do that. I was purely talking about the controversial comments.
Please, I would request you to please read his clarification, which he had given to Indian Express, a report filed by Mr. Zishan Sheikh. Imtiaz Jalil, I am telling you again, was called by the Commissioner of Police Aurangabad. Please, for once, for God's sake, bring the Aurangabad Present Commissioner of Police and ask him this question, the role played by Imtiaz in ensuring that Aurangabad does not burn. I am deliberately using this word. But I am telling you and requesting everyone that radicalization is happening in every place, and that has to be stopped. And radicalization can only stop if rule of law prevails.
I agree with you. And are you going to take any action against, okay, you have a question to the BJP, maybe they will act, maybe they won't, maybe they will speak, they won't. Will you act against your own leader who raised Sartan Se Juda? These controversial comments are coming up everywhere.
Thank you. Chalo.
Mr. Owaisi.
Aajo.
BJP State President Bandi Sanjay arrested by police. The arrest of Bandi Sanjay comes at a time when he was going to sit on a protest against the arrest of BJP workers yesterday who tried to stage protest at K. Kavita's residence. BJP chief Bandi Sanjay, in fact, had also raised questions on the role of TRS in the liquor scam in Delhi and demanded a reply from Chief Minister KCR, who incidentally now happens to be in Delhi. These are pictures coming in of the arrest of Bandi Sanjay. Let's listen into some reactions that have come in on this story and then come back to Aneri, who's live from Hyderabad.
लोगों ने आबकारी नीति में जानकारी में आने के बाद पूरी तरीके से उद्देश्य के साथ बात की है, इसलिए हम उनसे कहना चाहेंगे कि जवाब हमें आबकारी पे चाहिए, ना ईमानदारी की बात करिए, ना बिरादरी की बात करिए।
आपने छूट दे दी कि एक पेटी के बदले में एक पेटी फ्री दीजिए। पूरे दिल्ली में नहीं, पूरे देश में यह प्रचार था कि दिल्ली में एक पेटी के साथ में एक पेटी फ्री मिल रही है और दिल्ली से बाहर से लोग आकर दिल्ली से खरीद रहे थे। तो उस चीज का प्रचार ये अकॉर्डिंग टू कमेटी रिपोर्ट ये नहीं कर सकते।
850 दुकानें खुलनी थी दिल्ली के अंदर, एक एक करके
350 दुकानें खुल पाई, 500 दुकानें नहीं खुल पाई।
एक के बाद दूसरा ड्रामा, दूसरे के बाद तीसरा ड्रामा, तीसरे के बाद चौथा ड्रामा, ये जांच वो जांच। हम तो फिर अपनी पूरी पार्टी पे ही ताला लगा दें, सबको निकाल के बाहर कर दें अगर झूठे आरोप इसी तरीके से आप बेबुनियाद लगाते रहेंगे।
जब एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट ने आपको इस प्रकार का नोटिस दिया तो आपने संबंधित कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं की? क्योंकि यह नोटिस तथ्यों के आधार के ऊपर है, जिसमें जो पॉलिसी मैंने आपको बताई उसको सीधे सीधे तरीके से ध्वस्त किया गया है।
At least 500 people considered Maoist sympathizers and from the district from Raligara in Odisha were reported to have surrendered before the police and the border security force. The people were seen taking an oath of distancing themselves from the Maoist ideology and chanting anti-Maoist slogans in the presence of personnel of the forces. The former sympathizers further expressed their distance from the Maoist ideology, burning their dresses and vandalizing Maoist martyrs' pillars in the regions. The administration in Odisha promotes a surrender and rehabilitation policy for Maoists in the state that includes monetary rewards as well as employment opportunity to those who surrender themselves before the forces. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
All right, breaking news coming in. Former Congress Minister Bharat Bhushan Ashu has been produced before a Ludhiana court. He was, remember, arrested last night in connection with a transportation scam when Congress was in power under Captain Amrinder Singh. And this is the second Congress minister of that time who has been arrested by the Aam Aadmi Party-led government in Punjab. Now let's go to Amandeep. He is reporting live from Chandigarh on the details of the case. Amandeep, if you can tell us what are the charges against the former minister for which he has been arrested and now produced before court? Also, is a remand being sought for custodial questioning or would he be sent to judicial custody? Amandeep, are you getting me? Are you able to hear? Are you able to listen to me, Amandeep? If yes, the question was Bharat Bhushan Ashu. I believe Amandeep is connected now. Amandeep, my question was, is the police going to seek custodial interrogation of the former minister Bharat Bhushan Ashu, or is he going to be sent in judicial custody? And if his custodial interrogation is being sought, on what grounds?
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. Vigilance have prepared a long document to seek the custodial interrogation of former Minister Bharat Bhushan Singh Ashu just because he was involved into the food grain transportation scam. And in fact, so far, Vigilance is having just a statement that on the basis of Minister, certain officers and his PA demanded the bribe from the contractors to allot the tenders. And meanwhile, Abhishek, I can show you the visuals as well, just because we are just standing outside the Ludhiana court where Bharat Bhushan Ashu is being produced, and you can see the heavy security has also been deployed just because on the other side Congress is protesting against this arrest as well. And if we just talk about the investigation of the case, Abhishek, Vigilance have registered and nominated Bharat Bhushan Ashu on the basis of the statement of a contractor who allegedly revealed that Bharat Bhushan Ashu has indirectly demanded the bribe for the allotment of the tender of labor transportation. And in fact, certain officers and PA of Bharat Bhushan Ashu is also involved. He never directly came in front of the contractors, but yes, on his behalf, his PA and the officers demanded a huge amount of bribe to allot the tenders of the transportation regarding the labor work of food grain department. And following that interrogation statement, Vigilance has nominated Bharat Bhushan Ashu's name. And in fact, now Abhishek, the custodial interrogation is very important for the Vigilance to prove this case against Bharat Bhushan Ashu, just because because so far they have no documentary evidence against this minister, and in fact during the course of investigation and during the course of custody they will try to procure the piece of evidence so that at least the conviction and involvement of this minister can be proved with a strong evidence, and that is the reason they have prepared a
10 लाख सरकारी नौकरियां निकालेंगे। पेपर फूटने के खिलाफ जो मैंने अभी बताया कानून लेके आएंगे। जितनी पोस्टें, जितनी वैकेंसीज निकलती हैं और उनकी भर्ती होती है, हर एक में वेटिंग लिस्ट निकाली जाएगी ताकि जितने लोग ना ज्वाइन करें उनको उसके ऊपर किया जा सके। 1 साल के लिए वेटिंग लिस्ट चालू रहेगी। पहले बड़े पदों के ऊपर भर्तियां की जाएंगी, उसके बाद छोटे पदों के ऊपर भर्तियां की जाएंगी ताकि वैकेंसीज ना रह सके। और सरकारी भर्ती की परीक्षा देने के लिए जितने बच्चे जाते हैं, 32 लाख बच्चे एक परीक्षा देने के लिए गए थे। जब वो बच्चे परीक्षा देने के लिए जाते हैं उस दिन उनका बस का आना और जाने का किराया फ्री होता है। और कई बच्चों ने कहा कि जब भी सरकार आती है 4 साल कुछ नहीं करती, फिर 5वें साल में भर्ती निकालती है, और 5वें साल में भर्ती निकालने के बाद आधों को मिलती है और फिर उसके बाद 4 साल तक ऐसे लटक। हमारी अभी पंजाब में सरकार बनी है। सरकार बनते ही हम लोगों ने नौकरियां निकालनी चालू कर दी। 26,000 बच्चों को भी नौकरियां देने वाले हैं, 36,000 बच्चों को पक्का करने वाले हैं। जैसी हमारी सरकार बनेगी, मैंने आपको भर्ती कैलेंडर बता दिया, पहले साल से ही आपको सारी भर्तियां चालू हो जाएंगी। और आखिरी पॉइंट कि जितने प्राइवेट नौकरियां हैं गुजरात के अंदर, उसमें 80% नौकरियां उनको गुजरात के बच्चों को देनी पड़ेगी। रिजर्वेशन होगा, उसके लिए कानून लाया जाएगा। आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, मैं आज दिल्ली का सीएम गुजरात के युवाओं से बात करने के लिए आया। कभी गुजरात के सीएम ने गुजरात के बच्चों से ऐसे आमने सामने बैठ के बात की क्या? मैं उनसे निवेदन करता हूं अब 3 महीने रह गए, इन 3 महीनों में एक बार तो चर्चा कर लीजिए अपने बच्चों के साथ। एक बार तो अपने बच्चों के साथ चर्चा कर लीजिए। और ये इन लोगों ने मीडिया को खूब डरा रखा है। मीडिया वाले लोग बहुत अच्छे हैं। मीडिया को उन्होंने खूब डरा रखा है। सारे मीडिया को उन्होंने ऑर्डर जारी किया हुआ है कि किसी भी डिस्कशन में आम आदमी पार्टी वालों को नहीं बुलाना। अखबारों को कहा हुआ है कि आम आदमी पार्टी की खबर नहीं छपनी चाहिए। तो मैं आज गुजरात के युवाओं को अपील करना चाहता हूं, अपने अपने सोशल मीडिया को उठा लेना और ये वाला चुनाव सोशल मीडिया के ऊपर लड़ेंगे। सारे युवा आज ही जितना हो सकता है फेसबुक के ऊपर, ट्विटर के ऊपर, इंस्टाग्राम के ऊपर, लिंक्डइन के ऊपर, जितना हो सकता है हर एक के ऊपर आप डालो कि इस बार सब लोग आम आदमी पार्टी को वोट दो। जैसे हम लोगों ने दिल्ली बदली, फिर पंजाब बदल रहे हैं, आप सबके साथ मिलकर गुजरात को भी बदलेंगे, नया गुजरात बनाएंगे। जो मेरे को लग रहा है गुजरात एक बड़ा बदलाव मांग रहा है। 27 साल में इन लोगों से तंग आ गया गुजरात एक बड़ा बदलाव की तरफ जा रहा है। हम सब मिलके अब एक नया गुजरात बनाएंगे। भारत माता की।
તમામ વ્યક્તિ પોતપોતાની જગ્યા ઉપર ઊભા થાય નેશનલ એન્થમ માટે।
अग्निवीर, ये बड़े दुख की बात है। ये बड़े दुख की बात है कि इन्होंने आर्मी की भर्तियों में एक तरह से अब टेम्पोररी पोस्टें निकाली हैं।
Well, a breaking news development coming in connection with Umar Khalid and the Delhi riots case. This is Umar Khalid's bail hearing, which has been going on in the Delhi High Court. The Delhi police tells the Delhi High Court in the hearing about PFI's role in the riots and their connection with Umar Khalid, obviously because they are objecting to Umar Khalid's bail plea. They say Nanis and Dadis were behind Shaheen Bagh, but there was some other alliance that was behind Shaheen Bagh. It was the PFI. That's a special public prosecutor, Amit Prasad, telling the Delhi High Court that the PFI was behind the Delhi riots while opposing the bail plea of Umar Khalid. PFI, the Popular Front of India, was one of the main conspirators behind the 2020 Delhi riots, is what the Delhi High Court has been told by special public prosecutor Amit Prasad in the hearing that is going on Umar Khalid's bail plea. That's an explosive revelation in connection with Delhi riots. So the Delhi police saying that PFI was fully involved in what began as protests against the CAA NRC, and on the face of it was projected as people's movement led by Nanis and Dadis, was actually behind the scenes manipulated and manufactured even by the Popular Front of India. Delhi police, and on behalf of Delhi police, a special public prosecutor Amit Prasad telling the Delhi High Court that PFI was the main conspirator of Delhi riots and in some manner or the other Umar Khalid was involved, and that's why opposing the bail plea of Umar Khalid. Remember, this has been going on for a few months. Umar Khalid has been behind bar for over 2 years. And we have Sambhav Sharma reporting live on the story. Sambhav, if you can tell us what all arguments took place in the Delhi High Court today while the Delhi police opposed the bail plea of Umar Khalid, and where is the hearing headed to now? I think there was some audio issue with Sambhav. Sambhav, if you are hearing me, what I was asking was Delhi police obviously opposing the bail plea of Umar Khalid, but now mentioning the role of PFI and that those riots did not happen impromptu. They were orchestrated, planned by the Popular Front of India. Where does the plea of Umar Khalid to get bail stand now?
Now, the Umar Khalid's lawyer has already made all the submissions in front of the Delhi High Court. Post that, Delhi police's lawyer has started putting the argument in the court. This was the third or the fourth hearing wherein the Delhi police's lawyer Prasad was putting his case in front of the Delhi High Court. So it's a long drawn case of the bail plea of Umar Khalid, and few
I think there seems to be some audio issue there with Sambhav, but what we are hearing is that Umar Khalid's bail plea is being opposed by Delhi police, and in opposing, Delhi police has maintained that he should not be granted bail because those were orchestrated riots. Popular Front of India was behind them, and in fact Umar Khalid and his gang were involved. And that's the argument that has been going on. In fact, for a while, the hearing has ended and will be heard now again on Thursday is what we are getting to hear. Amit Prasad there, the lawyer for Delhi police, the special public prosecutor. In fact, he has said that all protest sites were in proximity to mosques, and that their only concern was that 24/7 protests should go on in Muslim-dominated areas. This is the propaganda that was spread. In fact, JNU students like Natasha Narwal, according to Prasad, were involved. They lived in North Delhi campus and for example, Natasha Narwal was given the responsibility of Seelampur, and despite the fact that she was not a local, she had camped in that area for long. And every sitting protest which is spawned across Delhi, Shaheen Bagh was not the only one. Almost 100 protest sites across Delhi. They were close to mosques. They were coordinated by these JNU students and the PFI, and they had speakers, performers who would go to these sites. It was well orchestrated, well planned, so that they could hold the protesters together and keep them there. So almost planned to perfection in terms of number of sites, in terms of people involved, in terms of making sure that media propaganda followed. All this created, planned and orchestrated by this group, which was led by Umar Khalid, another name Natasha Narwal quoted by Prasad in the hearings. And an image was sought to be created that it was all women driven, while the fact is that behind the scenes those were groups like PFI that were behind the conspiracy, and of course the JNU gang fully behind it. Those are the arguments of Special Public Prosecutor Amit Prasad speaking for Delhi Police while opposing the bail plea of Umar Khalid in Delhi High Court. We have to move on that note. A short break. On the other side, as CBI widens its investigation, no end to the Liquorgate political fight. BJP demands answers from Kejriwal government.
The JNU Vice Chancellor Sanjay Raut saying anthropologically gods do not belong to the upper caste and that gods could be from the scheduled caste or tribe. She also said an high court status of Shudras given to women in Manu Smriti makes it extraordinarily regressive.
No god is a Brahmin. The highest is a Kshatriya. Lord Shiva must be a scheduled caste or a scheduled tribe. Because he sits in a cemetery with a snake and has very little, poor thing, we have given him very little clothes also.
Unidentified persons allegedly stole 10 ancient idols from a temple in Maharashtra's Jalna district. 700 years old ancient idols remain missing from Jamb Samarth temple. Meanwhile, NCP leader Rajesh Tope urged the management to inquire about the matter.
आज पहाटे जे रामदास स्वामी त्या ठिकाणी रामाचं, लक्ष्मणाचं, हनुमानाच्या ज्या पूजा करायच्या ॲक्च्युली मूर्तींच्या, पंचधातूच्या मूर्ती, ते पहाटे 3 वाजता काही अज्ञात चोरट्यांनी कम्प्लिटली या सगळ्या 700 वर्ष पूर्वीच्या ह्या सगळ्या मूर्त्या चोरलेल्या आहेत. म्हणून मला एवढंच म्हणायचं, महाराष्ट्रभरातून लोक तिथे दर्शनाला येतात, मुंबईतून जातात, सगळीकडून जातात आणि त्यामुळे या संदर्भातलं आपण गांभीर्याने नोंद घेऊन कळवावं असं मला वाटतं.
Following a missing complaint, police has been examining CCTV footage from the temple to identify the suspects. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And here's a look at some other news. The BJP has hit out at the Congress leader Siddaramaiah for allegedly visiting a temple after eating non-vegetarian food. In response to the scandal, Siddaramaiah has said that the BJP is an expert at lighting fires when there is peace. Former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray expelled Minister Uday Samant and senior leader Yashwant Jadhav from the Sena party today. Now both...
The massive PFI role now emerging during the bail hearing of Umar Khalid. Delhi police has told the High Court about PFI's role in the Delhi riots. In fact, it is informed to the High Court that PFI was one of the main conspirators behind the 2020 Delhi riots. Delhi High Court will now be hearing this matter on Thursday once again. But this is a massive revelation that has now been made by the Delhi police, which has been investigating the Delhi riots. Multiple charge sheets have already been filed. Surprisingly, this comes during the hearing of Umar Khalid, who's also behind bars. Delhi police has now confirmed that during their investigation, they have come across the role of Popular Front of India. In fact, remember, not just the Delhi police, there are multiple agencies essentially looking at the role of the Popular Front of India when it comes to the Delhi riots and several other cases also. In fact, we'll try and go across to my colleague Sambhav in a short while from now. PFI, as OP Singh is joining us on the phone line. Mr. Singh, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. It turns out that yet again there is a role of the Popular Front of India as far as the Delhi riots are concerned. Sir, you've also been at the helm of affairs, the Uttar Pradesh police. The role of Popular Front of India has come across in several cases, even in Uttar Pradesh.
That's right.
during 2019 CAA protest, we had arrested more than 100 people belonging to PFI and other outfits. And their names, some of the incriminating documents have been seized, and they were involved in various activities which were not so good for the country. And a lot of things were seized from their possession. So, and on the basis of that, I had recommended, and the state government had also recommended the banning of the PFI by the central government. So their roles, their involvement have been quite obvious in UP as well as in other parts of the country. And I'm sure when the Delhi police has done, probably they must have come across so many evidences to come to this conclusion that these people were involved in Delhi riots as well. Yeah.
Mr. Singh, if I can also take one more question from you with regards to how exactly the Popular Front of India has been working when it comes to these cases, because what it turns out is that the Popular Front of India all this while has been saying that they have been deliberately framed. But as I understand, Mr. Singh, there were proper meetings that had taken place. In fact, there were strategy meets that the Popular Front of India has had. They've had gatherings in the national capital with workers from across the country. What more can you perhaps share in terms of the functioning of the Popular Front of India is concerned?
Look, so far as UP was concerned, I could know that earlier when Singh was there, which was banned subsequently, they took the name of PFI, and SDPI is the student front or the political front of that. Then you have various other outfits like Rehab India Foundations, RIS, Campus Front of India, then All India Imam Council. So all these outfits are there, those who are connected with PFI. So Popular Front of India had a very, very, they have the organizational structures in many parts of the country, and that's so in UP as well. And some of the office bearers had also been arrested during that time. So they have their secret meetings being conducted at the ground level. Sometimes they do it openly, sometimes they do it underground. And we had the credible information during that time that certain people are involved in such activities. And when this protest was going on, of course, their involvement came to light, and some of them were arrested on the basis of their interrogations. We could seize some of the materials, incriminating materials. The literature was found, then electronic devices or the video clippings were there. So all these things were recovered by the police. So this is how they try to operate and spread over the entire state. And I'm sure the other parts of the country also must be having the same kind of outfit and the activities by them.
Well, Mr. Singh, just one final question that I would like to take with you before I let you go. Mr. Singh, in terms of the mounting evidence against the Popular Front of India, not just Uttar Pradesh, here in the national capital, but also the National Investigation Agency has also come across the alleged involvement of Popular Front of India. As a former administrator, would you essentially then demand that perhaps it's high time that the centre steps in and takes concrete measures to ban an organisation like the Popular Front of India?
Certainly, we have been demanding. In fact, the UP government wrote to the central government to ban this outfit, and way back in 2019 or early 2020. Before that, also Jharkhand government had done it, but subsequently some judicial decree could not carry it forward. And you had their activities in Kerala as well as in other states. So I, as a former police officer, feel that a time has come where their activities need to be scrutinized and a proper ban should be there on their activities throughout the country.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Singh, for joining us on Republic TV and putting this into perspective. Let me also bring in our executive editor, Aishwarya Kapoor, who is joining us from the Republic Bharat newsroom. Aishwarya, just take us through some of the details that you're picking up. Mr. O.P. Singh, the former DGP of Uttar Pradesh, had already pointed out that requests have been sent by various state governments, not just Uttar Pradesh, but various state governments for banning the Popular Front of India. It now emerges that the Delhi police has also come across evidence with regards to role of the Popular Front of India in the Delhi riots. Is there anything that you're picking up from the Ministry of Home Affairs in terms of what perhaps could be the future course of action as far as MHA is concerned?
Well, at this point of time, Shaban, we are being told that it's a process, and more than just banning an organization, because we've seen that by banning SIMI, another organization props up. So just by banning an organization, it does not fulfill the whole agenda. You need to get hold of such people, and you need to cull out this thought process. But as far as the matter in the Delhi High Court is concerned, the lawyers have very, very categorically, and the lawyer of Delhi police, whose name is Amit Prasad, has very categorically said that it's the organization which is PFI and not the Nani and the Dadi. So, as it was being said, that it is the elders of the society which have come out in this protest, the lawyer of Delhi police, on the basis of investigation. And it's not any private individual. It's the lawyer of the Delhi police, I repeat. Lawyer of the Delhi police, Mr. Amit Prasad, has categorically said that it's the PFI. It's the PFI as an organization which was behind these organized protests. PFI he's naming. So yes, as we just heard, the former DGP of Uttar Pradesh, OP Singh, there are similar top cops of at least 8 to 9 states which have recommended themselves with their own pen to ban this organization. But we are being told that a larger view is being taken on it, because just by banning an organization, Shavan, as we cover, you also know, just by banning an organization does not fulfill the agenda to stop this mindset, to cull this mindset, the anti-India mindset. And hence, we are being told that the government is looking at a larger action. What is that exact larger action? We are being told that the draft of it has already been prepared. But at this point of time, it is just not going to be a simple ban on PFI. It is going to be much larger. But once again, on record in Delhi High Court, the lawyer of Delhi police is categorically saying that it was PFI as an organization which was behind these organized protests. Shavan, back to you in the studios.
Well, thank you very much, Aishwarya, for getting us the latest details. We'll be tracking the story very closely as more details emerging from that hearing that's taking place. In fact, now the matter has been posted for Thursday. We'll try and get in more details with respect to the role, alleged role of Popular Front of India.
The Supreme Court heard a plea filed by conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar and his wife Leena, who sought their transfer from the Tihar jail to a prison outside Delhi. As the advocate of the two presented their argument in front of the justice hearing the case, the plea was objected by the Additional Solicitor General S.V. Raju, who stated that the request couldn't be entertained due to a possible ulterior motive. There were further allegations that the jail officials were being used to pass documents and conduct their illicit business from within the premises of the jail. The Supreme Court eventually ordered Sukesh to be shifted to the Mandoli jail from the Tihar jail in New Delhi. Meanwhile, a supplementary charge sheet has been filed by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the 200 crore extortion case, mentioning Bollywood actor Jacqueline Fernandez as one of the accused. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Amid the political fight on Veer Savarkar, BJP launches the Savarkar rally. Why not celebrate the freedom fighter? Storm over Tamil Nadu minister's controversial comments, compares Modi government to British Raj.
In US, a body found in Northern California reservoir is believed to be that of a 16-year-old Kelly Rodney, who went missing weeks ago after attending a party at a Sierra Nevada campground in the United States.
Still an active investigation, and I understand there will be, and we will continue to receive lots of questions regarding our investigation, and we will release what we can. But at this time, our commitment is to this family, and that is where we will consistently reach for making decisions on what we release. And again, it is still a very active investigation.
And a roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky in his address lauded the European politicians for imposing an 8th round of sanctions against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. This comes amid US President Joe Biden's request to Russia to end military operations close to Europe's largest Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met with Serbian Minister of Internal Affairs Alexander Vulin in Moscow. Both the leaders discussed the situation in Kosovo. Lavrov also assured Vulin that Russia's position on the sanctions remains same. This comes after the collapse of political talks between Serbian and Kosovo leaders earlier this week in Brussels.
In the latest development in Pahalgam accident, an ITBP Jawan has succumbed to his injuries, taking the total death toll to 8. Meanwhile, more than 30 Jawans are being treated in different hospitals in Jammu and Kashmir. Reacting to yesterday's protest in Bihar, where police were seen charging with lathis on protesters, the BJP leader Nawal Kishore Yadav has said that the entire
मनीष जी को कहा गया कि आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आ जाइए, आपको मुख्यमंत्री का उम्मीदवार बनाएंगे, आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार गिरानी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का ऑपरेशन लोटस दिल्ली के अंदर दूसरी बार हमने फेल किया।
Will Kejriwal respond on the facts of the case? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Massive action now taken by the Bharatiya Janata Party, suspending the Raja Singh. Let me also bring in my colleague Aneri, who's joining us on this broadcast. Aneri, there's been a massive controversy brewing with those condemnable remarks that have been made by Raja Singh. Perhaps this is not the first time that Raja Singh has made these kind of comments. In the past too, he's made several such comments. What more are you picking up in terms of the investigation that's being carried out by the Hyderabad police?
Well, definitely, Shravan, a big controversy, a controversial statement which has been coming in from Raja Singh, where we had seen how he had given provocative remarks, and now after that we see that there was a massive protest. But before that, here, as we continue to report from Nampally court here, where Raja Singh has been produced before the court, and as he was arrested by the police officials this morning after there was a massive protest which had broken out across the city, especially in the Old City area, and also at various police stations, raising slogans against Raja Singh, and also not to forget there were slogans like Sar Tan Se Juda, and such slogans were also being raised by these protesters. But also now we see that the Bharatiya Janata Party has suspended Raja Singh from the party, and this comes after we had seen Nupur Sharma's statements also, and now we see that the Bharatiya Janata Party has suspended Raja Singh from the party. But now, as of now, the current action here at the Nampally court, where Raja Singh has been produced before the court, it's been almost 10 to 15 minutes back he was brought here, and now we some time from now we are expecting some sort of judgment coming in. Well, whether he will be in the judicial custody or what will be the next step, we'll have to wait for that. But also at the same time, we have been seeing massive protests being taken up in Hyderabad and in various parts of Hyderabad, specifically in the Old City area, where we see that there are protests. There was a flag march also which was taken up here in Charminar, and now we are awaiting the judgment from the Nampally court, where Raja Singh has been produced.
Getting in some more breaking news right now. These are the latest images where there seems to be some protest outside the court. Jai Shri Ram slogans being shouted just outside the courtroom where the BJP suspended BJP leader was being produced. Well, that's the latest now coming in from Hyderabad. Remember, this has led to a massive political furor in Hyderabad with Asauddin Owaisi once again raising concerns about the deliberate attempt that has been made by the BJP leader to stoke violence in the city. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as far as the alleged role of Popular Front of India in the Delhi riots is concerned. Massive revelation now being made by the Delhi police in the High Court. Sensational details now coming in. The CBI judge in West Bengal now being threatened. A letter sent to the CBI judge asking him to grant bail to Onubroto Mondo.
Unidentified persons allegedly stole 10 ancient idols from a temple in Maharashtra's Jalna district. 700 years old ancient idols remain missing from Jamb Samarth temple. Meanwhile, NCP leader Rajesh Tope urged the management to inquire about the matter.
आज पहाटे जे रामदास स्वामी त्या ठिकाणी रामाचं, लक्ष्मणाचं, हनुमानाच्या ज्या पूजा करायच्या ॲक्च्युअली मूर्तींच्या पंचधातूच्या मूर्ती ते पहाटे 3 वाजता काही अज्ञात चोरट्यांनी कंप्लीटली या सगळ्या 700 वर्ष पूर्वीच्या ह्या सगळ्या मूर्त्या चोरलेल्या आहेत. म्हणून मला एवढंच म्हणायचं, महाराष्ट्रभरातून लोक तिथे दर्शनाला येतात, मुंबईतून जातात, सगळीकडून जातात आणि त्यामुळे या संदर्भातलं आपण गांभीर्याने नोंद घेऊन कळवावं असं मला वाटतं.
Following a missing complaint, police has been examining CCTV footage from the temple to identify the suspects. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And here's a look at some other news. The BJP has hit out at the Congress leader Siddharamaiah for allegedly visiting a temple after eating non-vegetarian food. In response to the scandal, Siddharamaiah has said that the BJP is an expert at lighting fires when there is peace. Former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray expelled Minister Uday Samant and senior leader Yashwant Jadhav from the Sena party today. Now both the ministers have joined the Chief Minister Shinde's camp. Shocking visuals on your screen show an assault on a school teacher in Goa. A complaint has been registered against the PWD engineer Altaf Sheikh for allegedly assaulting a school teacher. Meanwhile, the police is investigating the matter.
In US, a body found in Northern California reservoir is believed to be that of a 16-year-old.
Getting in some breaking news right now. The right engine of a Mumbai-bound Indigo aircraft has developed a snag at Goa airport while proceeding towards the runway. Passengers have been disembarked with the help of the Navy rescue team. There's a statement that has now been issued by the airport director. As of now, what we're picking up is that all passengers are safe. They've been disembarked from the aircraft is what we're being told as of now. The incident took place a while back as per the report by the airport director. This is with regards to what you see right now on your screens, the latest images of the very aircraft which had developed a technical snag. This was while the aircraft was Mumbai bound from Goa airport when a technical snag developed. This was on the right engine of the Mumbai bound Indigo aircraft as you see right now. Also, passengers have been asked to disembark. The Navy rescue team has also been swung into action. That's the latest that we're getting in right now. On the other side, the latest details now coming in with regards to the liquor scam. Manish Sisodia once again faces more trouble.
And a roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky in his address lauded the European politicians for imposing an 8th round of sanctions against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. This comes amid US President Joe Biden's request to Russia to end military operations close to Europe's largest Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met with Serbian Minister of Internal Affairs Alexander Vulin in Moscow. Both the leaders discussed the situation in Kosovo. Lavrov also assured Vulin that Russia's position on the sanctions remains same. This comes after the collapse of political talks between Serbian and Kosovo leaders earlier this week in Brussels.
In the latest development in Pahalgam accident, an ITBP Jawan has succumbed to his injuries, taking the total death toll to 8. Meanwhile, more than 30 Jawans are being treated in different hospitals in Jammu and Kashmir. Reacting to yesterday's protest in Bihar, where police were seen charging with lathis on protesters, the BJP leader Naval Kishore Yadav has said that the entire incident is unfortunate. He further added that our national flag was also insulted.
आंख के सामने स्क्रीन पर जिस तरह से उस बच्चे को मारा जा रहा है और लोकतंत्र में मारने का कहाँ जगह है। लंबी लंबी बात करते हैं, कभी चाचा कहते हैं, 20 लाख भतीजा कहते हैं, 10 लाख नौकरी देंगे, अदला अदली बोल रहे हैं।
The JNU Vice Chancellor Sanjay Raut saying anthropologically gods do not belong to the upper caste and that gods could be from the scheduled caste or tribe. She also said an I quote, status of Shudras given to women in Manu Smriti makes it extraordinarily regressive.
No god is a Brahmin. The highest is a Kshatriya. Lord Shiva must be a scheduled caste or a scheduled tribe. Because he sits in a cemetery with a snake and has very little, poor thing, we have given him very little clothes also.
Unidentified persons allegedly stole.
Latest details now coming in from the Goa airport, with the right engine of a Mumbai-bound Indigo aircraft has developed a technical snag. This was while the aircraft was on its way to Mumbai. The Indigo flight from Mumbai that has now developed a technical snag. In fact, the latest details that we are also getting in terms of the passengers, they've been asked to disembark. This was with the help of the Navy rescue team. All the passengers are said to be safe. In fact, a statement has also been issued by the airport director. Perhaps we could also go across to our Mumbai reporters getting us the latest details in terms of the investigation which is basically underway. As of now, all that we can confirm, viewers, is that the technical snag was developed in the right engine of the aircraft. In fact, the aircraft was on the runway when this technical snag was developed, and thereafter Immediately, the airport authorities swung into action with the passengers essentially being asked to disembark with the help of the Navy rescue team. That's the latest now coming in from the airport director. In fact, this comes at a time when the Ministry of Civil Aviation has also indicated that there are some structural changes that essentially needs to be done, keeping in mind that there have been multiple reports coming in with regards to technical snags that have developed. In fact, we've seen other aircrafts, for instance, other airlines like SpiceJet, which has also come under intense scrutiny. The CMD of SpiceJet had essentially indicated that all checks are essentially being done and there is nothing much to worry, but the Ministry of Civil Aviation indicating that there needs to be some structural changes. Let me bring in my colleague, our Executive Editor Niranjan, who's joining us on the phone line. Niranjan, just walk us through the details that you're picking up first in terms of the safety of the passengers. Any word really coming in from the airport director with regards to the safety of all passengers?
Well, there are some contradictory reports coming in right now because some local media reports in Goa, and Goa TV has a picture of this particular flight. Now, I can't confirm that, Shravan. So what we will do is we will just give out the details. We are hearing that this flight was grounded at the Dabolim airport after its right engine caught fire. Now, that's what the local media is saying. So I can't confirm whether it was fire or it was a case of engine failure. But a Navy rescue team was called. To evacuate 187 passengers on board. And the incident happened around 1 p.m. Did not hamper regular traffic at the airport is what we are hearing. And different accounts confirming that there was some sort of a wait at the Goa airport, some delay because of this particular fire. Now, these are details we're picking up. The local media claims there was a fire in the engine, but we can't confirm that. And getting in some more details, the Indigo Airbus, it was an Airbus operating 60-6097 from Goa to Mumbai, returned after taxi out. During the taxi, the pilot got a momentary engine warning. Pilot carried out procedures and returned the aircraft for necessary inspection. Passengers will be accommodated on another flight, is what Indigo has said. Back to you for now. We'll keep a close track on the developments. Go on.
Well, thank you very much, Niranjan. In fact, we're getting in some more details of the flight that has now developed a technical snag. Our news team essentially indicating that the flight number, which is in fact, this was an Indigo Airbus, where during taxiing is when they came across this problem. The pilot basically carried out the procedures and returned the aircraft for necessary inspection. In fact, the air conditioner was not working. After Aam Aadmi Party's attack, BJP slices through Aam Aadmi Party's liquor policy. BJP leader Sudhanshu Trivedi said the excise department raised red flag to Aam Aadmi Party on the liquor scam. Further, he sought answer from the Aam Aadmi Party on the same matter.
इन लोगों ने आबकारी नीति में जानकारी में आने के बाद पूरी तरीके से उद्देश्य के साथ बात की है। इसलिए हम उनसे कहना चाहेंगे कि जवाब हमें आबकारी पे चाहिए, ना ईमानदारी की बात करिए, ना बिरादरी की बात करिए।
As the liquor face-off explodes between Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson Saurabh Bhardwaj hits out at the BJP, saying the party has targeted Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. Further, in its press conference, Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson attacked BJP for breaking the Aam Aadmi Party government. In another press conference, Aam Aadmi Party leader Atishi Barlera takes on BJP party, saying it implements Operation Lotus in the places where they are defeated. Further, she said that BJP does not believe in democracy. As the CBI widens its investigation into the Liquorgate political fight, BJP demands answers from Kejriwal government. Also, BJP takes tough action on its MLA, says show cause or get expelled for controversial communal comment.
In US, a body found in Northern California reservoir is believed to be that of a 16-year-old Kelly Rodney, who went missing weeks ago after attending a party at a Sierra Nevada campground in the United States.
Still an active investigation. And I understand there will be, and we will continue to receive lots of questions regarding our investigation, and we will release what we can. But at this time, our commitment is to this family, and that is where we will consistently reach for making decisions on what we release. Again, it is still a very active investigation.
And a roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky in his address lauded the European politicians for imposing an 8th round of sanctions against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. This comes amid US President Joe Biden's request to Russia to end military operations close to Europe's largest Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met with Serbian Minister of Internal Affairs Alexander Vulin in Moscow. Both the leaders discussed the situation in Kosovo. Lavrov also assured Vulin that Russia's position on the sanctions remains same. This comes after the collapse of political talks between Serbian and Kosovo leaders earlier this week in Brussels.
In the latest development in Pahalgam accident, an ITBP Jawan has succumbed to his injuries, taking the total death toll to 8. Meanwhile, more than 30 Jawans are being treated in different hospitals in Jammu and Kashmir. Reacting to yesterday's protest in Bihar, where police were seen charging with lathis on protesters, the BJP leader Naval Kishore Yadav has said that the entire incident is unfortunate. He further added that our national flag was also insulted.
आंख के सामने स्क्रीन पर जिस तरह
The CBI widens its investigation into the Liquorgate political fight. BJP demands answers from Kejriwal government. Explosive charge by Delhi police on the 2020 riots, claims PFI role in the violence. BJP takes tough action on its MLA, says show cause or get expelled for controversial communal comment. Amid the political fight on Veer Savarkar, BJP launches a Savarkar rally. Why not celebrate the freedom fighter? Storm over Tamil Nadu minister's controversial comment, compares Modi government to British Raj. Threat letter wants the judge to give bail to Onubroto or get framed. Is it an attempt to intimidate courts? Asansol CBI Court Judge Rajesh Chakraborty receives a threat letter. Now, in that, it reads, if Onubroto Mandal is not given bail, the judge will be falsely framed in a drug case. All the accused in coal and cow smuggling case are produced in his court. Onubroto Mandal is also produced in his court. The judge has now informed the matter to the High Court Registrar through the District Judge. BJP has in fact tweeted the judge in the Onubroto Mandal case has been threatened that he will be charged falsely in a drug case. A threatening letter was sent that his entire family will be trapped in a false drug case after striking the democracy in West Bengal. Trinamool Congress has now attacked the judicial system, unquote. That's the latest tweet coming in from BJP. In fact, they are now responding to the Republic news break. A massive development taking place. Whether this is an attempt to perhaps intimidate the courts. The very courtroom in which Onubroto Mondal is essentially produced. In fact, he's likely to be produced in the same courtroom tomorrow once his custody ends. Let me bring in my colleague Kishala, who's been tracking this story very closely. Kishala, now the BJP has essentially reacted, saying that the TMC has essentially attacked the judicial system.
Well, exactly, Shawan. Now what happened in Bengal was, this is one of the biggest breakings in a while, as the judge who was actually dealing with the case of Onubroto Mondal and the cattle smuggling case have been threatened by a person named Bappa Chatterjee. Now there is an update in this case. When we approached Bappa Chatterjee, who is one of the clerks in one of the courts in Purbo Bardhaman, East Bardhaman district, he said that I have no connection with this letter. I have not sent this letter. You can check my signature. Any expert can come and check my signature. It is not me. So question comes that who has sent this letter in the name of Bappa Chatterjee, this person who is one of the clerks in a court? And then also more question arises that when Onubroto Mondal will be produced in the court tomorrow his CBI custody ends. Just before that day, when this threat letter is sent to a judge, what political scenarios, what political consequences, what administrative consequences this letter can bear. We are questioning different sources in the government. We are questioning different people in the party which is ruling this state, that whether they will start an inquiry from their end, that who has sent this letter saying that Trinamool Congress District President Onubroto Mondal should be given bail as soon as possible, or otherwise the judge and his family members will be framed in a case of NDPS or a fake drug case. So Trinamool Congress from its end will give an answer or not. Madan Mitra, one of the Trinamool leaders, told us that this is not right, no one should be threatened, but that he said that unofficially no official statement from the Trinamool Congress has come as of yet. No official statement from the state administration has come as of yet. This matter has been raised to High Court as well. The judge who has been threatened has sent, Rajesh Chakraborty, has sent a notice to High Court that I have been threatened like this. Now what should be done? I am just informing you that these are the developments. That's what he said to the High Court registrar. Now it is to be seen whether more security will be provided to this judge or not, and whether a probe from CBI's end or a probe from the state government's end will be taken up, so that the person who actually sent this letter can be singled out, because Rajesh Chatterjee, because Bappa Chatterjee, the person whose name has been mentioned in the letter, has denied that he has written this letter. So someone must have written this letter. That person needs to be found out. As you were pointing out, Shawan, before this as well, that there are political consequences of this letter, and this letter can be linked to the case that already Trinamool Congress, some of the leaders in Birbhum district are connected with this case already, and there is a fear factor that is working in the party, within many of its leaders, that they will be named one after another in this case, because CBI is actively raiding multiple locations. CBI is actively interrogating multiple political personalities and people who were related to Onubroto Mondal. So there is a fear factor within the Trinamool Congress party in that Birbhum district. There is a fear factor within many of the administrative people who are related and linked to this case. So who has sent this letter? It is very important that the person is found out, so that the proper investigation can continue, and this particular judge who was dealing with this case can continue with this case without any hindrance. Shawan.
Well, in fact, as far as Bappa is concerned, as you're pointing out, that he has now refused, he says that it's not him. So the veracity of the letter in itself is in question right now. Kishalai, are you picking up anything in terms of whether at all the local authorities have been roped in? Are they probing the matter? Who exactly could be behind this?
Yes, Shravan, that's what I said, that in Republic Bangla, we were tracking Onubroto Mondol's case very closely, and we were the first one to break his arrest in the first place. Other channels broke the news about 1 hour later. We are tracking this development also as closely as we were tracking all the other developments, and we are trying to understand from Republic Bangla, from our investigative team, that whether there are people within the administration or there are people within the Trinamool Congress party in the Birbhum districts who were active in sending this letter or not, and whether a probe is being launched internally among the authorities who are related to this case. However, after Bappa Chatterjee has openly denied sending this letter, he is actually a person who is working as a clerk in one of the courts in East Bardhaman district. He said that go on, some expert can come and check my handwriting, check my signature. I'm not the one who sent this letter. Someone else did it. So we are trying to understand, and the authorities are also trying to understand, and we are learning from CBI sources that it is also one of the concerns for the CBI officials, and they are also looking into it, because just after 1 day later, Onubroto Mondol is likely to be presented in the same courtroom of the same judge. If a threat letter is sent to that judge, and later on some consequences come up after this case is being heard, then it is also one of the matter that CBI needs to look at, and CBI needs to also bring this matter into its investigation purview, because this is something that is very important and crucial at this juncture, when CBI has found out these rice mills which they raided since last few days, where all the meetings and all the strategic meetings of the whole cattle business was being carried forward. So therefore it is very important that CBI and the investigative officers tries to understand whether this letter was sent by any sources, any person within the Trinamool Congress party or in the administration who are in fear of getting linked with the cattle smuggling case and getting arrested, or this is some close aid of Onubroto Mondol, because the letter says if you do not give bail to Onubroto Mondol, you will be TMC district president Onubroto Mondol, you will be framed in a NDPS case. So clearly they want Onubroto Mondol to be released. That's what the case is, Shravan, right now.
Well, thank you very much, Kishore. We'll be tracking the story very closely, waiting for some reaction also coming in from the Central Bureau of Investigation. Remember, Onubroto Mondol, TMC strongman, would be produced before the court tomorrow. More breaking news now coming in, shifting focus to the other big story. Now, in the controversial Kashmir reference, a case has now been filed against former Kerala Minister KT Jalil. In fact, Tiruvalla Judicial First Class Magistrate Court has accepted the petition of RSS leader Arun Mohan. A complaint was lodged with Kirwapur police demanding that a case is filed now. Let me just take you through some of the details that we are picking up right now in terms of the investigation. In fact, what we are picking up is that the police was essentially not ready to file the case. It was only after this that RSS leader Arun Mohan had approached the court. In fact, KT Jalil had posted his travelogue on Facebook, which caused a lot of controversy. The post, Jalil basically described the area that India describes as Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as Azad Kashmir. Criticism was that this was a practice carried out by the Pakistani supporters. Now, in fact, he's made that comment, and thereafter there was no apology from KT Jalil. In fact, now we're being told that RSS leader Arun Mohan had approached the court. Joining us on this broadcast is my colleague Ashwin. Ashwin, just take us through the latest details you're picking up.
Now, what we have received, Savan, is information that a petitioner by name Arun Mohan, who is an RSS activist, had approached the Tiruvalla Sessions Court, stating that his complaint against KT Jalil was not taken by the local police, and so he has approached the court. The Sessions Court today had, in fact, heard a petition, accepted it.
We'll try and reconnect with Ashwin in a short while from now. The details that we're getting in right now with regards to the investigation that's being carried out. Remember, the Kerala police appeared to be a little wary about taking up this entire matter. That's when RSS leader had approached the court, and finally the directions have come in. We'll try and go across to Ashwin in a short while from now. There seems to be some audio problem. We'll try and fix that. But just a quick recap of what we know so far. This was basically a controversial remark that was made by the left leader, KT Jalil, who had posted his entire travelogue on Facebook. And this had basically created a lot of controversy because he essentially described the area that India describes as Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as Azad Kashmir. And in fact, he had also faced the flak saying that this was a practice that was basically carried out by the Pakistani supporters. In fact, I'm told that Ashwin is joining us on this broadcast. Ashwin, just take us through the details that you are picking up. Finally, it appears that the court has now stepped in. A case would be filed against the left leader, KT Jalil.
Absolutely, Shavan. The Kerala police had in fact refused to register a case, or even though the petitioner Arun Mohan, who is an RSS activist, had approached the Kerala police for registering a complaint against the controversial comments made by KT Jalil. Now, what is the controversial comment? It's very pertinent because in a travelogue which he had written, he had stated that the valley of Kashmir, Jammu and Ladakh is Indian-occupied Kashmir. And then he also went on to say that the other side of the valley is the Azad Kashmir. Now, these were the points which are raised by Pakistan and not by, certainly by an Indian citizen who has got some patriotic flavor. But now he's also a former minister. So no complaints were accepted by the police. But now the Tiruvalla Sessions Court, the first judicial magistrate court, has accepted the petition filed by Arun Mohan in this regard and has asked that the case may be taken against KT Jalil in this regard. This is huge considering the fact that the law enforcement had not accepted this case in the first place.
Well, Ashwin, his own party hasn't acted on him, has he? Have they acted against KT Jalil? Because they seem to have forgiven him. Ashwin?
Yes, absolutely, Niranjan. The party, in fact, we were the first ones to break this entire story, and we had followed the core members of the party. They had, in fact, decided not to comment about it. When asked about the party's stance about Jalil's statement, what they stated is that you all know what is the stand of the CPM. They never cared to condemn the remarks made by KT Jalil.
The petitioner is on the phone line, Ashwin, the petitioner is on the phone line. Let me get in a word. Arun, a case has been filed, but the leader from the left and a former minister, KT Jalil himself, is, he feels he's done no wrong in this case.
Yes. Absolutely, it is an anti-national statement by the former Minister of Kerala and today present MLA, the Tavanur MLA, Dr. KT Jalil, who was a teacher, he was a professor, former professor of leading university from Kerala. So he is a history professor. He says that the Pak-occupied Kashmir, he mentioned Pak-occupied Kashmir as Azad Kashmir. I think the statement by him is always used by this Pakistan spokesperson, and it's an anti-national statement. Absolutely, yes, it's an anti-national statement. When he wrote this on his Facebook page, I will appear to the nearest police station and give the complaint to the SP, district SP, and as well as the DGP of Kerala. But the police didn't take any action against him. The Kerala police says that there is nothing in his Facebook post. It's only just a statement. We don't want to take action against him by the police, by the Kerala police. After that, I will give the complaint to the Judicial First Class Magistrate Court of Tiruvalla. And today, the court says that this statement is very, very, very important. It's a very important matter, and the court suggests the police to take immediate action against him. That's the matter.
Thank you for that, Mr. Arun. And Ashwin, thank you for joining us with those inputs. Kerala Minister, the former Minister, KT Jalil, that is left leader, controversial, was named in the gold scandal and the other cases. He's not a minister now,
but a very controversial post that he had put out about Kashmir, referring to parts of Kashmir, referring to Ladakh, referring to Kashmir as Azad Kashmir, a very controversial post. In fact, when the story broke, Republic had put out that post. I still remember, Ashwin, it was the morning when we put out that post. He was forced to make edits, but it was too late.
Absolutely, Niranjan. It was around 9:30 that we broke the story, and within no time, there were 2 edits which were made by KT Jalil. Thankfully, in Facebook, that option is there, where the edits made by the author can be seen by public as well. So we did see that 2 of the statements were edited. That didn't stop the tirade of controversies that followed him, so much that there was an internal pressure from within the left fold also.
Ashwin, stay with me. There's some breaking news right now. There's some breaking news coming in. There is breaking news coming in, Ashwin. Stay with me. I'm cutting across live to Hyderabad, where there is a face-off. I'm going across to Hyderabad. Cutting across straight to Hyderabad. Let's cut across to the pictures. There's action in Hyderabad. I'm cutting across straight. Let's cut across to the pictures, where there's a lathi charge. These are live pictures from outside the Hyderabad court. This is where the controversial suspended leader called Raja Singh was produced in court. He was produced in court. There was sloganeering there, and the police is lathi charging some of these sloganeers. I'm going across to Aneri. Aneri, over to you. Aneri.
Well, Niranjan, as you can see in the visuals, where we can see one side there were slogans which were raised of Jai Shri Ram, and on the other side there was a protest which broke out against Raja Singh over the controversial remark which he had stated. Well, Raja Singh is currently at the Nampally court, and also police had to bring the situation under control, and so they used lathi charge to bring the situation under control. We'll try and go forward. As you can see, there are barricades which have been put up here. As you can see now, we'll go forward. As you can see now, police trying to move. Massive police deployment, Niranjan, here. Now people are trying to protest against Raja Singh's statement, where we can see that police here had to use lathi charge to bring the situation under control. Well, the judgment from the Nampally court is yet to come in. People are being asked to move out from here. Well, as you can see that police is asking people to move out. They are using lathi charge to move these protesters who are raising slogans against Raja Singh. And also on the other side, we'll try and go to the other side, where there's a massive police deployment here.
Go ahead, Aneri, go ahead. Aneri, you can go ahead. You can be factual. Tell us what's happening. We saw the sloganeering earlier. There is a lathi charge outside the Hyderabad court. Republic TV is live. A live report from outside the courtroom. Aneri, go ahead.
Well, Niranjan, as we are continue to report from here, from the Nampally court, well, just few meters away is the Nampally court, but as you can see, 2 sides of the road. One side there were pro slogans, slogans which were raised of Jai Shri Ram, but on the other side we see that there were slogans which were raised against Raja Singh over the controversial remark. Well, now we see that Raja Singh has been suspended from the BJP party, but now he has been brought here at the Nampally court. So in some time from now, we will be seeing a judgment coming in. But yes, massive police deployment here outside Nampally court. As you can see, once again, there are people who are trying to gather, but police is trying to disperse so that no untoward situation takes place. And also, we are expecting some sort of judgment in some time from now, because it's almost been 45 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes, where Raja Singh was brought here at the Nampally court. And also, as my video journalist has been showing the visuals here at the Nampally court, here just few meters away is the court, and this comes after a massive political face-off. There are political war of words from the opposition parties. AIMIM chief Assaduddin Owaisi has also raised a lot of questions on the Bharatiya Janata Party, and he also stated that this has become the Bharatiya Janata Party's policy to insult other religion. But also at the same time, when we happen to speak to G. Kishan Reddy, he says BJP always respects all religions. But as of now, as we continue to speak, live action happening here from Nampalli Court, where we see that there's a massive protest. Well, police officials had to resort to lathi charge to bring the situation under control. As you can see, people are being asked to move out from here. They are not allowed to stand here. But when Raja Singh was brought here, not to forget, when Raja Singh was brought here at the Nampalli court, there were slogans of Jai Shri Ram. Jai Shri Ram was chanted here outside the Nampalli court as Raja Singh is. This statement comes after Raja Singh had.
Okay, stay with those pictures there, stay with those pictures. As situation gets tense in Hyderabad, slogan battle outside the courtroom. Maneri is reporting live. Controversial leader suspended by the BJP now. Raja Singh is inside the court, and it's turned out to be a very tense situation. Earlier there were Jai Shri Ram slogans, supporters of Raja Singh who were outside the courtroom, and then there were counter protests as well. And as these slogans and sloganeers, two groups gathered outside the court, they've been baton charged, lathi charged. Situation is tense in Hyderabad. The fact also remains that from both sides there has been provocation, massive provocation, aneri from both sides, and controversial slogans from both sides.
That's right. Controversial statements not only from one side, both the sides, as we also had seen how there was a massive protest which took place last night, where we had seen that there were slogans like Sartan Se Juda and such other slogans which were raised across the city last night. We had seen a massive protest which was broken out by many people. Many people had gathered in large number. We'll try and move towards the court once again and show how what is the situation there right now. As we are continue to show you how there's action here, and now we are trying to move towards Nampalli court once again. We'll show as Raja Singh is expected to come out in some time from now, but also in the meantime there is a massive protest which has broken out here at the court.
The JNU Vice Chancellor Sanjay Raut saying anthropologically gods do not belong to the upper caste and that gods could be from the scheduled caste or tribe. She also said an I quote, status of Shudras given to women in Manu Smriti makes it extraordinarily regressive.
No god is a Brahmin. The highest is a Kshatriya. Lord Shiva must be a scheduled caste or a scheduled tribe. Because he sits in a cemetery with a snake and has very little, poor thing, we have given him very little clothes also.
Unidentified persons allegedly stole 10 ancient idols from a temple in Maharashtra's Jalna district. 700 years old ancient idols remain missing from Jamb Samarth temple. Meanwhile, NCP leader Rajesh Tope urged the management to inquire about the matter.
आज पहाटे जे रामदास स्वामी त्या ठिकाणी रामाचं, लक्ष्मणाचं, हनुमानाच्या ज्या पूजा करायच्या ॲक्च्युली मूर्तींच्या, पंचधातूच्या मूर्ती, ते पहाटे 3 वाजता काही अज्ञात चोरट्यांनी कम्प्लिटली या सगळ्या 700 वर्ष पूर्वीच्या ह्या सगळ्या मूर्त्या चोरलेल्या आहेत. म्हणून मला एवढंच म्हणायचं, महाराष्ट्रभरातून लोक तिथे दर्शनाला येतात, मुंबईतून जातात, सगळीकडून जातात, आणि त्यामुळे या संदर्भातलं आपण गांभीर्याने नोंद घेऊन कळवावं असं मला वाटतं.
Following a missing complaint, police has been examining CCTV footage from the temple to identify the suspects. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And here's a look at some other news. The BJP has hit out at the Congress leader Siddaramaiah for allegedly visiting a temple after eating non-vegetarian food. In response to the scandal, Siddaramaiah has said that the BJP is an
In fact, we're getting in some breaking news right now. We're cutting across from Hyderabad to Delhi now, where the Delhi Lieutenant Governor has written. The Delhi Lieutenant Governor has written to Arvind Kejriwal. So those are pictures from Hyderabad. We'll cut out from that picture, and we have some breaking news right now. We'll just put out the breaking news. In Hyderabad, there was a protest outside the court where Raja Singh, the BJP leader, was produced, and those were protests. Sloganeering and protests. Let's go back to Hyderabad for a second. And as we stay with those pictures, also coming across to the big story from let's go across to the big story from Delhi now. Live from the newsroom. Right now, the Delhi Chief Minister, the Delhi Lieutenant Governor has written. Delhi Lieutenant Governor has written to the Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal. We have a letter. We're just opening that letter right now, and this is the letter written by the Delhi Lieutenant Governor. I'm staying with this picture. This is the letter. I'm going to read out from this letter. If you can just zoom out this letter for a little bit. If you zoom out this letter, this is the letter that has been written by the Delhi Lieutenant Governor. I'm going to read out from it. It says, Shri Arvind Kejriwal ji, it's been observed that in recent months a significant number of proposals has been submitted by your office for my approval or for my opinion under Article 239 of the Constitution. With the remarks, Honorable CM has seen and approved the proposal without specifying any grounds of urgency warranting a communication. In this regard, attention is drawn to the para 7.11 of the Manual of Office Procedure, which provides that in the rare and urgent cases, when minister is on tour or is sick and his approval has to be taken on telephone, the decision of the minister shall be conveyed by his or her private secretary in writing. In such cases, confirmation shall be obtained on file when the minister returns to headquarters or rejoins. In the view of the above, the current practice of submission of files on a routine basis under the signatures of your officials needs to be discouraged or avoided in the absence of your signature. It is not clear whether the proposal has been seen and approved by you or not. Further, on receipt of files at the level of the Joint or Additional Secretary from your office, LG Secretariat is also constrained to communicate my decision at the level of officials. So, the LG is saying that Kejriwal must see the files, must sign off on the files, adding that therefore in the interest of smooth and effective governance, it may be ensured that proposals which are submitted by your office for my opinion or approval, as the case may be, should be duly signed by your good self. I would also like to suggest that your office may consider introducing the e-office system at the earliest so as to enable seamless movement of files. This is after the liquor scam. Let me go across to Piyush also joining us on the broadcast. Piyush, if you can hear me. Basically the Delhi Lieutenant Governor is asking Kejriwal to sign the files. He's basically asking him to sign the files, right?
Yes, absolutely. And this letter has been written to Chief Minister of Delhi by LG Vinay Saxena because in recent days it has been observed that the Chief Minister's office sends messages or files to LG office without even signing that, and that is why this note has been written by LG office to Delhi Chief Minister asking him to sign the file first and then send it to LG office. In fact, LG office in a note, I am going to quote from that note, very important point which I am quoting, Niranjan, is that in not signing the files, Arvind Kejriwal's endeavour is obviously to find an alibi for himself in the case of any controversy, which means somewhere LG office is suggesting that if you do not sign the file, then if there is any kind of controversy takes place, you will withdraw or you will take back your steps. And that has been shown. The flip side of the Kejriwal rule government has also been shown. In fact, the note further adds on Niranjan is that the flip side also being that even as he claims innocence, his ministers and officers are thrown to the wolves, be it the case of his first secretary Rajendra Kumar, Satyendra Jain, or in the latest instance Manish Sisodia. There are examples for all to see. So LG somebody is suggesting that you do not sign the file, and when some controversy happens, then you take back your steps. Very big allegation being levelled by LG on Arvind Kejriwal that we have always seen the flip side coming in. In fact, this is coming in because of the kind of massive liquor policy controversy going on in Delhi. Niranjan, remember that the then
then Anil Bajal was also become victim of the kind of allegations those are being leveled by Aam Aadmi Party government, because Aam Aadmi Party believes that it was the then LG Anil Bajal who had signed the liquor policy, and only after his nod, the government of Delhi had moved with the new liquor policy. But a couple of days back, Anil Bajal had come out with a statement saying that I was not concerned. The allegations those are being leveled on me are bogus. This is what with Anil Bajal had come out. So now Vinay Saxena sending out a clear message to Arvind Kejriwal to sign the files first and then only send it to LG office. We'll have to wait and watch how the Aam Aadmi Party government or the members or the top leaders are going to respond to this note, which has now been written by LG Vinay Saxena to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal.
Well, this is the letter basically written by the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi to Arvind Kejriwal, and this is a fallout. It's a fallout of Liquorgate. It's a direct fallout of Liquorgate, because the LG has basically said that you can't just keep sending files and get the officials to sign it, and you can't not see these files, saying that current practice of submission of files on a routine basis under signatures of your officials needs to be discouraged or avoided, as in the absence of your signature it is not clear whether the proposal has been seen and approved by you or not. And then the Delhi Lieutenant Governor is also telling Arvind Kejriwal that it may be ensured that proposals which are submitted by your office for my opinion or approval, as the case may be, should be duly signed by your good self. So the Delhi Lieutenant Governor asking Arvind Kejriwal to sign the files. That's the big breaking news update. Going back, let's try and get some reactions to this as well. Piyush, this has obviously come on the back of the liquor scam, isn't it? Piyush.
Well, yes, absolutely, Niranjan, and a big allegation now, big point being made by LG Vinay Saxena, where he is now asking Delhi Chief Minister to sign the files and then only send it to LG office. I'm also quoting very important point where LG in his letter has mentioned, and I'm quoting from the point number 4. Niranjan, he says that in the interest of smooth and effective governance, it may be ensured that proposals which are submitted by your office for my opinion or approval, as the case may be, should be duly signed by your good self, which means he is asking Arvind Kejriwal to sign that particular proposal or the file. I would also like to suggest that your office may consider introducing the e-office system at the earliest, so as to enable seamless movement of files. He is also suggesting to Arvind Kejriwal that if you are not able to sign the files, then you can do e-signature, and then that would be more feasible, more easy for the job to take place. But a very big point which is now we are right now picking is that LG Vinay Saxena is now asking Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to sign the files first and then only send it to LG office. Why it is happening? Because we are also getting the information that the sources in LG office are telling us that flip side has been seen, has been observed by LG office. That was in the case of Rajendra Kumar, that was in the case of Satyendra Jain, and also in the case of Manish Sisodia, and that is why we have seen how this time LG Vinay Saxena is categorically pointing out one important aspect, is that you have to sign the files first and then send it to office for the approval of LG office. We'll have to wait and watch how it is going to further ensue, but once again we are seeing how the LG office and Delhi Chief Minister's office are coming at loggerheads. We have seen how in the recent days Aam Aadmi Party coming out with serious allegations. In fact, they had leveled a very big allegation on the then LG Anil Bajal, claiming that he was the one with whom not the Delhi excise policy had been implemented in Delhi, to which Anil Bajal had categorically rejected that particular claim. In fact, he had also issued a press release saying that no such approval was taken from him. We'll have to wait and watch how it is going to further escalate, but we can expect a word coming in from Aam Aadmi Party on this big note, which is now being sent by LG Vinay Saxena to Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal.
Okay, I'm getting some breaking news now. From Hyderabad. Let's go cross straight to the breaking news from Hyderabad on the back of a very controversial leader. leader Raja Singh, who was suspended by the BJP. This video emerging from Hyderabad, where an AIMIM corporator, let's just put the video out. An AIMIM corporator seen in the video where Sartan Se Juda slogans were being raised. An AIMIM corporator, that's the video on the screen. AIMIM corporator seen while Sartan Se Juda slogans were raised in a protest after this very controversial leader, Raja Singh, made some comments and uploaded them on social media. This is the video that's coming in where AIMIM Savarkar, we are told, Mallepalli corporator, an exclusive video accessed by Republic TV, exclusive video where protesters are seen with this AIMIM leader. Protesters are seen with him and they're raising Sartan Se Juda slogans. Please, let's listen in. I'm going across to Aneri as well. We'll get Aneri live also on the broadcast. Aneri, we will be live from outside the Hyderabad court, but that's a video where an AIMIM corporator is seen marching with people. He doesn't stop them when they raise Sartan Se Juda slogans. He doesn't stop them. They continue to chant these Sartan Se Juda slogans. After this controversial leader called Raja Singh made that extremely controversial comment and uploaded on social media, he was suspended by the BJP. He was arrested. There have been protests overnight. Different protests, different leaders have been seen raising similar slogans calling for beheading. Sartan Se Juda slogans being raised across different parts of Telangana. I'm going across to Aneri, live to Aneri, who's outside the Nampalli court in Hyderabad. Aneri, how many such videos where different leaders were seen? Where different leaders were seen raising this controversial slogan, Aneri? It's not one or two leaders, several leaders.
That's right, Niranjan, as we have been speaking and as we continue to report from outside the Nampalli court where Raja Singh has been brought here after he was arrested by the Hyderabad City Police this morning. And just to give a backgrounder to our viewers, we had seen that Raja Singh had put up a video on social media where making derogatory remarks, controversial statements in that particular video, after which we saw a massive protest that had broken out in various parts of Hyderabad, specifically outside various police stations and in the old city area, where we had seen there was massive protest where there were slogans which were raised against Raja Singh, and where there was one such statement, one such slogan where they had stated Sartan Se Juda. Well, these statements, these sloganeerings were by these protesters, and including we have, as we were playing out the video of an AIMIM corporator who had also raised a slogan against Raja Singh Sarkanse Juda. Such statements, such slogans were raised outside police stations and various parts, but there was a black flag protest which had taken place at the Charminar, and also, as you can see, heavy police deployment outside Nampally Court, and there are vehicles which are being queued up here. In some time from now, we are expecting that Raja will be brought out, and we are expecting some sort of judgment which will be coming in this regard. And also, where we have been seeing, it's almost been 1.5 hours where Raja Singh was brought here. He was early morning, around 9:30, 10 a.m. was the time when Raja Singh was arrested, as these protesters had filed complaint at various police stations. And also there was an FIR which was registered against Raja Singh when he is an MLA from Gosha Mahal constituency, where now we see that the Bharatiya Janata Party has taken up action against Raja Singh, and he has been suspended from the party. But also at the same time, we see just some time back, just a few minutes back, we had seen how there was a tension-like situation outside the Nampally Court, where there were two groups who were protesting. One side there were slogans of Jai Shri Ram, and one side there were anti-Raja Singh slogans. Slogans against Raja Singh were raised here, just a few meters away from the Nampally Court. But police had to bring the situation under control, and so they used lathi charge to discuss all these protesters who came here near the Nampally Court.
Okay, thank you for that.
Now,
Anjali, we'll leave it at that. We'll come back to it when we have an update. Thank you for that. Let's get you some more news now.
Tamil Nadu's Finance Minister Palanivel Thiagarajan, at an address in Oxford debate in the United Kingdom, called the BJP-led centre as the possible future Raj 2.0. The leader went on to state that while the original British Raj has ended in the country, developments were promoting a resurrection of a new form of colonialism, with the new Raj 2.0 to be run from Delhi instead of from London.
In the UK, the once colonized have now taken over the kingdom. If you look at the cabinet today, whether it's the Treasury Secretary, the Home Secretary, Junior Minister in the Foreign Office, my good friend now Lord Billy Moria, you look at people like this, the once colonized have now taken over the kingdom. The kingdom doesn't exert its power anymore. And if you look in India, we are well on our way to a Raj 2.0, run out of Delhi instead of run out of London.
The minister attended an Oxford Union meet where he was debating against the notion that the British Raj still lives. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Getting you more details on the Liquorgate scandal. There's a letter written by the Delhi Lieutenant Governor to Arvind Kejriwal asking for him to sign off and not just let officials pass files and then he blaming them, he trying to duck from these policies. The Delhi Lieutenant Governor is saying, see the files before you send them for approval. And a big twist in the cattle smuggling scam in Bengal. There's an attempt to intimidate the court. A judge has received a threat letter. The judge has forwarded that letter to the High Court. He's been asked to give bail to Anubrata or face consequences and be framed in a false drugs case. A big twist in Bengal.
In US, a body found in Northern California reservoir is believed to be that of a 16-year-old Kelly Rodney, who went missing weeks ago after attending a party at a Sierra Nevada campground in the United States.
Still an active investigation, and I understand there will be, and we will continue to receive lots of questions regarding our investigation, and we will release what we can. But at this time, our commitment is to this family, and that is where we will consistently reach for making decisions on what we release. And again, it is still a very active investigation.
And a roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky in his address lauded the European politicians for imposing an 8th round of sanctions against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. This comes amid US President Joe Biden's request to Russia to end military operations close to Europe's largest Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met with Serbian Minister of Internal Affairs Alexander Vulin in Moscow. Both the leaders discussed the situation in Kosovo. Lavrov also assured Vulin that Russia's position on the sanctions remains same. This comes after the collapse of political talks.
BJP acts, ball now in opposition's court.
बगैर भाजपा के बड़े उनके लीडर्स की इजाजत के इस तरह की गंदगी और बकवास नहीं बकी जा सकती है.
Will opposition expel the hate or brazen it out? Ornav debates at 10 p.m.
After the Aam Aadmi Party's attack, the BJP has sliced through the liquor policy. BJP leader Sudhanshu Trivedi saying the excise department raised red flags to Aam Aadmi Party on the liquor scam for the seeking answers by AAP on the matter.
इन लोगों ने आबकारी नीति में जानकारी में आने के बाद पूरी तरीके से उद्देश्य के साथ बात की है. इसलिए हम उनसे कहना चाहेंगे कि जवाब हमें आबकारी पे चाहिए, ना ईमानदारी की बात करिए, ना बिरादरी की बात करिए.
As the liquor face-off continues in Delhi between AAP and BJP, Saurabh Bhardwaj of the Aam Aadmi Party heading out of the Bharatiya Janata Party, saying the party had targeted Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. In his news conference earlier today, the Aam Aadmi Party also questioning BJP, saying that there were attempts being made to break their government in Delhi.
जब जब राज्य सरकारों को चुनाव में जनता चुनकर भेजती है, उसमें खूब समय मिलता है भारतीय जनता पार्टी को उस राज्य सरकार के खिलाफ, उस पार्टी के खिलाफ प्रचार करने के लिए. प्रधानमंत्री स्वयं प्रचार करने हर राज्य में जाते हैं. भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी केंद्रीय मंत्री प्रचार में हर राज्य में जाते हैं, चाहे दिल्ली जैसा छोटा शहर हो, चाहे वेस्ट बंगाल जैसा बड़ा जो है राज्य हो. प्रधानमंत्री स्वयं उतरते हैं.
And getting in some more breaking news now from across the country, the BJP in another news conference, the Aam Aadmi Party's Atishi Marlena taking on BJP, saying that it implements Operation Lotus in places where it is not strong, further adding that the party doesn't really believe in democracy.
लोकतंत्र में भारत की जनता को चुनने का अधिकार मिला कि वो किस पार्टी की सरकार, किस वादों की सरकार बनाना चाहती है. लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी का लोकतंत्र में भरोसा नहीं है. या भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कह सकते हैं कि लोकतंत्र पर एक सिलेक्टिव भरोसा है.
More details coming in right now. Congress leaders reacting to Kejriwal's statements on Sisodia deserving the Bharat Ratna, adding that statement was unfair on Bharat Ratna awardees and India's real Ratnas. Getting in breaking news now. The former Punjab minister from the Congress party has been remanded to vigilance custody until the 27th of August. That's a setback for the Congress party's leader, Bharat Bhushan Ashu, who continues to remain in custody. Let me go across to my colleague Amandeep, joining us from Ludhiana, where all the action is unfolding. Amandeep.
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. Just after a marathon hearing and argument inside the Ludhiana court, now the court has decided
court has decided the remand for Bharat Bhushan Ashu till 27th. That means that till 27th, Bharat Bhushan Ashu, former Minister of Congress Party, remain in the custody of the vigilance till 27th. And in fact, I can show you the visuals. There is another alleged accused. Just because in the marathon argument, there was a contractor who has actually revealed the name of the Congress minister into this entire scam. This scam is all related to the food grain transportation scam and illegal allotments of the tenders while taking the bribe. And in fact, a marathon argument held inside the court where battery of lawyers from the side of the Congress minister stated that there was no involvement, there was no concrete evidence against Bharat Bhushan Ashu regarding the involvement in this entire scam. And in fact, vigilance had earlier demanded the remand of 7 days on the grounds that they need to question Bharat Bhushan Ashu, former Minister of Congress Party, regarding the same. And in fact, they need the concrete evidence. Just because so far the vigilance has arrested Bharat Bhushan Ashu on the basis of the statement of Telu Ram, who is the contractor into this entire case. And in fact, the second arrest, and even the vigilance has also claimed that Bharat Bhushan Ashu was not directly demanding the bribe for allotment of the tenders regarding the food grain transportations. In fact, the two officers, one is the deputy director of the department of Bharat Bhushan Ashu's ministry, and in fact one is his PA. They both are the front men who were basically demanding the bribes from the contractors for the allotment of the tenders. So this is how the entire scam is unfolding. But now, finally, the court has concluded the argument, and in fact, they have reached to the conclusion that vigilance deserves the custody of Bharat Bhushan Ashu till 27th. Now, the vigilance will investigate and carry forward this entire case. And also reveal the involvement. Now, we are slipping into a short break, but stay tuned for more stories. Stay tuned to Republic.
And a roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky in his address lauded the European politicians for imposing an 8th round of sanctions against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. This comes amid US President Joe Biden's request to Russia to end military operations close to Europe's largest Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met with Serbian Minister of Internal Affairs Alexander Vulin in Moscow. Both the leaders discussed the situation in Kosovo. Lavrov also assured Vulin that Russia's position on the sanctions remains same. This comes after the collapse of political talks between Serbian and Kosovo leaders earlier this week in Brussels.
In the latest development in Pahalgam accident, an ITBP Jawan has succumbed to his injuries, taking the total death toll to 8. Meanwhile, more than 30 Jawans are being treated in different hospitals in Jammu and Kashmir. Reacting to yesterday's protest in Bihar, where police were seen charging with lathis on protesters, the BJP leader Naval Kishore Yadav has said that the entire incident is unfortunate. He further added that our national flag was also insulted.
आंख के सामने स्क्रीन पर जिस तरह से उस बच्चे को मारा जा रहा है, और लोकतंत्र में मारने का कहां जगह है?
BJP acts, ball now in opposition's court.
बगैर भाजपा के बड़े उनके लीडर्स की इजाजत के इस तरह की गंदगी और बकवास नहीं बकी जा सकती है.
Will opposition expel the hate or brazen it out? Roundup debates at 10 p.m. Major debate as Yeddiyurappa launches Savarkar rally. Political face-off over Savarkar Rath Yatra. Why shouldn't Savarkar be celebrated? Roundup debates at 10:30 p.m.
In fact, there has been so many developments in the Liquorgate scandal, and each time we break a story on Liquorgate, and at 9 p.m. with Arnab, when we debate Liquorgate like we have been in the last few days, The whole country is watching it, and tonight at 9 p.m. we have a very, 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 very factual, focused debate on the facts of Liquorgate that many believe that the Aam Aadmi Party is running away from. But there's for some reason, ducking from the facts. Here's how the fight is playing out on Tuesday.
लोगों ने आबकारी नीति में जानकारी में आने के बाद पूरी तरीके से उद्देश्य के साथ बात की है, इसलिए हम उनसे कहना चाहेंगे कि जवाब हमें आबकारी पे चाहिए, ना ईमानदारी की बात करिए, ना बिरादरी की बात करिए।
आपने छूट दे दी कि एक पेटी के बदले में एक पेटी फ्री दीजिए। पूरे दिल्ली में नहीं, पूरे देश में यह प्रचार था कि दिल्ली में एक पेटी के साथ में एक पेटी फ्री मिल रही है, और दिल्ली से बाहर से लोग आकर दिल्ली से खरीद रहे थे। तो उस चीज का प्रचार ये अकॉर्डिंग टू कमेटी रिपोर्ट ये नहीं कर सकते।
850 दुकानें खुलनी थी दिल्ली के अंदर, एक एक करके 350 दुकानें खुल पाई, 500 दुकानें नहीं खुल पाई।
My colleague Shawan Sen joining us on This Is Exclusive. 3 or 4 big stories that he's got lined up. Right on top, that investigation. He's been leading the investigation into Liquorgate. Over to you for now, Shawan.
Thank you very much, Niranjan. The 2 big stories on This Is Exclusive. Republic's investigation in the Liquorgate scam. In fact, 2 accused tracked down by Republic TV's investigative team, and also the massive revelation now made by the Assam police. 2 big newsmakers joining us on This Is Exclusive. These are the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. While investigation in the liquor scam gets bigger, Republic investigation team reports from offices of key accused Sameer Mahendru and Sunny Marwah. CBI widens its investigation. No end to the Liquorgate political fight. BJP demands answers from Kejriwal government. Explosive charge by the Delhi police on the 2020 riots claims PFI role in the violence. In an exclusive interview, senior officials from Assam police speaks to Republic on the terror activities in the state. Well, Republic TV has been at the forefront of exposing the Liquorgate. Tonight we get you an investigation as far as who are those 2 accused who essentially have played a key role in framing of the excise policy. Now, investigation in the Delhi liquor scam is just getting bigger day by day. Republic investigation team has now visited Indo Spirit Private Limited, a company that's owned by Sameer Mahendru and Mahadev Liquor office in the national capital. Remember, Sameer Mahendru was in fact called in for questioning by the Central Bureau of Investigation. In the last few days, he's already been questioned and examined by the Central Bureau of Investigation, not just once, but twice. In fact, there is a possibility that others also be named in this particular FI would be called in for questioning very soon. Take a look at this investigative report, and then we also bring in our reporters on the ground getting us the latest details.
A day after the CBI questioned Managing Director of Indo Spirit, Sameer Mahendru, along with other accused in the FIR in connection with alleged corruption in the Delhi excise policy, Republic investigation team visited the office of Indo Spirit Private Limited.
That's the office, Indo Spirit, which is the official office of Sameer Mahendru. Sameer Mahendru, along with many other people like Amit Arora and others, were questioned. People like Sunny Marwa, Amandeep Dhal, Amit Arora, Sameer Mahendru, Anu Ramachandra Pillai. These are the 5 people who were questioned by CBI, and right now we are showing you the office of Indo Spirits, where it is written MS Indo Spirits Distribution Limited, and it is here at B30 Okhla Industrial Area Phase 1. Remember that CBI has been conducting its raids and investigations are going on.
The CBI in its FIR has mentioned 2 instances where Mahendru allegedly made payments totaling about rupees 4 to 5 crore to close associates of Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. Meanwhile, the CBI has also alleged that Radha Industries managed by Dinesh Arora received rupees 1 crore from Mahindra. Sources have further revealed that Arun Ramachandra Pillai used to collect undue pecuniary advantage from Sameer Mahindra for onward transmission to the accused public servants through another accused Vijay Nair. The agency has alleged that Sisodia and other accused public servants recommended and took decisions on the excise policy 2021-2022 without the approval of competent authority, with an intention to extend undue favours to the licensees post-tender. Meanwhile, war of words continue between BJP and AAP over the liquor scam.
लोगों ने आबकारी नीति में जानकारी में आने के बाद पूरी तरीके से उद्देश्य के साथ बात की है, इसलिए हम उनसे कहना चाहेंगे कि जवाब हमें आबकारी पे चाहिए, ना ईमानदारी की बात करिए, ना बिरादरी की बात करिए।
आपने छूट दे दी कि एक पेटी के बदले में एक पेटी फ्री दीजिए। पूरे दिल्ली में नहीं, पूरे देश में यह प्रचार था कि दिल्ली में एक पेटी के साथ में एक पेटी फ्री मिल रही है और दिल्ली से बाहर से लोग आकर दिल्ली से खरीद रहे थे। तो उस चीज का प्रचार ये अकॉर्डिंग टू कमेटी रिपोर्ट ये नहीं कर सकते।
850 दुकानें खुलनी थी दिल्ली के अंदर, एक एक करके 350 दुकानें खुल पाई, 500 दुकानें नहीं खुल पाई।
The Delhi government's excise policy 2021-2022 was launched on November 17, 2021 with an alleged vision to aid the reform of the retail liquor sector, improve consumer experience and augment revenue by rupees 9,500 crore. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, in fact, our investigative team also tracked down the other company that is in the dock. We are given to understand that Mahadev Liquor is another company which has essentially benefited from this entire excise policy. In fact, Sunny Marwa, who's connected to Ponti Chadda, has also been called in for questioning by the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, just a day after the FIR was registered, we are being told that Sunny Marwa was also questioned by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Take a look at this report filed by my colleague Piyush after he tracked down Mahadev Liquor's office here in the national capital.
The war of words continues to take place between Aam Aadmi Party and BJP over the new excise policy of Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi. CBI continues to investigate. Remember that CBI has so far interrogated 5 accused in this entire case. One of them is Sunny Marwa. Right now we are also at the office of Sunny Marwa, who is authorized signatory of Mahadev Liquors. You can see that's the address, official address, B303 Mahadev Mantra Private Limited, which is in Okhla Industrial Area. We tried to speak to guards. They are not divulging much more details about the whereabouts of Sunny Marwa. In fact, they are telling us that they have not seen him in the last 15 days. Remember that so far CBI has interrogated 5 accused in this case, which also includes Amit Arora, Sunny Marwa and many other people. In fact, people who have connections with the Brinco Spirits company have also been questioned by a Central Bureau of Investigation. So the investigation continues to take place. We are showing you the office of Sunny Marwa Mahadev Mantra Private Limited, which is also office of Mahadev Liquors, and here it's the very place which is now in question. Remember that earlier CBI had done its raid, carried out its raid at multiple locations in Delhi, in Telangana and in other parts of national capital. And here, when we tried to get in touch with Sunny Marwa, the security guards are telling us that they have not seen him in the last 15 days.
Let me also bring in my colleague Piyush, who's been tracking the story very closely. In fact, Piyush, yesterday we tracked down businessman Amit Arora. Now 2 other names. One is Sunny Marwa and Sameer Mahindra. All very crucial as far as this investigation goes, because it does appear, starting with businessman Amit Arora and his alleged links with the Aam Aadmi Party politicians, the allegation essentially being of quid pro quo. I just want you to break it down for our viewers why Indo Spirit Private Limited and Mahadev Liquor, these 2 companies become extremely important for the investigation, and how the allegation that perhaps the windfall profits that some companies were making Is it true that Indo-Spirit Private Limited happens to be one of the companies that made windfall profits simply going by the allegations that have been leveled?
Well, certainly, and that's the part of investigation. Shravan, and CBI is looking into this as to how these companies were able to get in touch with the top shots there in Aam Aadmi Party as well as in the government. Because what allegations are now coming out is that these companies, be it about Indo-Spirits or Sunny Marwa's company, both the companies, were benefited a lot. And we also reached out to these two locations, to the factory outlets of these two brands of these two companies. We tried to get in touch with Sunny Marwa and Samir Mahindru, but unfortunately we could not get in touch with them. We also tried to get in. We also tried to spoke to guards. Even they did not disclose anything. In fact, they told us that they have not seen these people in the last few days. But according to allegations, these people, these individuals, made a lot of profit. How? Because of the tweaking of policy which took place in Delhi excise policy, and that somewhere benefited them, because the allegations tells us that the government, which claimed it to set a target of around 10,000 crore in 1 year, was able to earn only 3,000 crore, and that also in 7 months. And the remaining amount which the government was targeting was not shown on a record. So money which is not being shown, or the money which is missing, was somewhere transferred to these parties, and that happened after the commission, which was increased from 2% to 12%, and that's how they got a lot of benefit. This is what the allegation is coming in. But Central Bureau of Investigation is further going to investigate these allegations. We'll have to wait and watch how the further questioning takes place. But these people seems to be missing, because we tried to get in touch with not only Samir Mahindru but also with Sunny Marwa, but there is no information about their whereabouts. Remember that 5 people were called in by Central Bureau of Investigation for interrogation. Few of them did appear before CBI, but many of them did not. On the other side, BJP continues to ask a question from Aam Aadmi Party about the entire excise policy. Though BJP is claiming that we are asking questions about excise policy, Aam Aadmi Party is explaining something else. BJP is also making a big allegation that during these 7 months when excise policy was in place, many people whose names have now surfaced, they were benefited because of the tweaking of policies. The commissions were increased from 2 to 12%. So they got benefit. Every individual, in fact, got benefit of 1,000 crore, and in return these companies, these individuals paid money to Aam Aadmi Party for using these funds for the election purpose, not only in Punjab but also in Goa and Uttarakhand. And in fact, the similar fund is also being used for the campaigning in Gujarat and in other states. So big serious allegations coming in, where BJP is now claiming that these individuals paid to Aam Aadmi Party, and in return Aam Aadmi Party not only waived off the amount which they submitted for licenses, but also the commissions was increased from 2% to 12%, which at the end of the day benefited these individuals.
Well, in fact, just a quick question before I also let you go, Piyush, with regards to Sunny Marwa. The latest news now coming in that Samir Marwa has also been called in for questioning by the Central Bureau of Investigation. I'm told that one set of examination has already been done. Another set of examination perhaps only going to begin starting from tomorrow.
Well, indeed, not only Sunny Marwa, but there are many others who are in the net of Central Bureau of Investigation. Last time what we were told is that 5 people were called in. Out of 5, only 3 had appeared. 2 did not. This is what we were told. And now what we are learning is that Sunny Marwa has once again been called in, and most likely he will be there at CBI office tomorrow. So CBI is now expanding its investigation. There are many other individuals who are connected with this entire scam, are on the radar of CBI. Remember that yesterday we also spoke about Amit Arora, and he is being considered as the crucial link between politicians, bureaucrats bureaucrats, the parties, individual parties, and also the companies. So he is also on radar of CBI. And as far as Sunny Mava is concerned, today we also tried to get in touch with him, but he was not available at his official residence. Guards do not know about his whereabouts. Not only him, but Samir Mahindra of Hindu Spirits, even he seems to be missing. But CBI has once again asked these persons to join the investigation. We'll have to wait and watch if they are going to be the part of investigation. Most likely they will be asked to come tomorrow at the CBI headquarters.
Well, thank you very much, Piyush, for getting us the latest details. In fact, now I'm given to understand some more breaking news coming in. I'll just stay on this for just a couple of seconds as we've gotten some more breaking news. Piyush, just a quick response. I'm being told that the financial link is also now being looked into. In fact, the Central Bureau of Investigation is looking at two aspects. One, Sadi Barwa and for that matter, Sabir Mahindru. They're likely to be called in for questioning once again. Just a quick update from you as we're getting in some more breaking news that more summons are likely to be issued sometime tomorrow is what we're being told.
Well, most likely they will be asked to join the investigation tomorrow also. And if we talk about the transactions, CBI has got to know that yes, dubious transactions took place because of the tweaking of policy. These individuals were benefited, and in return they supported Aam Aadmi Party for its campaign, and that is what the kind of money trail and transactions those have surfaced. CBI is going to investigate, and also we got to know as to how CBI had handed over the important documents to Enforcement Directorate also. And if ED looks into the entire case and goes through the kind of papers which CBI has been able to recover, then it could also register a case and start its investigation. So tomorrow, most likely, these people would be asked to join the investigation. Shawan.
Well, thank you very much, Piyush, for getting us the latest details. We'll be tracking the story very closely. Two more companies that have now been tracked down by Republic TV. We've tracked out key persons in the liquor gate. Remember, Sadi Barwa and Samir Mahindru. They are now under investigation. In fact, they're likely to be called in for questioning once again. Shifting focus now to the other big story that we are tracking for you. Big newsmakers joining us on This Is Exclusive. Assam Police is preparing the anti-radicalization module to counter the growing threat of radicalization and indoctrination module of the jihadis. Republic has now spoken to the Assam DGP Bhaskar Jyoti Mohanta and Rakesh Reddy, Superintendent of Police of Assam. According to the police officials, Assam police has got into their softwares, passwords of the sophisticated technology that has been used by the terrorists. And not just that, 6 terrorists with Al-Qaeda links had entered the state of Assam. Some of them in the garb of being imams, participating in religious functions. Listen in to what the Assam DGP and the Superintendent of Police had to tell us.
Now it's going on. I won't say it's a rampant way, but then, we've got Abdus Subhan and Jalal the other day in Gwalpara. And they turn out to be the ones who have kind of started it all. Like, all the ABT modules that we have already busted was basically started by these two guys. And they were initially indoctrinated in Uttar Pradesh. They were themselves based out of Banda and were educated in Deoband, where they have come in contact with some radicals from Bangladesh and a couple of other countries. And that's when they have entered into some kind of a collusion to create similar kind of an ecosystem out here in Assam. And they have brought along with them these guys who we have got Safikul, as well as another chap called Mehbubur. And that's how they had begun it all. And they would have small mashwara amongst the youngsters. And then the Bangladeshi lot had got very sophisticated technology along with them. They've been absolutely careful about maintaining secrecy, and so that nobody gets into the net of the police, and they've been taking absolute amount of care. It's good that we have infiltrated into their organization, and that's how we could bust them. We got their passwords of various technographic mails, etc. And an entire lot of apps that they use. We came to know about things, and that's how we busted one after another. And their game plan is open right now, and they've begun it very properly But then as they proceeded and Assam police has foiled their further expansion and stuff like that, at this moment, we've been absolutely successful in this regard. But then we've got to be keeping a very strong eye, because the events in Bangladesh, events in Pakistan perhaps, would have its ramification out here in Assam. And the Rohingyas also in Myanmar, and the developments pertaining to these elements also would have its own impact in Assam. So we've got to be keeping an eye on the geopolitics in our neighborhood. And that's what we are doing at this moment pretty effectively.
Well, in fact, my colleague Anirudh is also joining us on this broadcast. Anirudh, just a quick response before we also play out that interview with the Superintendent of Police, Rakesh Reddy, who's given us more details. A quick response from you in terms of the investigation that has been carried out so far.
Yes, Sawan, definitely this entire module is being taken very seriously by the Assam police, and today the DCP had in fact told us that given the fact that earlier the ISI-backed JMB modules were busted in the state of Assam, but compared to the ISI-backed modules, this module of the ABT and the Al-Qaeda in Indian subcontinent is more dangerous, because this is ideologically driven force, and that is why the Assam police is now working in de-radicalization, anti-radicalization drive is being taken out. The Assam police have met with the Tanzim Council, which governs almost more than 90% of the madrasas that are run in the state of Assam by the Jamiyat Ulema. These are all private madrasas, and the Assam police have been handed over a directory of all these madrasas and the imams associated with this madrasas and mosque in various localities of the state. And the Assam police has also suggested that apart from the theological studies that are being provided at the private run madrasas as of now, the Assam government will be now taking up the matter of including secular subjects like mathematics, science, computer science, so that the outlook of the students who went to these madrasas can be changed. The Assam police had also interacted, have counseled many students who are going to these private madrasas in various localities of the state, and when interaction took place between the officials visiting these madrasas, most of the students in fact said that they want to be Hafiz after completing their education. Very few number of students are studying.
We're just getting in some more breaking news right now. Anirudh, I'll just come back to you in a short while from now. We'll perhaps also play out the interview in a short while from now. We're getting in some more breaking news. BJP alleged leader Raja Singh has now been remanded to judicial custody. In fact, 14 days is what we're being told. We'll try and go across to my colleague Aniri, who's getting us the latest details. He's now been sent to judicial custody. We'll try and get you the exact details. In fact, my colleague Aniri would be joining us. 14-day judicial custody has been granted by the court. Remember, he also faces suspension from his own party. He's been asked to explain the comments that have been made by him, and this has basically led to a massive political furor in Hyderabad. We've had political reactions also coming in. Suspended BJP MLA has now been sent to judicial custody for about 14 days. Let me bring in my colleague Aniri. Aniri, a quick response from you. What more details are you picking up? 14 days judicial custody.
Well, Savan, that is yet to be confirmed. Well, still the hearing is going on inside the court. We just happened to speak to the Raja Singh's advocate, where he has said that we are still waiting for the orders. So we are yet to confirm that whether he is being staying for 14 days remand or not. Well, just in some time from now, we are also expecting that Raja Singh will be coming out, as there is a heavy police deployment here outside the Nampally court. But as we are showing you the visuals, and there was a massive protest which broke out, and this morning Raja Singh was also arrested by the Hyderabad City Police, demanding there was a massive protest last night at various locations demanding the arrest of Raja Singh. This morning there was a case which was registered under various sections, and then he was arrested. But still the hearing is going on. The hearing is underway at the Nampally court, and we are yet to get any sort of confirmation in regard with whether he is being sent to 14 days remand or not, because we just happened to speak to the advocate where he has said that we'll have to wait for some sort of clarity and confirmation from inside the court. So as of now, we are waiting, and we are expecting that Raja Singh will be coming out in some time from now. Well, Raja Singh has been suspended from the BJP this afternoon after his derogatory remarks which were made. There was a massive uproar, massive protest which had taken place. Just some time back also, we had seen that there was a protest which happened outside the Nampalli court from both the sides, where we see that the one side there were slogans of Jai Shri Ram which were chanted, and also on the other side there were anti-Raja Singh protests which were taking place here outside the Nampalli court. Shravan, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Anuri, for getting us the latest details. We'll be tracking the story very closely. 40 days judicial custody for the suspended BJP legislator.
The only debate on the extreme specifics of liquor scam. Extremely specific questions on Liquorgate emerge. Arnab's extremely specific debate on the liquor scam. Arnab debates at 9 p.m.
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
The JNU Vice Chancellor sparked a row, saying anthropologically gods do not belong to the upper caste and that gods could be from the scheduled caste or tribe. She also said, and I quote, status of Shudras given to women in Manu Smriti makes it extraordinarily regressive.
No god is a Brahmin. The highest is a Kshatriya. Lord Shiva must be a scheduled caste or a scheduled tribe. Because he sits in a cemetery with a snake and has very little, poor thing, we have given him very little clothes also.
Unidentified persons allegedly stole 10 ancient idols from a temple in Maharashtra's Jalna district. 700 years old ancient idols remain missing from Jamb Samarth temple. Meanwhile, NCP leader Rajesh Tope urged the management to inquire about the matter.
आज पहाटे जे रामदास स्वामी त्या ठिकाणी रामाचं, लक्ष्मणाचं, हनुमानाच्या ज्या पूजा करायच्या ॲक्च्युअली मूर्तींच्या पंचधातूच्या मूर्ती, ते पहाटे 3 वाजता काही अज्ञात चोरट्यांनी कंप्लीटली या सगळ्या 700 वर्ष पूर्वीच्या ह्या सगळ्या मूर्त्या चोरलेल्या आहेत. म्हणून मला एवढंच म्हणायचं, महाराष्ट्रभरातून लोक तिथे दर्शनाला येतात, मुंबईतून जातात, सगळीकडून जातात आणि त्यामुळे या संदर्भातलं आपण गांभीर्याने नोंद घेऊन कळवावं असं मला वाटतं.
Following a missing complaint, police has been examining CCTV footage from the temple to identify the suspects. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And here's a look at some other news. The BJP has hit out at the Congress leader Siddaramaiah for allegedly visiting a temple after eating non-vegetarian food. In response to the scandal, Siddaramaiah has said that the BJP is an expert at lighting fires when there is peace. Former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray expelled Minister Uday Samant and senior leader Yashwant Jadhav from the Sena party today. Now both the ministers have joined the Chief Minister Shinde's camp. Shocking visuals on your screens show an assault on a school teacher in Goa. A complaint has been registered against the PWD engineer Altaf Sheikh for allegedly assaulting a school teacher. Meanwhile, the police is investigating the matter.
In US, a body found in Northern California reservoir is believed to be that of a 16-year-old Kelly Rodney, who went missing weeks ago after attending a party at a Sierra Nevada campground in the United States.
Still an active investigation, and I understand there will be, and we will continue to receive lots of questions regarding our investigation, and we will release what we can.
BJP acts, ball now in opposition's court.
बगैर भाजपा के बड़े उनके लीडर्स की इजाजत के इस तरह की गंदगी और बकवास नहीं बकी जा सकती है.
opposition expel the hate or brazen it out? Roundup debates at 10 p.m.
As CBI widens its investigation, no end to the liquor gate political fight. BJP demands answers from the Kejriwal government. Explosive charge by the Delhi police on the 2020 riots, claims PFI role in the violence. BJP takes tough action on its MLA, says show cause or get expelled for controversial communal comment. Amid the political fight on Veer Savarkar, BJP launches a Savarkar rally. Why not celebrate the freedom fighter? Storm over Tamil Nadu minister's controversial comment, compares Modi government to British Raj. Threat letter warns the judge to give bail to Anubrata or get framed. Is it an attempt to intimidate the courts? Welcome friends. The political fight over CBI raid at Manish Sisodia's residence last week continues. Back-to-back news conferences by BJP and the AAP. BJP has asked specific questions, but AAP is still silent on the charges. Why they withdrew the new policy, while Kejriwal and Sisodia in Gujarat for poll campaign. Let's look at some of the political reactions and sound bites that have come through the day.
लोगों ने आबकारी नीति में जानकारी में आने के बाद पूरी तरीके से उद्देश्य के साथ बात की है, इसलिए हम उनसे कहना चाहेंगे कि जवाब हमें आबकारी पे चाहिए, ना ईमानदारी की बात करिए, ना बिरादरी की बात करिए।
आपने छूट दे दी कि एक पेटी के बदले में एक पेटी फ्री दीजिए। पूरे दिल्ली में नहीं, पूरे देश में यह प्रचार था कि दिल्ली में एक पेटी के साथ में एक पेटी फ्री मिल रही है और दिल्ली से बाहर से लोग आकर दिल्ली से खरीद रहे थे। तो उस चीज का प्रचार ये अकॉर्डिंग टू कमेटी रिपोर्ट ये नहीं कर सकते।
850 दुकानें खुलनी थी दिल्ली के अंदर, एक एक करके 350 दुकानें खुल पाई, 500 दुकानें नहीं खुल पाई।
एक के बाद दूसरा ड्रामा, दूसरे के बाद तीसरा ड्रामा, तीसरे के बाद चौथा ड्रामा, ये जांच वो जांच। हम तो फिर अपनी पूरी पार्टी पे ही ताला लगा दें, सबको निकाल के बाहर कर देगा। झूठे आरोप इसी तरीके से आप बेबुनियाद लगाते रहेंगे।
जब एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट ने आपको इस प्रकार का नोटिस दिया तो आपने संबंधित कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं की? क्योंकि यह नोटिस तथ्यों के आधार के ऊपर है, जिसमें जो पॉलिसी मैंने आपको बताई उसको सीधे सीधे तरीके से ध्वस्त किया गया है।
The face-off between the BJP and TRS intensified as Telangana BJP President Bandi Sanjay was arrested by the police in the Jangam district, while he was protesting against the arrest of BJP workers who were demonstrating outside the house of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao's daughter K. Kavita on Monday. Take a look at this report.
A day after BJP workers demonstrating outside KCR daughter's residence were arrested, Telangana BJP chief Bandi Sanjay was arrested by the police in Jangaon district. Watch how Bandi Sanjay was bundled into the police vehicle surrounded by a large number of BJP workers.
The BJP chief Bandi Sanjay has now been arrested by the police officials when he was all set to stage a diksha against or a protest against the BJP workers who were arrested yesterday and who were protesting against K. Kavita, the daughter of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, over the liquor scam. And now we see that as the police officials had arrested the BJP workers there and had put them under the non-bailable sections.
Bandi Sanjay's arrest whipped up a mega political row, with JP Nadda hitting out at KCR government and adding that BJP will fight TRS in KCR democratically in the upcoming elections. From national capital to Telangana, as the showdown over liquor scam explodes, the TRS versus BJP face-off is only heating up. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
Assam Police is preparing anti-radicalization module to counter the growing threat of radicalization and indoctrination of jihadis that's taking place in the state. Meanwhile, Republic has spoken to Assam DGP Bhaskar Jyoti Mohanta and Rakesh Reddy, SP Assam Police. According to the officials, the police has got into their softwares passwords of the sophisticated technology used by the terrorists. Let's listen into those two comments coming in from Assam Police.
A big win for the Assam police with the arrest of two imams with direct linkages with Al-Qaeda. So how exactly did the Assam police carry on with this entire operation? Joining us is the Superintendent of Police, Mr. Rajiv Reddy. Thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. Let me straight away begin by asking you, this was known for quite some time that in the garb of religious events, a lot of these imams and also those with linkages with the Al-Qaeda have entered the state of Assam. Is it true that as of now, about 6 Al-Qaeda terrorists have entered India as imams speaking at these Islamic religious functions? There are multiple reports that are doing those rounds. Mr. Reddy, if you can also confirm.
Thank you for calling me to Republic TV. Yeah, as you said, the 6 Bangladeshi nationals who have links with Al-Qaeda have visited Assam, and they are on the list on our radar. And the recent arrest we have done in Golpara points that most of them have either visited one of these places in Barpeta, Morigaon or Golpara, and they were also part of the larger Dharma Sabhas which are conducted earlier part of 2019, late part of 2019. So their presence was there here, and they were the accused in our list, and our search is on.
Mr. Reddy, can I then ask you, with regards to the motive right now, since they have visited in the past, thereafter there have been more number of people who have entered the state of Assam, what was the objective? Have you been able to find out in terms of what were the activities like? Have they been able to recruit anyone? Anything that you're picking up in terms of their activities once they entered the state of Assam?
Right. Very recent arrest in Golpara, which happened 3 days before. There was a confession by one of the accused, whose name is Abdul Subhan. He was the active member of Al-Qaeda in Indian subcontinent in 2018, and later he admitted that he has recruited at least 2-3 people he has recruited under him in the guidance of those terrorists from Bangladesh who have come here out of those 6 persons. So definitely we are verifying those links. We are trying to trace them and find out those details, whether they are existing in Assam or whether they are in elsewhere moved out from Assam currently.
So in terms of numbers, if I may ask you, Mr. Reddy, is there any specific number of Al-Qaeda operatives that you are really looking at and you suspect that they could be still in the state of Assam or perhaps could have moved to other states in India?
So far, if you can trace from the earliest part of arrest which happened in March first week 2022, of course, our teams backed by the strong intelligence groups in Assam Police have been working from 2021 itself. But we wanted to make sure that once the evidences are clear, once we get the picture very clearly with a lot of conviction, then we can go to the step of either arresting them, because the key aides and other people should not be missing in that hunt where we are going for behind one people, other people are escaping. So the latest revelation said that few people they have already recruited under this Golpara module. We have to find out from the earlier modules of Barpeta and Morigaon also whether there was any persons who were already recruited and they were acting as answers or sleeper cells. That is yet to be verified.
All right, breaking news development coming in. A Brahmos missile was accidentally fired on 9th of March 2022, which landed in Pakistan. A court of inquiry set up to establish the facts of the case, including fixing responsibility for the incident, has found that the deviation from the standard operating procedures by 3 officers led to the accidental firing of the missile. In fact, it almost led to a diplomatic standoff between India and Pakistan and some international focus on how India handles the situation, and that led to the court of inquiry. Gursimran joins us over the phone from Jammu. Gursimran, please share details of what the inquiry, what are the conclusions drawn by the inquiry, who are these officers who have been terminated, I believe, as per reports that you are bringing in. Gursimran.
Yes, 3 officers, Abhishek, have been terminated by the central government for the negligence, for the deviation from the standard operating procedure that led to accidental fire of this Brahmos that started from the Haryana and landed up in Punjab area of Pakistan on 9th of March, after which the ISPR, they took up the issue. They held a press conference calling it an act of war, after which India has made it very clear that they have ordered a court of inquiry, and now the court of inquiry has reached a consensus where 3 officers have been held responsible for the deviation from the standard operating procedure. And today, that is on 23rd of August, these 3 officers have been served their termination order by the central government. The government has acted and has held these 3 officers responsible. This is an important decision that has been taken by the central government, keeping in view the action that happened due to the negligence or the deviation from the standard operating procedure that happened on the 9th of March. And since then, the court of inquiry was going on. All these officers, they were questioned many a times, and now a decision has been taken that all 3 officers who were part of who were leading this launch, they have deviated from the SOPs and now have been terminated. Yes, Abhishek.
Gursimran, but you know, this accidental firing happened at a time when joint military exercises between India and Australia were going on in the Mahajan range, and it was believed that that was more like a demonstration for the visiting Australian Chief of Army Staff. And then this misfiring moving towards Pakistan, almost creating a diplomatic standoff between the 2 countries, in fact, could have led to a security situation as well. You think that this decision taken of terminating the officers from service, and if you could also tell us what is the level of seniority of these officers, and this decision taken to impress upon the international community that India is a responsible power and that we take these kind of laxities very seriously.
No doubt, Abhishek, there is no doubt to it that India has made it very sure and has conveyed a message to the international community that India is sufficiently able to handle this kind of powers, because you see, soon after the incident, the DGISPR came out with a statement and they have tried to use it against India by saying that India is not capable of holding these kind of powers within them, as they don't know how to use it. The Pakistan has made it every possible way to use it against India, but now India, after holding the court of inquiry, has held those 3 officers responsible for this accidental fire that has taken place. This shows that India has ensured that there is a complete court of inquiry, a justice is served, and those responsible for this accidental fire are taken to task. And now 3 officers have been served the termination order today itself, that is on the 23rd of August. That means Indian government has taken it really very seriously, that India is micromanaging the things, all the things very aptly, and this also sends a message to the international community, despite many attempts by the Pakistan to use it as a tool of propaganda against the India.
Gursimran, one last small answer from you on the question I asked. What is the level of seniority of these officers who have been terminated?
See, Abhishek, these details haven't been divulged as of now by the Indian Air Force. The details that have been shared as of now remains that 3 officers have been held responsible for deviating from the standard operating procedure that led to this accidental fire from the Haryana and that landed in the Punjab district of Pakistan on 9th of March, after which the Pakistan was trying to use it possibly to defame India at international level, but India has initiated this court of inquiry, and this has found 3 officers responsible for this deviation from SOP for this incident that has taken place, and now termination orders have been served on today's date, that is on 23rd of August. Abhishek.
All right, thank you so much, Gursimran, joining in with that breaking news development. India telling the world that we are a responsible power and we take action whenever any laxity is noticed. In this case, clear escalation was possible between India and Pakistan because the missile landed on the Pakistani side. Moving on, a short break. On the other side, amid the political fight on Veer Savarkar, BJP launches a Savarkar rally. Why not celebrate the freedom fighter, the party says. And storm over Tamil Nadu's ministers. Controversial comment compares the Modi government to British Raj.
In US, a body found in Northern California reservoir is believed to be that of a 16-year-old Kelly Rodney who went missing weeks ago after attending a party at a Sierra Nevada campground in the United States.
Still an active investigation. And I understand there will be, and we will continue to receive lots of questions regarding our investigation, and we will release what we can. But at this time, our commitment is to this family, and that is where we will consistently reach for making decisions on what we release. Again, it is still a very active investigation.
And a roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky in his address lauded the European politicians for imposing an 8th round of sanctions against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. This comes amid US President Joe Biden's request to Russia to end military operations close to Europe's largest Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met with Serbian Minister of Internal Affairs Alexander Vulin in Moscow. Both the leaders discussed the situation in Kosovo. Lavrov also assured Vulin that Russia's position on the sanctions remains same. This comes after the collapse of political talks between Serbian and Kosovo leaders earlier this week in Brussels.
In the latest development in Pahalgam accident, an ITBP Jawan has succumbed to his injuries, taking the total death toll to 8. Meanwhile, more than 30 Jawans are being treated in different hospitals in Jammu and Kashmir. Reacting to yesterday's protest in Bihar, where police were seen charging with lathis on protesters, the BJP leader Naval Kishore Yadav has said that the entire incident is unfortunate. He further added that our national flag was also insulted.
आंख के सामने स्क्रीन पर जिस तरह से उस बच्चे को मारा जा रहा है, और लोकतंत्र में मारने का कहाँ जगह है। लंबी लंबी बात करते हैं, कभी चाचा करते हैं, 20 लाख भतीजा करते हैं, 10 लाख नौकरी देंगे, अदला अदली बोल रहे हैं।
The JNU Vice Chancellor Dr. Rahul saying anthropologically gods do not belong to the upper caste and that gods could be from the scheduled caste or tribe. She also said an I quote, status of Shudras given to women in Manu Smriti makes it extraordinarily regressive.
No god is a Brahmin. The highest is a Kshatriya. Lord Shiva must be a scheduled caste or a scheduled.
Welcome back. Ahead of the next hearing in Bengal cattle scam, Asansol CBI court judge Rajesh Chakraborty received a threat letter today. The letter mentioned that if Mamata's top man Anubrata Mandal was not granted bail, the judge would be framed in the NDPS Act. Here's more on this story.
Summons, raids and arrests. As Mamata's top man is under the scanner in Bengal cattle scam, CBI judge presiding over the case has now received a threat letter.
Now the judge who was actually dealing with this case, he receives a threat letter from a person named Bappa Chatterjee, and that person writes that he is officer in charge of some district court in that area, and therefore the judge has now complained to the district judge and also complained to the High Court, sent a complaint letter to the High Court registrar that I have received a threat letter from this person called Bappa that I will be framed in an NDPS false case, in a drug case.
And 8 days ahead of the next hearing, Asansol CBI court judge Rajesh Chakraborty received a threat letter. The letter mentioned if bail was not granted to the arrested TMC leader, the judge would be framed in a narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances case.
What the Central Bureau of Investigation would be essentially looking at right now is that who was basically part of the criminal conspiracy, because with this letter coming out in the open, it becomes abundantly clear that there are few people who are extremely worried that if Anubrata Mondal stays behind bars for a few more days, there is a high possibility that more names would emerge, and that is only going to become far more embarrassing, not just for the party but also a few other people who are giving that shelter, the protection to Anubrata Mondal.
Judge Rajesh Chakraborty also wrote to the district judge, and the threat letter was then submitted to the High Court. With 8 days to go for the next hearing, concerns over the law and order in the state have been many. Bureau Report for Republic TV.
An explosive charge by Delhi police on the 2020 riots claims PFI role in the violence. And BJP takes tough action on its MLA, says show cause or get expelled for controversial communal comments. On the other side.
Amity University, Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
Unidentified persons allegedly stole 10 ancient idols from a temple in Maharashtra's Jalna district. 700 years old ancient idols remain missing from Jambasamarth temple. Meanwhile, NCP leader Rajesh Tope urged the management to inquire about the matter.
आज पहाटे जे रामदास स्वामी त्या ठिकाणी रामाचं, लक्ष्मणाचं, हनुमानाच्या ज्या पूजा करायच्या ॲक्च्युअली मूर्तींच्या पंचधातूच्या मूर्ती, ते पहाटे 3 वाजता काही अज्ञात चोरट्यांनी कम्प्लिटली या सगळ्या 700 वर्ष पूर्वीच्या ह्या सगळ्या मूर्त्या चोरलेल्या आहेत. म्हणून मला एवढंच म्हणायचं, महाराष्ट्रभरातून लोक तिथे दर्शनाला येतात, मुंबईतून जातात, सगळीकडून जातात, आणि त्यामुळे या संदर्भातलं आपण गांभीर्याने नोंद घेऊन कळवावं असं मला वाटतं.
Following a missing complaint, police has been examining CCTV footage from the temple to identify the suspects. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And here's a look at some other news. The BJP has hit out at the Congress leader Siddaramaiah for allegedly visiting a temple after eating non-vegetarian food. In response to the scandal, Siddaramaiah has said that the BJP is an expert at lighting fires when there is peace. Former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray expelled Minister Uday Samant and senior leader Yashwant Jadhav from the Sena party today. Now both the ministers have joined the Chief Minister Shinde's camp. Shocking visuals on your screen show an assault on a school teacher in Goa. A complaint has been registered against the PWD engineer Altaf Sheikh for allegedly assaulting a school teacher. Meanwhile, the police is investigating the matter.
In US, a body found in Northern California reservoir is believed to be that of a 16-year-old Kelly Rodney, who went missing weeks ago after attending a party at a Sierra Nevada campground in the United States.
Still an active investigation, and I understand.
Tamil Nadu's Finance Minister Palanivel Thiagarajan at an address in Oxford debate in the United Kingdom called the BJP-led centre as the possible future Raj 2.0. The leader went on to state that while the original British Raj has ended in the country, developments were promoting a resurrection of a new form of colonialism, with the new Raj 2.0 to be run from Delhi instead of from London.
In the UK, the once colonized have now taken over the kingdom. If you look at the cabinet today, whether it's the Treasury Secretary, the Home Secretary, Junior Minister in the Foreign Office, my good friend now Lord Billy Moore, you look at people like this, the once colonized have now taken over the kingdom. The kingdom doesn't exert its power anymore. And if you look in India, we are well on our way to a Raj 2.0, run out of Delhi instead of run out of London.
The minister attended an Oxford Union meet where he was debating against the notion that the British Raj still lives. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Major debate as Yeddiyurappa launches Savarkar rally. Political face-off over Savarkar Rath Yatra. Why shouldn't Savarkar be celebrated? Roundup debates at 10:30 p.m.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाइड क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
And a roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky in his address lauded the European politicians for imposing an 8th round of sanctions against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. This comes amid US President Joe Biden's request to Russia to end military operations close to Europe's largest Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met with Serbian Minister of Internal Affairs Alexander Vulin in Moscow. Both the leaders discussed the situation in Kosovo. Lavrov also assured Vulin that Russia's position on the sanctions remains same. This comes after the collapse of political talks between Serbian and Kosovo leaders earlier this week in Brussels.
In the latest development in Pahalgam accident, an ITBP Jawan has succumbed to his injuries, taking the total death toll to 8. Meanwhile, more than 30 Jawans are being treated in different hospitals in Jammu and Kashmir. Reacting to yesterday's protest in Bihar, where police were seen charging with lathis on protesters, the BJP leader Naval Kishore Yadav has said that the entire incident is unfortunate. He further added that our national flag was also insulted.
आंख के सामने स्क्रीन पर जिस तरह से उस बच्चे को मारा जा रहा है, और लोकतंत्र में मारने का कहाँ जगह है। लंबी लंबी बात करते हैं, कभी चाचा करते हैं, 20 लाख भतीजा करते हैं, 10 लाख नौकरी देंगे, अदला अदली बोल रहे हैं।
The JNU Vice Chancellor Dr. Rahul saying anthropologically gods do not belong to the upper caste and that gods could be from the scheduled caste or tribe. She also said an I quote, status of Shudras given to women in Manu Smriti makes it extraordinarily regressive.
No god is a Brahmin. The highest is a Kshatriya. Lord Shiva must be a scheduled caste.
The debate around freebies makes it to the Supreme Court, with the definition around the freebie culture being discussed at the top court, with political parties discussing the details of the difference between what constitutes welfare politics and freebies, with the BJP further seeking a ban on freebie culture as a promise at political campaigns. Take a look at this report on Supreme Court proceedings.
The debate over the use of freebies was heard at the Supreme Court with former BJP spokesperson. The plea has been filed by the BJP spokesperson Ashwini Upadhyay. The arguments revolved around what came under the definition of freebies, as the BJP MLA sought a directive by the Election Commission to have freebies as a political promise barred. In a previous hearing regarding the case, the Supreme Court had stated that the issues raised in the matter were getting increasingly complicated. The debate around freebies has been particularly linked to the Aam Aadmi Party, with its schemes in Delhi as well as Punjab being declared by the BJP as a Rewadi culture. The Rewadi jibe took the centre stage once again in the wake of the liquor scam in New Delhi, where the alleged fallacies of the excise policy led the term Bewdi added to the terms used to describe the Aam Aadmi Party government.
ये आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार, ये रेवड़ी की सरकार भी है, बेवड़ी सरकार भी है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से इनके एक वरिष्ठ नेता ने ये कहा कि हमें कोविड से लेना देना नहीं, कोविड में तो आपने कुछ किया ही नहीं, दिल्ली में देश में हाहाकार मची दिल्ली के कारण वो देखने को मिला।
Regardless, leaders across several parties agreed that India was a welfare state, with the BJP particularly maintaining that there should be a differentiation between freebies and welfare measures. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
After Aam Aadmi Party's attack, the BJP slashes through AAP's liquor policy. BJP leader Sudhanshu Trivedi said the excise department raised red flag to AAP on the liquor scam. Further, he sought answers from the party on the matter.
इन लोगों ने आबकारी नीति में जानकारी में आने के बाद पूरी तरीके से उद्देश्य के साथ बात की है। इसलिए हम उनसे कहना चाहेंगे कि जवाब हमें आबकारी पे चाहिए, ना ईमानदारी की बात करिए, ना बिरादरी की बात करिए।
As the liquor face-off explodes between AAP and BJP, the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson Saurabh Bharadwaj hit out at the BJP, saying the party has targeted Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia. Further, in its press conference, AAP spokesperson attacked the BJP for breaking or trying to break the AAP government.
जब राज्य सरकारों को चुनाव में जनता चुनकर भेजती है, उसमें खूब समय मिलता है भारतीय जनता पार्टी को उस राज्य सरकार के खिलाफ, उस पार्टी के खिलाफ प्रचार करने के लिए। प्रधानमंत्री स्वयं प्रचार करने हर राज्य में जाते हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी केंद्रीय मंत्री प्रचार में हर राज्य में जाते हैं, चाहे दिल्ली जैसा छोटा शहर हो, चाहे वेस्ट बंगाल जैसा बड़ा जो है राज्य हो, प्रधानमंत्री स्वयं उतरते हैं।
In another press conference, AAP leader Atishi Marlena takes on BJP party, saying it implements Operation Lotus in the places where defeated. Further, she said BJP does not believe in democracy. Congress leader Pramod Tiwari reacted on Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal's statement on Sisodia being given Bharat Ratna. He said the statement is unfair for Bharat Ratna awardees. Union Minister Kaushal Kishore hits back at AAP, saying the party is playing with the future of youth through its bad policies. The Union Minister further alleged AAP wants to become a party of international policy. In back-to-back press conferences of AAP and BJP over liquor scam, AAP leader Sanjay Singh said BJP is scared as their Operation Lotus failed in the national capital. Further, he attacked the BJP, saying it is doing drama as they are agitated now. In an exclusive conversation with Republic, Congress leader Ravneet Singh Bittu said AAP is defending Deputy CM Manish Sisodia's CBI case. The 5-judge Constitution bench on August 25 will hear the matter on which is the real Shiv Sena. As he says, the Constitution bench will decide whether EC should go on with Shinde faction's claim to be the original party or not. Well, this is all we had in 6:30 p.m. live and breaking. For the biggest story of the day, it's biggest story tonight with Niranjan from Mumbai studios.
Thank you for that, Abhishek. There's been a controversial comment that was made, and the comment was pulled down on YouTube. The video, in fact, was made private, and the fallout, something similar to what happened when Nupur Sharma made that controversial comment. Raja Singh is his name. He's not new to controversy, but the aftermath of that comment are polarizing Telangana. Sounds all too similar, and there are controversial videos emerging this evening. Let's get started. We'll get to the videos. Here are the headlines. Raja Singh after Nupur Sharma, BJP suspends another leader for a controversial remark on the Prophet. T. Raja Singh arrested in Hyderabad for a controversial comment. The BJP has suspended him. He's been arrested by the Telangana police. AIMIM leaders seen in several videos are loving Sartan se juda slogans, no action against them yet in Telangana. Owaisi condemns his party leaders for allowing those comments, but he's yet to sack or act against his own leaders. Delhi LG writes to Arvind Kejriwal after Liquorgate, says you better sign all the files now, you can't just pass it off or just shoot off your officers anymore. Yeddiyurappa flags off the Savarkar Rath Yatra in Karnataka. The BJP takes the fight over Savarkar to the next level. Three officers terminated over the Brahmos missile misfire in March 2022 when a Brahmos missile accidentally landed in Pakistan. And on the biggest story tonight, another controversy involving another BJP leader. His name is T. Raja Singh. He's a MLA of the BJP. He's been suspended now following a controversial comment that he made and he uploaded on YouTube. He's now been suspended by the BJP. The BJP has been forced to take action. There were protests overnight in Hyderabad, but that's not the only story. He made the comment. Action has been taken. He's been arrested. He's still in the court in Hyderabad. He's being produced in the court. And as we speak, there are several videos coming into our newsrooms of the protests. And in these protests, they're not just peaceful protests. They are protests where there have been calls for beheading. Sartan se juda slogans being raised. There are at least two videos from two different parts of Hyderabad. And in both these videos, AIMIM leaders are seen. AIMIM leaders are seen, but they are not seen stopping. They are seen standing right there. And let's play out both the videos, video 1 and video 2. Let's play out both the videos and you can take a look at these videos. Let's look at the videos. Video 1, video 2, let's play that out. And then we'll go across to Aneri. That are coming into our newsrooms right now. And as we get you these two videos, what's really ironic is that these slogans are being chanted, one in front of a police station and the second in front of the police. The police was present there, and as these slogans were chanted, the protest continued, slogans were chanted, and life goes on. Raja Singh has been arrested, rightfully action being taken for trying to disturb the atmosphere in Telangana. Aneri joining me on the broadcast. Aneri, what about all these people? Has the AIMIM, whose leaders seem to be competing with Raja Singh, any action against them yet? Aneri. Aneri, can you hear me?
Aniranjan, if you can repeat that question, I couldn't hear you.
Any action taken against these leaders of the AIMIM?
Well, not yet. These videos which have been which were with the slogans and the protests which were taking place from last night in Hyderabad, and today morning also we had seen some protests which were taking place from some massive slogans which were being raised by these protesters against Raja Singh. Well, they had given out a statement, slogans saying Sar Tanse Juda, and also various other such slogans were raised outside the police station and various locations in the Old City area, specifically where we had seen there was a massive protest which took place last night, and after which there was an FIR which was registered against Raja Singh, where we see that this morning at around 9:30 or 10 a.m. was the time where Raja Singh was arrested from his house, and now he has been produced from the Nampally court. Well, still, it's been more than 2 hours that Raja Singh is inside the Nampally court, and we are still awaiting the judgment order from inside the court. Well, we are being told that still there are some sort of arguments which have been going on inside, so we have to wait for an official confirmation in regard with any sort of information which we break on our channel. But yes, as of now, arguments still going on inside the Nampally court, where as we continue to report. Well, this morning we have seen that Raja Singh was arrested by the Hyderabad City Police, and also there was a massive political face-off between the opposition parties and the BJP, where we have been seeing now that the BJP has officially suspended Raja Singh from the party. Earlier it was Nupur Sharma, and now it's Raja Singh who has been suspended from the party.
Okay, stay with us. Those were the two videos waiting for the AIMIM to act on these people. In fact, we spoke to Asaduddin Owaisi, the first interview after the suspension of Raja Singh, after he was arrested. Let's play that interview out, and then we also have a guest joining us from Dhaka this evening. But first up, here's what Owaisi said to Republic. He didn't take any specific question on the action that he would be taking. He condemned the remark, but no action that was taken. Here's what Owaisi said. Mr. Owaisi, a very dangerous trend across India, in different states, different political parties, different leaders making controversial comments. I'll first talk about what's happening in Telangana, and then we'll talk about the rest. Two controversial comments coming in. One from a very controversial BJP leader, and the response to that has also been controversial.
Yeah, so the BJP MLA has followed the official policy of BJP. They have BJP people thought that what Nupur Sharma uttered on a TV channel was just a Freudian slip of tongue. But I had at that time said, and in fact when you had interviewed me, I had said that this is an official policy of BJP to keep on talking about Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, in a derogatory way. So this BJP MLA has continued with that same policy, and I'm sure that this will not be the end of it, because this is an official policy that BJP hates Muslims, and in turn they despise Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him.
But one of your own party leaders has also made controversial comments. Some videos emerged last evening, Mr. Owaisi, of Sartan Se Juda comments, then these slogans being raised. Do you condemn that as well?
Yes, I condemn it, and if you are protesting, you must protest within the four walls of the Constitution. You cannot protest and give a call for violence. I condemn it, and there is no place for such slogans for anyone, irrespective of which political party or religion one belongs to.
Mr. Owaisi, there is this, I think this debate has begun around this comedian who was headed to Hyderabad, who is reportedly known for making controversial comments, especially about Hindu gods. I don't know, I'm just going by the reports. His name is Munawar Farooqi or something. Now, do you approve of such people making such comments? Because you can't speak about any god in such a tone.
Well, you see, you see, freedom of expression stops where my nose starts. So if anyone has hurted the sentiments or tried to speak in a derogatory language about any religion, then the full force of law should be used on them. And this comedian had been in jail for a very long time in Madhya Pradesh, and he happened to had a show in Hyderabad. If one has a grievance, then please go and give a complaint to the police station, hold a press conference, hold a protest. You have all the right to go to the court and ask for your complaint to be registered as an FIR. But you cannot use the language that has been used by a BJP MLA against Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And please understand that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is our heart. He's the heart of Islam. I am a Muslim because of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. That does not give you a carte blanche to speak in that derogatory and in that low-level language.
Nobody, irrespective of their religion, should make such comments. Now, I want to talk about what happened yesterday. Russia has arrested an ISIS bomber. He's an Uzbek national, was trained in Turkey, headed to Russia before he was supposed to transit into India. And he says in his confessional video, which was also accessed by Republic and was shared by Russian media agencies, he says he was headed to India to target leaders of the ruling circles over the controversial comment. Now, you see, my question is, Mr. Owaisi, therefore, that such comments and the manner in which such comments are played up, yes, the law of the land must take course. You have a point when you say the BJP must perhaps take a stand and condemn, take action as per the law, like how action should also be taken against those who raise Sartan Se Juda slogans or make comments about Lord Ram or Lord Sita. Now, my question to you is, can we let such issues escalate to a level where someone is getting radicalized and is heading to India to carry out an attack?
Well, my dear friend, you must have heard the statement of a Rajasthan BJP MLA. He justified the killing of people who have been killed in the name of cow smuggling. That video is also there. So, radicalization is happening everywhere. You have heard a statement coming from someone saying that if you remove the poster of Savarkar, we will cut your hands. So these are all people belonging to the same tribe who want to kill and maim people. Equally, everything has to be condemned. And yes, I have seen the news of a suicide bomber which the Russian intelligence have arrested. This information was shared when our NSA was in Russia, and now it has come to light. But you see, why is the BJP not stopping these people?
Can I ask you one last question? Will you also stop your people? Because I remember the last time when your parliamentarian, Imtiaz Jalil, made a controversial comment, you held a news conference, you made your stand clear. Today, you have said, your own party leader should be restrained in their speech. Now, would you then, like how you're asking the BJP, also ask your party to also step back, your leaders to be more restrained in their speeches and slogans?
Please, do not equate Imtiaz Jalil with a suicide bomber.
No, I didn't do that. I didn't do that. I was purely talking about the controversial comments.
Please, I would request you to please read his clarification, which he had given to Indian Express, a report filed by Mr. Zishan Sheikh. Imtiaz Jalil, I am telling you again, was called by the Commissioner of Police Aurangabad. Please, for once, for God's sake, bring the Aurangabad present Commissioner of Police and ask him this question, the role played by Imtiaz in ensuring that Aurangabad does not burn. I am deliberately using this word. But I am telling you and requesting everyone that radicalization is happening in every place, and that has to be stopped. And radicalization can only stop if rule of law prevails.
I agree with you. And are you going to take any action against, okay, you have a question to the BJP, maybe they will act, maybe they won't, maybe they will speak, they won't. Will you act against your own leader who raised Sartan Se Juda? These controversial comments are coming up everywhere.
Thank you. Chalo.
Mr. Owaisi.
Aajo.
Okay, joining us on the broadcast this evening is Salahuddin Shoaib Chowdhury. Now, Salahuddin Shoaib Chowdhury is the editor of Weekly Blitz, counter-terrorism specialist and writer live from Dhaka. I'll take a question with you. Mr. Salahuddin, now, it's very dangerous. I mean, one of the biggest threats that we face today is radicalization. And you can't justify such comments, and you can't also control the fallout of it. Yesterday we had this news report of this ISIS bomber who was en route India, arrested by Russia over such controversial comments. He was headed to India to target political figures. See, now the thing is, it's getting out of hand. How are you viewing it from Dhaka?
Thank you very much. Please call me Shoaib. First of all, I want to say that all we know that yesterday the terrorist, Islamic State terrorist, who was intercepted by the Russian FSB, he said that he was planning to kill a BJP leader in India, and on arriving in India, he was supposed to meet someone who would provide him with the weapons and logistics. First of all, we have to find who was his counterpart in India. And when the previous person, he said that radicalization is taking place everywhere in the world, I don't agree with it. Radicalization is not taking place everywhere in the world. It is those radical Muslims, the Indian radical Muslims, they are spreading the poisons of radicalization in everywhere in the world. And when he says radicalization is taking place everywhere in the world.
I differ with you on, Shoaib, I differ with you on that point there, because, I don't think it's just in India. Even in Bangladesh, there are many such radicalized groups.
I'm coming to that point.
Yeah.
What I say, that radicalization, when we say radicalization, it's an Islamist radicalization. It's taking place in Bangladesh, in everywhere in the world. And with such a kind of the protest that we are seeing and the reaction about BJP leader Nupur Sharma and other people, I mean, it is outrageous. Everyone has their right to freedom of expression, and we don't have any right to demand their head for whatever they said. I mean, this is a kind of terrorism, religious terrorism taking place everywhere in the world, in Bangladesh and in everywhere in the world. I mean, this is not Islam. This is not Islam. It is political Islam, which is dominating the show in Bangladesh, in Middle East, in the United States, in India, and everywhere in the world.
Yeah, thank you for that, Shoaib. I'm getting in some breaking news now, so I appreciate you joining us on the broadcast this evening. That's Shoaib joining us live from Dhaka. There's a video that's coming into our newsrooms right now from Maldives. I'd like to go across to that video. And it's a horrific video that's just come into our newsroom of the Maldives Environment Minister being attacked. Maldives Minister being attacked. And I'm getting in breaking news now. While we stay on that, I'm getting in breaking news now. Okay, let's go across to Hyderabad, where I'm getting in news that before that, Raja Singh has been granted bail. I'm hearing in Hyderabad. Raja Singh has been granted bail. That's the breaking news update coming in. My colleague Aneri just getting us the details. Raja Singh, we are told, has been granted bail. And that's just happened. That's a bail that's been granted. Bail granted to BJP leader Raja Singh. The magistrate court, Nampally court in Hyderabad, has just granted him bail. And he will be released immediately. Let me go across to Aneri. Aneri, do we know what happened inside the court? Aneri.
Well, definitely a lot of long arguments which took place between both the parties. Well, now we have got the judgment where it says that Honorable 14A CMM court has returned the order or returned the remand order of the MLA Raja Singh, and also the court has issued orders to release Raja Singh immediately. So now we will be seeing in some time from now Raja Singh will be released. As you can see how the security deployment has been taking place here at the Nampally court, as the court has given orders that Raja Singh should be released immediately. Big development coming into this case. As we have been seeing, there were massive protests which took place here in Hyderabad, in various parts of Hyderabad. Old City area also witnessed severe protests. There was a black flag protest which took place, and now we see that the court which were looking into arguments for almost 2.5 hours,
that Raja Singh has been ordered to release immediately. A big statement coming in from the Nampally court here, where Raja Singh has been granted bail into this matter. Well, now the political fiasco which we have been seeing here in the state of Telangana between the BJP and the opposition parties, let it be the TRS or the MIM, who have been demanding who had demanded last night that Raja Singh should be immediately arrested, and after the arrest he was produced before the Nampally court, and now the court has given a clear order that Raja Singh should be released immediately. In some time from now, we are expecting Raja Singh to come out from the Nampally court. As we continue to report from here, Niranjan, back to you.
Okay, we'll keep a close track on the developments around where Aneri is. There's a complete police bandobast. If I can take a live shot for a second from Aneri. She's at the Nampally court. There's a live shot. There are a lot of policemen behind her. Aneri, if you can show us the frame there, that's where he is. There was a lathi charge there. Just quickly taking that shot there for a second. Those are the live pictures. A few jammers also, we are told, were put there, which means the signal may not be very, very clear. It was clear earlier, but some restrictions taken there in the last few hours. So we'll take a short break. With those live pictures, he's been granted bail. It's going to be very interesting because there have been protests against Raja Singh. AIMIM leaders have been asking for his arrest. Now that he's going to be released, this is going to be very, very interesting. I'm not sure the political parties are going to let this be. They will continue to press for his arrest. When we come back, we'll take a short break. When we come back, live pictures from Hyderabad and also reactions to the story. Stay tuned. And with the political fight on Veer Savarkar, BJP launching a Savarkar Rath Yatra, getting you more details. Storm over Tamil Nadu minister's controversial comment. He goes to London at the Oxford debate. He compares Modi government to the British Raj, a country that plundered India. British plundered India, stole everything from India for decades. And he compares the government of India to Raj 2.0. And more on the cattle smuggling scam, a threat letter to a judge who's hearing the case. A CBI judge has received a threat letter and he's escalated it. He's been asked to give bail or face fake charges. A big development, a serious threat coming up on Republic.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
In US, a body found in Northern California reservoir is believed to be that of a 16-year-old Kelly Rodney, who went missing weeks ago after attending a party at a Sierra Nevada campground in the United States.
Still an active investigation. And I understand there will be, and we will continue to receive lots of questions regarding our investigation, and we will release what we can. But at this time, our commitment is to this family, and that is where we will consistently reach for making decisions on what we release. Again, it is still a very active investigation.
And a roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky in his address lauded the European politicians for imposing an 8th round of sanctions against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. This comes amid US President Joe Biden's request to Russia to end military operations close to Europe's largest Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met with Serbian Minister of Internal Affairs Alexander Vulin in Moscow. Both the leaders discussed the situation in Kosovo. Lavrov also assured Vulin that Russia's position on the sanctions remains same. This comes after the collapse of political talks between Serbian and Kosovo leaders earlier this week in Brussels.
In the latest development in Pahalgam accident, an ITBP Jawan has succumbed to his injuries, taking the total death toll to 8. Meanwhile, more than 30 Jawans are being treated in different hospitals in Jammu and Kashmir. Reacting to yesterday's protest in Bihar, where police were seen charging with lathis on protesters, the BJP leader Nawal Kishore Yadav has said that the entire incident is unfortunate. He further added that our national flag was also insulted.
आंख के सामने स्क्रीन पर जिस तरह से उस बच्चे को मारा जा रहा है, और लोकतंत्र में मारने का कहाँ जगह है। लंबी लंबी बात करते हैं, कभी चाचा करते हैं, 20 लाख भतीजा करते हैं, 10 लाख नौकरी देंगे, अदला अदली बोल रहे हैं।
The JNU Vice Chancellor Dr. Raut saying anthropologically gods do not belong to the upper caste and that gods could be from the scheduled caste or tribe. She also said, and I quote, status of Shudras given to women in Manu Smriti makes it extraordinarily regressive.
No god is a Brahmin. The highest is a Kshatriya. Lord Shiva must be a scheduled caste or a scheduled tribe. Because he sits in a cemetery with a snake and
Breaking news now, getting in breaking news now. That's the video of an attack on a Maldives minister. That video has been captured on camera. That attack took place earlier today. This attack was in Maldives on a sitting Maldivian minister. The Maldives Environment Minister, Ali Soli, attacked while riding his motorcycle in Hulumale in Maldives. The Maldivian media reporting that the perpetrator, the attacker seen on camera here, recited a few verses of the Quran before launching the attack on Soli's neck. That's the attack. I'd like to play that full video out. That's the Maldivian minister sitting on a bike. He was attacked while he was on his bike. Horrible that the entire video and the video of the attack and the attacker was captured. I mean, it was just happening. That was the minister sitting on a bike as the attack took place. Handing it over to Shawan, joining me on Superfast 50 this evening. Over to you, Shawan.
Well, thank you very much, Niranjan. Let's take you through the top headlines of the day. Amidst the liquor scam investigation, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia addressed the dais in Bhavnagar. Kejriwal once again reiterated that Sisodia would be arrested within the next 10 days.
अभी सुन रहे थे कि मनीष सिसोदिया को अगले 10 दिन में गिरफ्तार करेंगे, लेकिन अब तो मुझे लगता है अगले 2-3 दिन में गिरफ्तार कर लेंगे इनको.
Once again, Kejriwal reiterating the fact that this was baseless. CBI raids are a trap, but nonetheless, he wouldn't be caught by CBI.
दिल्ली में केंद्र में बैठी हुई सरकार को लग रहा है इस जोश को रोकने के लिए थोड़ा सा शिकंजा और टाइट करो और टाइट करो और टाइट करो, लेकिन मैं दिल्ली से आपके बीच सिर्फ ये कहने आया हूं, मेरी गर्दन की चिंता मत करना, मेरी गर्दन ईमानदारी की गर्दन है. ये सीबीआई के किसी शिकंजे में नहीं फंसने वाली है, ये मेरी जिम्मेदारी है. इस जोश को बनाए रखो, ये आपकी जिम्मेदारी है.
Delhi LG VK Saxena wrote to Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. In the letter, the LG brought to the attention of the Chief Minister a significant number of proposals submitted to his office for his opinion or approval and asked him to sign all of them. Furthermore, the LG suggested that the Chief Minister's office may consider introducing the e-office system at the earliest so as to enable seamless movement of the files. The Assam court has now issued a summons and asked Manish Sisodia to appear in front of the court on 29th of September in connection with the defamation case filed by Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma and his wife. The duo sued Sisodia over his remarks, accusing them of corruption on the pretext of COVID-19 pandemic. In massive update in the cattle smuggling case, Asansol CBI Court Judge Rajesh Chakraborty received a threat letter stating that if Anubrata is not given bail, the judge and his family would be falsely framed in a drug case. This comes after Trinamool Congress leader Anubrata Mandal was sentenced to 4 days of CBI custody until 24th of August. The judge has now informed the matter to the High Court Registrar. In the latest update, suspended Telangana BJP MLA Raja Singh has now been granted bail by the court. This comes after he was earlier sent to 14-day judicial custody. He was arrested earlier today for his allegedly derogatory comments against the Prophet Muhammad. A suspended Telangana BJP MLA Raja Singh was brought to Namapalli Court in Hyderabad in connection with his alleged derogatory comments against the Prophet Muhammad. A tense situation prevailed outside the court. Pro-Raja Singh and anti-Raja Singh groups began sloganeering, following which the police resorted to lathi charge. A special court today granted bail to Poonam Jain, wife of jailed Aam Aadmi Party leader and Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain in an alleged money laundering case. Meanwhile, the court has also extended Satyendra Jain's judicial custody till 27th of August. Former Congress Minister Bharat Bhushan Ashu has now been sent to judicial custody till 27th of August. This comes after the Punjab Vigilance Bureau arrested former Congress Minister Bharat Bhushan Ashu in a case pertaining to alleged irregularities in the allotment of the transportation tenders. Supreme Court gives a mouthful to Baba Ramdev for deriding medicine systems, especially allopathy, and claiming through Patanjali's misleading advertisements that Ayurveda system practiced by him can cure incurable diseases. Further, the Supreme Court said that he should be restrained. Tamil Nadu's Finance Minister P. Thiagarajan at an Oxford Union debate sparked a controversy, stating that Modi government may very well be on the way to becoming a Raj 2.0. After the Aam Aadmi Party, the DMK and the YSRCP impeded the case and defended the freebie culture, saying that it is a part of the welfare of the community, following which the Supreme Court has now decided to resume the hearing on the freebies issue. The Supreme Court has now agreed to hear a petition challenging the remission granted to 11 convicts in the Bilkis Bano case. The Supreme Court referred to a 5-judge bench the petitions filed by Uddhav Thackeray, Shiva Sena camp and Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde camp, raising several constitutional questions related to defection, merger as well as disqualification. Raj Thackeray took a dig at the former Chief Minister and his cousin Uddhav Thackeray, asking why did he not raise his voice against Shinde while taking over, when BJP had earlier stated that the Chief Minister will be from a party that will have more numbers, which was the Saffron Party. A day after the brutal lathi charge against the teacher aspirants protesting in Patna, they have intensified their demands and said that the government should suspend Patna's additional district magistrate. Former Kerala Minister K.D. Jaleel stirred a huge controversy by mentioning Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as Azad Kashmir in a Facebook post. A case has now been filed against him. A Brahmos missile that was accidentally fired on 9th of March in 2022, a court of inquiry set to establish the facts of the case, including fixing responsibility for the incident, found that deviation from the standard operating procedures by 3 officers led to the accidental firing of the missile. All 3 have now been terminated. Amidst a slew of caste-related violence in the country, JNU Vice Chancellor Shantishri Dulupati Pandit said that anthropologically gods do not belong to the upper caste, and that even Lord Shiva could be from the scheduled caste or scheduled tribe. In fact, she said that Jagannath has tribal origins, and further spoke about the status of Shudras given to women in Manusmriti.
Should know anthropologically, please look at the origins of our gods. No god is a Brahmin. The highest is a Kshatriya. Lord Shiva must be a scheduled caste or a scheduled tribe. Because he sits in a cemetery with a snake and has very little, poor thing, we have given him very little clothes also to wear. I don't think Brahmins can sit in the cemetery. So if you see clearly, the gods anthropologically do not come from the upper caste. including Lakshmi, Shakti, all the gods. Or if you take Jagannath, very much a tribal. So why are we still continuing with this discrimination, which is very, very unhuman?
Bandi Sanjay Kubat, the head of the Telangana BJP and a member of the Lok Sabha, was detained today by the police in Jangaon district for allegedly escalating the conflict between JP Nadda-led party and the TRS. Witness Sapna Patkar arrived at the Enforcement Directorate's office in Mumbai. This comes after Enforcement Directorate had earlier summoned her for interrogation in the Sanjay Raut case. A day ahead of Bihar Assembly special session wherein the new government will prove its majority, Speaker Vijay Kumar Sinha asserted that he will not resign despite a no-confidence motion moved by the MLAs of the ruling Mahagathbandhan. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will visit Punjab on 24th of August and inaugurate the Homi Bhabha Cancer Hospital and Research Centre in Mohali district. Amid tensions prevailing in several districts of Karnataka over the installation of Veer Savarkar's posters, former Chief Minister B.S. Yeddiyurappa flagged off the Savarkar Rath Yatra in Mysore. Supreme Court hearing a plea of conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar and wife Alina ordered to shift Sukesh from Tihar jail to Mandoli jail. CBI has arrested 7 people in Boktoi Rampur Hard killing case in Birbhum. The apprehended accused were remanded to 10 days of CBI custody. In a major success to the border security forces in Punjab, a weapon smuggling attempt from Pakistan was foiled after it seized a cache of assault weapons at the India-Pakistan border. 3 AK-47 rifles with 6 magazines, 3 M3 rifles and 4 magazines and 2 pistols were seized. The Income Tax Department has now conducted a raid at the KH Group in Chennai, a company involved in leather bag businesses and other accessories. Lakshadweep BJP leader Mohammad Qasim HK has now been booked for insulting the national flag. The BJP leader is accused of sharing pictures of the national flag upside down on the social media. In a show of courage, 2 Andhra Pradesh police constables fearlessly fought a 6-member gang of robbers and prevented an ATM robbery in Andhra Pradesh's Krishna district. A constable sustained minor injury in the incident. Hours after the Tata court in Jammu and Kashmir issued a bailable warrant against Rubaiyah Saeed, the lawyer representing her informed that the warrant had now been withdrawn. As former Maharashtra Chief Minister expelled 2 of his ministers, Uday Samant and senior leader Yashwant Jadhav, both of them have now joined Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's camp. The death toll in Pahalgam accident has now risen to 8. Earlier today, an ITBP Jawan succumbed to his injuries. BJP lashed out at the Congress leader Siddaramaiah for allegedly visiting a temple after eating non-vegetarian food. Responding to the allegations, Siddaramaiah claimed that BJP was only creating an issue where there is none. A school teacher was brutally assaulted on the school premises in Valpoi's city of North Goa, allegedly by a PWD engineer. The reason for the altercation remains unknown. A police investigation is underway. Unidentified people opened fire in New Delhi's JJ colony, where 2 lost their lives and 1 remains critical. The brother of one of the deceased informed that 2 unidentified people covered their face as they opened fire.
मेरी वाइफ को फ़ोन आया था कि ऐसे से बड़े भाई को गोली लग गई है, तो सर मैं यहाँ पे आया, जब देखा तो छोटा वाला जो मेरे से बड़ा भाई है वो लेके जा रहा था स्कूटी पे उसको हॉस्पिटल। तो हमें तो यहाँ इन्होंने जो पड़ोसी थे इन्होंने बताया कि 2 लोग आए थे नकाब पहन के, बुक्का बांध के आए थे और उन्होंने फायरिंग करी है अंदर यहाँ पर है।
Nearly 500 Maoist sympathizers and supporters from Ladiga Panchayat surrendered before the police and BSF. A floral tribute was paid to former Lok Sabha Speaker Balram Shankar on his birth anniversary at the Central Hall of the Parliament in the national capital today. The SDRF and the NDRF rescued at least 400 people from floods and excess rain in Madhya Pradesh. Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan reviewed the situation in rain-affected districts of the state. An army chopper made an emergency landing in Rajasthan's Hanumangarh district. The helicopter landed at a field in a village in Dholipal. No injuries were reported. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky attended the raising of Ukraine's flag at the memorial complex in Ukraine to mark the National Flag Day. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky thanked European politicians who are in favor of imposing an 8th round of sanctions against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. A tropical storm lashed the northern Philippines with strong wind and rain, injuring at least 2 people and prompting the president to close schools and government offices in the capital and outlying the provinces. Around 2,000 protesters upset with the government's pandemic response converged on New Zealand's parliament.
This is not the nation I grew up in. That's right. This is not the New Zealand I remember where we had freedoms, where we had our individual rights, that we weren't restricted and controlled and intruded upon and interfered, least of all the government. That's right. And yet it's happened.
Taiwan's president invoked an armed conflict from 1958 as an example of the island's resolve to defend itself, while she met with more foreign visitors amid the highest tensions with China in decades. Weeks of record heat and drought has shrunk China's largest freshwater lake and left the surrounding rice-producing areas under serious water supply shortage. Peruvian President Pedro Castillo responded to the travel restrictions on his wife over corruption allegations, saying he would demonstrate that he and his family have not stolen even a single penny from Peru. Egyptian president met with the leaders of Iraq, Jordan, United Arab Emirates and Bahrain as world powers and Iran seek to end the 16 months of negotiations over the revival of Tehran's landmark nuclear deal. United States and South Korea continued their biggest combined military training in years as part of the defense against the growing North Korean nuclear threat. Jamaica's former Olympic and world 100 meters champion Usain Bolt has applied for trademark his famous celebration pose in the form of a logo. The logo is a silhouette of the sprinting legend pointing upwards.
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
The JNU Vice Chancellor sparked a row, saying anthropologically gods do not belong to the upper caste and that gods could be from the scheduled caste or tribe. She also said, and I quote, status of Shudras given to women in Manu Smriti makes it extraordinarily regressive.
No god is a Brahmin. The highest is a Kshatriya. Lord Shiva must be a scheduled caste or a scheduled tribe. Because he sits in a cemetery with a snake and has very little, poor thing, we have given him very little clothes also.
Unidentified persons allegedly stole 10 ancient idols from a temple in Maharashtra's Jalna district. 700 years old ancient idols remain missing from Jambasamarth temple. Meanwhile, NCP leader Rajesh Tope urged the management to inquire about the matter.
आज पहाटे जे रामदास स्वामी त्या ठिकाणी रामाचं, लक्ष्मणाचं, हनुमानाच्या ज्या पूजा करायच्या ॲक्च्युली मूर्तींच्या पंचधातूच्या मूर्ती, ते पहाटे 3 वाजता काही अज्ञात चोरट्यांनी कंप्लीटली या सगळ्या 700 वर्ष पूर्वीच्या ह्या सगळ्या मूर्त्या चोरलेल्या आहेत. म्हणून मला एवढंच म्हणायचं, महाराष्ट्रभरातून लोक तिथे दर्शनाला येतात, मुंबईतून जातात, सगळीकडून जातात आणि त्यामुळे या संदर्भातलं आपण गांभीर्याने नोंद घेऊन कळवावं असं मला वाटतं.
Following a missing complaint, police has been examining CCTV footage from the temple to identify the suspects. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And here's a look at some other news. The BJP has hit out at the Congress leader Siddaramaiah for allegedly visiting a temple after eating non-vegetarian food. In response to the scandal, Siddaramaiah has said that the BJP is an expert at lighting fires when there is peace. Former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray expelled Minister Uday Samant and senior leader Yashwant Yadav from the Sena party today. Now both the ministers have joined the Chief Minister Shinde's camp. Shocking visuals on your screens show an assault on a school teacher in Goa. A complaint has been registered against the PWD engineer Altaf Sheikh for allegedly assaulting a school teacher. Meanwhile, the police is investigating the matter.
In US, a body found in Northern California reservoir is believed to be that of a 16-year-old Kelly Rodney, who went missing weeks ago after attending a party at a Sierra Nevada campground in the United States.
Still an active investigation, and I understand there will be, and we will continue to receive lots of questions.
The only debate on the extreme specifics of liquor scam. Extremely specific questions on Liquorgate emerge. Arnab's extremely specific debate on the liquor scam. Arnab debates at 9 p.m.
From Hyderabad, where the protests are underway, this is after the release of suspended BJP leader T. Raja, who's been granted bail. In fact, earlier in the day, he was sent to 14 days of judicial custody, but immediately thereafter, he was also granted bail. What you see is a repercussion of the same on the streets of Hyderabad, where there's massive protests that are essentially taking place based on the comments that have been made by T. Raja. In fact, as far as the party is concerned, the party is in fact said that he's been suspended till the time the investigation is underway, and in fact he has been showcaused, asked to explain why he shouldn't be expelled from the party, and he needs to respond within a couple of days is what we are picking up. But that has essentially resulted into a massive political furor with Asauddin Owaisi of AIMIM essentially blaming the party, saying that it is after all the DNA of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and that is the reason why first it was Nupur Sharma and now you have T. Raja, who's made those controversial remarks against the Prophet. As far as the party is concerned, the party has distanced itself from T. Raja, saying that these are not something that the party essentially endorses, the comments that have been made by Raja, but that has not been able to perhaps douse the fire that we are seeing right now that has erupted in Hyderabad.
BJP acts, ball now in opposition's court.
बगैर भाजपा के बड़े उनके लीडर्स की इजाजत के इस तरह की गंदगी और बकवास नहीं बकी जा सकती है.
Will opposition expel the hate or brazen it out? Arnab debates at 10 p.m.
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
In US, a body found in Northern California reservoir is believed to be that of a 16-year-old Kelly Rodney, who went missing weeks ago after attending a party at a Sierra Nevada campground in the United States.
Still an active investigation, And I understand there will be, and we will continue to receive lots of questions regarding our investigation, and we will release what we can. But at this time, our commitment is to this family, and that is where we will consistently reach for making decisions on what we release. Again, it is still a very active investigation.
And a roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky in his address lauded the European politicians for imposing an 8th round of sanctions against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. This comes amid US President Joe Biden's request to Russia to end military operations close to Europe's largest Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met with Serbian Minister of Internal Affairs Alexander Vulin in Moscow. Both the leaders discussed the situation in Kosovo. Lavrov also assured Vulin that Russia's position on the sanctions remains same. This comes after the collapse of political talks between Serbian and Kosovo leaders earlier this week in Brussels.
In the latest development in Pahalgam accident, an ITBP Jawan has succumbed to his injuries, taking the total death toll to 8. Meanwhile, more than 30 Jawans are being treated in different hospitals in Jammu and Kashmir. Reacting to yesterday's protest in Bihar, where police were seen charging with lathis on protesters, the BJP leader Naval Kishore Yadav has said that the entire incident is unfortunate. He further added that our national flag was also insulted.
आंख के सामने स्क्रीन पर जिस तरह से उस बच्चे को मारा जा रहा है, और लोकतंत्र में मारने का कहाँ जगह है। लंबी लंबी बात करते हैं, कभी चाचा कहते हैं, 20 लाख भतीजा कहते हैं, 10 लाख नौकरी देंगे, अदला अदली बोल रहे हैं।
The JNU Vice Chancellor Patna Rahul saying anthropologically gods do not belong to the upper caste and that gods could be from the scheduled caste or tribe. She also said an I quote, status of Shudras given to women in Manu Smriti makes it extraordinarily regressive.
No god is a Brahmin. The highest is a Kshatriya. Lord Shiva must be a scheduled caste or a scheduled tribe. Because he sits in a cemetery with a snake and has very little, poor thing, we have given him very little clothes also.
Unidentified persons allegedly stole 10.
एक के बाद दूसरा ड्रामा, दूसरे के बाद तीसरा ड्रामा, तीसरे के बाद चौथा ड्रामा, ये जांच वो जांच। हम तो फिर अपनी पूरी पार्टी पे ही ताला लगा दें, सबको निकाल के बाहर कर दें अगर झूठे आरोप इसी तरीके से आप बेबुनियाद लगाते रहेंगे।
जब एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट ने आपको इस प्रकार का नोटिस दिया तो आपने संबंधित कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं की? क्योंकि यह नोटिस तथ्यों के आधार के ऊपर है, जिसमें जो पॉलिसी मैंने आपको बताई उसको सीधे सीधे तरीके से ध्वस्त किया गया है।
Unidentified persons allegedly stole 10 ancient idols from a temple in Maharashtra's Jalna district. 700 years old ancient idols remain missing from Jamb Samarth temple. Meanwhile, NCP leader Rajesh Tope urged the management to inquire about the matter.
आज पहाटे जे रामदास स्वामी त्या ठिकाणी रामाचं, लक्ष्मणाचं, हनुमानाच्या ज्या पूजा करायच्या ॲक्च्युली मूर्तींच्या पंचधातूच्या मूर्ती, ते पहाटे 3 वाजता काही अज्ञात चोरट्यांनी कम्प्लिटली या सगळ्या 700 वर्ष पूर्वीच्या ह्या सगळ्या मूर्त्या चोरलेल्या आहेत. म्हणून मला एवढंच म्हणायचं, महाराष्ट्रभरातून लोक तिथे दर्शनाला येतात, मुंबईतून जातात, सगळीकडून जातात आणि त्यामुळे या संदर्भातलं आपण गांभीर्याने नोंद घेऊन कळवावं असं मला वाटतं.
Following a missing complaint, police has been examining CCTV footage from the temple to identify the suspects. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And here's a look at some other news. The BJP has hit out at the Congress leader Siddaramaiah for allegedly visiting a temple after eating non-vegetarian food. In response to the scandal, Siddaramaiah has said that the BJP is an expert at lighting fires when there is peace. Former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray expelled Minister Uday Samant and senior leader Yashwant Jadhav from the Sena party today. Now both the ministers have joined the Chief Minister Shinde's camp. Shocking visuals on your screen show an assault on a school teacher in Goa. A complaint has been registered against the PWD engineer Altaf Sheikh for allegedly assaulting a school teacher. Meanwhile, the police is investigating the matter.
In US, a body found in Northern California reservoir is believed to be that of a 16-year-old Kelly Rodney, who went missing weeks ago after attending a party at a Sierra Nevada campground in the United States.
Still an active investigation. And I understand there will be, and we will continue to receive lots of questions regarding our investigation, and we will release what we can. But at this time, our commitment is to this family, and that is where we will consistently reach for making decisions on what we release. Again, it is still a very active investigation.
And a roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. Ukraine President Zelensky in his address lauded the European politicians for imposing an 8th round of sanctions against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. This comes amid US President Joe Biden's request to Russia to end military operations close to Europe's largest Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov met with Serbian Minister of Internal Affairs Alexander Vulin in Moscow. Both the leaders discussed the situation in Kosovo. Lavrov also assured Vulin that Russia's position on the sanctions remains same. This comes after the collapse of political talks between Serbian and Kosovo leaders earlier this week in Brussels.
In the latest development in Pahalgam accident, an ITBP Jawan has succumbed to his injuries, taking the total death toll to 8. Meanwhile, more than 30 Jawans are being treated in different hospitals in Jammu and Kashmir. Reacting to yesterday's protest in Bihar, where police were seen charging with lathis on protesters, the BJP leader Naval Kishore Yadav has said that the entire incident is unfortunate. He further added that our national flag was also insulted.
आंख के सामने
Burning Question, powered by Century Ply and Amrita Hospital, Faridabad.
Delhi Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena writes to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, urges him to sign the proposals at least sent by the Chief Minister's office to the LG office. As CBI widens its investigation, beg your pardon, no end to the liquor gate, it seems. Political fight, BJP demands answers from Kejriwal government. An Aam Aadmi Party taking a hit at the BJP. Manish Sisodiya claimed that the CBI raids were a trap and nothing could harm him. Summoned to Manish Sisodiya, asking him to appear before the Assam court on September 29th in the connection with the defamation case filed by the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma and his wife. Explosive charge by Delhi police on the 2020 riots, claims PFI role in the violence. Threat letter warns the judge to give bail to Anubrata or get framed. Is it an attempt to intimidate the courts? Well, hello and welcome viewers. I am Aishwarya Kapoor and you're watching The Burning Question. And there is only one burning question in the country right now. What's the reality of the liquor gate? The Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that it's only because of the 2024 elections, as they said first, and now they say, and none other but Arvind Kejriwal says it's because of the upcoming Gujarat elections, and says that everything will stop post-December. So he's connecting everything to Gujarat elections. But the BJP, the Bharatiya Janata Party, which is doing half a dozen press conferences on a daily basis, to which Aam Aadmi Party also counters with the same numbers, viewers,
The BJP is saying that everything is wrong from start to the end. From the beginning till the last word. Everything is wrong in this policy. And when Arvind Kejriwal, the tallest leader of the Aam Aadmi Party and the Delhi Chief Minister, goes to Gujarat and says that because of certain officers I wasn't able to open the complete number of thekas, liquor shops, I would have wanted to open 550 more. I ask you today, viewers, are we talking about medical shops? Are we talking about educational institutions? Are we talking about something which will help the society? Any segment? You tell me, apart from getting money to the government and harming the health of the people of this country, what is that alcohol does? And if Arvind Kejriwal would have been able to open those 550 extra shops, then you know how many bottles of alcohol would have sold? Approximately 1 crore bottles in 3 days. Can you understand the numbers we are talking about? Why the Aam Aadmi Party is hell-bent to defend this liquor policy which they themselves have taken back? Why? That's the question on burning debate. On the burning question, that's the debate. But first, the special report. First, the special report.
With the CBI cracking down on Delhi liquor gate saga, Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal has predicted his deputy, who is in the eye of the storm, will be arrested in the next 2 to 3 days.
अभी सुन रहे थे कि मनीष सिसोदिया को अगले 10 दिन में गिरफ्तार करेंगे, लेकिन अब तो मुझे लगता है अगले 2-3 दिन में गिरफ्तार कर लेंगे इनको.
But as Delhi Chief Secretary's report traced a sting pointing out the grave procedural lapses and undue favors to liquor licensees, Kejriwal's modus operandi was exposed. The report traced specific violations and lapses, including waiver of license fee worth Rs 144 crore of licensees due to COVID pandemic, refund of Rs 30 crore earnest money deposit of a bidder for airport zone, reducing the number of dry days, and lack of coercive action on payment default. While the Delhi LG has pulled up Kejriwal for flouting procedures, the BJP AAP face-off continued.
लोगों ने आबकारी नीति में जानकारी में आने के बाद पूरी तरीके से उद्देश्य के साथ बात की है, इसलिए हम उनसे कहना चाहेंगे कि जवाब हमें आबकारी पे चाहिए, ना ईमानदारी की बात करिए, ना बिरादरी की बात करिए.
ने छूट दे दी कि एक पेटी के बदले में एक पेटी फ्री दीजिए. पूरे दिल्ली में नहीं, पूरे देश में ये प्रचार था कि दिल्ली में एक पेटी के साथ में एक पेटी फ्री मिल रही है और दिल्ली से बाहर से लोग आकर दिल्ली से खरीद रहे थे. तो उस चीज का प्रचार ये अकॉर्डिंग टू कमेटी रिपोर्ट ये नहीं कर सकते.
850 दुकानें खुलनी थी दिल्ली के अंदर, एक एक करके 350 दुकानें खुल पाई, 500 दुकानें नहीं खुल पाई.
And are being questioned on accountability. The trouble is only increasing for the Kejriwal government, with several companies coming under the radar of the CBI. As the CBI gets to the bottom of the case, the big question is, could AAP succeed in deflecting the limelight from the issue, raising vendetta politics against the centre? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, that's right. And on the burning question, I have with me Charu Pragya, spokesperson of the BJP, young leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party. I have Varun Singh, senior journalist, joining in from Mumbai. I have national spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party, Reena Gupta, and I have Mr. Ravi Srivastava from Mumbai. I'm coming to Charu Pragya and Reena Gupta. 1 versus 1. Reena Gupta. Reena, if you would have decided if your party, Raviji, namaskar, and my only request to you is, Raviji, that we will all speak on our own time, sir. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much for accepting. Okay. Reena Gupta, if your party would have decided this, if your party would have said that, okay, in Delhi we are going to give one, if you decide to enroll one student, we are going to give. You know what I'm trying to say? I'm trying to say, एक पेटी के साथ दूसरी पेटी free. You are giving one carton of alcohol free with another carton. I am saying it's not something which would have helped. The only thing it helps is to earn the revenue. But in democracy, that is not the only thing which a government is voted in for. There are companies to run, there are companies. You start companies to earn only and only revenue. Governments are formed for good work, for doing good work, for doing social work, so that the people of the state or the country for that matter are happy, healthy. Hence I say, yes, you can talk about the specifics today when you and Charu debate. 2%, 12%, ek peti ke saath dusra peti, but remember, it's about sharab. It's about alcohol, Reena Gupta. And last I checked, still in India, though I am saying, yes, I remember in COVID, there were more lines outside a daru ka theka than a medical shop, even during COVID, the peak of COVID. But still, it's not found normal to have this discourse, this open discourse on sharab. Ki the Chief Minister of Delhi would go and say, ki I would have wanted to open 500 more shops, but the officer didn't allow. Whom would have these shops really helped? The revenue, yes. I am saying corruption, you are saying no corruption. I had Atishi on my Hindi channel just 10 minutes prior on Puchta Hai Bharat. She said, Aishwarya, I am saying on record, everything is right. 0% corruption. I say, okay, even for a second I accept. Are you able to understand what damage it is having on the perception of politics and on you? We are talking about daru and sharab and why more and more theka should be opened. Charu Pragya and Reena Gupta, one-on-one. Reena Gupta, first to you, please.
So, Aishwarya, I totally agree with you that the government should not be in the business of selling alcohol. And this is exactly what the policy was about. Earlier, there used to be government shops selling alcohol. And we as Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi, we decided that, it is the government's responsibility to provide good schools, good hospitals, good transport, and which is exactly what we are doing in Delhi. However, it is not the government's responsibility to open liquor shops. That's why this new policy was designed, so that the government would get out of the business of alcohol. Now, you call any excise expert in the country, Aishwarya, they will tell you it was a really good policy. Had it been allowed to be implemented as envisioned, as planned on paper. But because Bharatiya Janata Party is in the business of illegal alcohol, like they are doing in Gujarat, which is supposed to be a dry state, where there are deaths due to illegal alcohol every second day. And Aishwarya, I would really request you to do a program on that. How is it that there have been so many deaths, so many incidents of drug confiscation, of drug smuggling in Gujarat? Just last week, 10,000.
No, we did. And I'll do it again, but today, Reena ji.
No.
Reena Gupta. No, I am coming, Charu. Charu, I'm coming.
Aishwarya, let me
complete.
Yeah. So that is the reason why this policy was designed, Aishwarya, so that the government should leave the business of alcohol. However, in the past in Delhi, there were areas of outer Delhi, as you would know as a citizen of Delhi, where there were no alcohol shops, and Bharatiya Janata Party, through their MCD, through their leaders, were in the business of illegal alcohol, like they're in Gujarat. They wanted that to continue. So what they did through the LG, they changed the conditions 48 hours before the policy was going to be implemented, and they put in new conditions. क्योंकि उनका जो अवैध शराब का धंधा था,
I'll give you equal amount of time.
वो बंद होने वाला था, ऐश्वर्या. Now coming to number of alcohol shops, Aishwarya, and I don't.
So you are saying, Reena Gupta, that this policy.
Aishwarya, just last one point.
So you are saying, Reena Gupta, that this policy was done. Okay,
Aishwarya,
make your point a bit fast, please.
Aishwarya, no jumlebazi, only hard data. As far as number of alcohol shops are concerned, Aishwarya, in Delhi, there was going to be one shop on the population of 23,000. In Gurgaon, there is one shop on 4,000. In Noida, there is one shop on 1,400. So before a Bharatiya Janata Party
No,
for
what's the
teaching us a lesson on what alcohol and how
Okay.
many shops and how much alcohol should be allowed.
Huh.
They should look at their own states. They should look at their own states of
Okay,
Gujarat,
Charu,
of Karnataka.
so Aam Aadmi Party. Okay, Reena. Now Charu Pragya, you heard the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson. She's saying you've got it all wrong, Charu. She's saying that this policy has been brought only and only for the betterment. The CBI is not able to understand. What Reena Gupta, Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodiya understand,
absolutely.
the CBI is
Now-
unable to understand. And the CBI has only wasted its time questioning
Right.
Manish Sisodiya for 14 hours. That's what Reena Gupta is saying. This for the betterment of the Delhi people. Charu Pragya.
So, Aishwarya, please explain this to me. This brilliant policy that Reena Gupta is still saying amazing things about was taken back by Delhi government itself. So, Reena Gupta, all your arguments for the past 5 minutes have fallen flat because this very policy you're defending on national television for all of us to hear, you have taken it back. But you know, Aishwarya, today is not a day for these political rhetorics. Why don't we talk on technicalities? Because that is what I want to do, and that is what Reena has avoided doing. As Reena has avoided doing right now, Aam Aadmi Party's every single leader has avoided doing for the past several days. Because every time we say liquor policy, they say New York Times. We say liquor policy, they say education. We say liquor policy, they say 24 elections. We say liquor policy, they said lookout notice aa gaya hai. We say liquor policy, they say join BJP. So basically the bottom line is we are asking questions, and actually it's not us who are asking questions, Aishwarya. These questions were asked of the Aam Aadmi Party government by the excise department. A notice was served on Aam Aadmi Party government by the excise department. All we are doing today is repeating those questions, and very valid questions. Aishwarya, just give me 30 more seconds. I have questions to ask. Now, there was a revenue that was collected through the excise department, approximately 300 crore every year, 3,000 crore every year, which is down the drain thanks to Aam Aadmi Party government. Where this money has gone, please question Reena. Number two, now there was profits which used to come to the government, again approximately 3,000 to 3,500 crore, again down the drain. Please ask Reena Gupta where this money has gone. So you have cost the exchequer more than 6,000 crore in taxes and revenue because you have been giving favors to your friends. And your chief minister is actually shielding the accused number one in this entire big scam. And I can ask you more pointed questions, but the most important thing I want to repeat is
Charu, he's
that for
saying he'll be
everything
arrested.
that you said just now,
Charu,
give me one reason
the chief
why
minister
you
of
had
Delhi
to
is
roll
saying
back
Manish
your
Sisodiya
brilliant
will be
policy.
arrested in 2-3 days.
Can I respond,
He
please?
is not shielding.
Can I respond?
Charu, Arvind Kejriwal has said, the Delhi chief minister has said.
Aishwarya ji, can I respond?
Veena, you can, but I'm just taking opening comments. I'm taking opening comments from all, and then
Let me
I'll
respond, please,
Charu, I would just
Aishwarya,
want to
let me
clarify,
respond.
he is not. Arvind Kejriwal has accepted that Manish Sisodiya will be arrested in 2-3 days. This is Arvind Kejriwal. Veena Gupta, I'll come to you, ma'am. I'm just going for opening
Just
comments.
like Satyendra Jain was arrested.
To you and Varun Singh. Ravi Srivastava, if the policy was so good, why it was taken back, and once it has been taken back, why are you saying it was the best policy? It wasn't for medication, it wasn't the Farishta policy, it wasn't for education, it was for daru, alcohol, which harms everyone. Everyone.
Thank you, Aishwarya. Thank you, Aishwarya. First of all, if liquor is so bad, alcohol is so bad, then why do we have so many manufacturers in the country? Let us stop everywhere. Let us put prohibition everywhere. We don't do that because we need the revenue.
So
everybody needs. Everybody needs.
Is it helpful?
Everybody needs revenue. Allow me now, please. Allow me. I see. Couple of days before, I was in Karnataka. Karnataka has got a BJP government. They are only the wholesale business of the liquor is controlled by the government. Rest all retailing is done by the private shops. Beautiful, swanky private shops selling liquor. Women go there freely. They safely go there, consume it, taste it, enjoy it. No risk at all. And shops are so clean, so good. When I compare to my Delhi stay for 20-30 years, the thekas, the so-called government alcohol business, the way law and order situation, everywhere police is standing there with the lathis, people falling one over each other.
I would have been so happy if you would have gone to Karnataka and compared the health system, the education system. Don't compare thekas. Sir, trust me. You are a senior individual.
Okay.
I'm telling you, Ravi Srivastava.
Let us go to Goa.
Compare things which are. Can you understand? I'm asking you, Varun Singh. Varun Singh, senior journalist. Raviji, I'll come to you. Raviji, you've made your point. But Varun, can you see what it is coming? Charu, I'm coming. Charu, I'm taking opening comments of all and then I'll. Can you see to which level the discourse is coming? It's saying, my thekas are better than your thekas. Varun Singh, what are you doing? They are saying the thekas in Karnataka are better. Your government is bad. It doesn't matter whether you can give employment, whether you can give food, whether you can give shelter, nothing. Your thekas are better than my thekas. That's the bottom line now. Is this what we are talking about? Varun Singh, please tell me.
Absolutely. Absolutely true. And at the verge of sounding repetitive, because I have said this earlier too. But Aam Aadmi Party that was born out of India against corruption led by Anna Hazare, who has been practicing advocating prohibition. Today we are discussing Aam Aadmi Party in context of bringing liquor to every gully, nook and corner of Delhi. So there can be nothing more sad than that for a party which is born out of a movement led by someone who has been advocating prohibition. Saying that, apart from this, Aam Aadmi Party has not answered a single thing. Why would a government that earns highest revenue from excise, from liquor, is giving freebies, is giving discount on licenses, is giving discount to people to sell alcohol? No government in India does that. Why does Aam Aadmi Party have to do it? And why they have to, on earth, liquor excise serves the best revenue, biggest revenue to any state. But here when I see in Delhi, 87% wine sales goes up, but the revenue that comes to the state is less. They have been, and who takes pride in saying कि मैं 1,000 दुकान खोलने वाला था, 1,000 दुकान, your education system in Delhi, the latest CBSE passing percentage in Delhi is 84, while in India it is above 90.
Can I come in please now?
And that is so sad to say.
Hold on, Reena, just let him complete. I'm coming.
824 schools, which is 80%, do not have a principal or headmistress. In 884, Anganwadi workers were sacked in March by this government, the Aam Aadmi Party government, and the chief minister, the convener, goes in different states and takes pride that 1,000 shops kholne wale the for liquor, while he can't give money to the Anganwadi people, Anganwadi workers. School में principal नहीं है. उनके deputy chief minister talks about good health.
But the problem or the irony is, Varun, Reena Gupta, Charu Pragya, the point Varun Singh is trying to make, a journalist, is that where are our priorities? And I'll tell you, Reena Gupta ji.
Can I come in?
Manoj Tiwari, who is a BJP MP, Charu, from your party.
Can I come in?
Laid down half a dozen points,
Sorry, you must allow
which
me to
Varun was just indicating, and I'm reading Reena Gupta. Please tell me if I am wrong, because this is Manoj Tiwari's official tweet. He says 745 schools in Delhi have no principal, 516 schools in Delhi have no vice principal, 16,834 unfulfilled teacher positions, 40% of education budget lapses every year, only 330 schools out of 1,030 offer science to 11th and 12th children, more than 1 lakh students fail in 9th standard each year. Forget about opening 500 new schools, 16 old schools have been shut down. I won't take the failing part, because you have to study yourself. Whether AAP or BJP, no one can get you past Charu Pragya. But I'll get you on all the other points. If this is the reality of 745 schools in Delhi have no principal, 516 schools in Delhi have no vice principal, Reena Gupta, then what are we discussing about? The alcohol, my theka is better than your theka. Reena Gupta, Charu Pragya, one by one. Reena first and then Charu. Reena first and then Charu. Thank you very much. Charu, please. Thank you.
Aishwarya ji.
One by one, ma'am, please. Please.
Aishwarya ji. Yes. So, Bharatiya Janata Party is highly confused. And I don't think they really understand numbers. Manoj Tiwari ji is a great actor. But as far as numbers are concerned, I don't think he really understands kitne zero kahan lagte hain. First, they started with saying कि 10,000 crore का scam हुआ है जी liquor में. After that, they came down to 500 crores. Then they came down to 144 crores. Now the CBI report is only talking about 1 crore. So first of all, they should really get their zeros correct. 10,000 crore, I agree. 10,000 crore का जो फायदा हुआ है, वो मोदी जी के दोस्तों को हुआ है, जो इन्होंने लोन्स राइट ऑफ किए हैं, और जो मेहुल चोक्सी और नीरव मोदी जो देश का पैसा लेके भाग गए हैं, वहां डेफिनेटली 10,000 करोड़ का लॉस हुआ है. बट आई थिंक वो 10,000 करोड़ मनोज तिवारी जी कंफ्यूज हो गए. जहां तक स्कूल्स का सवाल है, I don't need certificate from Charu Pagya or from Manoj Tiwari about Delhi government schools. I have certificates from the United Nations.
But from the people of the state you need, from the people of the country you need, Reena Gupta.
Yes, exactly.
No, one minute. Aishwarya, this is
people of Delhi have
ironic the way Reena is talking.
I'll come, Charu. Charu, 30 more seconds. Charu, 30 more seconds. Ravi ji, I'm coming. Hold on.
Hospitals.
Charu, 30 more seconds to her.
Certificates from Charu Pragya or from Manoj Tiwari. The people of Delhi know that we did an amazing job with the schools of Delhi. That is one of the main reasons why we have been re-elected this year. The United Nations is talking about the schools of Delhi. The Prime Minister
But are these facts wrong? Reena Gupta, before I come to Charu, are these facts wrong? Is Manoj Tiwari lying?
Yes. Now, can I respond
No, I can
to
get
that?
him on air. I would try to get him past. No, I am saying. I am saying. Reena Gupta, is he lying? No, is he lying?
I'll tell you where the facts are.
When he says 745 schools in Delhi have no principal, is he lying, Reena Gupta?
Absolutely lying.
Can I give you the facts?
There was a 10,000 crore scam.
More than that now. More than 800 schools, Aishwarya.
So Manoj Tiwari.
Okay, Charu, Ravi Srivastava, hold on. Charu. Charu is answering now. Charu is answering.
Now my turn.
Charu and Reena. Charu is answering. Charu.
Reena, can I come in? Okay, first of all these numbers quoted are from RTI inquiries. Now maybe Reena can go back and look at the papers her government has given to RTI in reply to questions we have all asked. So every single number quoted there, Aishwarya, is in fact slightly outdated. As of today, more than 800 schools do not have a principal, and Reena Gupta, I challenge you to prove me wrong. This is an RTI query answer by your government. And look at the irony. This was a government which was elected to power saying हम 500 नए स्कूल बनाएंगे. 500 नए स्कूल तो इन्होंने बनाए नहीं. आज 1000 नई शराब की दुकान खुलवाने के लिए लड़ाई कर रहे हैं. Look at them. Look at the irony. I think they should change their name from Aam Aadmi Party to Association of Alcohol Peddlers. Short form आपका फिर भी आप रहेगा, but you will make more sense.
Can I come in now?
Aishwarya, can I come in?
I've lost my audio. I'm not able to hear it.
Hold on.
Aishwarya, no. So,
yes, Reena.
Can I, okay.
I mean, who's speaking, Aishwarya? Is it my turn to speak?
What's happening here? Charu and Reena, Charu complete and then Reena. Charu, please complete and then Reena will reply back. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm so Aishwarya, I'm not sure where my voice was cut off, but see, when the sale of alcohol nearly doubles and the revenue of the government goes down by nearly 38%, it is worrisome. And these questions need to be replied to. And I'll also tell you one more secret about Delhi schools. So a handful of Delhi schools have been renovated and spruced up for the people to see, but 1,000 others have been left in the dumps. And that's the truth of Delhi. Aishwarya, I'm not sure if there is a connection problem.
You heard Charu Pragya. You are saying Manoj Tiwari is lying. You are saying Charu Pragya is lying. You are saying the whole BJP is lying. You are saying everyone is lying only because you have won.
I'll give you RTI dates.
Handsome margin, I'll give it to you.
Aishwarya, I'm looking for the RTI dates. I will give you the RTI dates also.
Can I respond now, please?
Okay. Reena Gupta is replying. Reena Gupta, and then I'm coming, Raviji, to you. Reena Gupta.
Aishwarya, let us not go very far away. Bharatiya Janata Party should be renamed Bharatiya Jhuti Party. Let's look at the numbers that they've been showing. Aishwarya, on your program itself, you had me with Manoj Tiwari ji one day. He said 10,000 crore, 10,000 crore ka ghotala hua hai liquor mein. What happened to 10,000 crores? So are you trying to say that the CBI is incompetent?
Why have they not mentioned 10,000 crores in their charge sheet?
No, 1 minute.
Why does the charge sheet say 1 crore?
Aishwarya, first of all, it is for the ED and CBI to discuss numbers.
Hold on, Charu, one by one. Charu, one by one. Charu, one by one. Charu, when you were speaking, she was quiet. Please, all of you, one by one. Thank you. I will come to you, Charu. I will come to you for the answer. Thank you, Reena.
10,000 crores. And why why was the policy taken back? Aishwarya, I'll tell you why the policy was taken back. Bharatiya Janata Party was threatening all the private vendors. All the private vendors were surrendering their licenses. They were threatening the private vendors कि हम तुम्हारे ऊपर ED और CBI को भेज देंगे. Delhi would have become a dry state like Gujarat. They wanted to start their illegal alcohol business like they're doing in Gujarat. We said we will not allow that, and that is the reason why the government has come back into the alcohol business again and said that the government will open the shop. Because none of the private vendors, all the private
Why
vendors
take the policy back then?
Their licenses.
Reena, all your arguments are baseless because you've taken the policy back.
Yes, that is the reason, Charu.
You are defending the policy you have rolled back. All your arguments are baseless.
The reason
No.
policy is because Delhi would have become a dry state like Gujarat. And then, like you are running,
it's somebody else's fault. It's always somebody else's fault. Absolutely, Aam Aadmi Party is brilliant at that, isn't it?
Whose fault is it? Whose fault is it?
Can I come in again?
Charu Pragya, Varun Singh, Reena Gupta, Ravi Srivastava. Whose fault is it? Is it the fault of is it the fault of the Delhi people? No, whose fault is it? No, Reena Gupta, Charu Pragya, whose fault is it? Is it the fault of Delhi people for Varun Singh? Is it the fault of the Delhi people, Ravi Srivastava? I'll come to all of you. There is a breaking news coming in. And I'm coming to both of you. There is a breaking news coming in. First video. All of you, please listen. There is breaking news coming in. First video of T. Raja Singh. After release on bail. It's important, hence I'm just going into this breaking news for 30 seconds. Because please, this is the breaking news coming in. The first video of the suspended BJP MLA. Suspended BJP MLA after being released on bail. The visuals are on your screen. The latest visuals of the suspended BJP MLA, the first video of T. Raja Singh after release on bail, coming out on bail. So that's the latest visuals coming in of T. Raja, the suspended BJP MLA. And now I'm going back on the debate. Ravi Srivastava and Varun Singh, whose fault is it? Aam Aadmi Party says it's not mine. BJP says nothing, no problem, because never ever it's your mistake. So whose mistake is it, Ravi Srivastava? Is it the people who have done a mistake?
No. Let me tell you first thing that there is no scam. Why there is no scam? Because every scam should have a money trail, a quid pro quo, which has not appeared anywhere. The CBI has not filed any charge sheet. CBI has given the piece. It is a piece of paper.
You are wrong.
It is a piece of paper.
1 crore.
Okay.
1 crore amount is negligible for you, sir.
1 crore.
No, CBI has mentioned. There is a 1 crore check transfer. 1 crore, 1 crore.
It's a lot more.
1 crore.
No, you carry on.
1 crore check transfer.
You carry on.
1 crore check transfer.
You don't want to listen.
I'm not carrying on. I'm saying 1 crore check transfer.
No. Let me tell you.
Okay, carry on.
1 crore also the CBI says they have learned through the sources. They have not found any evidence of 1 crore at all. They have written the word there. You read the memo there. The memo says that their sources have told them that the 1 crore was given to Dinesh Arora, to Aman Arora, to Arjun Pandey, to all those people. There's no evidence at all. And the policy cannot be faulty. Because I just now heard one spokesperson sitting here. She was saying that excise department put the charges to Aam Aadmi Party. Since when the excise department started putting charges to the political party, you have to put the charges to the person concerned, the authority concerned, the officer concerned, the minister concerned, not the party.
Yes,
you hold it on. Let me tell you. Now let me tell you.
Can I respond? Can I respond now?
There is no scam unless there is a quid pro quo.
10 seconds.
Can I respond?
10 more seconds.
Why did your party NCD? why did your party, the MCD, gave 100 crore waiver
10
to the
seconds.
holding party in Delhi? Why your party gave a 44 crore waiver on the toll tax in Delhi? Tell me. And which government has not given the waiver to the contractors? Your Haryana has given it.
Ravi Srivastava, Charu Pragya is answering.
Okay.
Now Charu is answering. Let her answer, sir. Charu Pragya is answering to your questions. Charu.
It is not a crime. That's what I'm saying. You prove it, it's a crime.
Mr. Srivastava, now it is my turn to respond. Can you now please wait?
Ravi Srivastava,
Do not speak over me. Yes. Now, point number one, the excise department served a notice to the Sarkar. And all these answers were not given to the excise department by Delhi government. Mr. Sisodia was removed.
Department is
Reena, what happened?
Can you?
Reena, what happened?
You know, Reena, you really need to need to update yourself
Reena,
about certain things. Okay, now another very.
Reena, what happened?
You know what is the biggest discrepancy in this policy?
Yeah, carry on, Charu, carry on.
Let me tell you the biggest discrepancy, Aishwarya. The biggest discrepancy or the problem here is that the manufacturer, the wholesaler and the distributor cannot be the same company. What Delhi government has done is it's allowed the manufacturer to be the wholesaler, to also be the